Chapter 1. On Pretentiousness. I fear no one. Look, isn't that our genius young clan leader? Out here making a fool of himself again. Does he not think himself enough of a disgrace? I wonder what wicked deeds he has committed for the heavens to turn a blind eye on him. Upon opening his eyes, Xiaohan found that everything before him had transformed. Just a moment ago, he was at home, basking in the warmth of his cozy bed. In the next instant, he was thrust into an entirely unfamiliar environment, being scrutinized by a group of individuals clad in peculiar attire. A flood of memories surged into his mind, instantly elucidating the situation. Indeed, he had transmigrated into a fantastical world, and he had become a fallen genius. Once endowed with unparalleled talent, renowned within 100 miles, adored by various factions, and pursued by countless admirers. He had suddenly lost all his power, unable even to cultivate anew, and had become a disgrace to his family, ridiculed by multitudes. This was the quintessential beginning of a tale of a waste. As Xiaohan pondered deeply, a voice echoed in his mind. The most powerful pretentious system has been activated, dedicated to pretentiousness for 30,000 years, aiding you in your pretentious endeavors. In this realm, there is no system like mine, and pretentiousness shall reign eternal. Xiaohan, what the hell? Is my system perhaps mentally challenged? With that thought, Xiaohan felt a surge of defiance. You've got the wrong person. I have never been pretentious. In response, the pretentious system emitted a notification, ding. Congratulations to host Xiaohan for successfully being pretentious without form, earning 66 points of pretentiousness. As the voice faded, Xiaohan noticed a luminous screen appear before him. Name, Xiaohan. Age, 14 years. Cultivation level, body refinement stage 3. Cultivation technique. Flame art divided into 10 tiers, each requiring 50 points of pretentiousness for cultivation. Martial skill. Mountain splitting palm divided into 7 tiers, each requiring 20 points of pretentiousness for cultivation. Power evaluation. Trash. Remaining pretentious points, 66. Xiaohan chuckled. System, if you keep enabling me like this, my journey from waste to greatness will lack any challenge. System ding. Congratulations to host Xiaohan for forcibly being pretentious, earning 55 points of pretentiousness. Here we go again? Xiaohan's smile widened. At that moment, the harsh sounds of ridicule pierced through the air once more. Look at that waste. He still dares to smile. What can we expect? A waste is a waste. He has no sense of dignity left. What more can we do? Once the Kamingafage ceremony is over, no matter that he is the young clan leader, he will be cast aside. Yes, let's see how he smiles then. Xiaohan turned to face the members of the Xiao clan, his smile growing ever brighter. It is better to enjoy together than alone. It is more entertaining to flaunt one's pretentiousness than to merely indulge in it. You fools, do you think you are worthy to point fingers at me? If you have the gall, come forth. I shall defeat you all with one hand. As soon as Xiaohan's words left his lips, the clan members were left dumbfounded. For 3 years, Xiaohan had been reduced to a waste. In those 3 years, they had mocked him countless times. Never once had he retorted. In that moment, everyone was at a loss. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiaohan for forcibly being pretentious, earning 33 points of pretentiousness. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiaohan for forcibly being pretentious, earning 44 points of pretentiousness. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiaohan for forcibly being pretentious, earning 55 points of pretentiousness. Watching the rapid increase in his pretentious points, Xiaohan's smile grew ever more radiant. A bunch of weaklings, do you truly believe I have lost all my strength? For these past 3 years, I have merely been in seclusion, cultivating an extraordinary technique. Now, I have achieved mastery. Come forth and test me if you dare. If you are too afraid to approach with one hand, I shall allow you to use both, and still, I shall prevail. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiaohan for forcibly being pretentious, earning 66 points of pretentiousness. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiaohan for forcibly being pretentious, earning 66 points of pretentiousness. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiaohan for forcibly being pretentious, earning 66 points of pretentiousness. After a brief moment of shock, a well-dressed youth stepped forward with a sinister grin. He was the grandson of the clan's second elder, known as Xiao Yun. At the age of 15, he had reached the body refinement stage 6, making him a notable genius within the clan. He fixed his gaze on Xiao Han and scoffed, a stubborn dead duck, still thinking himself a genius. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. With that, he lunged at Xiao Han. Boom! With Xiao Yun's punch came a thunderous sound, akin to a rolling boulder. This was a sophisticated fist technique hidden within the Xiao clan's repository, known as the Rolling Stone Fist. Once unleashed, its power would grow like a rolling stone, increasingly formidable. As Xiao Yun drew closer, Xiao Han stood motionless, hands behind his back, appearing almost paralyzed by fear. However, just as everyone anticipated that this punch would send him crashing to the ground, Xiao Han moved, uttering 2 words of mockery: fool. In the next instant, a crackling sound enveloped Xiao Han, and his previously weak aura surged dramatically. Body Refinement Stage 3, Body Refinement Stage 4, Body Refinement Stage 5, Body Refinement Stage 6, Body Refinement Stage 7, Body Refinement Stage 8, Body Refinement Stage 9. Flame Art perfected, condensing the flame vortex, breaking through to the Danxian warrior realm. Boom! A crimson flame essence erupted from behind Xiao Han, pressing down on all within several yards, causing them to struggle to breathe and instinctively retreat. Confronted by the rapidly approaching Xiao Yun, who had no time to evade, Xiao Han grinned and then delivered a powerful kick. Chapter 2: The Second Elder Strikes Back. The onlookers beheld Xiao Yun soaring through the air like a deflated ball, crashing to the ground after tracing a graceful arc. How could this be? The crowd cried out in disbelief. Xiao Yun was a formidable practitioner of body refinement stage 6 among the younger generation of the Xiao clan. Few could rival him. Yet Xiao Han had sent him flying with a single kick. Even the strongest among the younger generation, Miss Xiao Linger, could not achieve such a feat. Could it be that this wasteful young master surpasses even Miss Xiao Linger? Seemingly oblivious to the astonishment and incredulity in the eyes of the crowd, Xiao Han merely shook his head and remarked, I just want to quietly be a handsome man. Why must you force me to take action? Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for forcibly being pretentious, earning 99 points of pretentiousness. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for forcibly being pretentious, earning 99 points of pretentiousness. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for forcibly being pretentious, earning 99 points of pretentiousness. At that moment, a booming voice rang out from the outskirts of the crowd. Who dares to harm my grandson? The onlookers hastily parted to make way, revealing the furious second elder, rushing toward the fallen Xiao Yun. Yun, are you all right? Who has injured you? The second elder helped the prostrate Xiao Yun and briefly examined his injuries, before turning an enraged gaze upon Xiao Han. For such a young age, your actions are truly malicious. The second elder glared at Xiao Han, a formidable aura erupting from his body, causing the surrounding clan members to scatter in fear. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the clan leader. With that, the second elder prepared to strike Xiao Han, only to have a figure suddenly interpose between them. Xiao Zhantian, the clan leader. Instantly, the second elder's imposing aura was quelled by Xiao Zhantian, gradually calming the tension. My son need not trouble the second elder, Xiao Zhantian said with a jovial smile. Xiao Zhantian, you arrived just in time. Your precious son has broken 3 of Yunus' ribs. You must give me an explanation. Xiao Zhantian raised an eyebrow, casting a questioning glance at Xiao Han. Hainer, did you injure Xiao Yun? Xiao Han nodded helplessly. Xiao Zhantian was filled with confusion. Although Xiao Han was a genius, he was merely at body refinement stage 3, while Xiao Yun was at body refinement stage 6. How could it be that Xiao Han had injured Xiao Yun? Xiao Zhantian wished to inquire further, but seeing the second elder's increasingly grim expression, he cleared his throat and asked, Hainer, why did you injure Xiao Yun? If there are any special circumstances, do tell me. Xiao Zhantian earnestly urged Xiao Han to disclose any special circumstances. Xiao Han, however, laughed heartily. Oh, it was just a bit of fun. The crowd erupted in laughter at Xiao Han's words. Was there such a thing as fun in this context? Cough, cough. Xiao Zhantian choked on his son's remark, while the second elder trembled with rage. Xiao Zhantian composed himself and declared, This is absurd. One cannot be so reckless in private play. Xiao Han rolled his eyes in exasperation. I didn't intend for it to go this way, but this fellow was simply too weak. It only took half my strength for him to end up like this. Thankfully, I didn't kill him. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for forcibly being pretentious, earning 99 points of pretentiousness. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for forcibly being pretentious, earning 99 points of pretentiousness. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for forcibly being pretentious, earning 99 points of pretentiousness. Xiao Han's mind was once again inundated with the system's notifications, while the crowd repeatedly echoed his recent words. Thankfully, I didn't kill him. Didn't kill him. Kill him. All is well. He has been beaten half to death. Is that not so? The crowd roared in their hearts. Xiao Zhantian too felt a momentary choke in his throat, but soon his attention was drawn to another matter. Half of his strength? With this thought, Xiao Zhantian gazed at Xiao Han with excitement. Hainer, have you truly restored your strength? Though a man of considerable stature, at this moment, his voice quivered slightly. Xiao Han felt a warmth in his heart and respectfully replied, Indeed, I have regained my former cultivation, returning to the realm of martial artists, and I shall no longer experience the sudden inability to cultivate as I did before. Upon hearing this, all present were taken aback, their memories flickering back to that brilliant genius from 3 years prior, whose radiance had made others feel inadequate. Could it be that the unparalleled genius who once stood so high above them had returned? The second elder's expression flickered between elation and despair. If that prodigy had truly returned, then today's matter would inevitably come to a quiet conclusion. With this thought, the second elder stepped forward. Since the young clan leader has restored his cultivation, why not demonstrate it for us? Xiao Han had initially intended to decline, but upon seeing the glimmer of hope in Xiao Zhanshan's eyes, he nodded in agreement and soared to the spiritisting stone tablet in the square, striking it with his hand. Martial Artist Realm, First Level. Wow! A wave of astonishment erupted from the crowd. In Xiao Zhanshan's eyes, tears of joy shimmered, for the heavens had indeed favored him. His beloved child had finally recovered. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully displaying prowess, earning 55 display points. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully displaying prowess, earning 66 display points. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully displaying prowess, earning 88 display points. Ha! Second Elder, your grandson is truly a blessing. After my son's beating, a genius has emerged in the Xiao family. Xiao Zhantian teased, his spirits lifted as he looked at the second elder's grim countenance. Hainer, now that you're a martial artist, it is time to change your cultivation method. From this day forth, you shall practice this furious lion's roar. With a smile, Xiao Zhantian handed over a tome, which was indeed the mid-level Xian rank technique, Furious Lion's Roar. Xiao Han respectfully accepted the technique, saying, Thank you, Father. Chapter 3. Nailin Yan's arrival. At that moment, a clansman rushed over and said, Patriarch, someone from the Yunxian sect has arrived. The Grand Elder requests your presence to welcome them. Xiao Zhantian, lost in thought, smiled and said, I almost forgot. Honor, let us go together. Xiao Han and the group made their way to the main hall, where they found an elderly man clad in white robes accompanied by a beautiful young girl, both waiting inside. The girl possessed bright eyes and a radiant smile, her countenance exceptionally lovely, yet an unintentional air of arrogance flickered in her gaze, somewhat tarnishing her overall beauty and giving her an air of superiority. As Xiao Zhantian approached, he clasped his hands together and greeted, Ah, esteemed guests from the Yunxian sect, Elder Gu, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. My apologies. The elderly Elder Gu, wearing a troubled expression, replied with a wry smile. No harm done. I have come at the behest of our sect master to discuss a matter concerning our young sect master, Nailin Yan. Xiao Zhantian noticed Nailin Yan and felt a twinge of curiosity about what could be so significant that the Yunxian sect would send her personally. However, Elder Gu remained silent for a long while, failing to clarify the matter. Nailin Yan, growing impatient, spoke up, I, Nailin Yan, have come to meet you, Uncle Xiao. To be frank, I am here to annul the engagement. This announcement sent shockwaves through the Xiao clan elders, who rose to their feet in astonishment, Their faces soon contorted with derision as they glanced at the seated Xiao Zhantian. With his son being rejected, they questioned how he could still hold his head high as the patriarch. Xiao Zhantian's complexion darkened, and he asked gravely, "Nalan niece, what did you just say?" In that moment, an ominous aura emanated from Xiao Zhantian, pressing down on Nalan Yin like a furious lion ready to tear apart everything in its path. Seeing the situation escalate, Elder Gu positioned himself between Nalan Yin and Xiao Zhantian, slowly stating, "This matter has already received the approval of our sect master. Patriarch Xiao, do you dare to defy the sect master's wishes?" At these words, Xiao Zhantian trembled, his fierce demeanor dissipating as he slumped back into his seat. The Yunxian sect was a formidable entity within the empire, and its sect master was a martial arts sovereign. How could a mere Xiao clan afford to offend them? With no turning back, Nalan Yin continued, "This matter is due to my own rudeness, and I offer the Xianyang Swordfinger as compensation." Upon hearing the mention of the Xianyang Swordfinger, the elders of the Xiao clan were visibly excited. The Xianyang Swordfinger was a high-ranking martial skill of the Xian tier. Even the clan's signature technique, the Furious Lion's Wrath, was merely of mid-tier Xian level. Just as the elders were about to rise in agreement, Xiao Han sauntered forward leisurely, saying, "You wish to break off our engagement? On what grounds?" Nalan Yin cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Han, retorting, "I, Nalan Yin, am the young sect master of the Yunxian sword sect, with a master who is a martial arts sovereign, destined for limitless achievements. Yet you are but a worthless individual incapable of cultivation, not even a martial artist. You are unworthy of me." Her words were as sharp as ice, completely disregarding the feelings of others. Xiao Han, unfazed, glanced at Nalan Yin. This woman, at the age of 14, had reached the third level of martial arts, indeed possessing grounds for her arrogance. But compared to himself, with a faint smile, Xiao Han replied, "First, I am not incapable of cultivation. Second, I am already a martial artist. Third, my cultivation seems to surpass yours. If I am a waste, then are you not even inferior to a waste? You are at least my nominal fiancé. I cannot allow you to speak of yourself in such a manner." Nalan Yin was taken aback for a moment, bewildered by his words. "What do you mean by not allowing you to speak of yourself that way?" It took her a while to realize he was indirectly insulting her. Her face flushed with anger as she exclaimed, "You speak so shamelessly. I am a top talent in the empire, while you have been unable to cultivate for 3 years. How dare you claim your cultivation is higher than mine?" Xiao Han appeared unaffected by Nalan Yin's fury and suddenly asked, "Do you know why I was unable to cultivate 3 years ago?" Without waiting for her response, he continued, 3 years ago, my master told me that my talent is extraordinary, but cultivating too quickly might destabilize my foundation, so he suppressed my cultivation for 3 years. But now, let me show you what true genius looks like." As his words fell, Xiao Han straightened his posture. Though his stature was not imposing, he stood tall and upright. His previously weak aura surged suddenly like an eagle soaring into the sky. First level of martial arts, second level, third level, fourth level. As Xiao Han broke through continuously, waves of spiritual energy transformed into crimson flames swirling around his body, radiating brilliance that was blinding. The fierce red energy roared throughout the hall, causing Nalan Yin and Elder Ji's garments to flutter wildly. With a low shout, Xiao Han commanded, "Break." The tumultuous crimson energy paused momentarily before erupting in a more frenzied manner, forcing Nalan Yin to retreat a few steps. After a few breaths, Xiao Han's astonishing aura finally stabilized, and everyone instinctively sensed his cultivation level, gasping in astonishment. 5th level of martial arts. Ding. Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showing off, earning 99 show-off points. Ding. Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showing off, earning 99 show-off points. Ding. Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showing off, earning 99 show-off points. Nalan Yin was utterly shocked. She had always believed her talent to be unparalleled in the empire. Otherwise, how could she have become the young sect master of the Yunxian sect? Yet at this moment, she discovered that her fiancé, whom she deemed a waste, possessed talent surpassing her own. She had the entire resources of the Yunxian sect backing her. However, it had taken her 2 years to advance from the first to the third level of martial arts. Yet this person had achieved a leap from the first to the 5th level in mere breaths. What kind of monster was this? Chapter 4. The insincere Yunxian sect for the first time, Neilin Yin felt a vague sense that her decision to come and annul the engagement might not have been wise. While Neilin Yin wallowed in self-reproach, Elder Gu stood by, utterly astonished. Elder Ji's mouth fell agape, his eyes wide as he stared at Xiao Han, internally shouting, "What did I just witness?" A young man who was barely at the first level of martial arts has, in the span of 3 breaths, surged to the 5th level. Such an astonishing rate of progress is beyond belief. But this scene unfolded right before his eyes. In that moment, Elder Gu felt a profound reverence for Xiao Han's mysterious master. To enable a disciple's cultivation to rise so dramatically, it must be the sect master. No, it must be the former sect master who could achieve such feats. The Xiao clan must be befriended. And at the very least, they must not be offended. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for forcibly showing off, earning 99 show-off points. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for forcibly showing off, earning 99 show-off points. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for forcibly showing off, earning 88 show-off points. Xiao Han's sudden surge in cultivation astonished not only the Yunxian sect members, but also the elders of the Xiao clan, including Xiao Zhantian, who wore expressions of shock. Xiao Zhantian swallowed hard and asked, "Honor, how did your cultivation rise so rapidly? Did your master teach you?" Xiao Han respectfully bowed to Xiao Zhantian, replying, "Indeed, but my master forbids me from revealing his name. He stated that I am still young, and becoming a martial master too early would exhaust my potential, limiting me to becoming merely a lowly martial sovereign, which would be too embarrassing for my master. Thus, my cultivation was suppressed for 3 years." As he spoke, he rubbed his nose in a somewhat helpless manner. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for subtly showing off, earning 99 show-off points. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for subtly showing off, earning 99 show-off points. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for subtly showing off, earning 88 show-off points. As soon as Xiao Han concluded, Neilin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. What did he mean by a lowly martial sovereign? Her master, the sect master of the Yunxian sect, was a martial sovereign, the pinnacle of the entire empire. Everyone in the Yunxian sect took immense pride in their master. The elders within the sect regarded achieving the rank of martial sovereign as their ultimate life goal. Yet in the eyes of Xiao Han's master, having a disciple at the level of a martial sovereign was a source of shame. Neilin Yin felt her worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. Elder Gu swallowed hard, realizing, "I knew it. This Xiao Han's master must be someone of great stature, disregarding even the martial sovereign. Could it be a martial sect master? Or perhaps, Elder Gu dared not think further. Knowing one thing for certain, the Xiao clan must not be offended. Otherwise, not even the entire Yunxian sect could withstand the wrath of someone at least of martial sect level. Regretting his decision to involve himself in this matter, Elder Gu lamented internally, "Why did I rush here? Would it not have been better to remain a quiet figure within the Yunxian sect?" Coming to the Xiao clan to annul an engagement was akin to the old age of a longevity star hanging himself, seeking death. In contrast to the shock and fear of the Yunxian sect, the elders of the Xiao clan were utterly elated. "Did you not hear? Our young clan master has taken on an immensely powerful master. Who would dare bully the Xiao clan now?" Xiao Zhantian was overjoyed, relishing the sight of Elder Gu from the Yunxian sect, whose countenance resembled that of someone who had just swallowed a fly. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. "How dare you come to annul the engagement?" Xiao Han, however, remained blissfully unaware of the inner turmoil swirling among the assembly in the hall. He leisurely strolled to Neilin Yan's side and casually flipped through the Xin-level martial art manual she had brought. The Xin Yang sword finger. How utterly lacking in decorum is your Yunxian sect. You dare to present a technique so rudimentary that one could master it with a mere glance. Devoid of any sincerity, Xiao Han furrowed his brow, pinching the manual between his fingers as if it were refuse, clearly disdainful of this so-called Xin-level technique. Neilin Yin, who was already reeling from a significant blow to her pride, unable to match him in cultivation or even in the prowess of their masters, felt utterly defeated. Having always been the best since childhood, the thought that Xiao Han could so brazenly criticize the Xin-level technique she had labored to acquire was intolerable to her. It had taken considerable effort to bring this manual out. It was a high-level Xin technique, and even a family like the Xiao clan possessed but a single Xin-level manual. The only reason the Yunxian sect permitted her to take this manual was her status as the young sect master, coupled with the fact that the Xianyang sword finger was notoriously difficult to cultivate, with very few in the entire Yunxian sect capable of mastering it, not even Neilin Yin herself, who had spent 3 months attempting to practice it with no results. Yet here was Xiao Han, claiming one could learn it with a mere glance, a statement that left her both amused and enraged. Chapter 5. I shall demonstrate for you. Reflecting on this, Neilin Yin remarked with a cold smile, arrogant. How dare you defame the techniques of my Yunxian sect, Xiao Han? Since you assert that one can master the Xin-level technique with just a glance, then by all means look twice. If you fail to learn the Xianyang sword finger today, I shall ensure you regret it. Neilin Yan's heart was filled with a derisive glee. The gauntlet had been thrown, and she was eager to witness his downfall. Xiao Han, however, retorted, I shall not learn. You think I would learn simply because you command it? That would be utterly humiliating. You would need to beg me. I would rather beg a mountain goat. Neilin Yan's teeth ground together. This was a Xin-level technique. Countless individuals would yearn for the opportunity to learn it, and he dared to demand her to plead for his instruction. Xiao Han, you are truly incorrigible. Who is truly incorrigible? Xiao Han interrupted her, his voice rising. Xiao, a man of great standing, have been publicly jilted by you. Though you have any idea how humiliating it is for a man to be rejected by a woman? If you were to annul this engagement today, how would I maintain my position in the Xiao clan? How would the Xiao clan survive in this city? Since entering the Grand Hall, Xiao Han had maintained an air of innocence. But now his sudden outburst left Neilin Yin momentarily speechless. I didn't mean to. Neilin Yin attempted to clarify. You were not expecting so much, were you? Ha! As the esteemed young sect master of the Yunxian sect, you naturally would not waste your thoughts on a small family like the Xiao. As for my dignity, it is hardly worth mentioning, Xiao Han sneered, while Neilin Yan's face paled. Initially, she had merely despised being engaged to a useless man, never considering the impact her actions might have on him. Having always had her way, Neilin Yin, now the young sect master, acted impulsively, as she did in the matter of the engagement annulment. Her family had been unaware, and her master had advised caution, suggesting that if she did not wish to proceed with the marriage, she should find a proper way to resolve it. Now, she realized that her actions had been misguided. She should not have attempted to annul the engagement in such a manner. However, the situation had escalated beyond her control. Even if she wished to withdraw, it was no longer feasible. Seeing Neilin Yin silent, Xiao Han scoffed. You want me to learn the Xianyang sword finger? Very well, I shall demonstrate for you. With that, he approached the manual and began to leaf through it carelessly. The sound of the pages flipping echoed in the hall, and the speed at which he perused made it nearly impossible to comprehend the text, let alone master the Xianyang sword finger in a single attempt. The spectators were skeptical, suspecting Xiao Han was merely putting on a show. Yet, having witnessed his alarming rate of cultivation previously, they hesitated to draw conclusions and chose to wait patiently. Neilin Yin scrutinized the boy casually flipping through the pages. His slender brows, deep-set eyes, and the faint curve of his lips created an image that was almost ethereal. The breeze generated by the turning pages gently tousled a few strands of Xiao Han's hair, imbuing him with an indescribable aura that exuded tranquility and comfort. In that moment, Neilin Yin felt a stir within her heart. She realized that she had never truly understood her betrothed, and upon seeing him now, she discovered that she did not despise him as much as she thought. Alas, the engagement was futile. No matter how gifted Xiao Han might be, it was impossible for him to master the Xianyang sword finger with just a glance. A man who merely spoke grandiose words was not worth her affection. Stealing her emotions, Neilin Yin raised her head, only to find that Xiao Han had already placed the book down, seemingly having finished reading. Xiao Han, have you truly finished? I, Neilin Yin, pride myself on my remarkable talent, yet after 3 months of arduous practice, I have achieved nothing. Given that you assert you could learn the Xianyang sword finger with just a glance, I am genuinely impressed. Once mastered, the fingers burn like molten iron, with an extraordinary heat that is indomitable. Please, demonstrate for me. I am eagerly awaiting your display. Upon hearing this, the elders of the Xiao clan exchanged apprehensive glances. Neilin Yin was exceptionally gifted and had the teachings of the sect leader. Yet she had failed to master the technique after 3 months. How could Xiao Han possibly succeed? A sense of unease crept over the elders. Xiao Zhantian frowned. The Grand Elder gripped the armrest of his chair tightly. The second elder stroked his beard while stealing glances at Xiao Zhantian, clearly reveling in the misfortune. Elder Gu, clad in white, felt a sense of calm wash over him. The Xianyang sword finger was notoriously difficult to master, and it was unlikely that even a prodigy like Xiao Han could achieve success with a mere glance. Xiao Han said nothing, merely raising his right hand, forming it into a sword-like gesture, and murmured, Xianyang sword finger. A tempest of spiritual energy erupted forth. The onlookers held their breath. Could it be that he had truly mastered it? 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths passed, yet Xiao Han's fingers remained flesh-toned, showing no sign of transforming into the fiery red of molten iron. Chapter 6. Annulment. It appeared he had failed. Elder Gu wiped the virtual sweat from his brow, lifted his teacup, and took a sip. Before he could swallow, he saw Xiao Han blowing gently on his fingers. Blowing? You think that will ignite a fire? Elder Gu internally screamed, convinced that if this were the key to mastering the technique, he would devour the teacup whole. Before Elder Gu could finish his internal rant, he witnessed Xiao Han's fingers suddenly ignite, turning as red as if they had encountered a flame. He had truly succeeded. Elder Gu sputtered, tea spraying from his nostrils, shrouded in a cloud of mist. The sunlight streamed through, revealing a rainbow emerging from his dark nostrils. Cough, cough, cough. The hall fell silent, save for Elder G's dramatic coughing, as everyone gaped in disbelief at Xiao Han's 2 blazing fingers. Neilin Yin looked as if she had seen a ghost, her eyes wide, trembling as she pointed at Xiao Han with a quivering finger. Struggling to articulate her disbelief, after what felt like an eternity, Neilin Yin managed to croak out a few words. Impossible. Even within the vast Yunxian sect, only a handful can master the Xianyang sword finger. How could he possibly learn it after merely glancing at it? Before Neilin Yin could finish her thought, Xiao Han casually pointed at a pillar in the hall. A crimson sword-like energy shot forth with an explosive sound, piercing the pillar and sending forth a plume of black smoke mixed with sparks. Cough. Elder Ge's coughing abruptly ceased. Crash. The Grand Elder broke the armrest in his shock. Ouch. The second elder, startled, accidentally yanked out a handful of his beard. Neilin Yin stood frozen, her expression set in stone. The entire hall was enveloped in a profound silence, punctuated only by the sound of a pin drop. Eyes darted between Xiao Han and Neilin Yin. Realizing that the technique Neilin Yin had struggled for 3 months to master had been effortlessly grasped by Xiao Han with just a glance. How much greater was Xiao Han's talent compared to Neilin Yan's? This Xiao Han was surely a prodigy. The crowd was in a state of utter astonishment. Meanwhile, Elder Gu sighed deeply, feeling as though he had aged several years. Alas, it truly is the Xianyang sword finger. Such heat can only belong to this technique. Xiao Han is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime genius, surpassing his peers not only in cultivation but in innate talent as well. Moreover, with an enigmatic master, at the very least of the martial sovereign level. As a mentor, the future achievements are boundless. Such an individual, provided they do not meet an untimely demise, is almost destined to stand at the pinnacle of this continent, surveying all living beings. This person ought to be an exceptionally outstanding candidate for a spouse. Yet, at this thought, Elder Gu discreetly cast a glance at Neilin Yin, who was gently biting her crimson lip, her expression one of reluctance, seemingly vexed by some matter. Elder Gu's heart stirred, and he softly advised Neilin Yin, "Young mistress, although Xiao Han possesses remarkable talent, I fear he may be, on par with you. Perhaps we should temporarily set aside this matter of breaking off the engagement." Neilin Yin had already begun to regret her decision. But at this juncture, how could she retreat? She resolutely declared, "I have made up my mind. I will definitely annul this marriage." Neilin Yan's demeanor was resolute, her voice resonating loudly, and naturally, Xiao Han heard her. Xiao Han scoffed derisively, unaware of your own limitations. He then took up paper and brush, swiftly inscribing several bold characters and casting them at Neilin Yin. "You detest this engagement, do you not? I loathe it as well. Let us part ways, however. Do take note. This is not your Neilin family's annulment letter, but rather my Xiao family's divorce decree. From this day forth, you shall no longer be my Xiao family's daughter-in-law. Today, it is not you, Neilin Yin, who has come to annul the engagement. Rather, it is my Xiao family that has dismissed you." Ding. Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully displaying his prowess, earning 99 points of bravado. Ding. Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully displaying his prowess, earning 99 points of bravado. Ding. Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully displaying his prowess, earning 99 points of bravado. A profound silence enveloped the hall, with only Xiao Han's voice echoing. Everyone was astounded by Xiao Han's actions. The young clan leader of a mere minor family in Wu City dared to dismiss the young mistress of the formidable Yunxian sect, renowned throughout the empire. Upon receiving the divorce decree and hearing Xiao Han's words, Nailin Yin's complexion turned pale as a sheet, filled with terror, and then flushed crimson as blood, gritting her teeth and proclaiming, "You dare to dismiss me? I am the illustrious young mistress of the Yunxian sect. How dare you cast me aside?" For a woman to be dismissed by her fiancé before marriage is already a source of humiliation. And for Nailin Yin, the young mistress of the Yunxian sect, to be cast aside by a family of Zhao's stature would surely become a tremendous laughingstock. Veins bulged on Nailin Yan's forehead as her body trembled, all her emotions coalescing into a storm of fury. "On what grounds do you dismiss me?" Nailin Yan's aura continued to rise, a pale blue spiritual energy surging from her body, coalescing around her into numerous small, sharp azure swords, tiny yet fierce. The profound technique of the Yunxian sect, Windfall Kill, level, mid-level Xian stage. Observing this development, Xiao Han merely smiled lightly. "You come to annul the engagement, yet you deny me the right to dismiss my wife? If you, Nailin Yin, feel angered by the annulment, then where is my fury to be directed?" Xiao Han's cold gaze fixed upon Nailin Yin, crimson spiritual energy slowly manifesting around him, gradually taking the form of an illusory lion's head upon his visage. The supreme technique of the Xiao family, Furious Lion's Wrath, level, mid-level Xian stage. Chapter 7. I am to become an unparalleled strongman. As the tension between the two escalated, seemingly on the brink of confrontation, Elder Gu hurriedly restrained Nailin Yin. "Young mistress, do not." Setting aside whether Nailin Yin, at the second level of martial arts, could contend with Xiao Han, at the fifth level, if they were to become enemies with the Xiao family now, it would surely provoke the formidable figure behind Xiao Han at that point. Even the Yunxian sect would face the threat of upheaval. Elder Gu understood well. While the Yunxian sect was a behemoth within the empire, even instilling fear in the royal family, it remained merely a relatively strong force in this vast continent, in a realm teeming with powerful beings, to say nothing of the sect leader. Even the former leader was but an inconspicuous figure among the multitude of strong practitioners. Until the identity of Xiao Han's master was known, it was unwise to offend him. Xiao Zhantian also stepped forward, restraining Xiao Han. Although he was unaware of the true strength of Xiao Han's master, offending the colossal Yunxian sect was never wise. Furthermore, there remained a bond of camaraderie between the heads of the Nailin and Xiao families. "Let it go, Honor," Xiao Zhantian sighed. "It is not worth it." Both Xiao Han and Nailin Yin were pulled back by their respective elders, gradually calming their turbulent spiritual energies. Gazing at Nailin Yan's unwilling expression, Xiao Han smiled faintly and spoke solemnly. "It seems that until I clarify this matter, you shall not be at ease. You previously asked me on what grounds I could dismiss you. Allow me to enlighten you. I, Xiao Han, am a prodigious talent, and my master is a figure of great renown across this continent. I am destined to become an unparalleled strongman. Meanwhile, you are merely the young mistress of a remote sect, destined to be, at most, a minor martial emperor. You are, indeed, unworthy of me." Xiao Han's words left all present in stunned silence, particularly Nailin Yin, who was shaken to her core. Previously, she had believed herself to be one of the foremost geniuses in the empire, naturally considering herself the most exceptional. Yet, her nominal fiancé, no longer her fiancé, was already setting his sights on the entire continent. She realized how narrow her perspective had been. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for forcefully displaying his prowess, earning 99 points of bravado. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for forcefully displaying his prowess, earning 88 points of bravado. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for forcefully displaying his prowess, earning 88 points of bravado. Watching as the envoy from the Yunxian sect stumbled out the door, the elders of the Xiao family were filled with mixed emotions, even experiencing a sense of surreal absurdity. That was the Yunxian sect, the mightiest sect in the entire empire, yet it had retreated in disarray before this mere 14-year-old youth. Xiao Zhantian, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. He merely patted Xiao Han on the shoulder with joy, saying, "Honor, your master is truly unfathomable. To suppress your cultivation for 3 years is an act of great foresight. You must diligently cultivate." Xiao Han could only agree. The other elders gathered around, eager to curry favor with someone capable of driving off the Yunxian sect. "Young clan leader, when will your master be arriving? We ought to invite him for a drink in gratitude." "Indeed, indeed. The one who cultivated you to such an extraordinary level must be an exceptional individual." "Exactly. I wonder if your master is still accepting disciples?" "My child, while not as gifted as the young clan leader, is still quite decent. Perhaps they could become brothers and look out for one another." Xiao Han turned to the elder who sought to find him a junior disciple. The second elder and chuckled, "Uncle, at your age, seeking to be my junior disciple seems inappropriate. Moreover, my master would not wish for such a thing." Cough, cough. The second elder's expression became awkward. "It's not your uncle. It's your cousin." Xiao Yun, to ensure his nephew could join Xiao Han's non-existent master, the second elder earnestly transformed Xiao Yun into Xiao Han's cousin. That was quite the effort, yet Xiao Han had no master to speak of. It was merely a pretext to frighten off the Yunxian sect's representatives. Feigning helplessness, Xiao Han sighed. "My master values talent above all else. He claims my talent is already unparalleled, and he will not take any more disciples in this lifetime. Cousin Xiao Yun has no chance." The second elder was immediately rendered speechless. Xiao Han continued, "Ah, I do not wish for it to be this way. I only lament the unfairness of heaven, which has fashioned me into such an exceptional being. I truly wish to understand what mediocrity feels like." Xiao Han clasped his hands behind his back, gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. "Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for forcefully displaying his prowess, earning 99 points of bravado." "Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for forcefully displaying his prowess, earning 99 points of bravado." "Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for forcefully displaying his prowess, earning 88 points of bravado." How I wish to know what mediocrity feels like. Even these elders, seasoned and cunning as they were, found themselves struck by Xiao Han's audacity, their faces reddening, speech faltering. The second elder's complexion oscillated between green and purple, as though he had consumed a dead fly. Understanding that they were likely to miss the opportunity to meet Xiao Han's master, they all took their leave from Xiao Zhantian. Xiao Zhantian's face was all smiles. "Ah, elders, please take care. The clan leader need not see you off. The clan leader is too courteous." Observing the elders depart, their expressions filled with frustration, Xiao Zhantian could not help but feel elated. He had previously endured the ire of these old geezers. Chapter 8. The Stone of Inheritance. Having finally extricated himself from the clutches of the unreliable elders within his clan, Xiao Han began to meander aimlessly through the streets, unwittingly arriving at this world. Truly without a hint of preparation in his previous life, he was merely an ordinary individual, not a wealthy second-generation heir, and everything had to be earned through his own efforts. However, the initial years of his endeavors were fraught with hardship. Friends and relatives kept their distance, and even his girlfriend departed from his side. Years later, when he had finally achieved a semblance of success, able to purchase a villa in the city center, those same relatives and friends returned, shamelessly seeking his favor. The harsh realities of life. Yet, now that he had traversed into this world, he could utilize the system to learn various martial arts techniques. Thus, in this lifetime, he vowed not to live in mediocrity. As he pondered this, he suddenly heard someone nearby exclaiming, "The Zhenwu sect has sent disciples again. At the Stone of Inheritance, the usual place." The usual rules. The selection process by the Zhenwu sect seemed excessively stringent. Who could possibly unleash a 5th-level inner strength while still below the martial master realm? Indeed, the Zhenwu sect, a prestigious sect that many would vie to join, was even more formidable than the Yunxian sect, hence their elevated requirements. Xiao Han stood momentarily in a daze, pondering the Stone of Inheritance and the Zhenwu sect. After searching his mind for information on the two, he finally comprehended that the Stone of Inheritance was a relic left behind by a powerful martial artist of the Zhenwu realm who had emerged from Wuqing. Upon returning to his hometown, he left behind this Stone of Inheritance, which contained the teachings of a technique known as the 8 Extremities Collapse. Any martial artist below the realm of a martial master could place their hand upon the stone of inheritance to acquire the teachings of the eight extremities collapse. By striking the stone with this technique, one could reveal the number of dark energies they possessed. The Jinwu sect, being more potent than the Yunxian sect, would periodically come to recruit disciples with only one condition. Any martial artist below the realm of martial master who could leave behind 5 traces of dark energy on the stone of inheritance would be unconditionally accepted into the Jinwu sect. Yet, this single stipulation had barred countless talents from Wuqing. Those with superior gifts might leave behind 1 or 2 traces, while those lacking talent would leave not a single mark. Even 3 years ago, Xiao Han could not leave 5 traces on the stone of inheritance. However, the current Xiao Han was not the same as he had been 3 years prior. Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Han flowed with the crowd toward the square where the stone of inheritance resided. Upon reaching the square, he found it teeming with people, and beneath the stone of inheritance, someone was already attempting the trial. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as Lai Jiao, the young clan leader of the Lai family, a 3-star martial artist. How persistent he was! Since the age of 16, Lai Jiao had come to the stone of inheritance to attempt the trial, failing each time. This marked his 5th failure. Now at 21, he still refused to give up. Lai Jiao shouted in a deep voice. 8 extremities collapse. He struck the stone of inheritance with a fierce punch, and the dark red grid upon the stone illuminated layer by layer. When it reached the 4th layer, it flickered slightly before finally settling at that level. 4 levels of dark energy, just 1 level shy of the Jinwu sect's requirement. Lai Jiao was elated. Several members of the Lai family nearby rejoiced, seemingly treating Lai Jiao's achievement as equivalent to joining the Jinwu sect. Yet, the disciples of the Jinwu sect nearby scoffed disdainfully, remarking that it took 5 years to cultivate to 4 levels of dark energy. Such talent? Indeed! While Lai Jiao basked in his moment of victory, he suddenly caught sight of Xiao Han, his brow furrowing slightly. The Lai family and the Xiao family were rivals of equal standing in Wuqing. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, and the Xiao family and Lai family had always been at odds that a few years prior. Xiao Han had emerged as a formidable figure, overshadowing the younger generation of the Lai family, leading their elders to speak of him with reverence. At that time, the younger members of the Lai family lived in the shadow of Xiao Han, harboring resentment toward him. However, with Xiao Han's talent having waned, the younger generation of the Lai family finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, due to their past inferiority, they greeted Xiao Han with scornful remarks every time they crossed paths. Seeing Xiao Han alone, without any attendants, they seized the opportunity to belittle him. Oh, isn't that our Wuqing Xiao the great genius? Why isn't he hiding in the Xiao residence today, but instead out and about? Perhaps the great genius Xiao wishes to partake in the trial and join the Jinwu sect. Indeed, if the great genius Xiao intervenes, the Jinwu sect would be a mere formality. They cackled, taunting Xiao Han. Xiao Han merely smiled slightly, replying, I step out only to hear a pack of little dogs barking. It seems they are wagging their tails in servitude to their master. The young Lai family members were infuriated. Their attempts to curry favor with Lai Jiao were to elevate their status within the clan, yet they were insulted by Xiao Han's words. Lai Jiao waved his hand, stepping forward with a smile. Greetings, Xiao Han. Xiao Han paid him no mind, turning away with a retort. What is there to greet, ah? Lai Jiao was taken aback by Xiao Han's response. I said, Greetings, Xiao Han. It's merely a formality. Should you not respond with a hello? Why should I respond with what is there to greet? Stammered Lai Jiao. Xiao Han, upon hearing this, touched his face and sighed. Alas, good looks cannot be converted into sustenance. Otherwise, my visage could sustain over 30,000 souls in Wuqing. Lai Jiao, ding, congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showing off, earning 99 show-off points. Ding, congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showing off, earning 99 show-off points. Ding, congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showing off, earning 99 show-off points. Chapter 9. 8 extremities collapse. Lai Jiao's expression resembled one who had just consumed a piece of dried excrement, green and pale, a veritable kaleidoscope of colors. Why was this young master of the Xiao family so unpredictably outrageous? It was rather uncomfortable. He wished to disengage from the conversation, yet Xiao Han ignored him, striding directly toward the stone of inheritance. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Oh, isn't that the young master of the Xiao family? Does he too wish to comprehend the stone of inheritance? The longer one spent attuning to the stone, the greater the number of dark energies one could produce. Little did they know what this once great talent of the Shao family could accomplish. He has long since been rendered useless. What dark energies could he possibly manifest? Just wait for the spectacle. Li Jiao's gaze flickered. Typically, the first attempt at attuning to the Stone of Inheritance would consume half an hour. The period during which the 8 extremities collapse technique could be grasped most effectively. His own first attempt had taken over half an hour. He wondered how long Xiao Han would take. Xiao Han, however, paid no heed to the disparaging remarks, placing his hand upon the Stone of Inheritance, clearing his mind, and commencing his attunement to the 8 extremities collapse. After merely 10 breaths, Xiao Han withdrew his hand. The onlookers were taken aback. Although they knew Xiao Han was deemed a failure, they had never anticipated he would fall to such depths. To withdraw after only 10 breaths. This was unprecedented since the stone's establishment. Li Jiao and his companions could hardly contain their glee, mockingly exclaiming, "Young Master Xiao truly is a genius, managing to comprehend for a mere 10 breaths. What a surprise! Indeed, this record is surely without precedent and likely without successors. Ha, merely a waste of space. He probably cannot even produce a single level of dark energy. What a disgrace!" Amidst the cacophony of ridicule, Xiao Han moved. He slowly raised his right hand into a fist, dark red spiritual energy coalescing within it, erupting with a pulse that sent chills through the crowd. The Li family disciples felt as if they were ducks with their throats constricted, rendered mute by this overwhelming aura. With the force of thunder, Xiao Han unleashed his fist, striking the Stone of Inheritance with a ferocious blow. The first grid of the stone instantly illuminated, and with astonishing speed, it surged upward. First layer, second layer, third layer, fourth layer. Almost simultaneously, the 8th layer of dark red light shone brightly, the speed so rapid it appeared as a continuous line. 8th layer, astonishing. This 14-year-old boy managed to illuminate the stone to the 8th level on his first trial. What extraordinary talent! Anyone capable of igniting the stone to 3 or 4 levels possessed considerable aptitude. Igniting 5 levels would grant them admission into the Jinwu sect. Those who achieved 6 or 7 levels were considered proud prodigies, cultivated as core disciples of the sect. But to ignite 8 levels in one go, without exception, indicated historical figures of great renown, including those who stood atop this continent as unparalleled powerhouses. Could it be that this so-called waste of the Shao family would become a brilliant legend in the future? As this thought crossed their minds, the crowd regarded Xiao Han with newfound reverence. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showing off, earning 99 show-off points. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showing off, earning 99 show-off points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiao Han, for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points in bravado. Just as everyone marveled at Xiao Han's achievement, Li Jiao and others voiced their dissent. This is impossible. There must be a flaw with the steel. He has been crippled for 3 years, reduced to a mere 3rd-tier Qi cultivator. How could he possibly unleash the power of the 8th level of hidden energy? Li Jiao and his companions shouted from the sidelines, and the crowd seemed to awaken, casting skeptical glances at Xiao Han. Indeed, this Xiao Han had been declining for 3 years. How could he suddenly shine so brightly today? The disciples of the true martial sect exchanged glances. Having come to guard Wu City, they too had heard of Xiao Han's tale, a fallen genius. If Xiao Han's innate talent had not diminished, then such an achievement, while astonishing, could be somewhat accepted. However, for Xiao Han to transform from a 3-year cripple into an unparalleled genius capable of unleashing the 8th level of hidden energy was a disparity that left the disciples of the true martial sect in a state of disbelief. Uncertain of what to make of it that moment, Han Chuan, the chief disciple stationed at the true martial sect, stepped forward. With a furrowed brow, he regarded the raucous Li Jiao and his companions. A trace of mockery gracing his lips. Although he was unaware of Xiao Han's true abilities, the overwhelming aura he exuded when he struck earlier was certainly not something a mere 3rd-tier Qi cultivator could possess. In fact, it was likely stronger than that of most disciples within the true martial sect. Yet, the peculiarity of Xiao Han's achievement piqued Han Chuan's interest. He gazed at the individual standing nonchalantly beside the legacy stone. A faint smile playing on his lips. "Xiao Han, I am Han Chuan. an inner disciple of the true martial sect and the chief disciple stationed for this selection in Wu City. Your accomplishment is truly extraordinary. Would you care to strike again? Chapter 10. Another strike. Han Chuan smiled, confident that Xiao Han could indeed unleash the 8th level of hidden energy once more. Another strike was merely to silence those gathered nearby. However, Xiao Han shook his head in refusal. It is impossible to strike again, because, before Xiao Han could complete his sentence, a subtle sound emanated from the legacy stone. Crack! The noise, though faint, captured the attention of all present. The ancient stone that had stood in Wu City for a millennium trembled, and soon a web of cracks began to spread across its surface, culminating in its shattering before the incredulous eyes of the crowd. Impossible! The vast square, bustling with thousands of people, fell into stunned silence as they gazed at the 14-year-old boy standing at its center. The once clamorous crowd, reminiscent of a bustling market, became eerily quiet. This was a relic left behind by a powerful warrior of the sect. How could it be shattered? For a millennium, this stone had witnessed the rise of countless geniuses and the fall of many. A testament to the heroes of generations past, yet it had remained steadfast, revered by the residents of Wu City as immortal. And now, this immortality had been shattered by a mere 14-year-old boy. How could this be? Han Chuan swallowed hard, casting an odd glance at Xiao Han. The fact that the legacy stone had been destroyed led him to wonder if this fellow was some sort of human beast. Xiao Han, perceiving Han Chuan's peculiar gaze, felt a pang of guilt. Hey, I didn't expect this stone to be so fragile. You don't want me to compensate, do you? Han Chuan nearly spat blood in disbelief. How could he claim that a relic of the sect was fragile? It had stood for over 1,000 years without issue, and yet here was Xiao Han, shattering it upon his arrival. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiao Han, for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points in bravado. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiao Han, for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points in bravado. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiao Han, for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points in bravado. With a darkened expression, Han Chuan turned to a towering figure beside him. Man Shan, go and test him. See if he truly possesses the 8th level of hidden energy. Understood, senior brother, came the reply. A disciple of the true martial sect stepped forward, resembling a humanoid bear, towering over 2 meters, shaking the ground as he approached. The disciple, known as Man Shan, grinned broadly and boisterously proclaimed, Junior brother, do not hold back, strike my chest. My strongest attribute is my defense. Use your full strength. If I take a single step back, it will count as my loss. Man Shan had reached the pinnacle of the warrior realm. Having cultivated the advanced true martial sect technique, the celestial body of the sky. His tough skin and resilient flesh made him impervious even to the mightiest of martial masters, as for opponents at the warrior realm. Even those who had mastered the 8 levels of hidden energy would struggle to harm him. Thus, he confidently challenged Xiao Han. Xiao Han, however, appeared bemused. Is that really necessary? It wouldn't be good to get hurt. Man Shan, mistaking Xiao Han's hesitance for fear of injury, laughed heartily. Strike my chest with all your might. Fear not, senior brother won't be harmed. Seeing Man Shan's insistence, Xiao Han resigned himself to the challenge and struck with a powerful punch towards Man Shan. The fist cutting through the air like wind. Man Shan took his stance, and as Xiao Han approached, he bellowed. Come on then, with a forceful blow. Xiao Han sent Man Shan soaring into the air, spinning 720 degrees before crashing heavily to the ground. The disciples of the true martial sect were left in stunned silence. While Man Shan might not have been the highest ranked among their group, he was undoubtedly the most defensively formidable. Even the strongest disciple, Han Chuan, could not have landed a blow on him. Yet this Xiao Han, how could he be so powerful? Xiao Han, astonished at having sent Man Shan flying, was equally bewildered. Weren't you quite strong? Did you not tell me to hold nothing back? Rushing over to assist Man Shan, he found the latter waving him off. No need to help. Big brother, senior brother is fine. However, before he could finish, Man Shan coughed up blood and continued. Senior brother is merely nursing a fractured rib. A fractured rib, and you're still fine? Xiao Han was a bit taken aback. Han Chuan's brows furrowed so tightly they could crush a fly as he approached. How many levels of hidden energy did he unleash to injure you so? Cough, cough. He unleashed 18 levels of hidden energy. I was caught off guard. Han Xuan waved his hand, and the unfortunate man Shan was taken away for treatment. Han Xuan gazed at Xiao Han, excitement radiating from him as if he had discovered a priceless treasure. Xiao Han, congratulations on passing our true martial sect's assessment. Henceforth, you shall be a member of the true martial sect. To have recruited such a gifted junior brother in this endeavor was a significant achievement. Upon returning, his master would surely commend him. Surely, there would be no shortage of rewards such as elixirs and techniques for his efforts. As Han Xuan envisioned his master's praise, a foolish grin spread across his face. Wait. When did I say I wanted to join the true martial sect? Ah? Han Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Joining your true martial sect would not be out of the question, but first, you must tell me what benefits there are to joining. Xiao Han declared with utmost seriousness, embarking on a negotiation with Han Xuan. Chapter 11. The Woman in White Benefits. Han Xuan was left utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend. Did he mishear? This young man was attempting to negotiate for benefits? Each year, countless talented individuals from Wu City sought his favor, pleading for an opportunity to join the true martial sect, only to be turned away with ruthlessness. Yet here was Xiao Han, demanding perks? Xiao Han, we are the true martial sect. Han Xuan earnestly emphasized the words true martial sect, placing particular emphasis on their significance. The true martial sect was renowned across the continent, far from being a mere minor sect. Xiao Han blinked innocently, replying with utmost sincerity. I know it is the true martial sect, but surely, joining you offers no benefits whatsoever? Truly, you expect me to join your true martial sect without any perks? No way. A fool would agree to such a lopsided deal. Xiao Han crossed his arms defiantly, shaking his head while muttering, glancing at Han Xuan with growing disdain, as if to say, no benefits at all? What a miser! Han Xuan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Could it be that the true martial sect's reputation had waned in Wu City? And what was with that disdainful look Xiao Han cast his way? Realizing Xiao Han was about to leave, Han Xuan snapped back to reality, calling out, Xiao Han, your demands shall be conveyed to our assessment elder. He will come to see you personally. Please wait for us at the Xiao residence. Xiao Han waved dismissively, leaving behind a striking silhouette as he departed, leaving Han Xuan uncertain whether he had truly registered the request. Senior brother, what should we do next? A disciple approached Han Xuan, inquiring. Han Xuan contemplated the direction in which Xiao Han had vanished, deep in thought. This individual possesses extraordinary talent. We must ensure he joins the true martial sect. Let us find the assessment elder. As Xiao Han stepped beyond the city gates, he wandered aimlessly, gazing at the distant mountain range, pondering. That must be the Beast Mountain. The city gates bustled with activity, a multitude of mercenaries congregating. Calling out to those wishing to venture into the mountains, a 6-man team is heading out to search for blue ice grass, offering a reward of 50 gold coins. Interested parties, come forth. Recruitment. Baiyao Pavilion is heading to the Monster Beast Mountain range to gather medicinal herbs. Seeking martial artists with cultivation levels of at least the 2nd realm. Wanbao Pavilion is offering a handsome reward for 2nd-tier beast cores. Teams interested in hunting monster beasts are welcome. Quite a lively scene. Xiao Han leisurely strolled through the crowd, arms crossed. Just then, a pitiful voice pierced the air. Little medicine fairy, I beg you, save my brother. Xiao Han turned to see a 7-foot-tall man clutching an injured man, desperately pleading with a woman in white. The woman, with an ethereal grace and delicate willow-like brows, appeared quite troubled. After a moment, she spoke. He was bitten by a 2nd-tier mandala snake, and you brought him too late. The venom has already penetrated his organs. There is no saving him. The little medicine fairy's voice was sweet and gentle, enchanting to hear. Under normal circumstances, the man would have been filled with hope. Anticipating more words from her, however, upon hearing her words, he collapsed to the ground, anguished, tearing at his hair and weeping. Brother, it's my fault. I shouldn't have coveted that crimson fruit. All heavenly treasures have their guardians. The little medicine fairy sighed, clearly at a loss. Ding. A scene of bravado detected. System sub-profession activated. Physician. Using 100 points of bravado can max out physician skills. Would you like to proceed? Physician skills? Such a mechanism exists? Xiao Han smiled slightly and thought, activate, ding. 100 points of bravado deducted. Physician skills successfully activated. With the physician skills now at his disposal, Xiao Han approached the poison man for a closer inspection. The man's complexion was ashen, clearly indicating that the venom had invaded his body. No wonder the little medicine fairy could not cure him. But just because she could not, did not mean he could not. Xiao Han stepped forward and declared calmly, "Who says he cannot be saved? This man is clearly salvageable." Upon hearing this, the kneeling man quickly turned his pleading gaze towards Xiao Han, bowing repeatedly. "I am Ma Dashan, I implore you, noble sir, show mercy and save my poor brother." Ma Dashan looked at Xiao Han with a beseeching gaze, evidently hoping for his assistance. However, the mercenaries nearby were not pleased. The little medicine fairy had saved countless lives in this monster beast mountain range, and her medical skills were exceptional. How could a mere boy, not yet in his teens, dare to contradict her? Laughter erupted from the onlookers. Where did this kid come from, daring to boast so? Even the little medicine fairy cannot save him. Do you think you can? Humph! If you manage to save this injured man, I'll eat my shoes. The little medicine fairy curiously regarded Xiao Han, then raised her hand to calm the crowd, signaling them to settle down. She turned to Xiao Han and said, "I am but a novice in medicine. If you could perform a miraculous recovery, it would be most splendid." Hearing this, the crowd was impressed that the little medicine fairy did not take offense at Xiao Han's words, but instead encouraged him to help, deepening their admiration for her. Xiao Han, however, replied playfully, "I maintain that this man can be saved, but my method is rather unconventional. Are you certain you wish for me to proceed?" Upon hearing this, Ma Dashan beamed with joy. "Absolutely. As long as you can save him. Any method you choose is welcome." Chapter 12. Directly killing Xiao Han inquired once more, "Regardless of my method, you will not impede me." This was directed at the surrounding crowd. Upon realizing that Xiao Han seemed genuinely confident in saving the man, murmurs began to circulate among the onlookers. "Of course not. Why would we stop you from saving a life? No matter how you go about it, saving a life is a noble deed. Absolutely no obstruction. Feel free to proceed." Ma Dashan, hearing this, repeated fervently, "As long as you can save my brother, you will be our benefactor, and we will repay you with our lives." With that, he began to bow fervently, his forehead striking the stone pavement, drawing blood. Seeing the man injure himself, Xiao Han helped him up and said, "Enough. I shall save him." Having resolved to save the man, Xiao Han wasted no time and approached the unconscious victim directly, taking action amidst the crowd's expectant gazes. Thud! A punch struck the poisoned man's chest. Ugh! The poisoned man let out a muffled groan, his complexion paling further. The crowd was left in shock. Wasn't he supposed to be saving him? What was the meaning of striking a nearly lifeless patient? Thud, 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 thud. Before the crowd could recover from their stupor, Xiao Han unleashed several punches, each landing solidly. The poisoned man spewed forth a mouthful of black blood, his face turning ghostly pale, breath faint, and he fell into unconsciousness once again. The crowd erupted in uproar. This lad had killed him. What a vile boy, to strike with such cruelty. Ma Dashan was momentarily stunned and quickly moved to block Xiao Han. Shouting furiously, "What are you doing?" Xiao Han seemed unaffected by the furious gazes around him, wiping his brow lightly, and replied, "I did mention that my method of saving is quite unique." Upon hearing this, the mercenaries were incensed. He had outright killed the man and still claimed to be saving him. They were all warriors, living on the edge. Who could guarantee that they would not find themselves in a similar predicament? Seeing a mere 15 or 16-year-old causing chaos and beating a dying person, their anger surged. "How dare you? Allow me to teach you a lesson." As he spoke, a burly man stepped forward, spitting on the ground with disdain. The crowd instinctively retreated, for this man, known as the Battle Bear, was a formidable 3-star martial artist. With a flicker of yellow energy surrounding him, he unleashed his renowned mid-level yellow-grade martial skill, Great Strength Capture. He had once torn apart a mid-level first-tier violent magic bear with this very technique, which was the origin of his nickname Battle Bear. With a sweeping motion, the Battle Bear lunged at Xiao Han's collar. Crack! The sound echoed as a figure flew backwards several meters, kicking up a cloud of dust. The onlookers scoffed, mocking the boy who possessed no cultivation and could not withstand even a single blow from the Battle Bear. As they anticipated the boy's downfall, the dust settled, revealing the fallen figure. Gasps of shock filled the air. How could it be the battle bear lying in the pit? This boy had actually sent the battle bear flying with a single move. Could he possibly be a martial master? The crowd looked at Xiao Han with a newfound respect. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully displaying bravado, earning 99 points of bravado. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully displaying bravado, earning 99 points of bravado. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully displaying bravado, earning 99 points of bravado. Cough, cough. The battle bear slowly rose, coughing, looking at Xiao Han with a mix of awe. This 15 or 16-year-old's cultivation was significantly higher than his own. Even if he wasn't a martial master, he was very close. Yet the battle bear, being brash and headstrong, could not help but retort, "If your cultivation is so high, why resort to beating a defenseless individual?" The crowd, though hesitant to act, began to voice their indignation. Indeed, is it satisfying to bully a weakling without the power to resist? You claim to save lives. Yet you have deceived us for so long. Life is unpredictable. Should you find yourself on the ground one day, how would you feel if others treated you this way? The crowd was filled with condemnation, their words echoing like a storm. Just as tensions mounted and the atmosphere threatened to spiral out of control, someone shouted, "Look, the injured man is waking." Everyone turned to see the unconscious poisoned man suddenly spitting out black liquid. Gradually regaining consciousness and color in his cheeks, Imadashin exclaimed, "Brother, are you all right, brother? I feel fine now, just a bit of pain in my chest." Could it be that he was truly healed? The crowd stood in stunned silence, staring at the boy who remained nonchalant, realizing he had indeed saved a life. Chapter 13. An invitation. At that moment, the crowd's faces flushed with embarrassment, reflecting on their earlier indignation. They felt utterly ashamed for having stood on a moral high ground, berating a boy who was genuinely attempting to save a life. Yet after the shame came a wave of astonishment. This boy, no more than 16, not only possessed great strength but had also managed to heal a man whom even the little medicine fairy could not save. How could such a prodigy exist in this world? In an instant, the crowd gazed at Xiao Han with a newfound reverence. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully displaying bravado, earning 77 points of bravado. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully displaying bravado, earning 88 points of bravado. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiao Han, on successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points in style points. Clap, clap, clap. Just at that moment, the little medicine fairy stepped forward, clapping her hands. Incredible, truly incredible, to be able to expel the poisonous blood using inner strength without harming the internal organs. Such a technique is something even a grand martial master might struggle to achieve. I am truly in awe. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. A person whom the grand martial masters could not save had been rescued by this young lad. Could it be that he is a martial spirit expert from a hidden sect? Instantly, the way everyone looked at Xiao Han changed, their gazes now filled with reverence and trepidation, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiao Han, on successfully showcasing his prowess invisibly, earning 99 points in style points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiao Han, on successfully showcasing his prowess invisibly, earning 99 points in style points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiao Han, on successfully showcasing his prowess invisibly, earning 99 points in style points. Listening to the announcements echoing in his mind, Xiao Han absent-mindedly rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat baffled by this inexplicable display of bravado. As the crowd realized that Xiao Han might be a powerful martial spirit, they quietly began to disperse. Reflecting on how they had previously pointed fingers at a martial spirit expert in anger, they felt a twinge of regret. What right did mere mercenaries have to offend such a distinguished figure? Time to make a hasty retreat. Before long, the vast expanse was left with only Xiao Han and the little medicine fairy. She gazed at him with a sweet smile and was about to speak when Xiao Han turned to leave. "Hey, wait for me." The little medicine fairy trotted after him, holding onto his arm. "Don't go. I need your help with something." Not helping. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Han promptly rejected her. The little medicine fairy was momentarily stunned. As a delicate girl asking for assistance, she found it unfair that he had dismissed her request without even hearing it out. Hey, you don't even know what I want help with. Why refuse so quickly? Xiao Han, upon hearing this, turned back with a cold expression and stepped closer to her. The two stood face to face, their distance less than 10 centimeters apart. The little medicine fairy felt a wave of masculine energy wash over her, causing her cheeks to flush as she instinctively stepped back. Hey, what are you doing? She covered her chest with her hands, eyeing him warily. Xiao Han smiled faintly. Since you know how I saved that injured man, you should have realized that my cultivation level is merely that of a martial artist. Knowing I'm just a martial artist, yet you still deliberately claimed in front of everyone that even grand martial masters couldn't achieve what I did. It's clear you wanted to scare the onlookers away. After scaring them off, you wish to seek my assistance, which implies you don't want others to know you need my help. This is not something that can be done openly. Moreover, you have many acquaintances who are martial artists. Yet you chose me, a stranger, to assist you. From any angle you look at it, your request must be quite troublesome, and I do not enjoy trouble. Find someone else. With every point he made, the surprise on the little medicine fairy's face grew. By the time he finished his analysis, she was left with her mouth agape, as if she had seen a ghost. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiao Han, on successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points in style points. Seeing the little medicine fairy in shock and speechless, Xiao Han furrowed his brow and asked, "What's wrong? Am I not right?" "Oh, no. You are absolutely correct," the little medicine fairy finally snapped back to reality. "Then, I shall take my leave." Xiao Han clasped his hands in a polite gesture and turned to depart, having no intention of engaging in such troublesome matters. "Wait, don't go." As Xiao Han made to leave, the little medicine fairy, taking a leap, clung to him like a koala. Xiao Han stumbled, looking at the little medicine fairy, who was pouting adorably while clinging to him, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Hey, get off me. What do you think you're doing?" With the onlookers in the distance pointing and whispering, he felt increasingly uncomfortable. "In a way, if you don't agree to help me, I want to let go." The little medicine fairy tightened her grip, fearing he might escape, and Xiao Han could distinctly feel her softness pressing against him. Having never encountered such a situation in either of his lifetimes, he felt his nose bleeding from embarrassment and had no choice but to plead. All right, I agree. Just let go." With a resigned sigh, he thought to himself, "Little medicine fairy, you win this round." Chapter 14. The Legacy of the Martial King. Half an hour later, in Wu City, a Juya residence, Xiao Han looked at the little medicine fairy, who was brewing tea, with a helpless expression. Dressed in white, her elegant demeanor combined with the misty steam and her beautiful visage created a sight that was simply enchanting. Anyone witnessing this scene would undoubtedly perceive her as a refined and gentle lady. Yet who would believe that just half an hour ago, this girl had clung to him like a koala? Recalling the softness of her body, Xiao Han couldn't help but feel his heart stir. Regaining his composure, he addressed the little medicine fairy with seriousness. "Speak, what exactly do you require of me?" The little medicine fairy smiled gently at him and replied, "Rest assured, this matter is indeed a great opportunity. Others would beg to join, but I would refuse them." She took a delicate sip of tea and continued, "I've discovered a cave that belonged to a venerable martial king, and I would like to invite you to help me open it." Her words were astonishing. The cave of a martial king, filled with treasures, techniques, and elixirs, but it would undoubtedly come with numerous dangers. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow, surprised, but quickly composed himself, fixing his gaze on the little medicine fairy as he slowly inquired, "The resting place of a martial king is of immense value. We are not related, so why invite me to join you?" Noticing that Xiao Han did not lose his composure at the mention of the martial king's legacy, the little medicine fairy regarded him with newfound respect and began to explain, "To be honest, I stumbled upon the martial king's legacy by chance, but I lack the strength to open it alone. If the news were to spread, many powerful figures would come seeking it, and I would gain nothing. Moreover, my former employer, the Scorpion Mercenary Group from Mo Feng Town, has also caught wind of the news and sent a large number of people to search for the treasure. The cultivators I am familiar with are all on good terms with the leader of the Scorpion Mercenary Group, and the allure of the martial king's legacy is too great. I cannot trust those familiar cultivators. Your strength is neither too high nor too low, making you a suitable partner for me, while also ensuring you won't abandon me to claim the treasures for yourself. Hence, I chose you. If we manage to open the treasure, I will select one item first, and we shall share the rest equally. What do you think? After speaking, the little medicine fairy leisurely sipped her tea, confident that Xiao Han would not refuse. I refuse. Xiao Han sat sideways, propping his chin on his hand, as if the previous statement hadn't come from him at all. The little medicine fairy spat out her tea. That is the legacy of a martial king. A collection amassed over a lifetime, filled with high-level techniques and elixirs. This is an opportunity every cultivator dreams of. How could you refuse? Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him. Xiao Han slowly stood up, a dismissive expression on his face. A mere martial king. What value does his legacy hold? My lineage is profound. Why would I be interested in the legacy of a small-time martial king? With a demeanor as light as a feather, he observed the little medicine fairy, who was left speechless. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiao Han, on successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points in style points. Xiao Han smiled slightly and continued, however, it's not impossible for me to lend a hand, provided. He adopted a contemplative look, stroking his chin as if pondering a matter of great complexity. Provided what? The little medicine fairy hurriedly asked, her tone weak. The legacy of the martial king was her strongest card, yet he seemed unimpressed. Provided that I may choose 3 items from the martial king's legacy first. Xiao Han spoke earnestly, as if that statement hadn't come from him at all. What? You were so nonchalant before. Why has the tone suddenly shifted? After a moment, the little medicine fairy finally processed his words, her face flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, "That's impossible. I provided the intel. Why should you choose first?" Well, if you don't agree, then I shall take my leave. Xiao Han clasped his hands together and prepared to exit the room. The little medicine fairy was once again caught off guard. This man seemed to treat the legacy of the martial king with utter indifference. She watched him stride toward the door. She had no choice but to relent, calling out helplessly, "All right, I agree. You can choose first." In the end, the item she desired was something he wouldn't need anyway. It was merely a matter of letting him snag a few good items first. Only then did Xiao Han turn back, smiling at the little medicine fairy. "Pleasure doing business with you." "Pleasure? You and your big-headed nonsense." The little medicine fairy seethed inwardly, feeling quite indignant. Half an hour later, the cold-faced little medicine fairy led Xiao Han deep into the Beast Mountain range. The forest was lush with verdant trees and abundant vegetation, with occasional traces of low-level demon beasts passing by. The area was devoid of any cultivators, and the little medicine fairy discerned the direction before heading straight toward a mountain ravine. After approximately the time it takes to burn an incense stick, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 15. Ceiling barrier. Xiao Han furrowed his brows as he surveyed his surroundings. Before him stood a low hill with a waterfall cascading down, leading into a small pond, crystal clear to the bottom. It certainly did not resemble the lair of a martial king. Hey, little medicine fairy. There's clearly nothing here. Are you mistaken? Xiao Han tilted his head, questioning the little medicine fairy. The little medicine fairy maintained her icy demeanor, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Han as she retorted. You don't have to come. She stepped directly into the pond, the water rising to her delicate waist. Her white dress rippled with the azure waves, and the splashing water from the waterfall instantly drenched her attire. A strand of her silky hair clinging to her snow-white face, reminiscent of a lotus emerging from the water. Faced with such a beautiful sight, Xiao Han couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. Turning back, the little medicine fairy looked at the dazed Xiao Han, her willow-like brows knitting slightly. Why are you just standing there? The lair is behind this waterfall. Aren't you coming down? Only then did Xiao Han regain his senses, and the two of them swam toward the waterfall. Upon entering, he discovered that behind the waterfall lay a stone cave, the entrance situated just above the water's surface, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to enter. It seemed the little medicine fairy must have stumbled upon it by chance. The stone cave was dry and spacious, not at all resembling a hidden lair behind a waterfall, and it was far from damp. After walking for a few minutes, they came upon a stone door. Just as Xiao Han was about to push it open, he was halted by the little medicine fairy. Why are you pulling me? Aren't we going in to seek treasure? Xiao Han asked in confusion. Do you not see the sealing barrier here? The little medicine fairy frowned and continued. This layer of sealing protects the lair. preventing outsiders from entering. If we were to forcefully destroy the barrier, the entire cave could collapse, and we would be trapped inside. Thus, there was only one way to enter: to shatter the stone door without breaking the sealing barrier. Once the door was opened wide, the barrier would naturally dissipate. After saying this, the little medicine fairy gazed at Xiao Han with hopeful eyes, and he suddenly realized, "No wonder you sought me out specifically. You knew I could perform the 8 extremities burst." Xiao Han exclaimed in enlightenment. There were plenty of cultivators at the warrior realm, yet this woman had chosen to cling to him. It turned out she was aware of his ability to unlock the barrier. How amusing that the young master of the Xiao family shattered the inheritance stone in one blow, even sending a disciple of the true martial sect flying. This news had already spread throughout the entire Dock City within half an hour. At first, I hadn't thought of this. Who knew I would just happen to encounter you using dark energy to strike that person's poisonous blood without harming him, leading me to this sudden epiphany. It all comes down to fate. The little medicine fairy chuckled as she patted Xiao Han's shoulder, her large eyes curving into crescent moons, revealing a faint dimple on her charming face. Xiao Han, feeling somewhat helpless, said, "You can just hide behind me." "Oh." The little medicine fairy obediently nodded and took shelter behind Xiao Han. Xiao Han took a deep breath, a crimson aura of spiritual power slowly emanating from him, gathering toward his right hand. With a swift step, he unleashed a powerful strike, an indescribable force impacting the sealing barrier. The ice-blue barrier trembled slightly, as if on the verge of breaking, rippling with layers of waves. Yet it ultimately did not shatter, instead colliding against the stone door with a resounding bang. With a tremendous crash, the stone door disintegrated into a shower of rubble, dust scattering like fireworks. Meanwhile, the faint blue sealing barrier gradually faded away. Hiss! The little medicine fairy gasped in astonishment. Although she had known Xiao Han shattered the inheritance stone and presumed he could also break the stone door, witnessing him obliterate a 3-meter-high stone door into dust with a single punch was still shocking. Ignoring the astonished little medicine fairy, Xiao Han calmly brushed off the dust from his clothes, saying nonchalantly, "Let us go." Ding. Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully showing off, earning 99 display points. At that moment, the two of them stepped into the stone cave, which was quite spacious, and in the center stood a throne. Their gazes were drawn to the throne in the hall, upon which sat a skeleton draped in a dark armor. With a green stone platform before it, upon which rested 2 large treasure chests, they first scrutinized the skeleton. It was adorned in dark armor that covered much of its body, and the exposed bones shimmered with an extraordinary light. The individual must have been a super expert, as the little medicine fairy had claimed, at least a martial king. Next, their attention shifted to the stone platform and the treasure chests before the skeleton, which surely contained the treasures of a martial king. Approaching the stone steps, they reached the green stone platform and the treasure chests, where they found 3 items: a spatial ring and 2 martial skill manuals. The inscriptions on the chests read medicinal materials and secret techniques, respectively. Chapter 16. Flying Technique, Kunpeng Wings. It was evident that the 3 items on the stone platform were the most precious, while the contents of the 2 chests were likely of ordinary quality. Xiao Han smiled and said to the little medicine fairy, as previously agreed, "I will choose 3 treasures first, so I'll be taking them." The little medicine fairy, her face flushed with indignation, crossed her arms and huffed, refusing to respond. Xiao Han stepped forward, closely inspecting the 3 items on the stone platform. He first picked up a high-grade spatial ring, which had an internal space of 100 cubic meters, a capacity that even an ordinary martial king might not possess. He slipped the ring onto his finger and smiled at the little medicine fairy. "I'll take this ring." The little medicine fairy shot him a cold glare, saying, "That's the first item." Next, Xiao Han picked up one of the martial skill manuals, and the title Kunpeng Wings caught his eye. "Wow, this is a rare flying technique. I see the crafting method of such techniques supposed to be lost." The little medicine fairy exclaimed in surprise. Generally, only martial kings could manifest wings and achieve flight. But this flying technique allowed one to gain the ability to fly early on, greatly enhancing a cultivator's survival chances in the early stages. Moreover, even after advancing to the martial king realm, where one could manifest wings with spiritual power, this flying technique would still prove valuable, as it allowed for the overlapping of wing spans, resulting in a speed that far exceeded that of a single wing span. The rarity of this flying technique surpassed that of ordinary Earth-level techniques. Curious, Xiao Han opened the description of Kunpeng wings. The wings are derived from the golden-winged roc, a sixth-tier flying demon beast, said to possess a sparse bloodline of the ancient Kunpeng, renowned for its speed among all flying magical beasts. Xiao Han's eyes lit up, and he smiled slightly. This flying technique is quite impressive. I'll take it too. The little medicine fairy's expression turned envious and jealous. She desperately wanted to snatch the flying technique from him, but recalling their prior agreement, she could only grit her teeth and say, "That's the second item." Under the little medicine fairy's watchful gaze, Xiao Han opened the final tome, revealing it to be a colorful poison manual. The little medicine fairy anxiously watched Xiao Han, and seeing him reach for the colorful poison manual, she suddenly had an idea. With her enchanting eyes gazing at Xiao Han, she sweetly pleaded, "Xiao Han, this colorful poison manual is of no use to you. Why not let me have it? You can choose another technique, all right?" The little medicine fairy's pitiful demeanor tugged at Xiao Han's heartstrings, and anyone witnessing her would be softened. If the mercenaries outside the city gates had seen her like this, they would have undoubtedly agreed to anything without hesitation. Even Xiao Han, upon witnessing her expression, raised an eyebrow, a bemused smile playing on his lips as he replied after a long pause, "This is a poison manual comparable to Earth-level techniques. It holds significant value." Upon hearing this, the little medicine fairy grew anxious. How could this adorable girl plead with him so earnestly, and yet he wouldn't agree? It was simply outrageous. Just as she was about to say something, Xiao Han continued, "However, I wouldn't mind giving it to you, but for the remaining chests, all the medicinal materials belong to me, and I want half of the techniques." The little medicine fairy was momentarily taken aback. Then her anger flared. "Xiao Han, don't push your luck." Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Han interjected, "Then I'll just keep the poison manual." "You?" The little medicine fairy pointed at Xiao Han. Gritting her teeth, "Deal." With a face full of indignation, Xiao Yaoxian tucked the seven-colored poison scripture away and cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Han, thinking him rather miserly and lacking in gentlemanly demeanor. Xiao Han, however, remained unconcerned with Xiao Yaoxian's opinion, finding it unwise to forsake tangible benefits for the sake of some so-called gentlemanly conduct. The distribution plan had already been settled. He first opened the treasure chest containing the cultivation techniques, revealing a myriad of manuals, most of which were of the low to mid-level of the profound rank, with the occasional basic high-level technique. As for Earth-rank techniques, there were none, which did not surprise Xiao Han. The two of them divided the techniques equally, each taking their share. Next, Xiao Han opened the box labeled for medicinal herbs. As soon as he cracked it open, a rich aroma of herbs wafted out, invigorating the senses. Xiao Yaoxian looked on with envy. Only the most precious herbs could emit such a potent fragrance, indicating that treasures lay within. Xiao Han felt a surge of excitement as well. However, upon opening the treasure chest, Xiao Han was taken aback. How could it be empty? Though the alluring scent of herbs lingered in the air, where were the actual herbs? He glanced at the skeleton. Could it be that its owner had consumed them all? What unfortunate luck! Xiao Han ruefully rubbed his nose. Xiao Yaoxian, witnessing Xiao Han's dismay, couldn't help but stifle a giggle. "Well, it's not entirely empty. Look, there's a piece of Huang Lian essence in the corner." Gazing at the low-level herb, Xiao Han felt somewhat helpless. Just as he was about to retrieve the Huang Lian essence, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chapter 17. The Flame of Living Beings. As Xiao Han reached out to grasp the Huang Lian essence, it suddenly transformed into a strange green flame, swiftly darting away from him. Xiao Han was taken aback. What was happening? It had been a piece of Huang Lian essence. How could it suddenly turn into flames? Before he could comprehend the situation, the peculiar flame vanished into the depths of the cave. "What was that just now?" Xiao Yaoxian exclaimed, equally startled. The transformation of the herb into a green flame was something she had never encountered before. Xiao Han furrowed his brow in contemplation. Then his face lit up with joy. "I know. That is the Flame of Living Beings. It ranks 5th on the exotic fire list." Recalling the memories from his past life, Xiao Han knew that the top-ranked fire was the Imperial Flame, long vanished from this world, followed by the void-devouring flame, the pure lotus demon flame, and the Golden Emperor's blazing flame. The 5th, indeed, was the Flame of Living Beings. legend spoke of this flame's insatiable appetite for herbs. But if one were to cast the seeds of herbs into the flame of living beings, they would quickly flourish into full-grown medicinal plants. Thus, acquiring the flame of living beings meant securing an inexhaustible treasure trove of herbs. The more Xiao Han pondered, the more exhilarated he became. He turned to the still-stunned Xiao Yaoxian and urged, "Let us go. We must pursue it. This is a top 5 exotic fire. We absolutely must obtain it." Xiao Yaoxian gazed at Xiao Han in astonishment. She had heard of exotic fires before but only knew them as immensely powerful flames. Yet this man could recount their ranks with such clarity. His knowledge far surpassed her own. As they ventured deeper into the cave, remnants of mining activity became apparent, with traces of hidden chambers, alchemy rooms, and weaponry storage, though most had collapsed, leaving little of value behind. The two walked side by side, their footsteps echoing in the cavernous silence, creating an eerie atmosphere. At that moment, Xiao Yaoxian gasped, "Look, what is that?" Fixating their attention on a nearby pile of rubble. They spotted an extraordinary medicinal herb, a dual-blossomed plant, one flower a fiery red exuding warmth, the other a deep blue emanating a chilling aura. "Ice spirit crimson flame grass," Xiao Yaoxian exclaimed in delight. This herb was exceedingly rare, difficult to find in the outside world, and its emergence was worth a fortune, sought after by countless alchemists. Xiao Yaoxian stepped forward to collect the ice spirit crimson flame grass. But Xiao Han halted her. "Wait, that herb seems peculiar." His expression turned grave as he cautiously approached. A surge of crimson spiritual energy erupted from within him, coalescing into a pair of crimson spiritual hands. Standing before the ice spirit crimson flame grass, he thrust his spiritual hands toward the herb. "Xiao Han, no!" Xiao Yaoxian cried out in alarm, realizing that such a powerful force would surely obliterate the rare herb. She turned her gaze away, unable to bear the sight. Yet, in the next instant, a shocking transformation occurred. The ice spirit crimson flame grass shimmered and flickered, revealing itself as the very green flame they had seen earlier, the 5th-ranked exotic fire. The flame of living beings. The crimson spiritual hands tightly grasped the flame of living beings, which writhed and transformed, momentarily becoming Huang Lian essence before morphing into other herbs. The flame of living beings struggled against Xiao Han's grasp, attempting to escape, but no matter how it fought, it remained ensnared. Just as Xiao Han had anticipated, seeing the flame of living beings cease its struggles brought a smile to his face. His past life memories had mentioned this flame. Known as the flame of longevity, possessing extraordinary vitality. Its bearers were known for their prolonged lifespans, rivaling even that of mythical beasts. However, despite its 5th rank on the exotic fire list, the flame of living beings had a weakness. Its lethality was not particularly high, and it provided little enhancement to combat prowess. This meant that it was likely one of the easiest exotic fires to subdue, as expected, with the flame of living beings gradually ceasing its resistance. Xiao Han felt a surge of elation. Capturing this 5th-ranked exotic fire would surely elevate his strength significantly. Just as he reveled in his thoughts, an unexpected incident unfolded. Boom! The flame of living beings erupted into a massive emerald fire, instantly enveloping Xiao Han in its embrace. A terrifying heat radiated towards him. "Ah, Xiao Han!" Xiao Yaoxian rushed forward, desperate to pull him out, but the intense heat forced her back repeatedly. "Xiao Han, are you all right?" In that moment, Xiao Han felt as though he were trapped in a furnace. Although he had wrapped himself in spiritual energy for protection as the flames erupted, the energy dissipated like melting snow upon contact. The spiritual energy within him flowed out, only to be rapidly consumed by the flame of living beings. If this continued, he would not last much longer. Chapter 18. The Deceptive System, Capturing the Flame of Living Beings. The situation was dire. The green flames relentlessly scorched Xiao Han's body. He felt as if his blood was boiling, transforming into crimson vapor that wafted off his skin, only to be incinerated by the flame of living beings. Wasn't it said that the flame of living beings has a weak enhancement to combat power? Xiao Han couldn't help but scoff. This is anything but weak. Just then, a long-awaited mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Detected the young flame of living beings. Would you like to spend 10,000 show-off points to capture it? What? Young flame? Xiao Han was taken aback. A mere young flame was this formidable? Yet, with his spiritual energy running low. He had to capture the exotic fire first. Yes, capture it quickly, he urged. Ding! The host is lacking 4 points of show-off points. Insufficient points to initiate capture. Damn it! Xiao Han cursed vehemently. Just 4 points short? This is outrageous. He felt himself nearing his limit. Nearly half of his blood evaporated, leaving him looking skeletal. Worse still, his internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and the protective barrier of spiritual energy around him had thinned to a mere film. System, save me! Who else can carry you to the heights of glory if I'm gone? Perhaps a second passed, or perhaps a minute, but then the mechanical voice echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host Xiao Han, for successfully showing off, earning 99 show-off points. What? Xiao Han was momentarily stunned. Did I do anything? Is the system giving me a bonus? He was still processing this when he saw the flame of living beings expand. A sliver of emerald flame piercing through his spiritual barrier, instantly reducing his clothing to ashes. Capture the exotic fire. As the emerald flame neared his flesh, Xiao Han shouted in his mind, System, hurry and capture it. In the next moment, as his spiritual energy waned, the emerald flame made contact with his body. Was he about to perish? Xiao Han clenched his fists tightly, bracing for the impending burn, yet the expected searing sensation never came. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully capturing the young flame of living beings. Xiao Han fixed his gaze on his surroundings, only to find himself enveloped in a warm mist of emerald green, wrapping him in a soothing embrace that filled him with a profound sense of comfort. Remarkably, his injuries had all healed, and even the vital essence that had been evaporated by the flames of living beings had returned in full. Upon realizing this, Xiao Han's thoughts stirred, and a small emerald spark materialized in the palm of his hand. He sensed that this tiny flame harbored an unparalleled vitality. It was hard to fathom that such a potent force could emanate from a mere fledgling flame. One could only wonder how formidable a fully matured flame would be. Xiao Han couldn't help but marvel, examining the flickering flame closely, feeling an undeniable kinship with it. He sensed that this flame possessed a nascent form of consciousness, and he could wield its power at will. At long last, he had tamed the flames of living beings. Xiao Han gazed at the flame, overwhelmed with emotion. This extraordinary fire was indeed a creation of heaven and earth. Even this flame, known for its life-affirming properties and incapable of combat, had nearly brought him to his demise. Moreover, upon reflecting on the energy within him, he realized he had ascended to the realm of a martial artist, achieving the second tier. He had never anticipated that by taming a mere ember of extraordinary fire, he would experience such a breakthrough and become a martial artist. Elated, Xiao Han waved his hand to draw the enveloping flames back into his body. Xiao Han, are you all right? A sharp cry from the little medicine fairy rang out as she quickly raised her delicate hand to shield her eyes. Her cheeks flushed, although her lively eyes continued to peek through her fingers, curiously observing Xiao Han. What is going on? Xiao Han, somewhat perplexed, could not comprehend the reason behind the little medicine fairy's reaction. Suddenly, a cool breeze swept through, and Xiao Han felt an unexpected chill. He looked down to discover he was completely unclothed. Oh no! Xiao Han was momentarily taken aback, hastily conjuring flames to fashion a green robe to cover himself. In his exhilaration over acquiring the extraordinary fire, he had forgotten that his previous garments had turned to ashes during the process of taming the flames. Despite Xiao Han's thick skin, he couldn't help but blush in embarrassment before the beautiful woman, especially since she was blushing and gazing at him with unabashed curiosity. This left him at a loss for words. Thus, within the stone cave, the two blushing individuals fell into a silent, yet subtly charged atmosphere. In the midst of this awkwardness, Xiao Han sought to divert the conversation, clearing his throat gently. Ahem, that little medicine fairy. Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding explosion interrupted him. Boom! The entrance of the cave was blown open with a deafening roar. Ha ha ha, little medicine fairy. Hand over the treasure obediently, or don't blame me, Mu Xie, for being merciless. With that declaration, dozens of individuals appeared at the cave entrance, completely blocking their escape. The little medicine fairy took a quick glance and counted at least 20 to 30 people, the weakest among them being martial artists of the second tier. And at the forefront stood her former employer, the leader of the Poison Scorpion mercenary group, Mu Xie, who was at the 9th tier of martial artists. This time, it seemed they were truly in peril. Chapter 19. The Poison Scorpion Mercenary Group. Mu Xie scrutinized Xiao Han and the Little Medicine Fairy, a chilling smile growing ever more pronounced on his face. I knew you had grasped the clues to the Martial King's legacy. After waiting so long, you finally couldn't resist. Hand over the treasure, and I shall allow you to leave safely. The Little Medicine Fairy retorted with a cold laugh. Mu Xie, spare me your sweet words. We've worked together long enough for me to know your methods all too well. I can give you the Martial King's legacy, but I have one condition. At this point, the Little Medicine Fairy glanced at Xiao Han and continued, he is merely a martial artist. This matter does not concern him. Let him go, and I shall hand over the treasure. Otherwise, I will destroy this local-level martial arts manual I obtained. The Poison Scorpion Mercenary Group was after her, and there was no need to involve anyone else. As she spoke, she produced the local-level martial arts manual, her energy flickering ominously, ready to obliterate it at any moment. Mu Xie's eyes momentarily gleamed with greed upon hearing about the local-level manual. Such a treasure was unheard of in the entire Dock City. And the Little Medicine Fairy's luck was indeed extraordinary. If he were to acquire the local-level manual, he could eventually become the ruler of the entire Dock City, no longer needing to hide in Mo Feng Town. Thinking along these lines, he scrutinized Xiao Han, who appeared to be merely a boy of 15 or 16, youthful and naive. Observing this youthful lad, Mu Xie revealed a sinister smile. The Little Medicine Fairy held this boy in high regard. So perhaps capturing him could coerce her into relinquishing the manual. With this thought in mind, Mu Xie declared, "Want to leave? Fine. As long as he can defeat Mu Qing, I shall let him go." As soon as Mu Xie finished speaking, a young man aged around 25 or 26 stepped forward from the crowd. Mu Qing, a martial artist of the 9th tier. Mu Qing, being Mu Xie's son, exchanged a few glances with his father, understanding Mu Xie's intent to capture Xiao Han and use him to threaten the Little Medicine Fairy. The Little Medicine Fairy felt a twinge of worry. After all, Xiao Han was only a martial artist at the 5th tier and might not be a match for Mu Qing. However, recalling Xiao Han's mysterious techniques and the peculiar sword fingers that had pierced the puppet before, her apprehension began to ease. Mu Qing stepped forward with an ashen face. The Little Medicine Fairy was strikingly beautiful, and Mu Qing had long coveted her. Seeing her gaze affectionately directed at this mere boy, his fury reached a boiling point. "You little brat, come here and die." With a thunderous roar, Mu Qing unleashed a torrent of potent and unstable gray energy, filling the air. The Little Medicine Fairy furrowed her brows at the sight of Mu Qing's overwhelming energy. It appeared he was on the cusp of breaking into the martial master tier, poised to make the leap at any moment. Worried, she glanced at Xiao Han, who returned her a reassuring look as he slowly stepped forward. Ding! Scene of bravado detected. Activating system side profession. Actor. Using 80 points of bravado points will max out performance skills. Would you like to proceed? Performance skills? Xiao Han smiled slightly, thinking, activate, as he faced the Poison Scorpion Mercenary Group. Xiao Han's demeanor suddenly transformed, exuding the aura of an unparalleled master, his gaze deep and distant. "You truly have some audacity." A voice, ancient and resonant, echoed throughout the cave. The members of the Poison Scorpion Mercenary Group exchanged looks of uncertainty, struggling to believe that such a profound voice could emanate from this seemingly youthful boy. A mere 3 martial masters and a handful of martial artists dared to flaunt their might before him. Had the name of the Heavenly Blade King been forgotten in this land? His question carried an ineffable depth and authority. Mu Xie was instantly intimidated. He had only ever felt such gravitas from figures of the Martial King realm. Indeed, he proclaimed himself the Heavenly Blade King. Could this boy, this enigmatic figure, truly be a martial king? Ding! Congratulations, host Xiao Han, for successfully displaying bravado, earning 66 bravado points. Ding! Congratulations, host Xiao Han, for successfully displaying bravado, earning 88 bravado points. Ding! Congratulations, host Xiao Han, for successfully displaying bravado, earning 55 bravado points. Mu Xie's expression fluctuated between dark and light. He found it incredibly hard to believe that a boy who appeared to be merely 15 or 16 could actually be a martial king. Mu Xie, being shrewd and calculating, always looked ahead, while his son Mu Qing was far less cautious. In Mu Qing's eyes, the notion of a teenage martial king was utterly preposterous, even if one trained since birth. It was impossible. Regaining his composure, Mu Qing snarled, "Stop pretending. I'll expose you." With that, Mu Qing stepped forward, intending to approach this martial king, though he remained somewhat wary, treading carefully as if facing a great adversary. The martial king regarded the cautiously advancing Mu Qing with disdain, remaining unmoved, merely extending his hand. Whoosh! In the next instant, a blossom of azure-green flames appeared in his alabaster palm. A terrifying surge of energy flooded the cave, causing the temperature to soar. Chapter 20. The martial king Mu Xie directly reprimanded Mu Qing, then bowed deeply to Xiao Han, saying, "This unworthy scoundrel has offended Lord Wu Wang due to his ignorance. I beseech you to temper your anger and spare our lives." Hiss! Upon uttering these words, the crowd collectively gasped in shock. The members of the Poison Scorpion Mercenary Corps were utterly stunned. Could it be that this mere teenager was truly of the caliber of a Wu Wang? It was only then that Mu Xie turned around and chastised his subordinates behind him. "Do you all seek death? Kneel down at once." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a mix of reluctance and fear. One of the subordinates boldly stepped forward and proclaimed, "Captain, this insufferable brat is but a child. How could he possibly be a Wu Wang? Let us take him together." Bang! Before the subordinate could finish, Mu Xie struck him down with a single palm. With a cold expression, Mu Xie hissed, "If you wish to die, do not drag me down with you. Kneel." Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the members of the Poison Scorpion Mercenary Corps dropped to their knees, while only Xiao Han stood there, exuding an air of nonchalance as if the kneeling of the others was entirely expected. Xiao Yaoxian was also astonished, covering her mouth in shock, fearing she might involuntarily exclaim. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully displaying his prowess, earning 99 points of pretentiousness. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully displaying his prowess, earning 99 points of pretentiousness. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully displaying his prowess, earning 99 points of pretentiousness. Seeing that he had intimidated everyone, Xiao Han felt an immense sense of joy within. Though he maintained a facade of calm, Mu Xie felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Without any indication from this Lord Wu Wang, he was at a loss regarding the latter's intentions. This could not continue. Mu Xie banged his head against the ground, producing a series of thuds. He dared not use spiritual energy to protect his forehead, striking it heavily against the ground until it turned purple and swelled into a large lump. "If the esteemed Lord could spare this lowly one, I would be willing to serve you like an ox or horse, repaying you endlessly." Upon hearing Mu Xie's words, the members of the Poison Scorpion Mercenary Corps changed their expressions entirely. They had been Mu Xie's trusted subordinates for many years, having fought fiercely against each other and battled third and even fourth-tier demon beasts. Yet, when had they ever seen Mu Xie display such a degrading demeanor? The Poison Scorpion Mercenary Corps had always held their heads high in the Dock City, never bowing to anyone, let alone in Mo Feng Town. Yet now their captain and his subordinates were prostrating themselves at the feet of a seemingly immature youth. This scene, if recounted, would be met with disbelief, yet it transpired before their very eyes, creating an overwhelming sense of frustration within them. After a lengthy pause, a voice, aged yet languid, finally rang out, "This king is in a good mood today. You may leave." Mu Xie felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Repeatedly bowing, "This lowly one thanks you for your mercy." Thus, he and the members of the Poison Scorpion Mercenary Corps prepared to depart. "Wait!" Xiao Han called out, halting Mu Xie and the others as if they were frozen in place. Slowly, Mu Xie turned around, forcing a strained smile. "What commands does the Lord have?" Xiao Han pointed at Xiao Yaoxian and said, "She is my woman. Do not entangle with her again. Otherwise, humph." Mu Xie quickly nodded and bowed. "Yes, yes, I shall heed your words. Leave." Xiao Han waved his hand. No longer casting a glance at Mu Xie Dam, Mu Xie hurriedly scrambled away, evidently fearful of being called back by this Lord Wu Wang. After a while, once Mu Xie and his party were far enough away, Xiao Han let out a sigh of relief, exhaling a long breath. "Damn, that was nerve-wracking." Xiao Yaoxian looked at Xiao Han in shock and asked, "Xiao Han, you acted so convincingly. You scared me." Xiao Han smiled slightly. It was merely that Mu Xie was overly cautious. Had he disregarded everything and attacked, he would have revealed his true colors. Who would have thought he would kneel before me? To be honest, I was surprised myself. Indeed, I've never seen Mu Xie like this. Xiao Yaoxian was delighted, wanting to say more when a voice filled with fury interrupted them. Oh really? Have you ever seen me in my current state? Chapter 21. Battle with the Poison Scorpion. The two turned to see Mu Xie returning with a frosty demeanor. You, a dignified Wu Wang. Ah, must you specifically remind me, a mere pawn? Is that not a bit excessive? Mu Xie's expression was laced with sarcasm. If you were truly a Wu Wang, you would simply eliminate me. Why would you be so verbose? A miscalculation indeed. Mu Xie, ever the cunning character, had swiftly pinpointed Xiao Han's flaw. Xiao Han sighed, realizing his last remark was somewhat superfluous. Mu Xie glared fiercely at Xiao Han. He had been the captain of the Poison Scorpion Mercenary Corps for over 20 years, and never had he suffered such humiliation at the hands of a mere child. The thought of having knelt and bowed before a pretentious brat filled him with rage. Such a young age, yet possessing extraordinary fire. Though I know not which prominent family sent you as a disciple. Today, you shall meet your end. Mu Xie greedily eyed Xiao Han and Xiao Yaoxian. One held extraordinary fire, the other concealed earth-level martial arts. If he could possess both, he might just become a Wu Wang himself. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. Kill this brat, then flee with Qing'er, unnoticed. Mu Xie grinned wickedly, gazing at Xiao Han and Xiao Yaoxian as if they were mere corpses behind Mu Xie. Mu Qing could no longer contain himself. Recalling the humiliation of kneeling before Xiao Han in front of Xiao Yaoxian made him furious. Bastard, die! Mu Qing roared, channeling all his spiritual power to attack Xiao Han. Advanced yellow-level martial technique. Scorpion Tail Needle. A gigantic scorpion tail shot towards Xiao Han, its greenish hue indicating it was laced with deadly poison. Mu Qing's attack was lethal from the start. Meanwhile, Xiao Han remained calm, seemingly oblivious to the deadly intent of the scorpion tail needle. Mu Qing's sudden strike took everyone by surprise. Xiao Yaoxian was fully focused on defending against Mu Xie and had no time to assist Xiao Han. Mu Xie frowned. With Mu Qing charging ahead, he had no time to intervene. The boy across from him remained composed, sensing something was amiss. Qing'er, return, Mu Xie commanded, but Mu Qing, filled with rage, disregarded his father's words. Xiao Han, Xiao Yaoxian exclaimed in alarm. Only then did Xiao Han lift his head, calmly gazing at the snarling Mu Qing as he approached. He raised his right hand, clenched into a fist, and struck directly at the toxic scorpion tail. The 20 or so members of the Poison Scorpion Mercenary Corps watched in disbelief as Xiao Han, appearing to be an untrained mortal, boldly used his fist against Mu Qing's advanced yellow-level martial technique. The scorpion needle, they scoffed. Where did this waste of a person come from? Xiao Yaoxian, however, turned pale. She understood the potency of the scorpion needle better than anyone. Its terror lay in its poison. Once, an 8th-level martial artist had been ambushed by Mu Xie's scorpion needle, and although he struggled to reach Xiao Yaoxian for assistance, he perished before she could help, his body turning black and oozing foul. Black blood from all 7 orifices. It was utterly terrifying. Everyone concluded that Xiao Han was doomed, yet none noticed the faint greenish flame igniting on Xiao Han's fist. Boom! Xiao Han's fist collided with Mu Qing's scorpion tail needle, and to their astonishment, the needle melted away as if it had met a red-hot iron, offering no resistance whatsoever to Xiao Han's punch. Not only that, but Xiao Han's momentum did not wane. He struck Mu Qing squarely in the chest, and before Mu Qing could retract the malevolence from his face, he was sent flying several meters. Qing'er, Mu Xie cried out in anguish, rushing to support the fallen Mu Qing, only to see a fist-sized black hole in Mu Qing's chest, emitting a foul odor, yet not a drop of blood flowed. The 9th-level martial artist, Mu Qing, had been slain by Xiao Han's single punch. Qing'er, Mu Xie cradled the lifeless body, unable to process the reality of the situation. The gathered crowd was equally astonished. Mu Qing was a 9th-level martial artist. How could he have been killed by the mere punch of a teenager? No one could even react. The gazes directed at Xiao Han shifted, now tinged with apprehension. This person was not to be underestimated. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully displaying his prowess, earning 99 points of pretentiousness. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully displaying his prowess, earning 99 points of pretentiousness. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully displaying his prowess, earning 88 points of pretentiousness. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiao Han, for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points of swagger. Chapter 22. The Might of the... You scoundrel, Mu Xie spat, lowering the lifeless body of Mu Qing, his crimson gaze fixed on Xiao Han. Voice laced with malevolence, you shall pay dearly for this. I shall not grant you the mercy of a swift death. Instead, I will imprison you within the den of the venomous scorpion, allowing you to experience the torment of being devoured by myriad scorpions. A terrifying aura radiated from Mu Xie as his formidable spiritual energy surged, manifesting as a tangible aura of spiritual silk enveloping his form, a hallmark of the martial master level. With each resolute step he took towards Xiao Han, his momentum escalated. Martial Master Level 1, Martial Master Level 2, Martial Master Level 3, Martial Master Level 8, Martial Master Level 9. Mu Xie was but a hair's breadth away from the great Martial Master level. A sinister smile curled upon Mu Xie's lips as he glared at Xiao Han, his voice a chilling whisper. Everyone, attack! As the members of the venomous scorpion mercenary corps drew closer, the petite alchemist Xian Bei bit her lip. Casting a glance at Xiao Han, with determination, she summoned a somewhat ethereal aura of spiritual silk around her, embodying the first level of martial master. She positioned herself protectively in front of Xiao Han, her crimson lips parting to speak. I will hold Mu Xie at bay. You must seize the opportunity to escape. I possess earth-level techniques. They will not dare to harm me. Before Alchemist Xian could finish her words, Xiao Han gently nudged her behind him. I am a man. How can I hide behind you? He replied with a slight smile, a flicker of green flames dancing in his eyes. I had no intention of killing you. Yet you chose to return. His voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Then, extending his right hand, he swept through the air, commanding, flame of living beings. In an instant, a surge of azure-green flames erupted, flickering with an indescribable heat that transformed the cavern into a veritable furnace. Above the flames, molten rock dripped from the ceiling, turning to dark red magma. The members of the venomous scorpion mercenary corps stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend that this seemingly youthful boy wielded such terrifying power. Though the green flames remained unlaunched, the oppressive heat filled the chamber, causing their skin to feel as if it were being scorched. Though they yearned to flee, an overwhelming dread paralyzed them, as if turning away would cast them into an endless sea of fire. Mu Xie, too, was gripped by fear. He had believed Xiao Han was merely feigning strength, yet the reality was far more formidable. Such cataclysmic power was beyond human control. How could such a power be wielded by a mere child? Mu Xie's mind screamed, hold this wave. Escape at once. What vengeance and treasures could possibly matter now? Driven by an instinct for survival, Mu Xie bit his tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of blood as he unleashed his spiritual energy. Shouting, blood-venomous scorpion tail, a martial master at the 9th level gathered all his spiritual energy, morphing it into a colossal, crimson, demonic scorpion tail. Ha! A foolish endeavor. Xiao Han chuckled at Mu Xie's desperate act. I offered you a chance. Since you refused to leave, then stay. With a flick of his wrist, the terrifying flames surged forward with a terrifying intensity, incinerating the blood-red scorpion tail to nothingness. The flames illuminated the faces of Mu Xie and his cohorts, reflecting their sheer terror. Before engulfing them entirely, a faint echo of Mu Xie's unwilling voice lingered. You are not pretending, boom. The azure-green flames erupted, sweeping through the entire cavern. As the inferno surged towards Xiao Han, he swiftly turned, tightly embracing the still-dazed alchemist Xian Bei, and enveloped them both in the protective embrace of the flame of living beings, boom. Within the cocoon formed by the flames, they could hear the chaotic sounds of explosions and collapses from outside. The fragrance of her presence was intoxicating, yet Xiao Han was far too preoccupied to relish it, diligently maintaining the barrier of flames. Alchemist Xian Bei gazed at Xiao Han with a look of wonder. How could this young man possess such strength? He appeared younger than herself, yet with sheer will, he annihilated the entire venomous scorpion mercenary corps. Such an achievement would surely be met with disbelief if recounted. Intrigued, she pondered the myriad of secrets this boy held. His overwhelming power, the formidable 8 extremities collapse, exceptional talent, and the fearsome. At merely 14 or 15 years of age, she couldn't help but wonder how far he would ascend in the coming years. Chapter 23. Pillaged Clean. After what felt like an eternity, the outside world finally fell silent. Xiao Han withdrew the protective flame of living beings, his expression weary from the exertion of forcibly unleashing the. Alchemist Xian Bei began to survey their surroundings. The once azure cavern was now charred black, littered with the remnants of shattered rocks, particularly where the flames had erupted, revealing molten traces. The cavern was devoid of life. Save for the two of them, not even a trace of the 20-plus members of the venomous Scorpion Mercenary Corps remained. They had been reduced to ashes by a single strike, terrifying indeed. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiao Han, for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points of swagger. Xiao Han, oblivious to Alchemist Xian Bei's admiring gaze, summoned the flame of living beings once more. The azure-green flames appeared more ethereal, lacking vigor. Frowning, he observed the flame, recognizing its weakened state after being forced to harness such immense energy. He sensed a wave of hunger emanating from it. Can feel hunger? What should I feed it? He mused, puzzled. The flame of living beings conjured images within his mind, revealing a scene of a sneaky green flame stealthily devouring the contents of a treasure chest. Xiao Han's eyes widened in understanding. No wonder the treasures had vanished. The flame of living beings could absorb medicinal potency to strengthen itself. He gradually retracted the flame and turned to Alchemist Xian Bei, asking, "Do you know where I might find a trove of medicinal herbs?" Her eyes darted towards the remnants of the venomous Scorpion Mercenary Corps. An hour later, at Imofeng Town, the stronghold of the venomous Scorpion Mercenary Corps, Xiao Han and Alchemist Xian Bei stormed in. The remaining members were mostly weak fighters or novice apprentices, as the elite had perished within the depths of the Martial King's lair. Thus, the remnants posed no challenge to Xiao Han. Having spent considerable time here, Alchemist Xian Bei led the way to the treasure chamber of the venomous Scorpion Mercenary Corps. "Wow! So many treasures!" Alchemist Xian Bei exclaimed, marveling at the large chamber piled high with boxes of various sizes. Upon opening one, Xiao Han was met with a dazzling sight. Gold coins gleamed within. Frowning, he thought, if these are merely gold coins, they are hardly valuable. Truly precious items are beyond the reach of mere currency. With a decisive wave, he opened all the boxes. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The room sparkled with the glint of gold, and Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. This must equate to several years' worth of income for the Xiao family. Yet, his gaze quickly shifted to the smaller treasure boxes, where an array of medicinal herbs lay preserved. Blue ice grass, blood essence demon fruit, snow-bone ginseng, and even a segment of the 10,000-year Qingling vine. Xiao Han marveled, realizing the venomous Scorpion Mercenary Corps had accumulated these treasures over countless years, now all belonging to him. Summoning the flame of living beings, Xiao Han noticed its excitement and eagerness as it darted toward the 10,000-year Qingling vine. Eager to consume the most precious herb, impressed by the flame's discernment, Xiao Han watched as the vine was absorbed entirely. Soon after, the flame leaped toward the snow-bone ginseng, continuing its feast. Suddenly, Xiao Han felt an influx of pure energy surging within him, imbued with robust life force, mending and refining his body. Not only did it replenish the spiritual energy he had expended, but it also healed the lingering injuries from his battle with the venomous Scorpion Mercenary Corps. Was this the reward for the flame of living beings after it consumed the medicinal potency? A smile crept onto Xiao Han's face. He hadn't expected the flame to possess such restorative properties. No wonder it was referred to as the flame of longevity. With it, even the gravest of injuries could be healed. At that moment, Xiao Yaoxian gracefully approached, casting a glance at Xiao Han before speaking. "After our recent battle, I feel as though I am on the verge of breaking through to the second tier of martial master. I must return to my secluded training. Do remember to come find me when you have the time." Without awaiting a response from Xiao Han, she floated away. Xiao Han watched her retreating figure, recalling how she had been steadfastly protecting him within the stone cave. Though her concern may have seemed excessive, he nonetheless appreciated the bond shared. Taking a moment to compose himself, Xiao Han observed that the medicinal herbs in the room had been nearly consumed by the flames of the living spirit. He was preparing to return home, but he could not allow such a bounty of gold coins to go to waste. Just as he leisurely made his way back to the Xiao residence, savoring the scenic views, the atmosphere at the Xiao family estate had erupted into chaos. The cause? News from the true martial sect had spread that an elder responsible for assessments would personally visit the Shao residence this afternoon to recruit Shao Han into their ranks. This was indeed a momentous occasion, and the elders of the Shao clan were filled with immense joy. True martial sect was a league above Yunxian sect, however. To their dismay, the main figure, Shao Han, was nowhere to be found. This left the elders in a state of panic. What if the elder from the true martial sect arrived and departed without seeing him? Such an opportunity could not be missed. The elders were in a frenzy, dispatching everyone to search for Shao Han, but still, he remained elusive. As time ticked away and the arrival of the true martial sect grew imminent, the elders became increasingly anxious. The Grand Elder, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "This insufferable boy! How dare he leave without informing the family? Such disrespect for his elders. When I see him, he shall be dealt with according to clan rules." The Grand Elder, known for his strict adherence to clan regulations, was feared by the younger generation of the Shao family. Even the second elder's grandson, Shao Yun, had faced the Grand Elder's ire on numerous occasions, resulting in him avoiding the Grand Elder at all costs. Witnessing the Grand Elder's fury, the younger disciples felt a pang of fear, realizing that the young clan leader was in for a severe reprimanding. At that very moment, Shao Han sauntered back into the Shao residence, inadvertently crossing paths with the fuming Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, spotting Shao Han, hurried over, causing the younger clan members to gasp in shock, bracing themselves for the impending wrath. However, as the Grand Elder approached Shao Han, his previously stern demeanor softened into a warm smile. "My little ancestor, where have you been? You've had me worried sick. Are you injured? Are you tired?" The Grand Elder stood beside Shao Han, showering him with concern, leaving the surrounding Shao family members utterly astounded. Was this truly the same Grand Elder known for his stern disposition? How could he suddenly be so amiable? Hadn't they agreed to reprimand Shao Han? Yet here he was, expressing such warmth upon Shao Han's return. The younger members of the Shao family could hardly believe their eyes. Witnessing the Grand Elder's unexpected display of kindness, as well as the apparent loss of his usual composure, Shao Han was taken aback by the Grand Elder's enthusiastic welcome, momentarily stunned before replying, "I am fine. Thank you for your concern, Grand Elder." At that moment, Shao Zhantian and several other elders arrived, and upon seeing Shao Han's timely return, he breathed a sigh of relief, frowning as he inquired, "Honor, where have you been? We've been searching high and low for you." Shao Han respectfully replied, "I went out to train and gather some resources for myself. I apologize for worrying you, Father." The second elder, with a scowl, interjected, "Young clan leader, our Shao family is prosperous, earning over 200,000 gold coins annually. There's no need for you to be gathering resources." Shao Han remained silent, and with a flick of his wrist, a brilliant light emanated from his spatial ring. Suddenly, dozens of boxes of varying sizes appeared in the courtyard. Shao Zhantian, curious about the contents, asked, "Honor, what are in these boxes? Iron ore?" His assumption stemmed from the heavy appearance of the boxes. The elders exchanged glances, pondering the possibility that if the boxes contained iron ore, they could be worth thousands of gold coins. A substantial income indeed. How could Shao Han have acquired such a quantity of iron ore? Shao Han shook his head, clarifying, "These are not iron ores. They are merely gold coins that were abandoned. I brought them all back." Seeing the disbelief etched on their faces, Shao Han wasted no time and waved his hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that flung open the boxes. Instantly, a radiant golden light erupted at the entrance of the Shao residence, dazzling everyone present. The second elder's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he stared, speechless, at the mountain of gold coins. Shao Han, amused by their astonished expressions, teasingly asked, "Second elder, do you think I am capable?" The second elder, his face breaking into a wide grin, nodded vigorously, "Indeed, indeed. Our young clan leader is truly capable." Ding! Congratulations to host Shao Han for successfully showing off, earning 99 show-off points. Ding! Congratulations to host Shao Han for successfully showing off, earning 99 show-off points. Ding! Congratulations to host Shao Han for successfully showing off, earning 95 show-off points. The elders hurriedly instructed the servants to transport the boxes to the storeroom, ensuring they were guarded closely. Wealth must not be flaunted. They then busied themselves welcoming Shao Han into the main hall. offering him tea and showering him with concern, their affection so overwhelming that Xiao Han felt quite bashful. Chapter 25. Arrival of the true martial sect just as the elders were lavishing praises upon Xiao Han. A servant rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Patriarch, esteemed elders, the true martial sect has arrived." Xiao Zhantian, filled with elation, instructed, "Quickly, invite them in." Before long, Han Chuan entered, accompanied by a kindly-looking elder, the Elder Wu from the true martial sect. After the customary greetings between Xiao Zhantian and Elder Wu, Han Chuan stepped forward and announced to Xiao Han, "Xiao Han, this is Elder Wu, the assessment elder from our true martial sect. You should greet him." As Han Chuan spoke, he discreetly gestured to Xiao Han, clearly hoping he would make a good impression on Elder Wu. However, Xiao Han appeared oblivious to Han Chuan's hints, merely raising an eyebrow and regarding Elder Wu with skepticism. "Are you truly an elder of the true martial sect? You wouldn't happen to be as petty as Han Chuan, would you?" Pfft. Elder Wu sputtered, spraying tea as he was caught off guard by Xiao Han's bluntness. The elders of the Xiao family were similarly taken aback, their hearts racing at the audacity of their young master. This was a significant figure from the true martial sect. Elder Wu, slamming his cup down on the table, prepared to express his anger but then seemed to notice something, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he looked at Xiao Han. Seeing Elder Wu's irritation, Han Chuan hurriedly interjected, "You brat, how can you speak to Elder Wu in such a manner? This is unacceptable." Smack! Before Han Chuan could finish, he received a sharp slap on the head from Elder Wu, who chastised, "You impudent child. How dare you address young friend Xiao Han in such a manner? Truly unacceptable." Han Chuan was left bewildered, struggling to comprehend the turn of events. "What was happening?" Elder Wu, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty, asked Xiao Han, "Young friend Xiao Han, have you broken through to become a martial master?" Xiao Han, noticing that Elder Wu had discerned his cultivation level, smiled and replied, "Yes, I accidentally made a breakthrough without even realizing it." The moment those words left his lips, the entire assembly was struck with astonishment. The elders of the Xiao clan, including Xiao Zhantian, were left speechless. He had already achieved a breakthrough when facing the Yunxian sect, and now this. While they were aware of Xiao Han's remarkable talent, it seemed to surpass their expectations. Han Chuan, in his heart, was screaming, "What do you mean you accidentally broke through?" He had endured countless hardships and labored for years to ascend from a warrior to a martial master, while Xiao Han appeared as if he had been forced into his breakthrough. How infuriating! Elder Wu was equally shocked. He had previously inquired about Xiao Han's stagnation in strength over the past 3 years. And now, witnessing this young man at only 14 years of age achieving the rank of martial master, endowed with an extraordinary cultivation talent, this was an unparalleled genius. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showing off, earning 99 show-off points. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showing off, earning 99 show-off points. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showing off, earning 95 show-off points. Recognizing Xiao Han's exceptional talent, Elder Wu beamed at him and said, "Young friend Xiao Han, the true martial sect possesses abundant resources. What treasures are not at our disposal? If you join us, all your desires shall be fulfilled." Xiao Han, feeling no need to be modest, responded directly, "I am in need of a heavenly grade cultivation method. Could you provide that for me?" As he spoke, he cast a gaze at Elder Wu that seemed to convey a sentiment of UV-struck gold, as if suggesting that securing Xiao Han's allegiance to the Jinwu sect with a mere heavenly grade technique was an exceedingly profitable endeavor. Elder Wu nearly choked in disbelief. Heavenly grade techniques were a rarity across the entire continent, and this young man casually requested one as if it were a common vegetable. The elders of the Xiao family were equally taken aback, almost fainting at the audacity of such a demand. Heavenly grade techniques. It was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. How could this youth be so brazen in his demands? The second elder nearly leapt out to reprimand Xiao Han, worrying about the repercussions of scaring off the Jinwu sect. However, with Xiao Zhantian remaining silent, he felt it was unwise to voice his concerns. Elder Wu, with a pained expression, seemed genuinely earnest as he replied, "Unfortunately, we do not possess any heavenly grade techniques. However, should you choose to join our Jinwu sect, I can assure you that you will receive at least one earth grade technique." Upon hearing this, the elders of the Xiao family were utterly astonished. Earth-grade techniques were so rare that even the entirety of Wuqing had none. Only a prominent sect like the Jinwu sect could boast such high-level techniques. The elders exchanged furtive glances, urging Xiao Han to accept the offer, particularly the second elder, whose eyes were blinking rapidly in agitation. Yet Xiao Han remained oblivious to their silent pleas. Chapter 26. A sky-high price. Xiao Han was well aware that demanding a heavenly grade technique from the outset was utterly impractical. He merely aimed to propose a lofty request initially, so that he could subsequently present his actual demands, making it easier for the other party to acquiesce. He blinked, adopting a serious demeanor, and stated, "If there are no heavenly grade techniques, then I would like 2 earth grade techniques and 3 earth grade martial arts techniques, please." Elder Wu was momentarily taken aback. What did he mean by casually requesting 2 earth grade techniques? His tone was akin to that of a customer whimsically ordering dishes from a waiter. Earth grade techniques were revered treasures, akin to the foundational techniques of the Yunxian sect, reserved solely for the sect leader's heirs. Elder Wu's teeth nearly ground in frustration. He had never encountered a candidate quite like this, however. Recalling Xiao Han's prodigious talent, he suppressed his irritation. Xiao Han's potential was indeed terrifying. If he were to mature, he could very well become a paragon of the sect. After a moment of deliberation, Elder Wu appeared to have made a significant decision and stated, 1 earth grade technique and 1 earth grade martial arts technique is the best offer I can provide. Xiao Han, without a hint of hesitation, flatly rejected. That 1 do I want 2 earth grade techniques and 3 earth grade martial arts techniques. Oh, and they must all be fire attribute. I do not desire anything else. Recalling his possession of, Xiao Han insisted on fire attribute techniques and martial arts for optimal results. Elder Wu inwardly fumed. Was this boy truly being so picky? Even the inner disciples of the sect would rejoice at acquiring a single earth grade technique. Who could afford to be so choosy? Elder Wu was seething, his beard bristling with indignation. After a prolonged silence, he gritted his teeth and declared, I can guarantee you 1 earth grade technique and 2 earth grade martial arts techniques, all of which will be fire attribute. Anything beyond that will require contributions to the sect. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han remained silent, feigning deep contemplation. Elder Wu, finally exhaling a sigh of relief, thought to himself that perhaps this troublesome youth was finally satisfied. Today had indeed been a costly negotiation. Then Xiao Han lifted his head and, with a serious expression, remarked, Your sect is rather impoverished. You cannot even provide 2 earth grade techniques and 3 earth grade martial arts techniques? I shall not join. Elder Wu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as though a multitude of alpacas were stampeding through his mind. He was completely exasperated. This insolent youth was negotiating like a seasoned merchant, showing no inclination to concede. Elder Wu glared at Xiao Han, indignant. Xiao Han, do not push your luck. The Jinwu sect is among the top 10 sects in the entire southern region. Such favorable terms are rarely found. If you miss this opportunity, it may never present itself again. Before Xiao Han could respond, a voice echoed from the horizon, Ha ha ha, who says this opportunity is lost? Young friend from the Xiao family, why not consider joining our Daoxian sect instead? As the voice resonated, a graceful figure appeared in the hall, Li Changsheng. How dare you intrude on our Jinwu sect's territory to poach disciples? Elder Wu exploded upon recognizing the newcomer. Before Li Changsheng could reply, 2 more figures emerged, one of whom spoke in a venerable tone, Young friend Xiao Han, our Kanglan sect is no less than the Jinwu sect. We are also ranked among the top 10 in the southern region. Why not consider joining us? In an instant, an elderly man clad in gray robes appeared in the Xiao family hall, followed closely by a stunningly beautiful young woman in a crimson dress. As she surveyed the scene and caught sight of the representatives from the other 3 sects, she frowned before locking her gaze on Xiao Han, her alluring smile captivating as she said, Young brother Xiao Han, do not go to their sects, they are all just a bunch of smelly men. Why not come to our Baihua sect instead? I can keep you company. These 3 individuals clearly belong to different sects. Yet their intentions were unified, to recruit Xiao Han as their disciple. As more figures continued to materialize, Elder Wu's countenance darkened. He had just proclaimed that such a good opportunity would not come again. And now 3 major sects were vying to recruit Xiao Han. This was a blatant slap in the face, an emphatic one at that. Elder Wu lowered his head, feeling a sting of embarrassment. In this era, what was the most precious commodity? Talent. The once dismissed young master of the Shao family had shattered the heritage stone with a single punch and sent a disciple of the Zhenwu sect flying. This explosive news rapidly spread throughout Wuqing. All major sects had their spies in the city and received the news immediately. Now, everyone knew that the Shao family's once dubious young master had unleashed 18 layers of hidden strength after comprehending the heritage stone. He was a prodigious talent of unparalleled caliber. The rise of such a genius signified what? It meant the stability and prosperity of an empire. It meant the flourishing of a sect. It meant the majesty and transcendence of a holy land. Now that Wuqing had produced such an extraordinary talent, what was to be done? They must seize him. Thus, the 3 top 10 sects of the southern region, Daoxian sect, Kanglin sect, and Baihua sect, all dispatched envoys to Wuqing. Armed with a singular command, spare no effort to recruit Shao Han. Chapter 27. My price has increased in the hall of the Shao family. The 4 formidable martial spirits faced each other. The atmosphere growing increasingly tense. All 4 frowned at one another, but it had yet to escalate into a physical confrontation. Each sect adhered to an unwritten rule. Disputes could not be resolved through force. It was a matter of skill, with the first to recruit the talent claiming victory. Resorting to violence would only tarnish the sect's reputation, leading to regrettable consequences. Elder Wu, tasked with recruitment for the sect, often encountered situations where multiple sects vied for a talented disciple. Typically, he would intervene and swiftly bring the talent into the Zhenwu sect, as Wuqing fell within its sphere of influence, and the Zhenwu sect's reputation commanded respect. However, today was exceptional, with 3 equally esteemed sects present. Such a scenario was exceedingly rare, and it appeared that a hefty price would be required. Elder Wu mentally calculated the implications, while the elders of the Shao family were drenched in sweat, feeling the pressure of the 4 martial spirits standing before them while they remained seated. Had it not been for the future of the Shao family, they would have preferred to distance themselves entirely from the situation. Even Shao Zhantian squirmed uncomfortably in his seat, unable to articulate his unease. Observing the tense atmosphere, the woman in red was the first to break the silence, giggling. Young brother Shao Han, have you given any thought to our Baihua sect? We have a plethora of female disciples. Each male disciple is a coveted treasure within the sect. The alluring woman approached Shao Han, filling the hall with a fragrant floral aroma. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, young brother Shao Han, the female disciples of our sect are all exceptionally beautiful. With your remarkable talent, if you join us, there will surely be many female disciples vying to be your companion in the future. As she spoke, she giggled mischievously, fully aware that a 14 or 15-year-old boy in his prime would be hard-pressed to resist the allure of such beauty. The elderly man in gray robes, fearing that Shao Han might be swayed by the woman's charms, quickly interjected. Our Kanglin sect boasts an ancestral elder who is a half-step martial sovereign, with the potential to reach even greater heights. Should you join us, receiving guidance from our elder could pave your path to becoming a sect leader or even a sovereign. Meanwhile, the ethereal figure in green spoke up, young friend Shao Han. Our Qingxian sect's methods are profound, originating from the central region. Joining us would undoubtedly be greatly beneficial to your development. As they extolled the virtues of their respective sects, their voices harmoniously quieted. All eyes turning towards the previously silent Shao Han, eager to discern his thoughts. Shao Han, maintaining a composed demeanor, adjusted his attire and replied nonchalantly, I am indifferent to the intricacies of your techniques or the prowess of your ancestral elders. I have my principles, after all. Elder Wu was the earliest envoy to arrive. At this point, Shao Han paused, casting a glance at the visibly tense Elder Wu, and offered a faint smile. Elder Wu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Despite the boy's mischievous nature, he demonstrated considerable principles. He thought to himself that they were about to welcome such a genius into their sect, and with a sense of pride, Elder Wu glanced provocatively at the other 3 representatives from different sections. At that moment, Shao Han continued, since Elder Wu arrived first, whoever offers me better benefits than him, I shall pledge myself to their sect. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, while Elder Wu stood there, petrified. The beauty from the 100 Flowers sect was left utterly speechless. The ethereal Taoist from the Qingxian sect twitched at the corners of his mouth. The elder from the Kanglin sect was even more frustrated, nearly spitting blood. How could such a significant matter of apprenticeship be reduced to a mere marketplace negotiation by this boy? Heaven is blind. Such astonishing talent, squandered on a lad so disinclined to strive for progress. The others were left thunderstruck by Xiao Han's audacity, with the elder from Kanglin's sect contemplating leaving, yet unable to part with the prospect of Xiao Han's extraordinary potential. Elder Wu, however, found himself gaining some resistance against Xiao Han's antics. Having regained his composure first, he looked upon the scene of the other three's defeat and felt an unexpected surge of satisfaction. Ha! Trying to poach talent from my territory? Do they think this boy is easy to handle? Yet, seeing that the three had not yet given up, Elder Wu boldly stepped forward and called out to Xiao Han, "Young friend Xiao Han, I promise you 2 Earth-level cultivation techniques and 3 Earth-level martial arts. All of the fire attribute. Come with me." The other three were momentarily dumbfounded. Although they knew Xiao Han possessed immense potential, they wondered if Elder Wu was not concerned about Xiao Han's talent diminishing. Such treatment was nearly on par with that of the sect's core disciples. But Xiao Han merely shook his head indifferently, declaring that this offer was insufficient. He had raised the stakes. Elder Wu was infuriated, nearly seeing red. How dare he raise the price? Did he truly believe this was a marketplace? This was exasperating. As a seasoned assessment elder, Elder Wu had recommended countless talented disciples to the sect over the years, and many inner disciples had entered through his endorsement, yet never had he encountered a candidate as obstinate as Xiao Han. His face flushed crimson as he lifted his teacup, ready to hurl it to the ground. Chapter 28. The deal. But before Elder Wu could smash the teacup, Xiao Han's aura shifted dramatically. A torrent of crimson spiritual power surged forth, and his presence soared. Martial Master Realm, 2nd level. Martial Master Realm, 3rd level. Martial Master Realm, 4th level. With each breakthrough, waves of crimson spiritual energy enveloped Xiao Han's form. The fierce crimson aura occasionally mingled with a hint of verdant green, amplifying his might. The violent crimson energy howled through the hall, rustling the garments of those present. Break. With a low command from Xiao Han, the tumultuous crimson energy paused momentarily before erupting in a more frenzied manner, transforming into a storm of spiritual power that exploded outward. The 4 representatives surrounding Xiao Han were involuntarily forced back several steps by the onslaught of this wild energy. After a few breaths, Xiao Han's astonishing aura finally stabilized, and everyone instinctively sensed his cultivation level. Gasping in awe, Martial Master Realm, 5th level. Ding. Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully displaying prowess, earning 99 display points. Ding. Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully displaying prowess, earning 99 display points. Ding. Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully displaying prowess, earning 99 display points. All present were momentarily dazed, unable to fathom that Xiao Han had achieved the 5th level of the Martial Master Realm in mere moments. Such talent was astonishing. The 4 martial spirit realm experts present were utterly astounded. This rate of advancement rivaled that of the few prodigies within the sect. This lad, as long as he does not fall, is destined to become a paragon of the sect. What a reckless youth! How could he speak to the elder of the true martial sect in such a manner? At that moment, the 2nd elder of the Xiao clan stepped forward. Unable to remain silent upon witnessing Xiao Han provoking Elder Wu of the true martial sect, he stood up, ready to confront Xiao Han in an attempt to curry favor with Elder Wu. Slap! Elder Wu swiftly retaliated with a slap, sending the 2nd elder of the Xiao clan flying out of the conference hall. How dare you speak to my young friend Xiao Han in such a manner? After swatting away one individual, Elder Wu felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. His gaze turned fervently towards Xiao Han. Young friend Xiao Han, everything is negotiable. What else do you require? We can discuss it. Elder Wu's eyes sparkled as he regarded Xiao Han, as if he were examining an extraordinary treasure. Wu City was the domain of the true martial sect, and Elder Wu's intel was undoubtedly far superior to that of the other 3. While the others only knew of Xiao Han's 3 years of silence followed by an explosive rise, Elder Wu was acutely aware of the matters concerning the Yunxian sect. Having witnessed Xiao Han's direct advancement, an audacious speculation began to form in his mind. If his conjecture were to prove true, it would be a seismic event for the southern region. The other 3 representatives, upon witnessing Xiao Han's sudden surge in power, were filled with even greater astonishment and immediately began offering their own terms. My Kanglin sect will also provide 2 Earth-level cultivation techniques, 3 Earth-level martial arts, along with a 6th grade treasured blade. Merely 3 Earth-level martial arts, and you dare offer them? My Daoxian sect will provide a 6th grade mid-tier treasured sword. In addition to 5 Earth-level martial arts, little brother Xiao Han, feel free to choose any cultivation technique from the 100 Flowers sect. I'll also gift you a 100 Flowers Spirit Melting Pill, which is a 6th grade elixir. The representatives from the 4 sects were in a frenzy, constantly raising their offers. Yet Xiao Han was uninterested in swords or treasures. Rather, he desired medicinal herbs. The higher the grade, the better. He possessed the spirit flame of life, capable of refining herbs, transforming their medicinal properties into pure energy that continuously repaired and tempered his body, enhancing his constitution. Furthermore, this pure energy could also mend injuries when needed. Contemplating this, Xiao Han stated resolutely, I require medicinal herbs, 10 plants of 6th grade or above. The others were somewhat troubled. Medicinal herbs were precious resources within their sects. Unlike cultivation techniques which could be passed down indefinitely without incurring costs, Xiao Han's immense potential made him a valuable target for recruitment, but potential alone was not true strength. If they expended too many sect resources for this, their sects would not approve. In an instant, the representatives from the other sects began deliberating how much resource would be deemed reasonable. However, Elder Wu spoke up directly, no, you cannot raise the price again. At most, 5 plants. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Han replied, 15 plants. Elder Wu immediately wilted under the pressure, hastily conceding, no, just 10 plants. Seeing Elder Wu still haggling, Xiao Han furrowed his brow, 20 plants, deal, I agree. Elder Wu quickly acquiesced. Fearing Xiao Han would raise his price again, Elder Wu looked at Xiao Han with a pained expression, having recruited countless disciples into the sect, yet never had he encountered someone so difficult to negotiate with. He felt as if he were the one always at a disadvantage. But upon contemplating the potential that Xiao Han represented, Elder Wu couldn't help but gaze at him, grinning foolishly. If Xiao Han truly turned out as he suspected, it would be a monumental gain. Chapter 29. The dust settles. True martial sect. Meanwhile, the other 3 sect representatives looked utterly bewildered. 20 plants of 6th grade medicinal herbs. Even the most core disciples would not receive such treatment. Did Elder Wu not fear repercussions from the sect for such actions? As they observed the grinning Elder Wu, they felt a tremor of disbelief. Had he lost his mind? As the dust settled, the envoys from the other 3 sects opted to take their leave, each bidding farewell. Among them, only the woman in red cast a lingering glance at the composed Xiao Han, faintly sensing that she had missed a tremendous opportunity this time. Little brother Xiao Han, if you have the chance in the future, remember to visit the 100 Flowers sect. Don't forget my name. I'm Yafei. After Yafei uttered those words almost as if compelled, she gracefully departed. Elder Wu of the true martial sect looked at Xiao Han with a beaming smile. Young friend Xiao Han, I will come to fetch you tomorrow morning to take you to the mountain gate. Prepare yourself. The techniques and herbs will be ready for you to collect at the sect. As Elder Wu spoke, he took his leave, and at that moment, the previously dazed elders of the Xiao clan began to awaken, surrounding Xiao Han in a state of disbelief, unsure of what to say. The true martial sect, Kanglan sect, Daoxian sect, and 100 Flowers sect, each one capable of shaking the southern region with a mere stamp of their feet. Yet, they were all vying to recruit Xiao Han, even offering up techniques and treasures, leaving them utterly astonished. Xiao Zhantian, with his eyes blazing, was equally exhilarated. Though he had remained silent regarding Xiao Han's prior conflict with the Yunxian sect, he had harbored deep concerns, primarily worried that Xiao Han would face oppression from the Yunxian sect in the future. At long last, Xiao Han has been accepted as a disciple by the Zhenwu sect, and it appears his status is quite significant, as even the Yunxian sect dares not utter a word against him. Xiao Zhantian, filled with joy, patted Xiao Han on the shoulder and exclaimed, Honor, let us enjoy a few drinks tonight. Yes, father. Xiao Han readily agreed. The father and son drank together until midnight, with Xiao Zhantian becoming thoroughly inebriated, while Xiao Han remained entirely sober due to the influence of the ethereal flame. In the end, Xiao Han left behind half a box of manuals obtained from the legacy of the Martial King and quietly departed with Elder Wu. 3 days later, they arrived at the Zhenwu sect. Xiao Han had initially considered using the flying martial skill, Kuanpeng Wings, to soar directly there, but Elder Wu insisted on taking him aboard a 3rd-tier flying spirit beast, traveling a distance of 10,000 miles each day before finally reaching the mountain gates of the Zhenwu sect. Xiao Han mused to himself, realizing that this continent was far more expansive than the world of his past life. The dominion of a single sect stretched farther than he could have imagined. The Jinwu sect sprawled over 10,000 acres, composed of 5 great peaks, known as Xinjin Peak, Qingmu Peak, Jinshui Peak, Yihua Peak, and Yuantu Peak, with each mountain symbolically resonating with the 5 elements. The entire Jinwu sect appeared to resemble the hand of a colossal giant, with the 5 peaks serving as its 5 fingers. Consequently, the disciples humorously referred to these peaks as Thumb Peak, Index Peak, Middle Peak, Nameless Peak, and Little Finger Peak. Each peak was overseen by a chief, responsible for managing its affairs and determining all matters within the sect. Every chief was a formidable warrior at the martial sect level. The sect leader, Jiang Yingyue, was a transcendent powerhouse at the cusp of martial sovereign, renowned across the entire southern region. Jiang Yingyue's rise to prominence was indeed a fascinating tale. She hailed from the Nameless Peak, aptly named for its obscurity within the Jinwu sect, where it had little recognition, and few disciples were willing to join its ranks. Consequently, the Nameless Peak was sparsely populated, eventually leading to a near-complete cessation of its lineage. However, after joining the inner sect, Jiang Yingyue chose to become a member of the Nameless Peak. With her exceptional talent, she quickly ascended to the position of chief and, when the old sect leader unexpectedly passed away, single-handedly upheld the Jinwu sect. Jiang Yingyue's sudden rise astonished the entire southern region. And what captivated the cultivators was that this extraordinary talent, barely in her 30s, not only possessed unparalleled abilities, but also boasted a beauty that could topple nations. The combination of terms like woman, powerful, and beauty that could bring disaster sparked a fervor of admiration for Jiang Yingyue, with countless powerful individuals desiring her favor, yet all met with failure. Jiang Yingyue, devoted to her cultivation, found these advances to be tiresome. Eventually, she even executed a martial sect-level cultivator who had dared to disturb her peace, which gradually quelled the fervor surrounding her. Since then, Jiang Yingyue devoted herself solely to her training, residing alone on the Nameless Peak of the Jinwu sect. Rarely making an appearance, her aloof demeanor and exceptional cultivation level instilled a sense of fear among the elders of the sect, who were significantly older than her. Chapter 30. The Initial Shock at the Medicinal Pavilion. Elder Wu accompanied Xiao Han to the sect and, after assisting him with the necessary procedures, handed him a purple jade slip, instructing him to don the Jinwu sect's attire. Elder Wu looked at Xiao Han and said, "Young friend Xiao Han, I must now report your status to the sect leader. All your information has been recorded in this jade slip. You currently have access to 26th-tier medicinal herbs, along with 2 Earth-tier techniques and 3 Earth-tier combat skills for exchange. You may select your Earth-tier techniques and combat skills from the Jinwu sect Scripture Pavilion, and you can collect the 20 herbs from the Medicinal Pavilion. Additionally, this jade slip contains 1,000 contribution points granted by the sect, which can be used to exchange for techniques, elixirs, and weapons, serving as support for newly admitted disciples. However, once you exhaust these points and wish to acquire more, you must complete sect missions to earn contribution points for exchange." After Elder Wu finished speaking, he left Xiao Han to his own devices. Xiao Han inquired about the location of the medicinal repository and promptly headed towards the Medicinal Pavilion. Upon entering the Medicinal Pavilion, a steward disciple approached him and inquired, "Esteemed junior, how may I assist you?" The steward, noticing Xiao Han's outer sect attire and unfamiliar face, presumed he had unwittingly wandered into the Medicinal Pavilion and thus blocked his path. Xiao Han, not overthinking, produced his identity jade slip and handed it to the steward, stating, "Please fetch me 10 6th-tier herbs." The steward disciple, however, refused to take the slip, frowning as he scrutinized Xiao Han, saying, "Esteemed junior, the Medicinal Pavilion is a sacred place. It is not a venue for frivolity. If you continue to act recklessly, I shall have no choice but to expel you." The steward was convinced that Xiao Han, a newly admitted disciple, was utterly destitute and had no contribution points to exchange for herbs. Moreover, to request 10 6th-tier herbs upon arrival was clearly an act of chaos. Xiao Han furrowed his brow, choosing to ignore him as he advanced into the Medicinal Pavilion. The steward, witnessing this, became furious and unleashed a burst of yellow light, attempting to halt Xiao Han. Bang! A figure was sent flying over 10 feet away, crashing heavily onto the ground. Xiao Han, possessing the mastery of the 18 layers of dark strength, combined with the refining power of the ethereal flame, continuously tempered his physique. leaving any opponent of comparable level at a severe disadvantage in close combat, let alone a mere steward disciple. The Zhenwu sect maintained strict regulations, and even elder disciples refrained from causing disturbances in the medicinal pavilion. As the steward was thrown aside, onlookers gathered, their curiosity piqued by Xiao Han, who had effortlessly dispatched a long-established steward disciple. The steward, dazed and disoriented, eventually regained consciousness, his face contorted with rage as he shouted, "Stop him! He is attempting to invade the medicinal pavilion." Instantly, several other steward disciples converged upon Xiao Han. Xiao Han cast a dispassionate glance at the fallen steward disciple, having shown restraint, yet this individual remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, a thunderous voice rang out, "Who dares to cause chaos at the medicinal pavilion?" A gray-bearded elder approached, his imposing presence demanding attention. A terrifying aura erupted from him, silencing the crowd. This man was at least a powerful warrior at the martial king level. The elder, known as Elderly, who was responsible for overseeing the medicinal pavilion, furrowed his brow as he approached, scrutinizing Xiao Han and the steward disciple sprawled on the ground, demanding, "What transpired here?" The steward disciple hastily replied, "Elder, this individual trespassed into the medicinal pavilion without cause. I stepped forward to obstruct him, yet he resorted to violence." Elderly frowned upon hearing this and turned to Xiao Han, inquiring, "Is what he said true?" Xiao Han replied nonchalantly, "I merely sought to collect medicinal herbs. I had no intention of being obstructed." Upon hearing this, the steward disciple grew even more agitated, shouting, "You, a mere newly admitted outer disciple, audaciously request 10 6th-tier herbs upon entry. And you claim you are not here to create chaos?" The onlookers regarded Xiao Han with skepticism, realizing he was indeed attempting to stir trouble. Even those who had been in the sect for a year lacked sufficient contribution points to exchange for 10 6th-tier herbs. Xiao Han, with disdain, remarked, "In that case, I shall no longer request 10 6th-tier herbs." The steward disciple, sensing victory, prepared to mock Xiao Han but was interrupted as Xiao Han continued, "I shall instead request 26th-tier herbs." As Xiao Han spoke, he presented the jade slip to Elderly, gesturing for him to examine it. Xiao Han had initially intended to take out 10 herbs for the ethereal flame to consume, reserving the other 10 for herb seeds, given that the ethereal flame's greatest asset was its ability to rapidly mature medicinal plants. However, he decided to procure all 20 herbs at once. Elderly was momentarily taken aback, but then displayed a hint of surprise upon seeing Xiao Han's purple jade slip. Curiosity piqued, he accepted the slip and began to investigate its contents. Chapter 31. Selecting Techniques. Even Elderly, a powerful warrior at the martial king level, was astonished by Xiao Han's jade slip. 26th-tier herbs, 2 earth-tier techniques, and 3 earth-tier combat skills. This was a fortune comparable to his own. After a considerable pause, Elderly handed the slip to a disciple beneath him, stating coolly, "Go and fetch this young friend Xiao Han 26th-tier herbs." The crowd erupted in astonishment. A cacophony of murmurs filled the air. Even the total worth of an inner sect disciple would scarcely match such a sum. Yet, this outer disciple, newly admitted, casually presented such a request. How could this be possible? The onlookers, gazing at the youth who appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, were utterly stunned. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiao Han, for successfully impressing others, earning 66 points of prestige. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiao Han, for successfully impressing others, earning 77 points of prestige. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiao Han, for successfully impressing others, earning 88 points of prestige. At this moment, Elderly also turned his attention to the steward disciple who had been tossed aside by Xiao Han. The steward's face had turned pale, and Elderly, frowning, proclaimed, "You are incapable of discerning right from wrong, reversing black and white. I hereby sentence you to receive 30 strikes from the Thunderstaff in the Discipline Hall." The disciple of the steward turned pale upon hearing those words and, with a reluctant demeanor, retreated. Observing this, the crowd gradually dispersed as well. Before long, 26th-grade medicinal herbs were presented before Xiao Han. He exchanged no further pleasantries with Elderly, directly storing the herbs into his spatial ring before taking his leave. Elderly, however, watched Xiao Han depart with a flickering gaze. This individual not only possessed an unprecedented exchange quota, but also wielded a top-tier spatial ring. Undoubtedly harboring an extraordinary background, it would be prudent for him to cultivate a good relationship with Xiao Han. Holding the herbs, Xiao Han made his way back to his dwelling. The outer sect disciples resided at the foot of 5 peaks, while the inner sect disciples dwelt atop them. Among these, Thumb Peak housed a multitude of disciples. Over 1,000 inner sect disciples practiced their cultivation there. Each peak was equipped with a gathering spirit formation, ensuring a more abundant supply of spiritual energy compared to the outside world, making cultivation significantly more efficient. However, these details held little relevance for Xiao Han. Upon returning to his quarters, he summoned the spirit flame, which joyfully danced around him like a child seeking affection from its parent. Xiao Han smiled faintly. With a flash of light from his spatial ring, the 20 medicinal herbs materialized in the room. The spirit flame cheered and, upon receiving Xiao Han's permission, enveloped all 20 herbs in one go. Its tiny form swelled considerably, and in a short while, the herbs were refined, releasing a potent and pure medicinal energy within Xiao Han's body. The energy from the 26th grade pills was immensely powerful, and at this current stage, Xiao Han could not absorb it all at once. The formidable medicinal energy transformed into numerous small green orbs. Hiding within Xiao Han's being, he meticulously sensed these tiny green spheres, feeling that they contained an overwhelming and pure vitality. This vitality continuously nourished Xiao Han's body, refining his constitution, and should he sustain any injuries, it would expedite his recovery under its purifying influence. Truly, the spirit flame was the fire of longevity. Next, it was time to select cultivation techniques from the scripture repository. Xiao Han was eligible to choose 2 earth-tier techniques and 3 earth-tier martial arts, which he intended to utilize wisely. Upon his arrival at the scripture repository, he found it devoid of steward disciples, save for a venerable elder with snow-white hair seated within. A slight sensory probe revealed that this elder was likely at the martial emperor level. After verifying Xiao Han's jade slip, a flicker of surprise crossed the elder's face as he gazed at Xiao Han and said, "Earth-tier techniques are located on the 3rd floor. You may freely select 5 books, go ahead." Xiao Han expressed his gratitude and promptly ascended to the 3rd floor. The space was exceedingly vast, containing merely dozens of bookshelves, with a few scattered books on each. And some shelves completely bare. It seemed that even a colossal entity like the Zhenwu sect possessed a limited number of earth-tier techniques. Xiao Han approached the fire attribute section and began to browse. There were 4 or 5 earth-tier fire techniques: Xian Yang Divine Decision, Wu Yang War God Decision, and Qi Yang Decision. Without much deliberation, Xiao Han casually selected 2 advanced earth-tier techniques. Good techniques merely accelerated one's cultivation speed, reduced difficulty, and facilitated breakthroughs. However, to someone like Xiao Han, who possessed a system, all these earth-tier techniques were somewhat equivalent. Next, he moved to the earth-tier martial arts section, where a greater variety was available: 5 animals leaving fire technique, Void Great Hand Seal, Great Sun Golden Crow Body, and Xian Huang Capturing Heaven Finger. If techniques aided in rapid cultivation and the swift accumulation of spiritual energy, then martial arts transformed that internal energy into combat prowess. Even with the system's assistance for swift cultivation and ascension, careful consideration was necessary to determine which martial arts best suited him. The 5 animals leaving fire technique conjures 5 distinct flames, transforming into Phoenix, Luan, Rock, Huang, and Golden Crow, engaging in battle, with all 5 animals unleashed, scorching mountains and boiling seas. The Void Great Hand Seal manifests internal energy into a colossal handprint. Upon mastery, it can shatter cities and split mountains, plucking stars from the sky. The Great Sun Golden Crow Body, a body-refining technique that burns oneself with flames to forge true Golden Crow fire. Upon full mastery, one can bare-handedly clash with holy weapons. Invulnerable to all, Xian Huang Capturing Heaven Finger transforms internal energy into fiery fingers, extinguishing all life. Xiao Han was profoundly stirred. These techniques were indeed powerful, yet he could only select 3 martial arts. After some contemplation, he resolved to cultivate the Void Great Hand Seal, the Great Sun Golden Crow Body, and the Xian Huang Capturing Heaven Finger. With the 5 techniques in hand, he entered the training room within the scripture repository, preparing to study them. Closing the door, Xiao Han was about to request the system for accelerated learning when the system suddenly chimed. Ding, 2 earth-tier techniques detected. Would you like to fuse them? Oh, techniques can be fused? He mused. He was curious about the strength post-fusion. Confirm fusion, ding. Initiating fusion of 2 Earth tier techniques, upgrading to quasi-heaven tier techniques. Time required, 1 month, a quasi-heaven tier technique. Xiao Han smiled subtly. This was indeed a significant gain. He then glanced at the 3 Earth tier martial arts in his possession and commanded the system. Learn these 3 martial arts, ding. Insufficient style points. Learning 3 Earth tier martial arts requires 27,000 style points. Current balance, 8,620 style points. Not enough style points again. It seems the more profound the technique, the more points are required. Xiao Han could not help but query the consumption for learning these 3 martial arts. The Void Great Hand Seal, an advanced Earth tier technique, comprises 8 forms. Each form requires 1,000 style points to learn, and mastering 3 forms enables the user to construct a spiritual hand, rivaling low-level Earth tier techniques. The Great Sun Golden Crow Body, a mid-tier Earth technique, consists of 3 layers. Each layer requires 3,000 style points to learn, with the first layer achieving a minor success stage, rendering the body as sturdy as black iron. Impervious to all evils, the Xian Huang Capturing Heaven Finger, an advanced Earth tier technique, has 9 layers. Each layer requires 1,200 style points, with the first layer's power comparable to low-level techniques, yet upon mastering the 9th layer, the Finger S might multiplies, rivaling Heaven tier power. Xiao Han thoughtfully considered his current defensive capabilities, which were somewhat lacking. Thus, the Great Sun Golden Crow Body was a must-learn. The Void Great Hand Seal, with its initial 3 layers matching the might of Earth tier martial arts, was also appealing. As for the Xian Huang Capturing Heaven Finger, its power would only significantly increase after mastering all 9 layers, so it could be set aside for now. With that in mind, Xiao Han called out to the system. System, learn the first 3 forms of the Void Great Hand Seal and the first layer of the Great Sun Golden Crow Body. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully learned the first 3 forms of the Void Great Hand Seal. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully learned the first layer of the Great Sun Golden Crow Body. Xiao Han felt an influx of knowledge regarding the Void Great Hand Seal and the Great Sun Golden Crow Body flood his mind. He stored the remaining technique in his spatial ring. Closing his eyes, he meticulously sensed the intricacies of the Earth tier techniques, his hands gesturing before him as if deducing the moves of the Void Great Hand Seal. Boom! A tremendous noise erupted suddenly from the training room within the scripture repository, startling the disciples selecting techniques and jolting Xiao Han from his meditative state. He glanced at the wall beside him, which now bore a gaping hole, and felt somewhat helpless. He had become so engrossed in practicing the Void Great Hand Seal that he inadvertently created a breach in the training room. Almost instantaneously upon the sound's emergence, the seemingly indifferent Martial Emperor Strongman approached the training room entrance, staring in bewilderment at the wall's massive breach. There had been no prior fluctuations of spiritual energy, yet such a powerful handprint had suddenly erupted. Is this truly the Void Great Hand Seal of the Jinwu sect? Ding, congratulations, host Xiao Han. Style points earned, 99. Ding, congratulations, host Xiao Han. Style points earned, 99. Ding, congratulations, host Xiao Han. Style points earned, 99. The Martial Emperor was deeply astonished. This disciple had comprehended the essence of the Void Great Hand Seal in merely half an hour after acquiring the technique. Such talent was nothing short of monstrous. This matter must be reported to the sect. As Xiao Han exited the scripture repository, he encountered a towering figure approaching him. Xiao Han, my junior disciple. What brings you here? The newcomer wore an expression of sheer delight as he gazed at Xiao Han. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Han recognized this to be the very individual whose sternum he had inadvertently shattered, who had insisted, "Senior brother is fine." It was Man Shan. Man Shan, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly pulled Xiao Han towards the tavern. Given that the Jinwu sect has tens of thousands of disciples, it is only natural that numerous establishments akin to taverns abound. Unable to refuse Mansion's insistence, Xiao Han reluctantly followed him. Within the tavern, the two engaged in lively conversation and hearty drinking, relishing the delightful spirits brewed from spiritual fruits, consuming barrel after barrel. Before long, Manshan began to exhibit signs of inebriation. I am the Jinwu sect. Should anyone dare to bully you, simply invoke the name of your senior brother Manshan. I have once made it onto the Earth ranking, and from now on, I shall protect you, Manshan declared, his face flushed with intoxication as he pounded his chest with gusto. Recalling the incident where his stern chest had been shattered, Xiao Han could only chuckle, yet he became intrigued by Manshan's mention of the Earth ranking and inquired, "Senior Brother Manshan, what exactly is the Earth ranking?" Manshan then began to elaborate. The Earth ranking is a list ranking the strength of outer disciples, featuring the 100 most formidable among them, each a prodigy of exceptional talent. Moreover, those on the Earth ranking enjoy numerous privileges. For instance, when purchasing items within the sect using contribution points, there are discounts. A regular disciple would require 3,000 points for a 6th-tier herb, but once you become an Earth ranking expert, it only costs 2,700 points, a 10 discount. If you place within the top 50, it drops to 20, and for the top 10, a mere 40. What is even more enticing is that disciples on the Earth ranking can reside in the specially prepared 100-strong courtyard. This courtyard not only offers numerous servants to cater to the daily needs of these talented disciples, but it also contains a gathering spirit formation, significantly enhancing the speed of cultivation. The closer your rank is to the top, the richer the spiritual energy in the courtyard. The first-ranked courtyard boasts 10 times the spiritual energy found outside. Entering the Earth ranking is quite simple. You need only to defeat any expert ranked above you, and you will naturally replace their position, becoming a new Earth ranking expert. Furthermore, any new disciple who makes their debut on the Earth ranking is rewarded with 10,000 contribution points as an encouragement. Additionally, there is a regulation stating that if a lower-ranked disciple challenges a higher-ranked one, the latter cannot refuse as long as they are present. However, to prevent the waste of the precious cultivation time of Earth ranking talents, each challenge must be accompanied by a payment of 1,000 contribution points. If successful, your ranking will automatically rise, and you will also receive the 1,000 contribution points from your opponent. While 1,000 points may seem insignificant to the Earth ranking experts, for a newly initiated disciple, it represents nearly all their savings. Of course, Xiao Han is no ordinary new disciple. So Manshan divulged the location for challenging Earth ranking experts, which is the challenge arena outside the training room, where Earth ranking experts typically cultivate and welcome challengers. Xiao Han stroked his chin, pondering that he might still possess 1,000 contribution points in his jade slip. Soon, after their revelry, the two had their fill and Xiao Han prepared to return home, ready to commence his challenges on the Earth ranking the following day. As Xiao Han contemplated whether to head to the challenge arena, Elder Wu was seeking an audience with the sect master of Jinwu sect, Jiang Yingyue. Within the grand hall of Wuming Peak, Jiang Yingyue sat regally at the head, while Elder Wu took his place below. Clad in white robes, her face veiled in a delicate gauze that concealed her breathtaking beauty, Jiang exuded a natural and formidable aura, commanding respect. "Elder Wu, what brings you here?" Jiang Yingyue inquired, her voice resonating like pearls rolling on a jade plate, ethereal and clear. Elder Wu, brimming with joy, replied, "Sect Master, I have discovered the fabled constitution." Jiang Yingyue's eyes sparkled with intrigue at his words. "Really? What constitution is it?" Elder Wu cautiously surveyed the surroundings, seemingly wary of eavesdroppers. Noticing his concern, Jiang Yingyue smiled gently. "Elder Wu, the Wuming Peak has fallen into decline, and I have no disciples. There is no one here but us. Feel free to speak openly." Elder Wu chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had perhaps overreacted. Despite the vastness of the southern region, it was unlikely anyone would overhear their conversation in the presence of such a figure. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, he declared, "I believe I have found the legendary innate pure body." "What?" Jiang Yingyue exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment, though she quickly regained her composure, casting several restrictions to shield their conversation from external scrutiny before inquiring further. "What exactly is the situation? If such a constitution were to emerge in the southern region, it would surely cause an uproar." Chapter 34. Challenging the Earth ranking talents. Seeing Jiang Yingyue's grave demeanor, Elder Wu couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing he had underestimated the potential of the innate pure body. He then recounted all the details regarding Xiao Han. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yingyue furrowed her brow. Deep in thought. 3 years of cultivation without revealing any signs. Yet after 3 years, an instantaneous leap in strength. This extraordinary method of advancement indeed resembles the legendary innate pure body. However, it is difficult to ascertain definitively. As no one has witnessed such a constitution, it is said that awakening the innate pure body requires several years, during which time one's cultivation does not progress. However, once awakened, obstacles on the path of cultivation cease to exist. And as long as there is sufficient spiritual energy, one automatically ascends to the next level. Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance. Zhang Yingyue mused for a while before addressing Elder Wu. This matter is of utmost importance. You must not disclose it. I shall observe this individual for a time. You may go now. Understood? Elder Wu respectfully bowed and gradually withdrew. On Wuming Peak, only a solitary figure clad in white remained. Xiao Han, if you truly possess the innate pure body, then heaven has not forsaken our Zhenwu sect. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the elegant silhouette seemed to bear the weight of countless burdens. The next day, Xiao Han arrived early at the 100-strong courtyard, which truly lived up to its reputation as a sacred ground for cultivation among the outer disciples. The spiritual energy here surpassed that of the outside world by a significant margin. Ensuring that training here would yield remarkable results, approaching the courtyard ranked 100th, he declared in a deep voice, "Outer disciple Xiao Han, here to challenge." Ah, someone has begun a challenge at the 100-strong courtyard. A shout rang out, drawing many outer disciples to gather and watch. Who is this challenger? I don't recall seeing him before. Indeed, a mere 15 or 16 years old, yet possessing the strength to challenge the outer top 100. When did our sect produce such a figure? I saw him at the drug repository yesterday. He seems to be a newly initiated disciple. What? A newcomer? At this revelation, the crowd erupted in chatter. Disciples of the Zhenwu sect, even those in the outer ranks, are typically prodigies from various locales. Who among them did not enter with a belief in their own superiority? The Zhenwu sect is a gathering place for countless talents, where there are always stronger individuals. To seasoned disciples, newcomers are merely fledglings, incapable of stirring any significant waves. Yet, every year, some newcomers, claiming extraordinary talents, dismiss the seasoned disciples, only to face inevitable humiliation. Upon learning that Xiao Han was merely a newcomer, waves of derision ensued. It's been a while since I've witnessed such an audacious newcomer directly challenging those in the top 100. Haha, newcomers are always so full of themselves. They'll learn their lesson soon enough. Unperturbed by the mockery, Xiao Han chose to ignore their taunts. Rather than waste breath in rebuttal, he preferred to let his actions speak for themselves. Creak. The courtyard door swung open, revealing a youth of 17 or 18 years. The one ranked 100th, who had seen many challengers before. I am Li Qing, the Earth Rankings 100th, and I accept your challenge. The challenge procedure in the outer sect is straightforward yet formal. Each participant must announce their name before commencing the challenge. The victor claims the courtyard as their residence and secures a place among the top 100. Once the challenge procedure was complete, the two exchanged no further words and immediately engaged in combat. With a resounding roar, Li Qing summoned forth a formidable surge of spiritual energy, transforming it into a ferocious beast that lunged ferociously at Xiao Han. The beast's form vividly depicted, its spiritual scales and fur distinctly visible. The Xian-tier intermediate martial technique. Songming Beast Transformation. The onlookers gasped in admiration at the sight of the animated beast, recognizing Li Qing's prowess. Xiao Han, however, formed his fingers into the shape of a sword, unleashing a radiant sword energy. The spectators felt the power contained within Xiao Han's sword energy, astonished to find it seemed to rival the ferocity of Li Qing's beast. As the crowd watched in awe, the sword energy collided with the beast, and contrary to expectations of a stalemate, the sword energy pierced through the beast, continuing unabated until it struck Li Qing directly. Ift! Li Qing felt as though he had been struck by a mighty beast, sent flying through the air, spitting blood and landing in a heap on the ground. Gasp! The onlookers were utterly stunned. This newcomer demonstrated such formidable strength. There was no stalemate, no drawn-out struggle, just a single, decisive blow that eliminated a veteran disciple ranked within the top 100. Could this newcomer truly be so powerful? Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 66 points of display points. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 77 points of display points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiao Han, for successfully displaying prowess and earning 88 points of bravado. Chapter 35. The Bed of Barbarian Mountain. Continuous challenges. You have won. This courtyard now belongs to you. Li Qing's face turned pale as he traded 1,000 contribution points to Xiao Han. Despite his defeat, Li Qing bore no resentment toward Xiao Han. He could sense that the sword energy contained within had not unleashed its full power. This individual named Xiao Han had shown him mercy. Xiao Han returned a respectful gesture to Li Qing but did not accept the key to the courtyard he offered. Instead, he strode directly toward the 99th courtyard, declaring in a deep voice, "Outer sect?" Xiao Han, here to challenge. The onlookers outside were momentarily stunned, but soon erupted in excitement once more. Another challenge was underway. This promised to be a thrilling spectacle. Thus, the crowd of disciples watching continued to swell. As word spread that a newcomer intended to challenge the experts on the Earth ranking consecutively, drawing many eager spectators. Within the 100-strong courtyard, numerous disciples from the Earth ranking also heard the news and quietly made their way over. Earth ranking number 99, Han Shi, accepts your challenge. The courtyard door swung open, revealing a robust young man. Outside the challenge arena, senior students began to shout, "Come, come." The Earth rankings 100th, Xiao Han, faces off against the 99th. Han Shi. Odds are 2-1. Place your bets. With that call, many disciples rushed over to wager, and without exception, they bet on Xiao Han's defeat. Han Shi's greatest strength lay in his defensive capabilities. Even Li Qing, in a previous battle, had been unable to breach Han Shi's defenses despite exerting all his strength, ultimately falling victim to Han Shi's overwhelming physical prowess. The spectators had witnessed the confrontation between Xiao Han and Li Qing. The former relied on long-range sword techniques, indicating a weakness in close combat. Thus, it was assumed that Xiao Han would surely lose against Han Shi, just as everyone was placing their bets on Xiao Han's defeat. A boisterous voice rang out, "I wager 3,000 contribution points that Xiao Han will win." The crowd turned to see the speaker. It was none other than Barbarian Mountain. A familiar senior, curious, inquired, "Hey, Barbarian Mountain, why would you bet on this newcomer instead of Han Shi? Do you have some insider information?" Barbarian Mountain laughed heartily. "I'm just betting for fun. If you want to join in, feel free." Though Barbarian Mountain was rough around the edges, he was no fool. He certainly wouldn't pass up an opportunity that was clearly lucrative in contribution points. Others scoffed at his words. 3,000 contribution points was a substantial amount. While Earth-ranking disciples were wealthy, after accounting for their cultivation expenses, this was nearly all they had. Who would believe he was merely playing around? Most continued to trust their judgment and wagered on Xiao Han's defeat, placing significant amounts of points, confident in their winning strategy. Although the odds were low, betting larger amounts would still yield considerable returns. Some senior students, well acquainted with Barbarian Mountain, knew him to be shrewd, so they also placed modest bets on Xiao Han's victory. As Barbarian Mountain's wagers were finalized, the battle commenced. Han Shi roared, his muscles swelling, transforming him into a towering figure akin to a raging mighty ape, charging toward Xiao Han. In this transformed state, Han Shi's defenses, speed, and strength surged. He relentlessly closed the distance, evidently believing Xiao Han to be a long-range combatant, intent on finishing the fight through close quarters. Han Shi's combat experience was clearly extensive, even with Xiao Han refraining from striking. He continuously shifted his attack angles with remarkable speed, making it difficult for an average person to land a hit on him. As Han Shi approached, swiftly breaching the 50-meter mark, the moment to strike seemed ripe. The closer they were, the greater the chances of a successful hit. Yet, an unexpected turn unfolded. With another roar, Han Shi's aura intensified, his form swelling even larger. He truly resembled a frenzied demon ape, now closing the distance to 30 meters. The crowd gasped in shock. This Han Shi possessed such hidden strength, previously unseen in combat. It appeared his ranking would ascend. All eyes turned to Xiao Han, speculating on his response. However, Xiao Han neither attacked nor retreated. He merely observed Han Shi's relentless advances with an amused expression, as if savoring a performance. The crowd was taken aback. How could he appear so distracted in the midst of battle? At 15 meters. This was the final opportunity. They widened their eyes, hoping Xiao Han might seize the moment to counterattack. The few who had bet on Xiao Han's victory could hardly contain themselves, urging, "Strike him. Why are you just standing there?" Yet, Xiao Han remained motionless. Han Shi advanced a single step, closing the distance to within 10 meters. It was over. Chapter 36. A turn of events, the crowd stunned. All the senior students present were seasoned in combat. Generally, a cultivator like Xiao Han, specializing in range techniques, must never allow a close combat fighter to encroach within 10 meters. This distance was insufficient for either counterattacking or evading strikes. The battle appeared concluded. With no suspense remaining, damn, what was I thinking, betting on a newcomer to win? Several seniors expressed their chagrin, regretting their foolish wager, though thankfully their stakes had not been excessive. Those who had bet on Han Shi couldn't help but smirk at Barbarian Mountain, thinking him foolish enough to lose everything. Yet, Barbarian Mountain merely rolled his eyes. Did they truly believe Xiao Han was weak in close combat? Who gave you the courage to confront Xiao Han head-on? Bang! As if to validate Barbarian Mountain's expectations, a tremendous sound echoed as Han Shi was sent flying over 10 meters. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiao Han, for successfully displaying prowess and earning 99 points of bravado. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiao Han, for successfully displaying prowess and earning 99 points of bravado. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiao Han, for successfully displaying prowess and earning 99 points of bravado. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. What had they just witnessed? A colossal figure resembling a bursting demon ape, clashing with a somewhat youthful newcomer. Yet the result was the demon ape being sent flying by a single punch from the novice. This was utterly contrary to reason. Could it be that Xiao Han's close-quarters combat skills surpassed those of Han Shi? How could this be? Xiao Han was but 15 or 16 years old. While he was formidable at ranged combat, surpassing Li Qing, to also excel in close quarters over Han Shi was unfathomable. The crowd was left speechless, and those who had bet on Han Shi were near tears. Even those who had wagered on Xiao Han were wide-eyed in disbelief. How could this be? The newcomer had emerged victorious. They had nearly given up hope, yet the conclusion had flipped. Xiao Han had won. They joyously collected their winnings, immediately regretting not wagering more points, as a larger stake could have afforded them many valuable rewards. Barbarian Mountain was grinning from ear to ear. Having bet 3,000 contribution points, he had now netted an equal amount. This was enough for him to accomplish many things. He even felt grateful to Xiao Han for having shattered his ribs, though he had been bedridden for several days. It had allowed him to understand the depth of Xiao Han's strength, resulting in this windfall of contribution points. Barbarian Mountain chuckled broadly, inciting envy among the nearby seniors. This ruffian Barbarian Mountain must have inside information. Otherwise, how could he bet 3,000 contribution points with such confidence? This was a clean profit of 3,000 contribution points. Even the seniors would require several months of effort to accumulate such wealth. Yet this rogue had achieved it in just 10 minutes. They seethed with frustration, but then witnessed Xiao Han stride toward the 98th courtyard, declaring, "Outer Sect, Xiao Han, here to challenge." Instantly, many seniors felt a chill run down their spines. What did he intend to do? Did he plan to defeat each of the top 100, one by one, all the way to the top? The elite among the 100-strong courtyard exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, although they ranked higher than Li Qing and Han Shi. The differences were not insurmountable. Moreover, Xiao Han had decisively defeated both in their areas of expertise. Observing Xiao Han's relaxed demeanor, it was evident that neither Li Qing nor Han Shi had compelled him to reveal his true abilities. This newcomer was indeed unfathomable. The 30 weakest disciples in the 100-strong courtyard wore grim expressions, while the top 40 appeared unperturbed. These 40 prodigies hailed from prominent families and large sects. Having received the highest level training since childhood, their strengths far exceeding their peers. Upon entering the true martial sect, their powers had skyrocketed. They were confident that they, too, could defeat Li Qing and Han Shi with a single strike. Feeling no pressure, however, they overlooked the fact that Xiao Han had only just entered the sect, and his true strength was undoubtedly far beyond what he had thus far revealed. As the crowd surged with excitement, Xiao Han had already faced off against the 98th contender, effortlessly dispatching him with a single punch. Outer Sect Xiao Han requests to challenge. He declared loudly in front of the 97th courtyard. I challenged the 97th strongest. It wasn't long before the 97th ranked opponent fell, the 96th ranked fell, the 95th ranked fell, the 90th ranked fell, the 88th ranked fell, the 80th ranked fell, the 75th ranked fell, the 70th ranked fell. Xiao Han swept through his opponents, defeating 30 esteemed challengers of the Earth ranking without anyone able to offer even a moment's resistance. Chapter 37. Earth Ranking Tier 3. Four outstanding figures of the Outer Sect. Having cultivated the Great Sun Golden Crow body and tempered his physique with the essence of life, Xiao Han showed little inclination to evade the attacks from his opponents. Their blows barely left a mark on him. He was simply too strong. This newcomer was overwhelmingly powerful. No one could withstand even a single strike from him. Where did such a prodigy emerge from? The crowd was left in utter shock, having never before witnessed a newcomer so formidable, able to swiftly cut down 30 prominent figures from the Earth ranking, each one brutally overwhelmed in succession. Such a resplendent record even caught the attention of the Grand Elder of the Outer Sect. When the Grand Elder arrived at the courtyard of the top 100, he was thoroughly astonished by Xiao Han's achievements. With his discerning eye, the Grand Elder immediately recognized that Xiao Han had practiced the Great Sun Golden Crow body, and what shocked him even more was that Xiao Han had only acquired the technique yesterday, yet had already reached a minor accomplishment today. Such astonishing talent was truly unparalleled throughout history. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points of bragging rights. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points of bragging rights. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points of bragging rights. A gleam of delight shone in the Grand Elder's eyes, but he quickly seemed to recall something. He instructed the elder attendant beside him, "Send out the order. Not a word about Xiao Han is to be leaked outside. Anyone who disobeys shall face death." The Grand Elder's words carried a chilling threat. A talent like Xiao Han was precisely the kind of individual that rival sects would seek to eliminate at all costs. If news of his prowess were to leak, it would undoubtedly spell danger. Understood. I shall take care of it immediately. Several elder attendants bowed respectfully and dispersed. After defeating the 71st formidable challenger, Xiao Han did not press forward for further challenges. Instead, he expressed his disappointment with a tone laden with melancholy. "Can none of you withstand even a single blow from me? Life truly feels as lonely as snow. Tomorrow, I shall return to challenge 30 disciples once more. I hope you can endure at least one of my strikes." With that, Xiao Han turned to leave, his voice echoing faintly in the courtyard. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points of bragging rights. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points of bragging rights. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points of bragging rights. Upon hearing Xiao Han's words, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Wow, such arrogance! Brother Xiao Han is my idol. Could it be that he can truly penetrate the top 100 of the Earth ranking? What a formidable character! The Outer Sect disciples were in awe, clearly taken aback by this newcomer who had only just entered the sect yet dared to challenge all the esteemed figures of the Outer Sect. Regardless of his actual strength, merely possessing such audacity was unparalleled. That night, in the 71st courtyard of the top 100, Xiao Han shared drinks with Manshan. "Junior brother Xiao, you don't truly intend to challenge everyone on the Earth ranking, do you?" Manshan had come specifically to persuade Xiao Han not to continue with his challenges. "Junior brother Xiao, don't be mistaken. The talents on the Earth ranking are not so easily dealt with as they were today. Having spent over a year in the Outer Sect and having once entered the Earth ranking himself, Manshan possessed valuable insight. The talents of the Earth ranking, while the finest of the Outer Sect, were divided into 3 tiers. The lowest tier comprised those ranked 71st to 100th. Their positions were quite unstable, as many talented individuals within the true martial sect sought to ascend the rankings, and a moment's negligence could see them ousted. Thus, the cultivation of these 30 individuals was the weakest among the top 100. The second tier encompassed those ranked 41st to 70th, who were unlikely to be dislodged from the Earth ranking and faced fewer challenges, allowing them to focus on their cultivation. Notably, these individuals not only possessed good talent and diligent cultivation, but also frequently undertook sect missions to hunt demonic beasts, honing their will and enhancing their combat prowess, while simultaneously earning contributions for the sect. It could be said that while this group might not boast the highest cultivation, their combat abilities were not inferior to those of the top 40 ranked talents when disregarding factors such as techniques and cultivation levels. However, they often spent their time outside completing missions, leaving little opportunity to challenge those ranked higher. The top tier consisted of those ranked 1st to 40th, destined to become inner disciples, all hailing from prestigious families and having practiced profound techniques from an early age, laying a foundation far beyond that of their peers. These 40 individuals not only had high cultivation but also possessed numerous advanced techniques, with several among them even wielding earth-tier techniques. Especially among these brilliant talents, the 4 most resplendent figures were predetermined disciples from the 4 peaks, excluding the nameless peak. Qin Yu, Han Qianqian, Tang Dao, and Song Hai.it was said that these 4 were descendants of the peak masters of Xianjin Peak, Qingmu Peak, Zhenshui Peak, and Yuantu Peak, possessing not only strength far surpassing their contemporaries, but also an array of treasures and techniques that left their peers with no chance of victory, let alone defeating all 4. Chapter 38. A stirring in the outer sect, frantic betting, Man Shan, known for his straightforward and forthright nature, immediately divulged all he knew to Xiao Han while advising him to proceed with caution, suggesting a period of closed-door cultivation before facing the remaining disciples. In Man Shan's view, Xiao Han's talent was undoubtedly exceptional, but having entered the sect later, he still required time to refine his skills. Man Shan feared that Xiao Han might not be able to contend with those radiant talents. However, Xiao Han merely smiled slightly and assured Man Shan that he possessed the confidence to defeat everyone. With no further arguments to be made, Man Shan relented. The two continued to drink for a while longer, but with Xiao Han planning to challenge the others the next day, Man Shan soon took his leave. On the following day, before dawn had fully broken, the courtyard of the top 100 was already abuzz with voices. Xiao Han's consecutive victories over the 30 talents of the Earth ranking had thoroughly astonished all the senior disciples of the outer sect. Many who had not witnessed the previous day's battles arrived in the dead of night to secure good positions, eager to witness Xiao Han's prowess in action today. Outside the courtyard, figures stood atop the roofs of their respective courtyards. Lined up in formation, these figures exuded various airs, some proud, some disdainful, some brooding, and some exhilarated. Yet, without exception, the aura emanating from them grew increasingly powerful. They were the masters of the courtyards from 70 to 41. A total of 30 formidable talents from the Earth ranking. The sole purpose of these 30 contenders emerging was to teach that arrogant newcomer a harsh lesson. All 30 of the Earth ranking talents mobilized, solely to confront a mere newcomer who had yet to complete 3 days in the sect. Had this event been proposed prior to yesterday, no one would have believed it. But today, everything had changed. Everything was solely for that newcomer, that challenger named Xiao Han. Thousands of outer sect disciples gathered, 30 Earth-ranking talents standing ready for battle. It must be noted that such a situation was unprecedented in the outer sect. Even the Grand Elder of the outer sect took it seriously, dispatching several martial spirit realm elder attendants to ensure the safety of the challenge. Although the Earth-ranking challenges were meant to be controlled, fists and feet have no eyes, especially as the disciples of the second tier often ventured out to hunt demonic beasts, where every move could be lethal. To avoid any unforeseen incidents, the martial spirit realm elder attendants were on high alert, refusing to let their guard down for even a moment. The atmosphere in the betting house was equally intense. Patrons flowed in and out, continuously placing wagers. Some bet that Xiao Han would lose in his first match, while others wagered that he could break into the top 50. At the entrance of the betting house, a towering figure over 2 meters tall strode in. It was none other than Man Shan. With a boisterous demeanor, Man Shan barged in and proclaimed, "I wager 10,000 contribution points that Xiao Han will win all his matches." Upon hearing this, the previously noisy betting house fell into an abrupt silence. Everyone staring at Man Shan with the incredulous gaze reserved for fools. Even the betting house staff stood momentarily dumbfounded. Though the odds for betting on Xiao Han to win all were 1 to 10, how could he possibly win them all? Most talents of the Earth ranking's third tier were martial artists, while the strong contenders of the second tier were nearly all at the martial master level. Yet Xiao Han was merely 14 or 15 years of age. Even if Xiao Han barely qualified as a martial master, it was already extraordinary for someone of the same realm to take on 3 opponents. But who were Xiao Han's opponents? They were the most outstanding disciples of the true martial sect. Each of them was a peerless talent capable of overwhelming their contemporaries in the outside world. How could Xiao Han possibly win them all? Man Shan felt somewhat helpless. That 10,000 contribution points were not his own. He was merely placing the wager for someone else. The talents of the second tier were all exceptional individuals, with countless hidden trump cards. Even among themselves, advancing a single rank was a formidable challenge, let alone easily defeating them. Fortunately, this 10,000 contribution points are not my own. However, should I place a bet? Man Shan swallowed hard and could not help but recall the confident gaze from last night. Damn it, if I'm going crazy, so be it. Without further hesitation, Man Shan shouted, "Wait, I'll add another 1,000 contribution points." After placing his bet, Man Shan disregarded the astonished stares of others and rushed towards the 100-strong courtyard. The challenge arena was abuzz with voices, all speculating how far Xiao Han could advance today. As for the notion that Xiao Han could directly defeat the 30 strongest in the second tier, no one believed it. However, those who had witnessed the fight yesterday were conflicted. Rationality told them it was impossible for one person to single-handedly take on the top talents of the second tier. Yet emotionally, they wished for Xiao Han's victory. After all, the miracle Xiao Han had created yesterday still lingered in their minds, and a sense of anticipation quietly emerged. Creak. As Xiao Han pushed open the door of the 71st courtyard, countless gazes turned towards him. Immediately, a buzz of discussion erupted. Is this the ruthless newcomer who defeated the 30 talents of the Earth rank in a single day? He looks so young. To be this strong at such a young age, truly a prodigy. Chapter 39. The Sword of the White-Clad Linghua. Everyone marveled, for Xiao Han appeared no older than 15 or 16. Yet he had managed to directly defeat the 30 strongest in the Earth rank. Showcasing his extraordinary talent, unfazed by the crowd's scrutiny, Xiao Han strode toward the 70th courtyard. Just as he came to a halt, a figure clad in white darted forward. It was the strongman ranked 70 in the Earth rank. Bai Yijian Linghua frowned at Xiao Han and declared, "So you are that arrogant newcomer? How dare you boast of challenging all the masters of the Earth rank? Allow me to enlighten you on how naive and ridiculous your thoughts are." Dressed in white, Bai Yijian Linghua exuded an air of charm, immediately garnering shrieks of admiration from the onlookers. He had once ranked among the top 50 in the Earth rank, but had since devoted himself entirely to mastering swordsmanship, leaving his ranking behind. Now that his swordsmanship was perfected, he was confident he could break into the top 50, even the top 40. Observing Xiao Han's calm demeanor, he drew his sword, and suddenly, his aura became ethereal. "A newcomer, you say? Let me use you as my stepping stone. Experience my cloud-shadowing sword." In the next moment, white mist enveloped the entire challenge arena, and the crowd completely lost sight of Bai Yijian Linghua. So this is the cloud-shadowing sword? Truly formidable. The audience wore expressions of eager anticipation. Amidst the swirling mist, there seemed to be an eerie tranquility, yet the seasoned seniors sensed an intangible killing intent lurking within. This was still a frontal battlefield, if it were in the wild. No one would perceive a terrifying swordsman lying in wait, like a venomous snake poised to strike at its prey, delivering a lethal blow at a moment's notice. Even the other 29 top talents on the Earth rank were solemnly observing the mist that permeated the arena. The mist, dense and unyielding, seemed to significantly diminish their senses. If one were to be enveloped by it, dispersing the fog would not be a simple task, for a supreme swordsman lurked in the shadows. Watching, any reckless move could easily reveal a flaw, and exposing a weakness in front of such a swordsman would seal one's fate. Thus, one must tread carefully within this mist, remaining vigilant and concealing any vulnerabilities, ensuring that regardless of where the enemy strikes from, one would not be caught off guard. The mist remained eerily quiet, and it appeared that this newcomer indeed possessed extraordinary abilities, remaining calm and focused in his guard. The 29 figures were all serious as they observed the mist, each harboring a singular thought. If they were to become ensnared in that fog, would they be able to escape unscathed? Though there were differences among them, they were all exceptionally gifted, each having trained diligently, so the gap was not insurmountable. Often, it came down to performance in the moment. The few talents ranked lower among the 29 wore expressions of dismay as they realized they had no means of escaping the mist. Bai Yijian Linghua's strength had reached such a level. Suddenly, as the crowd pondered their thoughts, a gasp rippled through the audience. They all turned their attention, and the previously tranquil mist began to churn violently. It seemed that Bai Yijian Linghua, having detected no flaws, was now moving to strike, seeking an opportunity. From the sidelines, the crowd could vaguely see a white mist swirling rapidly throughout the arena. Their brows furrowed in disbelief. Though the speed was astonishing, it was not insurmountable, however. What was perilous was that this mist moved with incredible speed and emitted almost no sound. Within the white mist, visibility was nullified, and the fog suppressed spiritual detection, forcing them to rely solely on hearing to discern the enemy's position. But once this stealthy movement was executed, those within the mist would find it impossible to gauge their opponent's location. Bai Jian Linghua was indeed a formidable adversary. A few of the talents among the 29 furrowed their brows, clearly feeling threatened by Bai Jian Linghua's method of attack. Even a highly ranked talent was frowning, knowing that his technique was particularly vulnerable to Linghua's style. That newcomer, surely he would fall. As the white mist swirled faster, it became nearly impossible to distinguish between the two figures. The audience felt the tension rising, realizing that Bai Jian Linghua could launch his attack at any moment. This situation was inescapable. Bang! Almost as if to affirm their suspicions, a resounding crash erupted from within the mist. They had clashed. How many of Bai Jian Linghua's attacks could that newcomer withstand? Whoosh! Almost at the moment the thunderous sound echoed, a figure shot out from the mist with blinding speed. Boom! The figure collided directly with the wall of the 70th courtyard, half of his body crashing through the wall, becoming stuck there, motionless. Chapter 40. The situation takes a sudden turn. Another defeat for the talents. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Yet, it was somewhat expected, as Bai Jian Linghua had prepared thoroughly. When he struck, it was an absolute killing move. He had boasted about challenging the entire Earth rank. Yet he couldn't even break into the top 70. Newcomers are always unaware of their limitations. Look, he's being utterly dominated by a true master. If only the mist hadn't obscured the newcomer's face. I would have loved to see the panic etched upon it. Just as the crowd began to voice their derision, a voice exclaimed, "Look, that person is wearing white." Everyone in the audience paused. White clothing. Wasn't that lad dressed in azure outer sect robes? Suddenly, a dreadful thought flashed through their minds. At that moment, the mist began to dissipate, revealing a composed figure in the center of the challenge arena. It was Xiao Han. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points of merit. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points of merit. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points of merit. In the center of the arena, Xiao Han stood impeccably groomed, not a hair out of place. He didn't even cast a glance at the stunned crowd. Instead, he calmly walked to the 69th courtyard and declared in a deep voice, "Outer Sect Xiao Han. Here to challenge." Bang! A burly man leaped into the arena, causing the entire challenge space to tremble. The giant declared, "Outer Sect 2 Wanjun. I accept your challenge. Arrogant brat. I practiced the Earth rank technique. Unmoving as a mountain. Let me teach you a lesson." With that, the giant took heavy strides toward Xiao Han, each step causing the ground to quake. Though his speed was not exceptional, he bore the weight of a mountain. With each step Wanjun took, green spiritual energy surged forth, gradually forming an imposing green mountain around him. Even the other talents nodded in approval, for Wanjun's aura was profound, and his steps were steady, each footfall as if rooted in the ground, clearly having mastered the first layer of unmoving as a mountain. That green mountain's defensive capability was formidable. An ordinary person could hardly breach Wanjun's defenses. Let us see how Xiao Han counters this. Suddenly, the giant accelerated, his body roaring like thunder as he charged straight at Xiao Han. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Indeed, unmoving as a mountain, moving like thunder. The audience felt an overwhelming sense of awe. This man was bearing down upon them like a mountain. Who could withstand such pressure? As for Xiao Han, he too sprang into action. Faced with such a powerful opponent, he could not rely solely on his physical prowess as he had the day before. A torrent of spiritual energy erupted from Xiao Han's body, manifesting as a colossal scarlet handprint on his right arm. It was the advanced Earth rank technique, Void Handprint. Buzz! The red handprint emitted a high-frequency vibration, and as the resonance faded, it struck the green mountain with tremendous force. Bang! A resounding explosion erupted as the green mountain shattered into pieces. Boom! The scarlet and azure spiritual energies intertwined, and in an instant, they erupted with a thunderous roar. giving rise to a colossal storm of spiritual force. Boom. With a resounding crash, a half-figure appeared next to the white-clad Jian Linghua, and it was none other than the formidable warrior. Gulp. An elder student involuntarily swallowed hard. Gulp, gulp, gulp. A large number of elder students began to gulp down nervously. Ding. Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully showing off, gaining 99 points of show-off points. Ding. Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully showing off, gaining 99 points of show-off points. Ding. Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully showing off, gaining 99 points of show-off points. The young prodigies were utterly astonished. Having been in the sect for quite some time, they were well aware of the martial technique employed by Xiao Han. It was a high-level earth-tier skill. The Void Great Palm Seal. Such an advanced technique was rare even among the younger generation of the true martial sect's outer disciples. It appeared that Xiao Han not only mastered it, but had also cultivated it to the second strike. The high-frequency vibrations were clearly another martial technique, and the combination of these two techniques allowed him to defeat his foes in a single strike. This individual's prowess was beyond what could be contained by the second tier of the Earth ranking. With an expression devoid of emotion, Xiao Han slowly walked towards the next courtyard and declared, "Outer disciple Xiao Han, here to challenge. You arrogant brat, I have cultivated the Xian Yang battle body. Let me, slap, boom." The 68th challenger fell. "Xiao Han, my junior brother. She is a girl. Wah wah wah. Slap, boom." The 64th challenger fell. "Kid, senior brother. Please go easy. Slap, boom." The 55th challenger fell. The 53rd challenger fell. The 48th challenger fell. The 45th challenger fell. Chapter 41. The most arrogant challenge letter in history. One by one, the young prodigies, knowing they stood no chance, continued to accept challenges, only to be sent flying into the walls by Xiao Han. They were all paragons of the heavens. Proud as they were, they could accept defeat but would never allow themselves to retreat without a fight. Yet, regardless of how fiercely these prodigies struggled, the outcome was already predetermined. 30 young prodigies were sent flying by a single palm from Xiao Han. No one could withstand even a single strike from him. The onlookers were rendered speechless. They had long known Xiao Han was formidable, yet they had never anticipated his strength to be so overwhelming. This level of power was already on par with, if not exceeding, the top 4 of the outer sect, despite being fellow Earth-tier prodigies. Having cultivated similar Earth-tier techniques, they were no match for Xiao Han's concealed 18 layers of hidden power within the Void Great Palm Seal. This newcomer was indeed terrifyingly powerful. Ding. Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully showing off, gaining 99 points of show-off points. Ding. Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully showing off, gaining 99 points of show-off points. Ding. Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully showing off, gaining 99 points of show-off points. Having defeated all 30 young prodigies, Xiao Han did not linger but, disregarding the adoring gazes of the onlookers, turned to leave. Although Xiao Han had secluded himself, the news of his triumph over 30 Earth-ranking experts spread rapidly throughout the sect. And soon, Xiao Han was the center of attention. Even the inner disciples were curious about the origins of this Xiao Han, who had directly defeated 60 Earth-ranking prodigies. However, before the tempest could settle, another monumental piece of news burst forth. Xiao Han had issued a challenge to the top 40 young prodigies of the Earth ranking. Had it merely been a simple challenge, the crowd might not have reacted so dramatically. It was the audacity of the challenge that left them astounded. Through Xiao Han's series of actions, everyone had come to understand his flamboyant nature. Yet this challenge letter still left them dumbfounded. What exactly did this letter say? In essence, it proclaimed, "To the remaining 40 of you, listen well. I intend to challenge you. Do not even think about evading. If any of you refuse to show up, I will come to your doorstep and beat you up. Use whatever techniques, martial skills, or treasures you wish. I welcome you to bring as many friends as you like to assist you. However, battling each of you individually is simply not interesting. I will take you all on at once. One battle, to determine victory." This challenge letter, deemed the most arrogant in history, ignited a furious response from all. Were not all present young prodigies? How could they be treated as mere passers-by? 1 against 40, and to think he would threaten to beat them up if they did not show. They had witnessed arrogance before, but nothing like this. This was not merely a challenge. It was a blatant slap in the face. How could they tolerate such insolence? That very night, the outer sect of the true martial sect erupted in chaos. Especially those top 40 young prodigies, upon seeing this challenge letter, were utterly incensed. Some prodigies, who were peacefully sleeping in their chambers, found their houses collapsing upon reading Xiao Han's challenge. Others, who were enjoying romantic moments with their partners, ended their relationships after encountering the letter. Some, training under the moonlight, felt their meridians go haywire and fell into a state of chaos upon reading it. The entire outer sect of the true martial sect was engulfed in a frenzy. 40 young prodigies. 40 waves of unbridled fury, all directed towards one individual, Xiao Han. However, after this brief explosion of anger, the 40 prodigies fell into a collective silence. Xiao Han was currently the most prominent figure in the outer sect, and these 40 were acutely aware of his recent feats. Initially, when Xiao Han declared he would challenge them all, they had dismissed him, who had not been young and reckless before. A lesson from senior students would suffice. At first, they were merely surprised when he defeated the 30 lowest-ranked Earth experts, but that was where their astonishment ended. In their eyes, a newcomer, no matter how talented, had reached his limit by achieving this. Yet, they soon heard Xiao Han's bold proclamations to continue challenging the remaining Earth-ranking experts, leading to collective scoffs from the crowd, certain that he would suffer greatly this time. They all anticipated the spectacle of Xiao Han being bested by the senior students. Yet the outcome was a resounding slap to their faces. The second tier of the Earth ranking, all 30 young prodigies, were effortlessly defeated by Xiao Han, each falling with a single strike. Such a record deeply shocked the top 40 prodigies. This unprecedented achievement in the entire history of the true martial sect elevated Xiao Han's combat prowess to a level that seemed to surpass that of the outer sect's 4 prodigies. Within the first courtyard of the outer sect's top 100 small courtyards, Qin Yu and 3 young prodigies sat together in a study. This is utterly intolerable. The speaker was the 4th-ranked prodigy, Song Hai. I have never encountered such an arrogant individual. Song Hai clenched his fists and slammed them onto the table, his face a mask of fury. What use is it to speak of this now? We should focus on how to deal with Xiao Han tomorrow. The 3rd-ranked Tang Dao wore a cold expression. Since Xiao Han has the audacity to challenge all 40 of us, he must have some hidden trump card. Indeed. The 2nd-ranked Tang Qianqian couldn't help but chime in. Xiao Han's strength is unfathomable, and even now, we know so little about him. The 3 were momentarily at a loss. Then they all turned their gazes towards the 1st-ranked prodigy. Qin Yu, Chapter 42. The prodigy's counterattack and the Grandmaster's interest. Qin Yu, do speak up, Song Hai urged. Qin Yu, who had been frowning since inviting the 3, finally spoke. Xiao Han is indeed a complex individual. Even I may not secure victory against him, but his arrogance is beyond measure. He dares to challenge 40 young prodigies. Does he think he is an inner sect disciple of the Earth ranking? Qin Yu scoffed. Himph, even Earth ranking disciples would not dare to be so presumptuous at the same level. We shall surely triumph in this battle. The other 3 felt bolstered by Qin Yu's words. Indeed, they were the 4 prodigies of the outer sect, shining brightly across the southern region. Why should they fear a mere Xiao Han? Yet Qin Yu added, however, caution is the mother of safety. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, we must prepare in advance. A glimmer of determination flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. The fact that all 60 young prodigies on the Earth ranking could not withstand even a single strike from Xiao Han left them in uncertainty about what other hidden cards he might possess. If they were truly defeated by Xiao Han, they would no longer be the 4 prodigies of the outer sect, but rather the 4 fools, a joke in the annals of the true martial sect. To avert such a scenario, we must utilize that item. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu made up his mind. Song Hai, excited, clapped his hands. Indeed. How did I not think of that? If we use that item, we could even contend with martial kings. This time, victory is assured. However, Tang Qianqian expressed hesitation. But that item has tremendous lethality. Our current strength is insufficient to control it fully. What if it leads to casualties? Upon hearing this, the 4 were momentarily startled. After all, it was merely a competition among fellow disciples. Should any casualties occur, it would be a grave loss. Qin Yu furrowed his brow and said, we will only use it as a precaution. It is not a certainty we will need it. Moreover, given the ruckus Xiao Han has stirred, there will certainly be many elders present to oversee the competition tomorrow. Nothing will go amiss. Qin Yu meticulously considered the situation. directly factoring in the protective forces of the sect into the competition scheduled for the morrow. Only then did the four individuals feel a sense of relief. After further deliberation, they finally departed from the Zhenwu sect. In the Grand Assembly Hall, the four esteemed heads, Xinjin Peak, Qingmu Peak, Zhenshui Peak, and Yuanta Peak, gathered in unity. Had some of the seasoned elders from the sect witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly have been astonished. Was the Zhenwu sect on the verge of declaring war against another sect? Or were these four heads embarking on a perilous expedition into some terrifying secret realm? No, neither was the case. Although these four heads typically refrained from engaging in sect affairs, today they had been summoned by the Grand Elder and the Elder of the Scripture Pavilion through a series of flying sword missives. Particularly, the Grand Elder, who almost single-handedly managed all sect matters, had sent multiple missives in the past 2 days, compelling these esteemed heads to convene for discussions. Yet, the contents of these missives were neither concerning the sect's survival nor the visit of a prodigy from a sacred land, but rather the mention of a martial artist of modest rank, an individual of remarkable talent, urging for their early admission into the inner sect to prevent such a gift from going to waste. The four heads chuckled, pondering how a mere martial artist could possess such extraordinary talent as to incite the usually composed and serious Grand Elder to such urgency. However, their amusement quickly faded upon reviewing the information on Xiao Han. Within less than half an hour, he comprehended the essence of the Void Hand Seal. In a single day, he had cultivated the Great Sun Golden Crow body to a minor accomplishment. He had effortlessly defeated the 60 top talents on the Earth ranking, leaving no opponent unscathed, with none able to withstand even a single strike from him. What dazzling achievements these were! Instantly, the four heads found themselves captivated by this new disciple named Xiao Han, a talent so extraordinary that they considered taking him under their wing. The four cunning old foxes exchanged knowing glances, each harboring similar thoughts. In the 41st courtyard, the boisterous voice of Man Shan echoed. Xiao Han, have you lost your mind? You're challenging 40 top talents alone. Man Shan, agitated, rushed over upon hearing that Xiao Han intended to face the remaining talents single-handedly. Did I not warn you? Those are the top talents of the Earth ranking, their combat prowess distinctly superior to those of the second tier. How do you plan to win? With a worried expression, Man Shan perceived Xiao Han as overly confident, envisioning a scenario destined for failure. Not in a hurry to respond, Xiao Han awaited a moment of calm before replying, Brother Man Shan, do I strike you as someone who would act impulsively without absolute certainty? Taken aback, Man Shan recalled Xiao Han's usual composure and calmness, recognizing he was not one to become arrogant after achieving some measure of success. Uncertain, Man Shan inquired, So, you believe you can win? Xiao Han simply smiled faintly, offering Man Shan a reassuring glance. Relieved, Man Shan was comforted by the notion that if Xiao Han asserted he could win, then he surely could. He then retrieved a jade slip, intending to wager the 100,000 contribution points he had earned for Xiao Han, only for Xiao Han to shake his head and calmly declare, There's another match tomorrow. Bet everything on me. I will win, Man Shan, momentarily stunned, exclaimed, Xiao Han, that's 100,000 contribution points. What will you do if you lose? With a chuckle, Xiao Han replied, I will not lose. Man Shan left, still muttering under his breath. What a madman, wagering 100,000 contribution points. There's no one like you in the entire Zhenwu sect. Once Man Shan departed, Xiao Han exhaled deeply. Facing 40 top talents required thorough preparation. System, how many points do I currently possess? Ding. You now have a total of 7,243 show-off points. Oh, I have accumulated over 10,000 points. This will be advantageous. System, assist me in learning the 4th to 6th levels of the Void Hand Seal. Ding, 3,000 show-off points deducted. Successfully learned the 4th to 6th levels of the Void Hand Seal. System, help me learn the 2nd layer of the Great Sun Golden Crow body. Ding, 3,000 show-off points deducted. Successfully learned the 2nd layer of the Great Sun Golden Crow body. With eyes closed, Xiao Han felt the surge of power within. Earth ranking S top 40. Are you all prepared? Chapter 43. A grand event at Zhenwu sect. As dawn broke, the red sun rose, casting radiant light upon the earth. The sky was a brilliant blue, dotted with only a few white clouds, heralding a splendid day, when the first rays of sunlight illuminated the 5 peaks of the Zhenwu sect. The plaza was already abuzz with excitement. An overwhelming number of disciples had gathered to spectate, both from the inner and outer sects. It seemed as though nearly every disciple of the Jinwu sect had arrived, making the 100 Talents courtyard utterly incapable of accommodating such a crowd. The sect hastily declared that the vast Jinwu Plaza would serve as the venue for today's competition, located at the very heart of the Jinwu sect. A colossal stone tablet, towering 100 meters high, stood prominently in the plaza, inscribed with the 3 large characters, Jinwu sect. This ancient and grand stone monument epitomized the extraordinary nature of the Jinwu sect. The Jinwu Plaza spanned tens of thousands of square meters, typically sparse in attendance, yet today it was a sea of black, with over 10,000 individuals gathered. The last time such a grand event occurred was during Jiang Yingyue's succession ceremony as the Jinwu sect master. It must be noted that the sect placed immense importance on this occasion, dispatching several martial spirit realm elders and a martial king realm true disciple to ensure the safety of the challengers. The fact that an outer sect disciple's challenge warranted the presence of a martial king was unprecedented since the sect's founding. All of this was due to the newly inducted outer sect disciple, Xiao Han, a legend who had only been in the sect for less than 3 days. The atmosphere in the betting house was equally fervent. Countless outer and even inner sect disciples secretly came to place bets. However, this time, the wagers were not on how far Xiao Han would advance, but rather on how long he could withstand the assault of 40 equally ranked talents. Some bet on a quarter of an hour, while others speculated he might last half an hour. Surprisingly, there were even over 100 who wagered on Xiao Han's victory. This astonished several inner sect disciples who had come to place bets. And upon witnessing the meager amounts being wagered, 100 points, 120 points, and even one with a mere 10 points, they couldn't help but chuckle at the audacity of these outer sect juniors. Before the inner sect disciples could react further, a massive figure squeezed through the crowd, none other than Man Shan, whose face was flushed as he whispered urgently to the betting house attendant. "What? You wish to wager 100,000 contribution points that Xiao Han will win all?" The attendant exclaimed, unable to contain their shock, causing an immediate hush to fall over the bustling betting house as all eyes turned to Man Shan. Astonished and incredulous, some inner sect disciples looked at this giant with expressions that suggested he had lost his mind. Although Xiao Han boasted impressive achievements, facing 40 talents simultaneously was an entirely different matter. Even if he could repel a top talent with a single strike, he would still need to unleash 40 strikes in succession. Moreover, would the other talents simply stand by and watch? One's fist cannot contend against multiple hands. Surely he would sustain injuries. Any injury, no matter how minor, would impede his ability to strike or evade, transforming a slight wound into a severe one, leading inevitably to defeat. Even if he remained unscathed, how much spiritual energy could he possibly maintain? Under the relentless assault of 40 equally ranked talents, his reserves would be exhausted in no time. Once his spiritual energy was depleted, the outcome would be predetermined. Inner sect disciples shook their heads, lamenting that this large disciple was utterly oblivious, lacking the combat experience to discern such basic realities. Observing the strange looks directed at him, Man Shan couldn't help but smile bitterly within. "Why are you all looking at me? It's not my wager." Yet he found himself hesitating over whether to place a bet. He understood this competition was unlike the previous ones, almost impossible to win. However, with a smile, he recalled that Xiao Han had staked 100,000 contribution points, undoubtedly possessing confidence in his victory. Without overthinking, Man Shan decided to wager 3,000 contribution points, then disregarded the gazes of others as he headed straight for the Jinwu Plaza. As Man Shan placed his substantial wager, the odds in the betting house surged significantly, compelling many who had initially hesitated to place their bets as well, all betting on Xiao Han's loss. Meanwhile, several inner sect disciples boldly wagered their entire fortunes, knowing that despite the odds not being particularly high, a mere flip could yield a 33% increase in their wealth. It would be foolish not to seize such an opportunity. As the sun rose, bathing everything in golden rays, a group of top talents made their way through the last remnants of dawn's light, parting the crowd as they confidently strode toward the center of Jinwu Plaza. They unabashedly unleashed their auras, showcasing their might to all disciples of the Jinwu sect. The 40 individuals each donned ethereal garments that seemed to embody the essence of spirit, while the 10 at the center were clad in formidable spiritual armor. 30 martial artists, 10 grand martial artists. This constitutes the impressive strength of the first tier of the outer sect's earth ranking. Among the crowd, The four leading figures are none other than the four prodigies of the outer sect: Qin Yu, Han Qianqian, Tang Dao, and Song Hai. Their auras were palpably dense, clearly indicating that they had long since entered the realm of grand martial artists. As the assembly settled, Qin Yu turned to the multitude of talented individuals present, inhaled deeply, and proclaimed, "Today, let us vindicate the name of the outer sect's earth ranking." Chapter 44. The bully, Xiao Han. Upon Qin Yu's declaration, the atmosphere of the square surged to a fervent peak, with all disciples cheering in anticipation, hoping that the prodigies of the outer sect would indeed restore their honor. Yet, amidst the excitement, many also looked forward to the debut of the newcomer named Xiao Han, curious if he could once again create a miracle. Just as the crowd erupted in cheers for the outer sect's top prodigy, someone suddenly shouted, "Look, Xiao Han is coming." Instantaneously, the throng fell silent, all straining to catch a glimpse of the approaching figure. A youth no more than 15 or 16 years old, strolling leisurely towards them. The boy's features were strikingly handsome, his demeanor calm and unruffled. Despite being scrutinized by thousands of peers, he displayed not a hint of nervousness, maintaining his own deliberate pace as he made his way to the center of the square. Wherever Xiao Han walked, the crowd parted to form a pathway, and those nearby gazed wide-eyed at the newcomer who had shattered the Earth ranking's 60th place within mere days of entering. Was this truly Xiao Han, the one who dared to confront all the talents of the Earth ranking head-on? I had expected Xiao Han to be some fearsome beast, but upon seeing him today, I realized this junior brother is quite handsome. The senior sister is smitten. Don't dream too much. His talent is so exceptional that he will surely enter the inner sect and be taken under the wing of a prominent master. Leaving no room for you, as Xiao Han approached, he paid no heed to the surrounding chatter. In his view, whether others praised or criticized him, such opinions could not sway his resolute heart. He was determined to pursue his goals. Regardless of what others thought, upon entering the arena, he directly faced Qin Yu. The crowd buzzed with curiosity. What kind of sparks would fly between the leader of the outer sect's four prodigies and the one hailed as the invincible genius of the outer sect? Qin Yu, observing Xiao Han's tranquil countenance, felt a surge of irritation. How audacious was Xiao Han to issue such an infuriating challenge to 40 people. One person challenging 40. It was a blatant affront, a dismissal of their worth. Yet, begrudgingly, he knew he had no choice but to respond. Given Xiao Han's prior impressive achievements, he was indeed qualified to issue such a challenge. If they refused, it would be seen as cowardice, a disgrace to their names. Alas, the outcome of this battle seemed predestined. The moment Xiao Han stood before the 40 challengers on this square, defeat was already theirs. 40 prodigies against a newcomer who had only been initiated for 3 days. Winning would offer no pride. As for losing to Xiao Han, that was inconceivable. He was younger than Qin Yu and, at most, a grand martial artist, utterly incapable of resisting the combined might of 10 grand martial artists and 30 martial artists. Qin Yu sighed, feeling the weight of being deemed the first of the outer sect. Yet today he was forced to rely on numbers, leading 40 disciples against a single Xiao Han, a loss of face indeed. The only course left was to swiftly defeat Xiao Han with overwhelming force, thus salvaging some dignity. Despite his disdain for Xiao Han's ostentatious manner, Qin Yu harbored a measure of respect for him. He had learned of Xiao Han's humble origins. This youth, of similar age, hailed from a remote mountain town with a modest family background. Such a family could hardly provide any substantial martial arts techniques or resources for cultivation. Unlike himself, who came from the true martial sect's Xianjin Peak, blessed from birth with countless treasures to refine his essence, he had access to a wealth of advanced techniques and could consult knowledgeable elders whenever difficulties arose, resources that someone like Xiao Han could scarcely fathom. Yet, astonishingly, Xiao Han's combat prowess surpassed his own. Ever since learning of Xiao Han's accomplishments, Qin Yu had often introspected. If he were to challenge the Earth ranking one by one, could he achieve 30 victories in succession, each with a single strike? The answer was a resounding no. He might prevail, but he could never do so as effortlessly as Xiao Han, defeating every opponent with a mere strike. Qin Yu acknowledged that he was indeed inferior to Xiao Han. With this thought, he decided to extend an olive branch, for the young man was a hero worthy of his respect. Qin Yu smiled and said, "Xiao Han, you are formidable. I concede that I am not your match." As Qin Yu, as one of the outer sect's 4 prodigies, humbly offered his goodwill, He anticipated that this young man from a remote mountain town would feel grateful in return. However, Xiao Han merely responded with a nonchalant expression. You possess a bit of self-awareness. Ding. Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showing off, earning 99 points for bravado. Ding. Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showing off, earning 99 points for bravado. Ding. Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showing off, earning 99 points for bravado. Qin Yu's smile instantly froze. What is happening? Why is this guy not following the script? I was merely being modest. Yet he is stepping right up. Qin Yu, born of the true martial sect's Xinjin Peak, held a prestigious position. When had he ever been so openly disdained? His anger flared, and he retorted, I may not be able to defeat you alone, but together, we 40 are still no match for you. Before Qin Yu could finish his sentence, Xiao Han interrupted him lightly. Ding. Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showing off, earning 99 points for bravado. Ding. Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showing off, earning 99 points for bravado. Ding. Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showing off, earning 99 points for bravado. Qin Yu could no longer contain himself. His finger trembling as he pointed at Xiao Han, his expression as grim as if he had swallowed something bitter. Even the typically composed Qin Yu was deeply vexed by Xiao Han's audacity. And the other prodigies were equally incensed. How dare you speak so arrogantly when we 40 unite against you? You are utterly disregarding us. This is an intolerable insult. Fight. The only way to cleanse this humiliation is to swiftly defeat Xiao Han. With no further words exchanged, the battle that would be recounted with relish by the disciples of the true martial sect commenced. Chapter 45. The Strength of the First Tier. A full 36 prodigies from the first tier of the Earth ranking surrounded Xiao Han in the center, while the outer sect's 4 prodigies stood apart, radiating a frigid aura as they coldly observed Xiao Han. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed his provocations had stirred them without clouding their judgment. This was shaping up to be a serious match. As he adopted a serious demeanor, a fierce aura erupted from him, confronting the 40 prodigies. The atmosphere in the arena became palpably tense, forming an eerie equilibrium. All 41 individuals stood like statues, neither moving an inch. Yet everyone understood this was merely the calm before the storm. When still, all is well. When action commences, it could lead to cataclysm. The elders of the martial spirit realm observed the strategic deployment of the 40 prodigies with a hint of admiration. They had not succumbed to blind rage, rushing in haphazardly, but instead had assigned 36 to assault Xiao Han, while the more powerful 4 prodigies maintained a watchful presence, ready to exploit any opening. This strategy maximized the collective strength of the outer sect's 40, but how would Xiao Han respond? Several elders of the martial spirit realm awaited developments, while the elder of the martial king realm sat calmly above. His expression as placid as a still pond. To him, this was merely a game of children, hardly worth his interest. Had it not been for the persistent urging of the Grand Elder, he would not have bothered attending. A sparring match among a group of martial artists and grand martial artists did not require the presence of a martial king to oversee. Was that not superfluous? The disciples in the arena were utterly exhilarated. These were prodigies from the first tier of the Earth ranking. Such high-level battles were exceedingly rare to witness, and today, the outer sect's most powerful 41 were about to clash. How could this not incite excitement? The crowd's emotions fluctuated wildly. Anticipation, exhilaration, fervor, derision. Each sentiment intertwined. Yet, surrounded by the throng of prodigies, Xiao Han disregarded the tense atmosphere and slowly beckoned to one of the nearby prodigies with his index finger. Come here. Boom! The delicate balance of energy shattered as all 36 prodigies simultaneously launched their most adept ranged attacks at Xiao Han. Low-tier Earth-level martial technique. Great Annihilation Palm. High-tier Shin-level martial technique. White Rainbow Finger. Low-tier Earth-level martial technique. Ice Soul Needle. The outer sect's first tier of the Earth ranking proved to be the most elite assembly of disciples within the true martial sect, unleashing an onslaught of high-tier martial techniques upon Xiao Han like a torrential downpour. The gray palm prints, the white sword aura, and the blue ice needles collided with one another, resulting in a vibrant array of spiritual energy that formed a dazzling yet perilous rainbow. The outer sect disciples below were utterly astounded. The attacks from these prodigies were sufficient to injure a martial master. The sheer force radiating from this amalgamation of assaults was indeed terrifying, potent enough to severely wound or even slay a grand martial master. Even some elders at the martial spirit level raised their eyebrows slightly. Such an onslaught was something they would prefer to avoid, especially considering that not all 36 prodigies were ranged combatants. Otherwise, the devastation would be even greater. Yet, one could not help but wonder how Xiao Han would respond. If he chose to evade, he would undoubtedly expose a vulnerability, and the 4 outstanding disciples of the outer sect were already poised to strike. Conversely, should he not dodge, he would surely be injured. These elders were well aware that Xiao Han had already reached the minor completion stage of the Great Sun Golden Crow body, yet even so, with so many high-tier martial techniques unleashed upon him, he would struggle to withstand the onslaught. The elders observed Xiao Han with keen interest. Anyone bold enough to challenge 40 top-tier prodigies simultaneously must possess some formidable backing. In this precarious situation, how would he navigate through? All eyes were fixed on the calm youth amidst the swirling tempest of spiritual energy, who displayed not a flicker of panic, instead wearing a slight smile as if he were awestruck by the magnificent spectacle. Was Xiao Han not planning to evade? The disciples widened their eyes in disbelief as countless high-tier martial techniques collided against Xiao Han, erupting into a violent explosion that sent a tempest of spiritual energy scattering, pushing back the onlooking disciples who had been standing at a distance. The ground was rent asunder, creating a 10-meter-wide pit, and the once solid white jade floor of the Zhenwu Square was reduced to dust by this overwhelming force. The dust swirled, engulfing the spot where Xiao Han had stood, rendering him nearly invisible to the onlookers. Such immense power. Surely, it could not have claimed his life. Many disciples were left dumbfounded. Several elders at the martial spirit level frowned. Xiao Han's arrogance seemed excessive. An assault of this magnitude would surely inflict injury, even on one who had attained the minor completion stage of the Great Sun Golden Crow body. Should he sustain injuries? There would be no need to continue the match. The elders sighed, having anticipated a thrilling clash, yet the contest appeared to be concluding in such an anticlimactic manner. One elder stepped forward to declare the match's end. With Xiao Han already injured, there was no reason to proceed. As the dust settled, however, that elder halted mid-step, for amidst the thinning haze emerged a figure, tall and poised, seemingly unscathed, enveloped by an aura reminiscent of a golden bell. The elder paused, witnessing Xiao Han standing calmly in the pit, his hair undisturbed and his clothing free from dust. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that a colossal golden bell formed of condensed spiritual energy surrounded Xiao Han. This golden bell was as tangible as an object, adorned with intricate patterns, exuding an air of invulnerability. Undoubtedly, it was this golden bell that shielded Xiao Han from harm. A flicker of astonishment crossed the elder's eyes. Such a protective barrier could only be cultivated after achieving the great completion stage of the Great Sun Golden Crow body. Xiao Han had been with the Zhenwu sect for less than 3 days and had only attained the Great Sun Golden Crow body within that time. Yet, he had managed to elevate it to the great completion stage in such a brief span. Such innate talent was truly unprecedented. Even the usually composed martial king-level experts glanced over with surprise. The remaining 36 prodigies stared wide-eyed. They were a united front of 36, and yet they could not breach Xiao Han's defenses. Was this individual truly so monstrous? Was there any point in continuing this match? Ding! Congratulations, host Xiao Han, for successfully showing off, earning 99 display points. Ding! Congratulations, host Xiao Han, for successfully showing off, earning 99 display points. Ding! Congratulations, host Xiao Han, for successfully showing off, earning 99 display points. Just as despair began to settle in among the onlookers, the golden bell surrounding Xiao Han suddenly emitted several crisp cracks. Ka, ka, ka. The crowd's eyes widened in shock as the once impenetrable golden bell began to fissure, and with a resounding crash, a large hole appeared at the top. Revealing Xiao Han's expression, he raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished by the ferocity of his opponent's attacks. The fire of battle ignited in the eyes of the 36 prodigies. This boy's defense was not invulnerable after all. With another strike, he would surely not withstand the combined assault of all 36 of them. The few elders at the martial spirit level stroked their beards thoughtfully, though Xiao Han's talent was formidable. Taking on 40 opponents was still a considerable challenge. Just then, they heard Xiao Han speak. Your attacks are indeed fierce. You nearly shattered my great Sun Golden Bell. Xiao Han paused, observing the elated expressions of the 36 prodigies, who seemed to believe victory was within their grasp. With a smirk, he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, and with a series of explosive sounds, bang, 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 he condensed 5 layers of the great Sun Golden Bell. Then, with a smile directed at the now pale-faced prodigies, he declared, since that's the case, I shall just have to add a few more layers. Ding, congratulations, host Xiao Han, for successfully showing off, earning 99 display points. Ding, congratulations, host Xiao Han, for successfully showing off, earning 99 display points. Ding, congratulations, host Xiao Han, for successfully showing off, earning 99 display points. The 36 prodigies stared at the layers of golden bells encasing Xiao Han, their expressions twitching in disbelief. A single golden bell had been able to withstand their combined might. How could they hope to shatter so many? Xiao Han cracked his knuckles, producing a series of sharp sounds, and proclaimed, "It is only fair that I retaliate now." With that, Xiao Han launched himself like a cannonball, hurtling towards one of the prodigies 20 meters away. He moved with such speed that the prodigy had no time to evade, yet he remained composed. Desperately channeling his techniques, Mountain Seal, a phantom of a mountain, enveloped the prodigy, while nearby allies unleashed sword auras and palm strikes in an attempt to hinder Xiao Han. Xiao Han did not bother to defend. The attacks merely struck against the golden bell, failing to penetrate his defenses. He unleashed a single punch, layering 18 levels of hidden force, which instantly shattered the mountain phantom. The prodigy was sent flying several meters, caught by another distant figure who quickly consumed a few high-grade pills to heal. Xiao Han intended to advance and eliminate that individual, but was met with a barrage of prodigies blocking his path, each skilled in close combat and having trained in body refinement techniques. Meanwhile, those at a distance continued to launch ranged assaults, persistently restraining Xiao Han. Truly, these top-tier prodigies were formidable. Their individual prowess, teamwork, and timing were all impeccable. Moreover, the outer sect's 4 outstanding disciples stood nearby, ensuring Xiao Han refrained from using techniques like the Void Palm that might expose weaknesses. Thus, he resorted to the most basic 8 extremes burst to engage in close combat with these elite prodigies. The outer sect disciples outside the arena were left utterly astonished, witnessing Xiao Han move like a ferocious beast, landing powerful punches and kicks that sent prodigies reeling, bloodied, and battered. More prodigies rushed to entangle Xiao Han, buying precious moments for their injured comrades to recover. It was astonishing. One individual surrounded by 40 top-tier prodigies, yet he seemed to overwhelm them, leaving them with no means to retaliate. Xiao Han was indeed powerful. Ding, congratulations, host Xiao Han, for successfully showing off, earning 99 display points. Ding, congratulations, host Xiao Han, for successfully showing off, earning 99 display points. Ding, congratulations, host Xiao Han, for successfully showing off, earning 99 display points. Ha, this is exhilarating. Xiao Han felt a surge of battle fervor. The fight intensified with each exchange. He relished engaging these prodigies without restraint, reveling in the thrill of combat unlike any he had experienced before. Unlike previous one-on-one duels where he had to carefully temper his strength to avoid grievous harm, he now unleashed his full power without hesitation. Each strike was delivered with unbridled force, and these prodigies could endure his might. Xiao Han felt invigorated, experiencing a sense of liberation. Yet, while he thrived, the 36 prodigies found themselves in dire straits. Despite their combined efforts, they were pushed to the brink of collapse under Xiao Han's relentless assault, all while the outer sect's 4 outstanding disciples provided support. Had they not been there, they would have already crumbled. Nevertheless, they were all battered and weary. Several close combat prodigies appeared pale, struggling to maintain their stance. Once the melee fighters faltered, those responsible for ranged attacks could no longer withstand Xiao Han's onslaught. The 36 prodigies felt their resolve beginning to wane. Meanwhile, the onlookers, including Qin Yu and others, were engulfed in profound frustration. Although Xiao Han's attacks appeared brazen and unguarded, each strike seemed as elusive as the antelope's horns, effortlessly flowing as if born of nature itself, devoid of any apparent flaw. Chapter 47. Top tier of the Earth ranking, the 4 talents of the outer sect. Furthermore, Xiao Han did not even resort to high-level martial arts like the Void Great Palm. His spiritual energy circulated with remarkable fluidity. Even when the others attempted ambushes, they found no opportunity. What left Qin Yu and his companions even more helpless was the seemingly endless flow of Xiao Han's spiritual energy, akin to a raging river. While ordinary individuals would have long exhausted their energy after entangling with 36 equally ranked opponents, those 36 prodigies now wore pale expressions, on the verge of collapse. While Xiao Han still resembled a ferocious beast, exuding the impression that he could continue fighting for 10 days and nights. This perplexity only deepened for Qin Yu and the others. Little did they know that the green orb formed by the life flame within Xiao Han continuously replenished his stamina and spiritual energy, keeping him in a state of peak performance. Exchanging glances filled with bitter smiles, they initially believed that Xiao Han's challenge against 40 opponents was merely a ploy for attention. Yet now, through his actions, he had undeniably proven his capability to contend against 40 prodigies. There was no time to waste. The four exchanged knowing looks and swiftly prepared to join the fray. Typically reticent, Tang Dao stepped forward decisively at this moment. Advanced mystical technique. Misty smoke art. A shroud of vapor enveloped the area, obscuring the line of sight between Xiao Han and the others. The numerous prodigies, witnessing the four talents of the outer sect in action, hurriedly retreated, consuming medicinal pills and seizing every second to recover their energy. Earth-grade low-level technique. With vine binding, a melodic shout rang out as Tang Qianqian, the only female among the four, unleashed her skill. Twisting vines shot forth from her hands, ensnaring Xiao Han in a flash. Xiao Han's form was soon surrounded by a golden bell, which directly resisted the encroaching vines. Yet, the vines continued to constrict, imbued with a formidable strangling force, causing the golden bell to creak ominously as if on the verge of shattering. Even worse, Xiao Han found himself unable to move, trapped within the golden bell. Earth-grade low-level technique. Azure Wave Spiral. Tang Dao surged forth, coalescing a spiraling blast of azure energy resembling a conch shell, its sharp tip hurtling towards Xiao Han. A piercing sound sliced through the air, causing weaker disciples to cover their ears in pain as the golden bell began to crack under the assault of the two prodigies. Crack, crack, crack. A multitude of fissures spread across the golden bell's surface as Tang Dao's eyes sparkled with a frenzied determination. Pressing his azure wave spiral against the bell's body, "Break for me," Tang Dao roared, causing the golden bell and azure wave spiral to erupt in a cacophony of destruction. Naturally, Xiao Han would not remain passive in the face of such an onslaught. He actively dispelled the golden bell's defense. Almost instantaneously as the bell shattered, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the now weakened Tang Dao. At that moment, however, Tang Dao seemed somewhat drained, unable to withstand Xiao Han's fierce blow. Yet, a wall suddenly rose up, blocking Xiao Han's impending strike. Earth-grade low-level technique. Earth Barrier. This was the work of Song Hai. Xiao Han's fist slammed into the wall with tremendous force, layering 18 strikes of hidden energy, causing his right hand to pierce through the wall and create a hole the size of a bowl. Song Hai was struck by the backlash, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, Tang Dao had already vanished, but it was not over. The hole in the earth barrier began to heal automatically, ensnaring Xiao Han's right arm within the wall, preventing him from breaking free. Meanwhile, Tang Qianqian swiftly utilized wood vine binding to ensnare Xiao Han's limbs. This was dire. A thought flashed through Xiao Han's mind as he sensed the impending crisis. The life flame within him surged violently, as if seeking to break free and defend its master. Without a moment's hesitation, he knew someone was taking advantage of his confinement to launch a sneak attack. If he did not suppress the life flame, the assailant would likely be reduced to ashes upon approaching him. Xiao Han forcefully restrained the life flame. This was merely a contest, and he did not wish to cause any fatalities. However, this decision cost him the optimal moment for evasion. Earth-grade intermediate martial technique. Golden profound sword technique. A figure appeared behind Xiao Han, wielding a long sword that plunged into his back, piercing 3 inches into his body, with blood trickling down the blade. The swordsman, exuding an air of nobility, was none other than Qin Yu. A tumultuous uproar erupted in the arena. Who would have thought that when Qin Yu and the others finally made their move, it would result in Xiao Han being injured? The 4 talents of the outer sect truly lived up to their reputation, their strength rivaling the top tier of the Earth ranking. Even the elders at the martial spirit level were taken aback. Although Qin Yu and his companions did not possess Xiao Han's terrifying talent, each of them had mastered a low-level earth-grade technique. Unlike other disciples who had only achieved minor progress, they had genuinely mastered an earth-grade technique, their prowess comparable to disciples on the inner sect's heaven ranking. Moreover, the synergy among these four was seamless. First, they employed the misty smoke art to obscure Xiao Han's vision, allowing the other disciples to retreat and providing Tang Qianqian an opportunity for a sneak attack. Chapter 48. It is time to showcase true strength. The four talents of the outer sect possessed a vision that surpassed their peers, fully aware that while the Golden Bell's defense was formidable, one's perception would diminish when enveloped by it. Thus, Tang Qianqian's Divine Binding could easily ensnare Xiao Han's Golden Bell under the cover of mist. Prepared beforehand, Tang Dao unleashed the most destructive Azure Wave Spiral, and under the dual assault of these two Earth-grade techniques, the Golden Bell ultimately shattered. Although Xiao Han retaliated in time, intending to defeat the somewhat weary Tang Dao, the lurking Song Hai intervened just in time, blocking Xiao Han's thunderous strike and restraining him further. It was indeed unfortunate for Xiao Han. Had he not shattered the earth barrier, he might have had a slim chance of escape. Yet, in breaching the barrier, his lack of understanding of its nature led to his right hand being ensnared. Naturally, Tang Qianqian would not squander such a golden opportunity. Her Divine Binding remained intact, binding Xiao Han further, followed by Qin Yu's critical strike. This seamless execution, under their coordinated efforts, even a martial spirit realm powerhouse could be felled if caught off guard, and Xiao Han had no reason to complain about his defeat. The martial spirit elders looked at Xiao Han, whose expression was devoid of emotion, with sympathy, as if lamenting his fate. Xiao Han's talent was indeed remarkable. Had he been born in a different generation, he might have triumphed over 40 Earth-ranking prodigies single-handedly. Alas, he encountered Qin Yu and the others, heirs of the four esteemed leaders, whose cultivation and insights far surpassed their contemporaries. The martial king, however, observed Xiao Han with a mix of astonishment and uncertainty, sensing an aura of formidable intensity emanating from him, a presence that even he found daunting. Although it lasted but a fleeting moment, being in close proximity allowed him to catch a hint of its fluctuation. Was it merely an illusion? The martial king shook his head. He could not have misjudged. This battle was far from over. Sure enough, as the crowd marveled at the four talents' extraordinary prowess, a voice, cold yet tinged with excitement, rang out, "Truly impressive. You have earned the right to witness my full strength." Hearing Xiao Han's words, the disciples in the arena were taken aback. Was it possible that Xiao Han still had the strength to continue? They scrutinized Qin Yu and the others and soon noticed something amiss. Qin Yu's face was grave, and the long sword in his hand seemed stuck within Xiao Han's body. Beside him, Tang Qianqian furrowed her brow, her delicate face flushed, indicating that binding Xiao Han was proving to be a strenuous endeavor. The crowd was filled with uncertainty. Having reached this point, could there still be a turn of events? Suddenly, Qin Yu let out a muffled grunt, releasing his grip on the sword and staggering back, his expression one of evident pain, as though he had sustained an injury. Xiao Han had made no move. How could Qin Yu be hurt? The crowd was utterly bewildered. Yet Qin Yu's pained expression seemed genuine, leaving them at a loss to comprehend how he had come to be injured. But soon, the truth became clear. The sword embedded in Xiao Han's body turned crimson, then melted away into a pool of molten iron. Xiao Han gently waved his right hand, shattering the earth barrier that had confined him into a pile of debris. Song Hai was struck by the backlash of his own technique, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Immediately afterward, a flicker of green flame erupted from Xiao Han's body, enveloping him and incinerating the once unbreakable vines into mere ashes. Tang Qianqian also emitted a muffled sound, her previously flushed face turning pale as she hastily severed the flow of spiritual energy sustaining the Divine Binding, narrowly avoiding more severe injury. The tides had turned. The four talents of the outer sect had instantly shifted from a position of strength to one of peril, with three of them sustaining injuries. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully showing off, earning 99 points of show-off points. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully showing off, earning 99 points of show-off points. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully showing off, earning 99 points of show-off points. Such a stark contrast sent shockwaves through everyone present, a wave of astonishment crashing over them. What the hell? Is this for real? Xiao Han is truly formidable. I find myself at a loss for words. The cacophony of discussions rises and falls, rendering the entire plaza a tumultuous din. Everyone is aware of Xiao Han's formidable strength, yet none could have anticipated that he was capable of such extraordinary feats. The four prodigies of the outer sect were barely able to compel Xiao Han to unleash his full might. He is nothing short of a prodigy. Xiao Han stands as the undisputed champion of the outer sect. Meanwhile, the elders of the martial spirit realm, who had previously gazed upon Xiao Han with pity, are now left in a state of utter bewilderment, rendered speechless by the shock. Even the powerful martial king amongst them, upon witnessing the green flames, found his pupils constricting in astonishment. Their knowledge far exceeds that of the disciples present, and they immediately discern that Xiao Han's ability to reverse the tide of battle is attributed to that peculiar green flame. It is a rare flame, capable of cataclysmic destruction. The several elders of the martial spirit realm felt parched, grappling with the realization that such youth, such talent, and such overwhelming power, combined with a flame of annihilation, rendered Xiao Han's future achievements beyond their wildest imaginations. Chapter 49. Crushing the Prodigies. The moment the extraordinary flame manifested, Xiao Han sensed something amiss. It seemed as though a certain location within the true martial sect resonated with the anomalous fire within him. However, that sensation was fleeting. Pondering his surroundings, Xiao Han chose to set this matter aside for now and focus on concluding the ongoing match. The strange flame enveloping his body gradually receded into his being, leaving only a trace of it dancing upon his fists, sufficient to breach the defenses of these disciples. Should the flame's intensity escalate, it would likely reduce these prodigies to ashes. Xiao Han summoned the green orb from the life flame within him. The small green orb transformed into pure energy, nourishing his physical form, healing the wounds inflicted by Qinyu. The pure medicinal essence continuously replenished Xiao Han's spiritual power, ensuring his combat prowess remained at its peak. Taking a few steps forward, he stretched his limbs, his bones cracking audibly. Xiao Han, observing the astonished expressions of Qinyu and the others, flashed a grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, and declared, "Little ones, brace yourselves for a tremor." No sooner had he spoken than he charged directly at Song Hai. Alarmed, Song Hai, disregarding his injuries, bellowed, "Earth barrier!" Bang! The once resilient earth barrier crumbled under Xiao Han's fist, failing to impede him in the slightest. Seeing this, Qinyu, ignoring his wounded hands, shouted, "Mid-level earth technique. Xianjin battle body." A surge of intense Xianjin energy erupted from Qinyu, his body transforming in hue. Resembling molten metal, the metallic Qinyu barreled toward Xiao Han, each step cracking the ground beneath him. The clash between Qinyu and Xiao Han ensued, blows exchanged with ferocity. Qinyu's metallic fist struck Xiao Han, yet he felt no pain. His day-sun golden crow body had reached perfection. Qinyu could not harm him. Each of Xiao Han's strikes, imbued with green flames, left shallow indentations upon Qinyu's metallic form. Evident that Qinyu was merely relying on sheer will to contend with Xiao Han, unable to sustain the effort. Tang Dao attempted to assist but was swiftly kicked away by Xiao Han. Tang Dao, disheartened, realized he had not cultivated any substantial body refinement techniques, lacking the qualification to engage with Xiao Han, resorting instead to supporting Qinyu from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Song Hai and Han Qianqian sought to restrain Xiao Han. The remaining prodigies dared not intervene, knowing they could not withstand even a single attack from Xiao Han in this state. They could only launch distant assaults, hoping to slightly distract him. It was a meager effort at best. Nonetheless, the situation on the field was becoming increasingly evident. Only Qinyu and Tang Dao could withstand Xiao Han's onslaught, while the others could not endure even a single blow from him. This was still due to Xiao Han's restraint, consciously suppressing the flames to avoid harming these prodigies. The power of that flame was tremendous. Should he unleash it fully, he might inadvertently reduce these prodigies to mere ashes. As the battle progressed, the outcome became ever clearer. The defeat of the 40 prodigies ranked on the earthly leaderboard was now merely a matter of time. On True Water Peak, the 4 esteemed leaders were gathered around a mystical artifact mirror. Intently observing the unfolding events, the mirror displayed the fierce conflict between Xiao Han and Qinyu. Typically, These leaders were preoccupied, seldom paying heed to the affairs of the outer sect disciples. But this occasion was different. This contest was unprecedented in the history of the true martial sect. One individual battling against 40 earthly ranked prodigies, displaying such confidence, and with Xiao Han's remarkable track record, stirred their interest in accepting him as a disciple. Moreover, there was another reason for their attention. The 4 prodigies were, quite coincidentally, their own grandchildren, each possessing considerable talent. Naturally, they were inclined to watch their descendants in battle, as they beheld Xiao Han single-handedly facing off against 36 prodigies. Their astonishment reverberated, acknowledging his prowess and understanding why the Grand Elder valued him so highly. When they witnessed the remarkable synergy of the 4 prodigies, which momentarily wounded Xiao Han, their expressions shifted to delight, feeling a sense of pride for their lineage. After all, even a talented prodigy like Xiao Han was momentarily subdued by their own grandchildren. However, upon seeing the eruption of the anomalous flames from Xiao Han, their astonishment deepened. An anomalous fire. How could such a terrifying force be wielded by this young lad? Each elder's eyes glimmered with intrigue, contemplating the implications. An anomalous fire, if cultivated, could be passed down through generations, and those ranked among the top on the anomalous fire list could potentially birth formidable and enduring power structures. At the true Martial Plaza, beneath the colossal steel, bang, Xiao Han delivered another kick, sending the reckless Tang Dao sprawling, and immediately followed with a punch aimed at the weary Qin Yu. Earth Barrier. Would Vine bind? From afar, Song Hai and Han Qianqian gritted their teeth and unleashed 2 earth-level techniques. Their faces pale and fatigued. With their current strength, they could scarcely afford to use such energy-draining techniques. However, techniques below the earth level were utterly ineffective against Xiao Han. Even the earth-level techniques only posed minor inconveniences for him. The earth barrier might slightly impede Xiao Han's fists, but the wood vine bind, due to its inherent weakness, was utterly consumed by the anomalous flames, reduced to ashes. Xiao Han regarded the exhausted 4 prodigies of the outer sect and the 36 fatigued prodigies. A slight smile gracing his lips. Is there any need to continue? Surrender. You are no match for me. The situation had reached a point where the outcome was all but settled. Qin Yu exhaled deeply, reverting from his metallic state, and admitted, Xiao Han, I must concede. You are indeed formidable. Your hidden strengths are remarkable. I, Qin Yu, have never bowed to anyone, but today, I genuinely admire you. The onlooking disciples widened their eyes in disbelief. Was Qin Yu truly preparing to concede? Was this newcomer named Xiao Han about to forge an unprecedented miracle by defeating the top 100 on the earthly leaderboard? Especially in this final battle, where one individual faced 40 prodigies, it was destined to become a legendary tale, passed down through the ages. Even the elders nodded in quiet agreement, recognizing that the 40 prodigies were utterly exhausted. It appeared Xiao Han had secured victory. In the council hall, the esteemed leaders shared a mirthful yet pained smile, reflecting on the embarrassment of having their 40 grandchildren defeated by a newcomer. It seemed necessary to send these pampered outer sect disciples out for some real-world experience. Yet soon after, their expressions brightened, for they understood that this battle was not a display of weakness among the outer disciples, but rather a testament to the extraordinary strength of this newcomer. Xiao Han. With such a prodigiously gifted disciple, should he grow to his potential, he would undoubtedly overshadow his contemporaries, securing the millennia-long legacy of the true martial sect. As victory loomed, Xiao Han felt a twinge of reluctance to further press his advantage against the prodigies. In the span of a single day, they had endured numerous blows from him, and he found himself genuinely hesitant to inflict further harm. Just as he awaited Qin Yu's concession, he was taken aback when Qin Yu abruptly shifted his tone, declaring, Xiao Han, while you are indeed impressive, we are 40 prodigies. How could we allow ourselves to be completely vanquished by a single individual? This is not how it shall end. You have forced my hand. Xiao Han. Qin Yu's gaze turned icy as he addressed Han Qianqian, Tang Dao, and Song Hai, commanding, form ranks. The 4 prodigies of the outer sect surged with intense fighting spirit once more. The remaining 36 prodigies dispersed, aligning themselves behind Qin Yu in a single file, forming 4 columns of 10, each channeling their spiritual energy into the front ranks. As they did so, strange sealing inscriptions appeared upon the foreheads of Qin Yu and the other 3. Their auras dramatically swelling, rivaling the presence of four martial spirit realm powerhouses. But it did not end there. The four erupted in a radiant glow, releasing vast amounts of spiritual energy that enveloped the 40 prodigies. Before my eyes, the sphere of spiritual energy continuously expanded, radiating resplendent rays akin to an enchanting sunset, concealing a multitude of heart-stirring powers within its beauty. The four colossal spheres of spiritual energy expanded directly into a luminous orb of 30 meters in diameter, which then gradually transformed into four formidable spiritual beasts. Though still rather crude in form, they undeniably emanated the formidable aura of four martial spirit realm experts. This was the Four Symbols Great Array, the combined might of four martial spirit realm warriors. Among the azure dragon beast of spiritual energy, Qin Yu gazed indifferently at Xiao Han. Is there still a need to continue this fight? Surrender, for you are no match for us. Qin Yu, bearing an overwhelming presence, looked down upon Xiao Han. The atmosphere among the outer disciples was ignited, and everyone erupted into frenzied cheers. They had never witnessed such a tumultuous match. Each time they thought a victor would emerge, the situation would suddenly reverse. The four heroes of the outer sect truly lived up to their title, harboring such hidden trump cards. With the combined strength of four martial spirit realm experts safeguarding this arena, Xiao Han's defeat was undoubtedly sealed. Although Xiao Han faced imminent defeat, this did not render him weak. The mere fact that he could contend against the elite 40 prodigies of the outer sect with just his own strength was sufficient to demonstrate his prowess. Regardless of the outcome, both contenders were the most dazzling prodigies of the outer sect. The several elders of the martial spirit realm were left somewhat dazed. They had misjudged the situation multiple times. Each time they thought Xiao Han had lost, he unleashed his. Conversely, when they believed the 40 prodigies of the outer sect had lost, those prodigies activated the Four Symbols Great Array. The emotions of these martial spirit elders were indeed complex. However, this time they were convinced that Xiao Han was destined to lose. The combat prowess of four martial spirit realm experts was not to be trifled with. Even if Xiao Han wielded, he could not withstand it, unless he were a martial king. Only then could he secure victory in this contest. Yet, Xiao Han was merely about 15 years old. How could he possibly be a martial king? The elders of the martial spirit realm stroked their beards and rendered their judgment once more in the great hall of deliberation. The four esteemed leaders exchanged glances filled with a hint of embarrassment. Outsiders, unaware of the circumstances, marveled at the prowess of Qin Yu and his companions, astonished that they could conjure four martial spirit realm beasts. Yet, the four leaders were only beset by headaches and helplessness. Qin Yu and his peers were of their own lineage. They had placed these juniors in the outer sect with the intention of honing their skills while also considering their safety. Hence, they had left some means of protection, among which the Four Symbols Great Array was included. However, the four leaders never anticipated that these juniors would employ the Four Symbols Great Array in the 100-strong challenge, which amounted to blatant cheating. Moreover, it was their own esteemed leaders who indirectly aided them in this deception. If word of this were to spread, cough cough, such an incident must never occur. The leaders wore expressions of concern, utterly taken aback that these juniors placed such importance on victory, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Even if they won this match, what would it matter? Would it preserve their so-called honor? In the path of cultivation, temporary setbacks are inconsequential. Losing face is trivial, but what is truly terrifying is the loss of courage to confront failure. The loss of confidence in challenging the strong. This was the most daunting aspect. The leaders pondered deeply, no longer focusing on the developments in the arena, but rather contemplating how to educate these juniors. In the path of cultivation, filled with bloodshed. If they could not correct their mindset within the sect, they would likely face dire consequences beyond its walls. The leaders were lost in thought, oblivious to the unfolding events in the arena. In the true martial square, the towering stone tablet, reaching a height of 100 meters, cast a shadow, within which Xiao Han stood motionless, his head bowed, obscuring his visage from view. Qin Yu snorted softly, urging the azure dragon beast forward to exert pressure upon Xiao Han. As the azure dragon moved, the other three beasts began to advance as well, encircling Xiao Han within their midst. For beasts towering over 30 meters high, descending upon him like mountains, the visual shock and oppressive force compelled the onlooking disciples to involuntarily take several steps back. Yet, Xiao Han remained unmoved, rooted in place. Qin Yu frowned and spoke sternly. Xiao Han, at this juncture, will you not concede? Do you truly believe you can prevail against 4 martial spirit realm beasts? Qin Yu felt a surge of anger. He had initially thought of Xiao Han as a hero, but at this moment, he appeared indecisive. Losing is losing. Can dragging this out somehow lead to victory? If it were not for the fact that they themselves were not fully adept in the 4 symbols great array, which could potentially lead to grave consequences, Qin Yu would have been tempted to teach Xiao Han a lesson using the Azure Dragon's power. As he pondered, Qin Yu controlled the Azure Dragon beast to lash its tail, the massive tail soaring up to form a shadow, before crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! The Azure Dragon's tail, wielding immense power, struck the ground, creating a colossal dent, causing the earth to tremble, and many watching disciples were knocked to the ground by the sheer force. Even the monumental stone tablet, inscribed with true martial sect, trembled slightly. A testament to the magnitude of this power. Such force, if it were to strike a person, would surely reduce them to a mere puddle of flesh. Xiao Han, surrender, for you cannot win. A sudden cry erupted from the crowd. It was Man Shan, who appeared anxious. Man Shan knew Xiao Han well. Once he set his mind on something, he would see it through to the end, regardless of the obstacles ahead. As Man Shan's words rang out, the voices of encouragement for Xiao Han surged from the crowd. Indeed, just concede. There is no shame in it. To have fought to this extent is already a testament to your strength. Yield, Xiao Han. Xiao Han, even if you lose, I still hold you in high regard. I wish to bear your children. The chorus of encouragement grew louder, causing Qin Yu's face to twitch. Having reached this point, even if he were to win, it would be a disgrace. Had he known it would come to this, he would have preferred to concede outright. But matters had escalated to this stage, so he resolved to see it through. Qin Yu urged the Azure Dragon beast forward, intending to bring this match to a swift conclusion. At this moment, Xiao Han finally lifted his head and smiled. Have you ever heard of a technique that descends from the heavens? The crowd stared at Xiao Han, whose face bore an air of relaxed confidence, their hearts racing. Could it be that this young man still possessed a hidden card? No, this is utterly impossible, unless he were a martial king-level expert. He could never reverse the situation. The crowd felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. Their rational minds told them that Xiao Han had no chance of victory, yet their emotions whispered the possibility of a miracle. This was the very Xiao Han who had commanded the respect of the entire outer sect. Had he not created enough miracles already? Amidst the gazes of skepticism and hope, a pair of golden spiritual wings unfurled behind Xiao Han. The wings of spiritual energy. Xiao Han was indeed a martial king realm expert. Qin Yu and the others stared wide-eyed in disbelief. The thousands of disciples outside the arena were left in a state of shock. The previously boisterous true martial square fell into a profound silence, with over 10,000 disciples frozen like statues, their faces etched with astonishment. The elders of the martial spirit realm were all visibly shaken, realizing that this young man was a martial king, while they themselves had yet to cultivate a disciple of such caliber. Even the usually aloof martial king elder was so astounded that he stood up. Fixated on Xiao Han suspended in midair. He was but 14 or 15 years old. How could he have ascended to the martial king realm? Yet, soon the martial king elder felt something was amiss. The wings behind Xiao Han did not seem to be the transformation of spiritual energy, and the fluctuation of spiritual energy did not resemble that of a martial king expert. This must be a flying combat technique. The martial king realm's true inheritor felt bewildered, collapsing back into his seat and exhaling deeply. I knew it. This young man could not possibly be a martial king. But before the martial king elder could fully comprehend the situation, Xiao Han soared several hundred meters into the air, gazing down at the 4 beasts below, a slight smile gracing his lips. Following this, the numerous spiritual herbs within Xiao Han's body shattered into several green orbs. An overwhelming force erupted from within him. Void Palm, 6th layer. Xiao Han bellowed. A colossal handprint materialized in the air, crashing down upon the 4 beasts. That was a gigantic spiritual energy handprint, measuring over 50 meters in size. Descending from the heavens, the air and the handprint violently clashing, producing a deafening roar. This was an almost perfected void palm technique. How could this be? Xiao Han had only joined the true martial sect mere days ago. Yet he had managed to cultivate 2 high-tier combat techniques to perfection. What astonishing talent! The Martial King Elder was once again taken aback. One could not exhibit such immense power unless they had mastered the 6th layer of the Void Palm technique or higher. The Martial King Elder's mind was in turmoil. He could not fathom how Xiao Han, whose cultivation should only be at the Martial Apprentice or Great Martial Apprentice level, could possess such a vast reservoir of spiritual energy, capable of unleashing such a massive handprint. The magnitude of this power was already comparable to a strike from a martial king. The esteemed elder of true transmission had no choice but to step forward. A strike of such formidable power was beyond the capacity of the disciples present in the arena. He resolved to intervene and withstand this blow. However, the elder of the martial king realm could not help but to smile wryly to himself, acknowledging the foresight of the Grand Elder who had appointed him to come here in advance. Without his presence, the martial spirit elders on the scene would likely be insufficient to counter this attack. Even if several martial spirit elders managed to combine their efforts to deflect this strike, the potential casualties among the participants would be substantial. Nonetheless, with his presence, such matters seemed trivial. The martial king elder surveyed the somewhat panicked crowd below, furrowing his brow slightly before bellowing, "What is there to panic about? I shall take this blow." His voice, imbued with a hint of spiritual energy, resonated like a thunderous bell, instantly calming the crowd as they gazed at the imposing martial king. Indeed, with a martial king present, it seemed unlikely that disaster would befall them. The elder assumed a stance, seemingly preparing to unleash some grand move to absorb the strike from Xiao Han. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen anomaly occurred. Suspended in midair, Xiao Han was just about to execute a decisive blow when an unusual wave of energy surged forth, as if summoned by something, causing the strange fire within him to pulsate vigorously. Boom! A strand of emerald green flame manifested upon the gigantic spiritual energy palm, expanding rapidly to envelop the entire hand. The small green orbs within his body burst forth like popping beans, unleashing a tremendous medicinal force that fueled the strange fire to its full potential. Whoosh! The originally 50-meter-wide spiritual energy imprint instantaneously swelled to a staggering 70 meters, taking the form of an enormous fiery handprint. Xiao Han frowned slightly, but he was now too preoccupied to analyze the peculiar wave of energy he had just experienced, focusing instead on calming the agitated strange fire. Under Xiao Han's soothing influence, the strange fire settled, merging seamlessly with the void handprint, becoming indistinguishable from one another, as he sensed the terrifying energy emanating from the emerald fire handprint. Even Xiao Han felt a chill run down his spine. He was elated. After merging with the strange fire, the power of this void handprint had grown exponentially. Xiao Han carefully attuned to the strange fire handprint, realizing that the strange fire and the spiritual energy of the void handprint had fused into a fragile equilibrium. Should this balance be inadvertently disrupted, the ensuing catastrophic force would erupt uncontrollably. Gazing down at the true martial plaza, where the outer disciples with limited strength gathered below, Xiao Han contemplated the devastation that would ensue if he were to unleash this blow. It could very well annihilate the disciples of the true martial sect. If that were to happen, the sect leader, Zhang Yingyue, would surely seek vengeance upon him. Xiao Han was not inclined to witness such a scene. He controlled the strange fire handprint, gradually lowering it as he surveyed the vast expanse of the true martial sect, pondering where it might be best to direct this fiery force. What is that? The terrifying heat and overwhelming presence suddenly drew the attention of all. The crowd looked up in astonishment as a colossal flame hand descended from the heavens, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. The intense heat warped the very air around it. The enormous green flame hand plummeted like a mountain, its grandeur seemingly intent on suppressing all. The true martial plaza was instantly enveloped in an aura of dread. Whoosh! A venerable ancient tree within the plaza could not withstand the oppressive temperature and spontaneously ignited. It seemed to signal the beginning of a catastrophic chain reaction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More ancient trees ignited under the terrifying heat. Turning to charred remnants, the true martial plaza was transformed into a blazing inferno. The chaos spiraled out of control. Most of the outer disciples, whose cultivation levels were merely martial practitioners, collapsed to the ground, unable to endure such overwhelming force. Some of the slightly stronger outer disciples managed to stand, yet were rendered speechless and immobile by the shock. The few inner disciples fled for their lives. Realizing that if the power within the fiery hand were to fully erupt, the entire true martial plaza would be reduced to nothingness. In the center of it all, the 40 outer prodigies wore expressions of despair. Grappling with the dreadful realization that they might perish here, Han Xianqian, her face as pale as a sheet, cried out, "Xiao Han, we concede." Yet the strange fire handprint showed no signs of halting. Xiao Han, suspended in midair, could not hear Han Xianqian's pleas. The martial spirit elders were also thrown into disarray, unable to fathom how a mere outer disciple could unleash such earth-shattering power. Chapter 53. To hell with fireworks. The martial king elder stood frozen, his expression grave as he gazed at the strange fire handprint. Such a level of power was capable of gravely injuring or even slaying martial king-level experts. While he could strike to shatter the handprint, that would merely hasten the demise of those present. Should the strange fire coalescing into the hand explode, he would only be able to ensure his own survival. The situation had spiraled beyond the control of a martial king. In the scripture pavilion, an elderly man with snow-white hair was leisurely reading when he suddenly changed expression, rising to his feet. His gaze fixed on the direction of the true martial plaza, his demeanor grave. Had a major sect declared war on the true martial sect? In the medicinal pavilion, elderly, engaged in organizing herbs, sensed the overwhelming aura and let out a soft exclamation, casting a glance toward the true martial plaza before bursting into laughter, conjecturing that some unfortunate elder had angered the grand elder. In the council hall, the 4 chief elders were abruptly awakened by this wave of destructive power, their figures flashing as they materialized within the true martial plaza, where countless disciples were frantically fleeing. The disciples lamented, having merely come to watch a competition, yet finding themselves embroiled in chaos. The 4 chief elders surveyed the tumultuous scene, their teeth gritting in frustration. Having let their guard down, that troublesome youth had instigated such a grand incident. As the fiery handprint descended to about 50 meters in height, even the 100-meter monument turned crimson, showing signs of melting. The 4 chief elders were momentarily stunned. This green flame was ranked 5th on the list of strange fires. Just as the elders prepared to act, the terrifying strange fire handprint abruptly changed direction, shooting straight into the sky, boom. Before the handprint could soar far, it was intercepted by the protective array above. Erupting in an explosion of flames, the sky was instantly engulfed in a wave of fire, surging like a tempest across the vast expanse, the endless flames casting a shadow over the entire sky. The onlookers gazed up in awe at this magnificent spectacle. Should such power unleash within the true martial plaza, few would likely survive. The crowd swallowed hard, realizing they had narrowly escaped death. Meanwhile, the 4 chief elders exchanged alarmed glances. They could sense that the protective array was struggling to withstand this overwhelming force. The protective array was designed to fend off external threats, leaving the sect unguarded against internal calamities, and the fearsome temperature of the strange fire posed a genuine risk of breaching their defenses. The 4 chief elders were driven to desperation. If the prestigious protective array of the true martial sect were to be breached by a mere outer disciple at the martial practitioner level, it would indeed be a source of ridicule for countless onlookers. But before they could react, a melodious voice resonated in their ears. "Do you intend to destroy my true martial sect's protective array?" The voice carried a gentle reproach, echoing in the minds of all present. In an instant, a force of celestial magnitude quelled the erupting flames, drawing them inward as if time reversed, collapsing into a singular point of light, radiating brilliance surpassing that of the sun, blinding to behold. As the light condensed, it vanished from sight. The chief elders, hearing their leader's mildly exasperated admonition, felt a twinge of embarrassment, with the flames in the sky dissipating. A figure descended gracefully. It was Xiao Han, who sheepishly rubbed his nose, realizing that the sudden upheaval of the strange fire had caught him completely unprepared, nearly leading to a cataclysmic event. The crowd stared at him, still in shock, fearing he might unleash another fiery onslaught. Observing the terrified gazes directed at him, Xiao Han felt somewhat sheepish and attempted to change the subject, saying, "That firework was quite beautiful, wasn't it?" "Beautiful fireworks? What are you talking about?" We nearly got burned to ashes, you know? The crowd's minds brimmed with a torrent of exasperation, yet they dared not voice their sentiments. Cough. The atmosphere had turned awkwardly tense. And sensing the mood was off, Xiao Han sought to make a discreet exit, only to find four elder figures glaring at him with disapproval. A chill ran down Xiao Han's spine. It appeared the sect elders had come to reprimand him. He forced a grin, saying, "Oh, elders, out for a stroll, are we? The weather is quite pleasant." As the sound of raindrops fell softly, the previously clear sky suddenly turned dark and rain began to pour down. Just moments ago, the hat erupted in the air, its heat rising, causing the rain to descend naturally. Xiao Han, the four elders, the disciples in the hall. At this time, the Grand Elder, who had sensed the disturbance, arrived somewhat belatedly. The four elders exchanged glances and simultaneously glared at the Grand Elder, commanding him to tidy up the aftermath. They then left with Xiao Han, whose expression was one of innocence. Leaving behind a disarrayed group of disciples who were left in confusion in the council hall of the Zhenwu sect, the four elders sat solemnly at the elevated seats, their expressions grave, as if deliberating over a matter of utmost importance. This outer sect disciple, merely a martial artist of the master level, had demonstrated such formidable techniques, posing a significant danger that could not be ignored. He must not be allowed to remain in the outer sect unmonitored. The head of Xinjin Peak, Qin Wang, spoke with undeniable authority, his tone resolute. Indeed, it would be wiser to have this young man join Qingmu Peak. I shall personally mentor him, ensuring he does not cause trouble. Han Wu, the head of Qingmu Peak, nodded in agreement. Nonsense. If he is to join, let it be with us at Zhenshui Peak, for your Qingmu Peak already has the largest number of disciples. Tang Zhong, the head of Zhenshui Peak, immediately protested. Speaking of numbers, we have the fewest among the four peaks. He should join Yuan Peak instead. Song Zhu, the head of Yuan Peak, also chimed in. Having the least number of disciples merely indicates a flaw in teaching methods. My Qingmu Peak has the most disciples, and under my guidance, this young man will surely flourish. Han Wu retorted sharply, Humph. What of having many disciples? If you have the capability, step forward and spar with me. The victor shall take the disciple. I fear you not. I shall accept your challenge. Han Wu was equally unwilling to back down. Enough of this bickering. He is merely an outer sect disciple. Let us entrust him to Zhenshui Peak to avoid straining the harmony between our two peaks. Tang Zhong interjected forcefully. Silence. Both Han Wu and Song Zhu shouted in unison, and they exchanged glances, each huffing in annoyance. Very well, let us set aside the matter of Xiao Han joining the inner sect for now. We shall allow him to choose during the inner sect selection competition in a few months. Let us cease our disputes. As the situation escalated beyond control, Qin Wang, the head of Xinjin Peak, had to intervene to restore order. The others finally relented and returned to their respective peaks, while Xiao Han, awaiting punishment outside the council hall, was inexplicably dismissed without any reprimand. What charge could be levied against him? A newly initiated outer sect disciple who merely disrupted the protective array of the Zhenwu sect. Such an accusation would be the subject of mockery. Xiao Han walked back in a daze, the setting sun casting a long shadow behind him. Chapter 54. The Visit of the Elders. Upon returning to the 100-strong courtyard, Xiao Han found the first courtyard had been cleaned, leaving it empty save for himself. He relished the solitude and moved in without hesitation. The first courtyard of the 100-strong was resplendently magnificent, boasting a higher concentration of spiritual energy than the other courtyards and occupying a more extensive area. It even featured a picturesque pond. After the tumultuous battle of the day, although Xiao Han had replenished his spiritual energy with the green energy orbs, he felt mentally drained. Upon entering the courtyard, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the aftershocks of Xiao Han's battle with the 40 prodigies had just begun to resonate. After discussions with the elders of the sect, the Grand Elder reached a decision. Any new disciple who had joined the sect for less than a month could attempt to pass through 3 trial checkpoints. Those who succeeded would gain unconditional entry into the inner sect. Upon hearing this news, the outer sect disciples were astonished. Undoubtedly, this rule had been forced into existence by Xiao Han, the formidable individual who had single-handedly defeated the top 100 prodigies. Xiao Han had, through sheer will, altered the regulations of the Zhenwu sect. This was nothing less than a historic milestone for the sect. Without a doubt, Xiao Han had become the most prominent figure within the Jinwu sect. New disciples might not know their sect leader was Zhang Yingyue, but they were certainly aware of the remarkable senior brother, Xiao Han. Meanwhile, the betting houses were filled with lamentations. Countless disciples mourned. I accumulated contribution points for half a year. All gone. My earth-grade cultivation technique. I had been saving for over a year, and now it's lost. Enough. I've bet my entire fortune. I'm going to jump off the cliff of reflection now. Who wants to join me? My partner advised me to bet on Xiao Han's victory, but I didn't listen. Now my partner wants to break up with me. What should I do? I'm in a hurry. Others clenched their teeth in frustration, especially the disciple who had placed a mere 10 contribution points on Xiao Han's victory. Holding his 250 contribution points, he questioned his life choices. Had I known, I would have bet more. A 25-fold return. Even if I had just wagered 1,000 points, I would have received 25,000 points. That would be enough for me to cultivate my way into the inner sect. This disciple felt as if he were foolish, teetering on the edge of tears. Meanwhile, Man Shan was overjoyed, unable to contain his excitement. Xiao Han is indeed exceptional. He has never disappointed me. I wagered 3,000 contribution points and now have 75,000 points. Without a doubt, among all the outer sect disciples, there were few who could rival Xiao Han's wealth. Yet, even Man Shan couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at Xiao Han's fortune. Goodness, this brat must treat us. Man Shan chuckled, purchasing fine wine and roast chicken, and hurriedly made his way to the 100-strong courtyard. That night, the pond reflected the crescent moon, and Xiao Han was abruptly awakened by Man Shan's loud voice. Dazed, Xiao Han accepted the 250,000 contribution points from Man Shan. Although he was elated to receive such a sum, the figure felt oddly unsettling. Not overly concerned, Xiao Han was hungry and began to eat the roast chicken. Man Shan gazed enviously at the spacious room. Only the top 100 disciples among the outer sect had private accommodations, while the others crammed into shared quarters. How could this place be so spacious? Man Shan marveled at the golden wood table, the grand ice-white jade bed that promised to enhance cultivation speed, and he opened the massive wardrobe, exclaiming, "The first courtyard truly deserves its name. This wardrobe is large enough for me to lie down in." After satisfying his hunger, Xiao Han chuckled at Man Shan's words. "There are 2 or 3 empty rooms here. Feel free to choose one. Just don't hide in my wardrobe. It feels rather odd." Xiao Han shivered at the thought of a large man hiding in his wardrobe. "Really?" Man Shan exclaimed joyfully, eager to select a room where he could cultivate amidst the abundant spiritual energy. As soon as Man Shan stepped out, a surprised voice echoed, "Elder Song, what brings you here?" Silence. "I have come to discuss matters with Xiao Han. Keep it quiet, and do not let anyone else enter." Man Shan complied. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing an elderly figure, none other than Song Zhu, the head of Yuan Peak, one of the 4 elders Xiao Han had previously encountered. "Greetings, elder. What brings you here?" Xiao Han inquired, sensing that the elder intended to recruit him as a disciple. "Xiao Han, you have great potential. I wish to take you as a disciple of Yuan Peak. Come with me," as expected. Elder Song wasted no time in his proposition. Chapter 55. An unexpected late-night visitor. Xiao Han smiled and replied, "What benefits would I gain by joining Yuan Peak?" Elder Song was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Han's audacity. Here he was, the esteemed elder personally coming to recruit him. Yet this young man had the audacity to ask for benefits? Such insolence. Elder Song considered dragging Xiao Han back by force, but just then, a frantic voice rang out from outside. "Elder Han, what brings you here?" Silence. "I have come to discuss matters with Xiao Han. Keep it under wraps, and do not let anyone enter." But, Man Shan stammered, ultimately saying nothing. The voice outside belonged to Han Wu, the head of Qingmu Peak, causing Elder Song to panic. He immediately moved to escape through the window. If Han Wu discovered he had secretly come to recruit Xiao Han, it would be a significant loss of face. Xiao Han quickly intervened. "Wait, that is the pond." Elder Song glanced around and dove into the spacious wardrobe. Creak. Han Wu entered the room, and Man Shan peeked in. Surprised to find only Xiao Han present and not Elder Song, he quickly gave Xiao Han a look of concern and retreated. "Greetings, elder. What brings you here?" Xiao Han greeted Han Wu, understanding his intentions. "Xiao Han, it seems you share a connection with our Jinshui Peak. After all, it was Han Chuan who brought you into the Jinwu sect. Just like him, Join Jinshui Peak, and I shall personally mentor you. How does that sound? Han Wu opened his mouth, playing the acquaintance card. Xiao Han had just intended to say something when a panicked voice from outside interrupted. Tang Tang, the esteemed master, what brings you here? Silence. I have come to discuss certain matters with Xiao Han, and it must remain confidential. You guard this place, ensuring no one else enters. Man Shan felt aggrieved. These masters were usually elusive, appearing like dragons only in glimpses. Yet today they all seemed to be in a hurry to gather. With all the masters huddled together, they could almost play mahjong. Man Shan forced a smile that resembled a grimace, nodding in compliance. Inside the room, Han Wu, clearly flustered, flung open the window, preparing to leap out, leaving Xiao Han momentarily stunned. These masters exhibited quite the tacit understanding. Wait, that's a pond. Xiao Han quickly pulled Han Wu back from his intended escape. But Han Wu, looking around, dove headfirst into the spacious wardrobe. Xiao Han stood there, dumbfounded, watching Han Wu slip inside, unable to intervene. The image of two elderly masters, both in their 50s or 60s, crammed into a single wardrobe was too absurd to behold. Creak! Tang Zhong pushed the door open and entered. Xiao Han simply stared at him, too weary to speak. Xiao Han, you are quite impressive. I wish to take you as my disciple on Qingmu Peak. Come with me. Tang Zhong felt a bit perplexed under Xiao Han's gaze but proceeded to convey his intentions. Benefits? I won't engage in anything without good reason. Xiao Han retorted, attempting to negotiate for some advantage. Meanwhile, outside, a voice called out, Qin Qin, esteemed master. What brings you here? Silence. I have matters to discuss with Xiao Han, and it must not be disclosed. You stay here and keep watch, ensuring no one enters. The same dialogue, yet with different titles. Man Shan was nearly in tears. He had seen more masters today than in an entire year at Jinwu Sect. Were they all converging here to enjoy hot pot in Xiao Han's room? With tear-filled eyes, Man Shan nodded, gazing upward at a 45-degree angle. Xiao brother, I pray for you. Inside, Xiao Han wore a frown of exasperation, face-palming as he observed Tang Zhong preparing to jump out the window. With a hint of desperation, he said, It's a pond outside, and don't hide in my wardrobe. A soft thud echoed as the wardrobe door gently closed. Xiao Han sighed, looking at the now closed wardrobe, wishing for the happiness of the three masters inside. Creak! Qin Wang entered, and Xiao Han barely acknowledged him, still rubbing his forehead. Qin master, are you here to persuade me to join Xinjin Peak? Qin Wang eyed Xiao Han with curiosity, sensing something odd about him. Yet he nodded and said, Xiao Han, join Xinjin Peak. I shall grant you a celestial-level cultivation technique and 30 medicinal herbs of grade 6 or above. Qin Wang had come prepared, having thoroughly investigated Xiao Han's background. Knowing well that Xiao Han wouldn't budge without incentives, in his view, his offer was exceedingly generous, and the strength of Xinjin Peak was undeniable, leaving Xiao Han with no grounds to refuse. It must be said, Qin Wang's approach aligned perfectly with Xiao Han's desires. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Han would have readily accepted. However, at that moment, an unusual fluctuation of within him sensed something approaching. Chapter 56. The sect leader takes a disciple. Xiao Han sighed, lazily gesturing toward the window. That's a pond. And for the love of all that is holy, do not hide in my wardrobe, for it is all ready. Before he could finish, a startled exclamation echoed from outside. Sect? Sect, sect leader. What brings you here? Bang. The wardrobe door shut abruptly. Qin master, slightly plump yet surprisingly swift, moved so quickly that Xiao Han barely registered his actions. The four masters of Jinwu Sect, all formidable figures of the martial sect realm, had somehow managed to hide in the wardrobe of an outer disciple. Such a tale would be met with disbelief if ever revealed. Xiao Han, bemused, realized that no matter how large his wardrobe was, it was challenging to accommodate for individuals. As he contemplated the comical image of the four masters crammed inside, a shiver ran down his spine. The absurdity was too much to bear. With the sect leader's visit, Xiao Han had no choice but to greet her, especially since she was a woman entering a man's private quarters, particularly one where four elderly men were eavesdropping in concealment. He gently pushed the door open, finding Man Shan gazing adoringly at a woman draped in white veils. She appeared almost like an ordinary person untouched by cultivation, around 30 years of age. Her flowing white robe could not conceal her graceful figure. Though her face was veiled, her eyes bore an enchanting allure, especially with a teardrop mole beside her phoenix-like eyes, lending her an air of delicate vulnerability. Yet, Xiao Han was not so naive as to underestimate the woman before him. This was Zhang Yingyue, the renowned sect leader of Xinwu sect. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Zhang Yingyue, a wave of familiarity washed over Xiao Han. He smiled gently, saying, "Xiao Han pays his respects to the sect leader." Zhang Yingyue scrutinized Xiao Han before returning the smile. "Xiao Han, would you be willing to join Yihua Peak and become my disciple?" Xiao Han raised an eyebrow at her proposal. Becoming a disciple of the sect leader at Xinwu sect would surely grant him considerable influence. Realizing this, he promptly replied, "Xiao Han is willing." Zhang Yingyue nodded slightly. "Very well, from this moment forth, you shall be my disciple at Yihua Peak. I will come to fetch you in 7 days." Having said that, she did not linger and gracefully departed, soaring toward Yihua Peak. Under the moonlight, her white attire appeared solitary and forlorn. Xiao Han observed quietly. The 5 peaks of Xinwu sect were vibrant and bustling, while Yihua Peak remained shrouded in darkness, save for a few solitary lanterns flickering atop the main hall, exuding an aura of chilliness. Yihua Peak had long been home to only Zhang Yingyue. Now, it would welcome another disciple. Xiao Han smiled, feeling quite content with his apprenticeship under the sect leader. Yet, Manshan beside him was astounded, speechless. How long had Xiao Han been here to have caught the sect leader's attention? Moreover, it seemed that Zhang Yingyue had not taken any disciples until now, which meant that Xiao Han could very well be the first disciple of the sect leader. Even Manshan, despite his simplicity, understood the significance of being the sect leader's first disciple. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Xiao Han was almost certain to inherit the position of sect leader in the future. Xiao Han, however, did not dwell on such matters or concern himself with how Manshan perceived him. Instead, he headed back to his room. In his view, titles like "My Master is Zhang Yingyue" or "I am the first disciple of Xinwu sect" held little value compared to my cultivation level is that of the martial sect. Relying on others and the sect's power would ultimately prove insufficient for enduring challenges. When calamity struck, the only dependable strength lay within oneself. Upon returning to his room, he found that the 4 masters had already emerged from the wardrobe. No, they had not just emerged. They had completely vacated the premises. If not for Manshan's equally bewildered expression, Xiao Han might have thought the entire scene of the masters hiding in the wardrobe was merely a dream. The 4 masters now sat awkwardly in the council hall, exchanging glances, unsure of how to proceed. What a disgrace! The 4 esteemed masters of Xinwu sect had hidden in an outer disciple's wardrobe. A spectacle utterly unbecoming. A flicker of murderous intent crossed their eyes. Should we silence him? Silence him? How ridiculous! Did they not realize that the sect leader had already taken Xiao Han as her disciple? Who would dare offend the disciple of the sect leader? The 4 masters were left with unspoken grievances, feeling utterly wronged. Chapter 57. The Ascendant Life Flame. Early the next morning, Xiao Han awoke early, preparing to explore the back mountain of Yihua Peak. The day before, during his battle with the 40 prodigies, he sensed a peculiar wave from the within him, twice. Both emanated from the direction of Yihua Peak's rear, which piqued his interest. Xiao Han inquired with Manshan, who informed him that the back mountains of the 5 peaks were forbidden grounds, and disciples were not permitted to enter. After some contemplation, Xiao Han decided to let it be, planning to investigate after he moved to Yihua Peak in 7 days. Just as he was about to venture outside, visitors arrived. Emissaries from Xinjin Peak, Qingmu Peak, Jinshui Peak, and Yuantu Peak had come, bringing with them 10 6th-grade medicinal herbs. The visitors did not clarify the purpose of their offering, but Xiao Han understood well. This was undoubtedly a form of hush money from the 4 masters, urging him not to speak of the previous day's events, though perhaps it also served as a congratulatory gesture for becoming the sect leader's disciple. Xiao Han was rendered speechless. If the news of the 4 great leaders simultaneously coming out were to spread, one could only fear that those 4 would swallow their own tongues. Naturally, Xiao Han would never engage in such antics. He summoned the somewhat listless spirit flame, which affectionately nestled against his neck, nuzzling him weakly. After yesterday's eruption, the spirit flame had taken on this feeble demeanor, having consumed nearly all of the green orbs of energy within Xiao Han's body. It appeared that the large-scale ignition of yesterday was indeed tremendously energy-draining. Xiao Han proceeded to unwrap the 46th grade medicinal herbs, and instantly, a rich and potent aroma of herbs filled the room, bringing a sense of comfort to the senses. The spirit flame leaped up energetically, circling around Xiao Han in a lively manner, continuously seeking his favor. Xiao Han chuckled and directly told the spirit flame that it was free to consume as much as it could. After all, he had no interest in alchemy and wondered why he should keep these herbs. With Xiao Han's consent, the spirit flame dove into the pile of herbs: Snow Mountain Dragon Bone Vein, Tianshan Ice Spirit Root, Xintian Qiang Fruit. One by one, the precious 6th grade herbs vanished into the spirit flame's mouth. If any 3rd or 4th grade alchemist were to witness this, they would surely faint from heartache. However, Xiao Han was utterly unconcerned. They were merely herbs, after all. He had plenty of contribution points, enough for him to treat ginseng as if it were a mere radish, as each precious herb was refined by the spirit flame. A rich medicinal power surged within Xiao Han, all of which had been tempered by the spirit flame, making it extremely mild and easily absorbable. The pure medicinal essence transformed into a potent life force under the spirit flame's refinement, nourishing Xiao Han's body and mending his hidden injuries. Although Xiao Han appeared unscathed after yesterday's battle, he had endured numerous concealed wounds from the collective onslaught of 40 prodigies, which, while not immediately apparent, would surely pose a threat in the future. Yet, under the nurturing of the spirit flame, all such issues dissipated. Before long, the 40 herbs were entirely consumed by the spirit flame, which had shifted from its original pale green hue to a vibrant pure green, radiating a vigorous vitality. After finishing the last herb, the spirit flame floated in the air, appearing somewhat tipsy, continuously morphing into various forms of herbs: 10,000-year green spirit vine, Tianshan Ice Spirit Root, Ice Spirit Red Flame Grass. As the spirit flame transformed, a terrifying wave of energy unfurled, scattering flames and causing the temperature in the room to soar dramatically. However, this alarming heat could not harm Xiao Han, for he had tamed the spirit flame. How could he be scorched by his own fire? The room, however, was left in utter disarray. Gradually, the spirit flame calmed down, revealing its true form once more, resembling a flower of flame, albeit now more than twice the size of what Xiao Han had seen in the cave. This flame flower hovered silently in the air, exuding a profoundly restrained aura. To Xiao Han's astonishment, this spirit flame emitted no trace of high temperature, resembling a genuine flower. Xiao Han extended his hand, and the green flame settled upon his palm. Upon closer inspection, he could discern the overwhelming life force and the terrifying heat capable of refining the void. Hidden within this seemingly ordinary green blossom, at this point, the spirit flame was nearing maturity. Xiao Han smiled slightly. Even a mere wisp of its primordial flame could injure a king-level warrior, and should he recklessly unleash He was confident in his ability to slay a king-level opponent. This was the formidable power of a flame ranked among the top 5 in the hierarchy. At this moment, Xiao Han finally felt a hint of self-preservation. However, the in his hand suddenly conveyed a profound sense of hunger, likely due to the considerable energy expended during its advancement, signaling the need for further nourishment. Xiao Han, feeling helpless, realized that this little creature was not something an ordinary person could afford to raise. Yet, having promised the spirit flame the freedom to devour medicinal herbs, he had no intention of breaking his word. Xiao Han stowed away and directly made his way to the It was evident that the would soon welcome a very generous benefactor. Chapter 58. The Madness of Li Panlong. Outside Li Panlong nervously scrutinized every passerby, fearing the sudden appearance of a new student. Li Panlong was a servant disciple of the true martial sex. Although his position was not high, guarding was still regarded as a rather favorable task among servant disciples. Especially when some esteemed alchemists were pleased, they might bestow a few elixirs, which, while not precious, still represented a considerable income for him. Initially, life was quite bearable, until he recently offended a new student who demanded 20 medicinal herbs. A clear act of disruption. Li Panlong had clashed with this new student, but to his frustration, he was no match for him. Even more infuriating was the fact that this new student genuinely possessed the quota for 26th grade herbs. Li Panlong's luck had turned sour. Not only was he punished with 30 lashes of the thunder rod, but he nearly lost his position at the inn was assigned to guard a remote location. He had to exhaust his savings accumulated over 5 or 6 years just to retain his post. Li Panlong was furious. All of this was the fault of that new student. He resolved to seek revenge, but instead of acting impulsively, he inquired and learned that the new student was named Xiao Han. Hailing from a small place, with virtually no background within the true martial sect. Such a so-called genius from a minor place was common in the true martial sect, and disciplining him would incur no consequences. Li Panlong was determined to take revenge. He enlisted 2 friends and was preparing to teach that scoundrel Xiao Han a lesson. However, halfway there, he heard the news that a new student from the 100 Elite Courtyard was challenging the Earth ranking prodigies. Goodness! Those were prodigies on the Earth ranking. They were bound to become significant figures in the future. How audacious of a new student to dare challenge them! Li Panlong scoffed, amused at the arrogance of today's newcomers. However, not long after, news arrived that this new student had directly defeated several Earth-ranking prodigies, and that new student's name was none other than Xiao Han. Li Panlong was stunned, an ominous thought creeping into his mind. He immediately urged his 2 friends to rush to the 100 Elite Courtyard, disregarding their bewildered expressions. Upon seeing the new student for the first time, a cold sweat broke out across his body. The genius who had defeated 30 Earth-ranking prodigies was none other than the very Xiao Han he had offended yesterday. Li Panlong turned on his heel, abandoning any thoughts of revenge. Anyone capable of defeating prominent figures on the Earth ranking was not someone a mere servant disciple like him could provoke. He resigned himself to his misfortune, wishing only to remain a humble servant disciple. Days passed, and Xiao Han's fame only grew. He had shattered the Earth ranking's top 100, becoming the number 1 on the Earth ranking. Even the sect had altered the rules for entering the inner sect due to this event. The stronger Xiao Han became, the more fearful Li Panlong grew. How could he have been so blind as to offend such a significant figure? Li Panlong longed to distance himself from Xiao Han, wishing to know nothing further about him. Yet, everyone around him was discussing Xiao Han, making it impossible to remain ignorant. Li Panlong was filled with regret, terrified that Xiao Han might seek revenge. He even contemplated hiding in some remote area. Li Panlong felt on the verge of collapse. The first prodigy on the Earth ranking had 100 ways to make his life miserable, and he hadn't slept in 3 days, as every time he closed his eyes. His mind was flooded with images of that person. Li Panlong felt he was losing his sanity. While Li Panlong was lost in his thoughts, suddenly, a figure approached from afar. Wherever this person went, others instinctively parted to create a path. Everyone stood aside, watching the figure approach with a mix of curiosity and reverence. When Li Panlong finally recognized the face of the approaching figure, his body began to tremble involuntarily. The figure came to a halt before Li Panlong and slowly uttered a single sentence. "Bring me 10 6th-grade medicinal herbs," the same line. When he first met this person, it had been the very first thing he said. He had finally come to take revenge. Li Panlong was on the verge of a breakdown. The tension he had suppressed for so long snapped at that moment, and he clutched his head in despair. Running out in anguish, Xiao Han felt a bit disoriented. As he made his way here, it seemed he had become some kind of rare creature, with everyone around him watching in fascination. This left the low-key Xiao Han feeling somewhat helpless. However, what was up with that servant disciple? Xiao Han found it puzzling. The disciple looked familiar, yet he could not recall who he was. The onlookers at the stared at Xiao Han in shock. To them, it appeared that Xiao Han had merely spoken a sentence to the servant disciple, who then dashed out in a frenzy. The servant disciple even wet himself. Xiao Han was indeed a great demon king. Observing the horrified gazes around him, Xiao Han furrowed his brow and said, "This matter has nothing to do with me. Ding, congratulations, host Xiao Han. You have successfully shown off, earning 99 show-off points. Ding, congratulations, host Xiao Han. You have successfully shown off, earning 99 show-off points. Ding, congratulations to the host, Xiao Han, for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points of prestige." Xiao Han shook his head, realizing that this burden was likely unavoidable. He chose not to dwell on it further and directly stepped into the medicine pavilion. Chapter 59. Shocking the medicine pavilion again. Upon entering the medicine pavilion, Xiao Han found it bustling with activity. Numerous disciples bustling about to assist visitors. However, he paid them no heed and instead sought out an elder who appeared to be dozing off. Xiao Han rapped on the elder's desk and stated, "Please provide me with 106th-tier medicinal herbs." Xiao Han sensed a wave of intense hunger emanating from the living flame within him, clearly indicating that 10 6th-tier herbs would be far from sufficient. Thus, he boldly requested 100, reasoning that even if the living flame could not consume them all, he could store the surplus in his spatial ring as a precaution. The elder, suddenly wide awake, exclaimed, 100 6th-tier herbs. Are you jesting? Even an elder at the martial king level cannot simply purchase 100 6th-tier herbs. You must be here to cause a ruckus, however, upon glancing at the purple jade slip Xiao Han presented. The elder hesitated to make a hasty judgment. He took the slip to examine it, and was immediately struck dumb with astonishment. After a prolonged silence, the elder managed to swallow hard, forced a smile, and stammered, "Are you the Xiao Han who ranks first on the Earth ranking?" Xiao Han nodded silently, not uttering a word. Upon confirming Xiao Han's identity, the elder finally regained his composure and, with great effort, forced a smile. "Please hold on. This amount exceeds my authority. I shall summon elderly." Before long, a gray-bearded elder approached, and Xiao Han recognized him. Elderly smiled faintly at Xiao Han and remarked, "Young friend Xiao Han, it has been a few days since we last met, and you have truly broadened my horizons. I have served in the true martial sect for over 30 years, yet this is the first time I have encountered someone who has ascended to the rank of outer sect first within merely 3 days of joining." Xiao Han merely smiled and handed over the jade slip without speaking. Elderly accepted the slip and examined it, only to be astounded by the staggering figure it contained. Over 260,000 contribution points. What an immense sum! Even a martial king elder like him had fewer contribution points than this young man's fraction. After a moment of contemplation, Elderly inquired, "Young friend Xiao Han, a 6th-tier herb requires 3,000 contribution points. However, as the first on the Earth ranking, you are entitled to a 50% discount, making the total for 100 herbs only 150,000 contribution points. Do you have any objections?" Xiao Han expressed surprise. So inexpensive. He had initially anticipated that 100 6th-tier herbs would cost at least 200,000 or 300,000 contribution points, yet they were only 150,000. Elderly could only smile wryly. It was indeed rare for someone to think that spending 150,000 contribution points was a bargain. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiao Han, for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points of prestige. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiao Han, for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points of prestige. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiao Han, for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points of prestige. Before long, 100 boxes of 6th-tier herbs were neatly arranged in the hall. Despite being meticulously packaged in various brocade and jade boxes, they emanated an intense herbal fragrance. The living flame within Xiao Han felt as if a famished individual had suddenly encountered a sumptuous feast. Yearning to leap forth and devour the herbs, though it was forcibly restrained by Xiao Han, he then collected the herbs and turned towards the alchemy room adjacent to the medicine pavilion. This alchemy room was not freely accessible. It provided cauldrons and earth fire for a fee of 500 contribution points for a day's rental. Xiao Han, unperturbed by the cost, entered, shielding himself from prying eyes, and promptly retrieved the 100 boxes of herbs. He summoned the eagerly awaiting living flame. The living flame, impatient to begin, unleashed its flames, enveloping the 100 boxes of herbs. The brocade boxes were swiftly reduced to nothingness. The living flame transformed the 100 6th-tier herbs into vibrant elixirs. Even with the exotic fire's barrier, Xiao Han could still detect the fragrant scent of the herbs being refined. Before long, the elixirs were consumed by the living flame, yet Xiao Han felt no trace of medicinal energy return to him. The living flame continued to express its overwhelming hunger. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow, astonished to observe this little flame, which seemed to be demanding more. The life force contained within 100 6th-tier herbs was immense, yet this living flame was still not satisfied. Xiao Han sighed, realizing that this little creature possessed an insatiable appetite. Were it not for his recent windfall, he would scarcely be able to afford its upkeep. However, he pondered further. He currently lacked for techniques and had no need for weapons. What then should he do with the over 240,000 contribution points he possessed? He reflected deeper. Having become a disciple of the sect leader, he was soon to formally enter the inner sect. Whereupon he would no longer enjoy discounts. It seemed imperative to spend these contribution points quickly. After 3 seconds of contemplation, he made a decision. Chapter 60. I want it all. Xiao Han re-entered the hall, which remained bustling with activity, and directly approached Elderly, inquiring, how many 6th-tier herbs does the medicine pavilion still have? Elderly, momentarily bewildered, instinctively replied, there are about 800, no, over 700 left. Why do you ask? A sudden unease gripped him as he discerned a troubling implication. As expected, the next moment, Xiao Han enunciated his request with deliberate clarity. I want them all. After a prolonged silence, Elderly gazed at the earnest young man before him with a throbbing headache. He cautiously suggested, young friend Xiao Han, while 6th-tier herbs are not the most precious, they are indeed highly sought after by the sect's disciples. Could you possibly leave some for the medicine pavilion as reserves? Xiao Han firmly declined. Elderly felt exasperated, yet he could not refuse Xiao Han. Not only was Xiao Han's action entirely within the sect's regulations, but his esteemed background also compelled Elderly to acquiesce. The elders of the true martial sect were all aware that this newcomer had already garnered the sect leader's favor, becoming the most favored disciple of the true martial sect's leader. How could Elderly refuse? Resignedly, Elderly thought that while the demand for 6th-tier herbs was high, the demand for 5th-tier herbs was also significant. For the time being, they could manage, and once the seedlings in the herb garden matured, they would be fine. Just as Elderly was coming to terms with granting Xiao Han's request, he overheard Xiao Han muttering, how come I've only spent a little over 100,000 points? Xiao Han then raised his head seriously and asked, Elderly, how much do 5th-tier and 7th-tier herbs sell for here? Elderly was left speechless. An hour later, Elderly stared blankly at the now-empty storeroom, feeling a headache coming on. Tomorrow, countless disciples would possess contribution points but be unable to purchase herbs. How would he justify this to the sect? Xiao Han returned to the alchemy room. To exhaust all his contribution points. He procured 700 6th-tier herbs, 200 7th-tier herbs, and 1,300 5th-tier herbs. He omitted herbs below the 5th tier, deeming them too lowly, even unworthy of the living flame's consumption. This expenditure drained him of over 220,000 contribution points. As for the remaining 20,000 contribution points, Xiao Han purchased seeds for medicinal herbs, never forgetting that the living flame's greatest trait is its ability to accelerate growth. He promptly tossed 700 6th-tier herbs into the exotic fire, which immediately radiated a tremendous life force, causing the living flame to swell to a frightening degree. Stepping back a few paces, Xiao Han watched the expanding living flame with concern, fearing it might become the first exotic fire to burst from overindulgence. Just as he was pondering this, the living flame gradually began to shrink, seemingly digesting the medicinal energy. Before long, the living flame had contracted back into a palm-sized green flame blossom. Only then did Xiao Han relax and begin to closely observe the living flame. The flame appeared entirely emerald green, reminiscent of the finest jade, both resplendent and profound. Staring at the flame seemed to draw one's spirit into its depths. The flame was shaped like a 6-petaled flower. Though its aura was subdued, Xiao Han could sense that the energy contained within each petal was several times greater than that of the entire living flame before. The violent energy within could incinerate all in existence. Even Xiao Han, had he not been its master, would not dare to approach it. However, what astonished Xiao Han the most was that within the center of the flame blossom, several droplets of green liquid existed. This piqued Xiao Han's curiosity. How could liquid exist within a fire capable of incinerating iron and stone? Cautiously, he extracted a droplet of the green liquid, only to find that it exuded an incomparably potent life force. The entire alchemy chamber was suffused with a vibrant life force, with moss steadily spreading in the corners, rapidly enveloping the walls. Xiao Han pondered briefly before extracting several seeds of medicinal herbs. To his astonishment, the seeds abruptly sprouted, seemingly aged by years, transforming directly into fully matured medicinal plants. This verdant liquid was nothing short of miraculous. It was truly the source of life. Xiao Han bestowed a name upon the few drops of liquid conjured by the essence of life. Gazing at the mature plants, he felt a surge of joy and tossed them towards the essence of life, yet it disdainfully recoiled instead of devouring them. Xiao Han contemplated this. It appeared that the essence of life held no regard for these hastily ripened herbs. Henceforth, he would need to seek out some original medicinal materials. Wouldn't the 2006 tier seeds he purchased for 200,000 contribution points be rendered worthless? Frowning, he retrieved the seeds. And under the impetus of the source of life, they rapidly flourished. Before long, the once empty alchemy chamber was filled with mature 6th tier herbs, while the precious essence of life had entirely evaporated. Xiao Han promptly collected the heap of 6th tier herbs and turned to leave. Thinking he could casually sell them at the auction house when he went out, little did he know, his actions today would have a profound impact on the sect. Chapter 61. The Frenzy of Purchase. On the following day, as dawn barely broke, the Grand Elder had already risen to head towards the outer sect's affairs hall. Along the way, the crisp autumn breeze tousled the Grand Elder's graying hair, giving him a somewhat haggard appearance. As the Grand Elder of the entire Jinwu sect, he had an array of matters to attend to daily, yet the most distressing for him was the outer sect challenge held the previous day. The disciple named Xiao Han had audaciously challenged 40 of the Earth-ranked prodigies in a single breath and emerged victorious. This left the Grand Elder both astonished and elated. However, his joy was short-lived. Countless pieces of the white jade tiles on Jinwu Square lay shattered. The ancient trees, steeped in history, had been reduced to charred stumps. What drove the Grand Elder to the brink of madness was the Jinwu Monument, a symbol of the sect's unwavering strength, which had also melted away. The once grand characters of Jinwu sect were now askew and childish, evoking a sense of ridicule. Moreover, the Grand Elder felt further frustration knowing he had to conceal information about Xiao Han to prevent rival sects from acquiring it. Otherwise, their genius would surely face assassination. As he walked past Jinwu Square, he noted that it had been restored to a pristine state, save for the unevenly colored white jade flooring, the absence of the century-old trees, and the replacement of the Jinwu Monument. Standing there, the Grand Elder recalled the furious gazes of the 4 chief elders. Alas! The higher the rank, the heavier the oppression. He felt utterly powerless against the 4 chief elders. Yet all this turmoil was instigated by that lad named Xiao Han. Just as the Grand Elder prepared to confront Xiao Han and deliver a stern reprimand, a startling announcement reached him. Xiao Han had been accepted as the disciple of the sect master, the first disciple of Jinwu sect. Well, the Grand Elder now found himself in a position where he could ill afford to offend anyone. After spending a full 2 days and nights without accomplishing much, the Grand Elder finally managed to address the issues stemming from Jinwu Square, but the sect's affairs had accumulated over those 2 days. Sigh. He felt overwhelmed and fatigued, likely due to the stress caused by Xiao Han. Upon pushing open the meeting chamber's door, he discovered Elderly anxiously awaiting him. Upon seeing the Grand Elder, Elderly rushed forward as if encountering a savior. Grand Elder, all 5th, 6th, and 7th tier medicinal herbs at the Hidden Medicine Pavilion have been completely purchased by Xiao Han. The pavilion is out of stock. Ah, good grief. The Grand Elder fainted. Outside the Hidden Medicine Pavilion, a throng of people surged. Ever since the sudden depletion of 5th, 6th, and 7th tier medicinal herbs, the disciples of the Jinwu sect erupted in chaos. The absence of medicinal herbs meant the absence of pill assistance, which was crucial for their cultivation and expeditions. Without pills, these disciples found themselves unable to venture out for exploration, and their cultivation speed significantly plummeted. Some newly inducted disciples still had access to lower-tier herbs. But for those who had been in the sect for a while, especially inner-sect disciples, the lower-tier herbs were hardly effective for pill refinement. Even the Earth-ranked disciples grew anxious. Their cultivation speeds had been relatively uniform. But now, some prodigies could not procure medicinal pills, causing their progress to lag and allowing those ranked lower to surpass them. This predicament left many prodigies in a state of desperation as their rankings plummeted, threatening to drop them off the leaderboard entirely. Meanwhile, some outer sect disciples with the potential to challenge the Earth rankings were also restlessly plotting, sensing an opportunity to ascend the ranks with the aid of medicinal pills. In an instant, the Jinwu sect plunged into a frenzy, as everyone frantically sought out sources for medicinal herbs, causing prices to skyrocket. Before long, the 6th tier medicinal herbs, which had previously required 3,000 contribution points, were now being sold for 5,000 contribution points, with demand far outstripping supply. The situation escalated to the point where a single 6th tier herb could command a staggering price of 10,000 contribution points. Quickly, some inner sect disciples recognized the hidden business opportunity behind the medicinal herb scarcity and dispatched a small team to source dozens of sixth-tier herbs from the outside world, which were immediately snatched up at the exorbitant price of 10,000 contribution points. Consequently, the rankings on the Earth leaderboard underwent drastic fluctuations. This state of affairs persisted for a full 3 days. Meanwhile, our instigator, Xiao Han, leisurely fished in his courtyard, justifying it with the saying, "The way of literature and martial arts requires both relaxation and focus," insisting he needed to unwind. However, during these days, Man Shan exhibited peculiar behavior, oscillating between elation and despondency. Xiao Han did not pry. He knew Man Shan would speak when he was ready. One day, Man Shan awkwardly approached Xiao Han and said, "Xiao Han, could you lend me 20,000 contribution points?" Xiao Han, intrigued, recalled that Man Shan had previously won over 70,000 contribution points. How could he have spent it all? Chapter 62. Man Shan's Business Acumen. At that moment, Man Shan sheepishly expressed his need. He had recently broken into the Earth rankings and even achieved a spot within the top 80. However, this was only possible with the support of medicinal pills. And currently, only a few inner sect disciples had any stock left, albeit at exorbitant prices. Over 20,000 contribution points for a single sixth-tier herb. Although Man Shan was financially well off, he could not afford such steep prices, especially after investing heavily in a new Earth-tier body refinement technique, leaving him with scant contribution points. Xiao Han frowned slightly and replied, "I've exhausted my contribution points, but I do have a considerable supply of medicinal herbs." With a flicker of his spatial ring, a mountain of sixth-tier herbs piled up, nearly covering the entire courtyard. Man Shan was momentarily speechless, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Xiao Han smiled and said, "Since the price of these herbs is so high, help me sell them as a reward. You may freely use any of the herbs." Man Shan beamed, quickly gathering up the herbs and thumping his chest confidently. "Rest assured, senior brother, I will fetch you a great price." With that, Man Shan left in high spirits, while Xiao Han resumed his activities. The disciples were somewhat taken aback as the green liquid manifested, causing their hair and beards to grow within mere breaths. To Xiao Han's astonishment, numerous plants sprouted within the alchemy chamber, a remarkable occurrence given that the chamber had always been inhospitable to life due to its high temperatures. Yet now, it was infused with a tremendous vitality. Meanwhile, Elderly had returned to the storeroom, and Xiao Han summoned a disciple to inquire, "How many contribution points are needed for 7th-tier medicinal herbs?" The disciple, recognizing Xiao Han, replied respectfully, "For a senior like you, 7th-tier medicinal herbs require 6,000 contribution points each." Xiao Han contemplated this. 6,000 contribution points for one herb meant that 100 would total 600,000 contribution points, not excessively pricey. Still within his means. "Then please fetch me 100 7th-tier herbs and 200 6th-tier herbs," he instructed. As soon as he finished speaking, a flamboyantly dressed young man approached, sneering, "A mere outer sect disciple dares to speak of hundreds of 6th and 7th-tier medicinal herbs? What audacity!" Xiao Han glanced at the arrogant youth, noting that despite his cultivation being merely at the martial master level, he wore an embroidered alchemical cauldron with 2 silver streaks upon it. In Xiao Han's eyes, a martial master of 2nd-tier alchemist status was only slightly better than refuse. Ignoring the young man, Xiao Han turned back to the disciple and said, "Go and retrieve everything I requested." The disciple of the steward responded promptly and hurriedly stepped in front of Xiao Han. His face flushed with anger as he exclaimed, "Hey, didn't you hear this lord speaking to you?" With a swift motion, Xiao Han unleashed a powerful wave of spiritual energy, sending the robed man flying with a resounding slap. The crowd erupted into a buzz, swiftly encircling them, whispering in hushed tones about the composed Xiao Han and the fallen figure on the ground. "Wow! Truly a fierce individual. He dares to strike at second-rank alchemist Sundan." What second-rank alchemist? Other alchemists usually require at least 3 ingredients to produce a single pill, yet this Sundan needs 5 or 6 materials for just one. And his quality is notoriously poor. Who knows how many resources he has pocketed for himself? Indeed, even the elders of the medicine pavilion find him a headache, but they merely overlook it due to his uncle. A 5th-rank alchemist, not wanting to make a fuss. Xiao Han naturally overheard the murmurs of the crowd, but remained indifferent, stepping aside to await the steward disciple to bring over the required ingredients. Meanwhile, The irate second-rank alchemist shouted at the surrounding disciples, "He assaulted me. Why aren't you apprehending him?" The steward disciples looked up at the sky, some even whistling, completely ignoring him. "Are you joking? We, the steward disciples, are supposed to apprehend Xiao Han." Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Sun Dan's anger intensified, and he glared fiercely at Xiao Han, saying, "Just you wait with that." Sun Dan left in a huff, while Xiao Han paid him no mind. Before long, Elder Li arrived with a spatial ring containing the very herbs Xiao Han needed. Returning to the hall, Xiao Han intended to seek out Elder Li to purchase some 6th-rank herbs, planning to acquire 200 or 300 of them. If the 6th-rank herbs proved insufficient, he was also prepared to buy some 7th-rank herbs, although those were exceptionally rare, with the entire medicine pavilion unlikely to have even 100. The elegantly dressed man, noticing that Xiao Han was ignoring him, felt embarrassed and promptly collected his herbs, addressing Elder Li, "Is there a secret chamber here? I wish to refine pills." Elder Li was taken aback, realizing that Xiao Han was also an alchemist. Such a grand spectacle naturally attracted considerable attention from the surrounding disciples, all curious about what Xiao Han intended to stir up this time. Without hesitation, Xiao Han waved his hand, causing dozens of boxes containing herbs to open, revealing an array of rare ingredients before the crowd. "My goodness. That is the Snow Mountain green lotus fruit, a 6th-rank herb." In front Xiao Han, he summoned the flame of life, drawing the attention of all present. As they watched, the elder remained stationary, which struck the crowd as odd. However, the elder, having been roused from his slumber by Xiao Han's actions, was already in a foul mood, and upon hearing Xiao Han request 100 6th-rank herbs, his irritation only grew. 100 6th-rank herbs? Are you kidding me? Even an elder at the Martial King level cannot simply purchase 100 6th-rank herbs. "You must be here to cause trouble." However, upon glancing at the violet jade slip Xiao Han presented, the elder hesitated to dismiss the request outright. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Han observed the flame of life. Perplexed by its unusual state of slumber, having never heard of a foreign fire resting so deeply. Chapter 63. Sect Mission. In recent days, Xiao Han had been enjoying a leisurely existence, wandering throughout the expansive true martial sect, which spanned thousands of acres and was filled with a plethora of peculiar sights, leaving him in awe. However, his good fortune was about to come to an end when 2 steward disciples approached him, stating that the Grand Elder requested his presence. Upon arriving at the steward hall, Xiao Han found Qinyu, Han Qianqian, Tang Dao, and Song Hai already waiting for him. The 5 exchanged glances in silence before entering the Grand Elder's chamber. The Grand Elder surveyed the room and immediately spoke. "I have summoned you 5 for a task. The Langius secret realm is set to open, and the sect has decided to send outer disciples to undergo trials within." He continued, "The Langius secret realm is replete with heavenly treasures, yet it also harbors many fierce beasts. However, there are unique restrictions within the realm. The more profound one's cultivation, the greater the suppression they face. Consequently, each major sect will dispatch its own elite disciples, ensuring their levels do not exceed a certain threshold. True Martial Sect will also send several hundred disciples under the leadership of Elder Li. Departing tomorrow. Do you have any questions?" All 5 shook their heads, and Xiao Han thought it would be a good opportunity to explore. "Very well, you may all leave." Xiao Han remained. The 4 outer disciples did not inquire further and exited, while the Grand Elder asked solemnly, "Do you know why I asked you to stay?" Xiao Han shook his head, genuinely unaware of the reason for the Grand Elder's request. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before stating, "Xiao Han, do you know who the greatest power in the southern region is?" Xiao Han shook his head, recognizing that this world differed significantly from the one depicted in his previous Life-S novels. The original Xiao family youth had never ventured beyond Wu City and had no knowledge of the outside world. Rising from his seat, the Grand Elder gazed thoughtfully out the window, lost in contemplation. "Xiao Han, the vastness of this world is beyond your current comprehension. I am the southern region alone. There are 3 holy lands and 10 major sects. The 3 holy lands hold an exalted status, governing countless beings, yet they typically do not interfere in matters of the outside world. Beyond these holy lands lie the 10 major sections. Our true martial sect, while formidable even among the 10, is not without enemies. The Kanglan sect to the east and the Mingxian sect to the north have long harbored grudges against us. This is precisely why you have been chosen for this expedition to the Langius secret realm. Typically, a core disciple at the martial spirit level would be required to lead the way. Though your cultivation does not yet reach that level, your combat prowess exceeds that of ordinary martial spirit practitioners. Your role in the Langius secret realm will be to safeguard the lives of the other disciples while ensuring your own safety. However, Xiao Han, we have received intel that both the Kanglan sect and the Mingxian sect will be sending their own martial spirit level elites into the realm. Should you encounter them, conflict is inevitable, and your primary task will be to preserve your own life. As the Grand Elder's words concluded, a flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Han's eyes as he regarded the Elder. The 4 outer disciples were known to be the progeny of the 4 esteemed heads, a fact that was hardly a secret. Xiao Han had initially thought the Grand Elder wished for him to protect these precious individuals. Noticing the glimmer of astonishment in Xiao Han's expression, the Grand Elder chuckled. "Young lad, did you think I intended for you to safeguard those little ones?" "Ha ha!" The Grand Elder laughed heartily, smoothing his beard. He had observed Xiao Han's calm demeanor since his arrival, unfazed by accomplishments, and now, witnessing his surprise brought the Elder a sense of inexplicable satisfaction. However, after his laughter subsided, the Grand Elder turned serious. Addressing Xiao Han, your talent is unparalleled in my lifetime. Provided you do not falter along the way, you shall surely grow into an exceptional powerhouse, safeguarding our true martial sect for a millennium. Oh, by the way, I heard you have been accepted as the sect leader's disciple. Consider this pill as my welcoming gift. If you find yourself gravely injured, taking it may very well save your life. The Grand Elder seemed to recall something and casually handed over a jade box containing a glistening, round pill, a fragrant aroma wafting from it. Though the Grand Elder did not vocalize it, Xiao Han understood that this pill was undoubtedly a precious treasure. While Xiao Han possessed the flame of life, reducing his reliance on pills, he accepted it with both hands, feeling a surge of gratitude toward the Elder. Yet, the Grand Elder's next words extinguished any lingering thoughts of gratitude. "Oh, and one more thing. You are to surrender half of the 6 million sect contribution points you earned from selling 6th-rank herbs to the sect." Xiao Han, somewhat helpless, exited the door. Although these contribution points held little value for him, he felt a twinge of displeasure at the thought of losing them to the Grand Elder without reason. However, as he examined the pill in his hand, he recognized that it was likely a 7th or even 8th-rank pill, worth more than the 3 million contribution points. Xiao Han stored the pill in his spatial ring, deciding it best not to quarrel with the old man. Unbeknownst to Xiao Han, as he departed, the Grand Elder gazed at his retreating figure, a deep sigh escaping his lips. Alas, a fledgling that has not weathered the storm cannot learn to soar. Our time is limited. I hope you can grow swiftly. Chapter 64, Langius Secret Realm. Early the next morning, Xiao Han tidied himself up and prepared to depart, while Man Shan, standing beside him, bid him farewell with a smile. At this moment, Man Shan was indeed a disciple of the Earth ranking, but it appeared he was on the verge of a breakthrough over the past 2 days, hence he did not accompany Xiao Han. Upon reaching the Jinwu Square, Xiao Han was surprised to see a considerable number of the Earth rankings prodigies gathered there, and to his astonishment, the Elder leading them this time was Elderly from the Cangyao Pavilion. Elderly, upon noticing Xiao Han, could only manage a wry smile, for if it weren't for the chaos this fellow had caused in the Cangyao Pavilion, he wouldn't have to be punished by the Grand Elder to make this trip. Once everyone was assembled, Elderly stepped forward and solemnly addressed them. "Esteemed prodigies, you are the finest talents of the outer sect, but I advise you not to let your guard down. For we are heading to the Langius Secret Realm. Regarding the Langius Secret Realm, I do not wish to elaborate further. You need only be aware that your mission comprises 2 tasks. First, the Langius Secret Realm is fraught with peril, so ensure your own safety. Second, endeavor to collect as many precious medicinal herbs as possible. I trust you are aware of the recent shortage of medicinal herbs at the Cangyao Pavilion. And another objective of your expedition is to assist the sect in gathering more herbs." As he spoke, Elderly cast a lingering glance at Xiao Han, who shrugged innocently in response. Furthermore, with the opening of the Langius Secret Realm, many other sects will also dispatch their disciples to enter. Remember, the dangers within the Langius Secret Realm do not solely stem from ferocious beasts. Upon concluding his remarks, Elderly retrieved a palm-sized flying vessel from his spatial ring, which expanded in the wind, transforming into a massive ship over 30 zhang long. The 100 prodigies wasted no time and swiftly boarded, as the vessel shot off like a streak of light. Vanishing into the horizon, on the deck, The 100 prodigies gazed curiously at the receding landscape below. The vessel's speed was astonishing, yet its surface shimmered with a barrier that shielded them from the fierce winds outside. Xiao Han stood quietly at the ship's railing, aware that none of the top contenders dared to stand alongside him. As he gazed into the distance, he beheld majestic cities, dense forests, towering mountains, and emerald lakes, all retreating from view. This continent was vast and boundless. Even the Jinwu sect was merely one of the top 10 sects in the southern region, with 3 supreme sanctuaries towering above the 10 sections. This was merely the southern region. Xiao Han's desire to comprehend this world deepened. In his past life, he had been an ordinary individual, but in this life, he truly had the opportunity to survey the myriad beings. Even the colossal flying ship took a full 2 hours to reach its destination, which was countless miles away from the Jinwu sect. Naturally, Xiao Han and the others disembarked from the vessel. Surveying their surroundings, before them lay an expansive desert, devoid of any signs of civilization. Were it not for the numerous disciples from various sects gathering not far ahead, Xiao Han and his companions would have almost believed Elderly had taken a wrong turn. After stowing away the flying vessel, Elderly offered no explanation but stood silently by, gazing into the vast desert, lost in thought. After a while, he spoke. "Did you all think I had made a mistake?" He chuckled softly. "This desert is indeed vast, but who would know that hundreds of years ago, it was once a flourishing forest?" At Elderly's words, everyone was taken aback. The desert before them was filled with swirling dust. Offering no hint of vitality, Elderly observed their astonished expressions and continued with a smile. "When I first learned of this, I was equally astonished. What surprised me more was that there once stood a mountain here. Known as the first peak of the southern region, Longxue Peak." Elderly gazed with a hint of nostalgia at the flat expanse of the desert and remarked, "This is the result of a clash between 2 martial saints. The mountains have been leveled." The crowd fell into a trance, for even in the present, martial saints were exceedingly rare. The reason the 3 great sanctuaries stood above all else was that they had once produced martial saints. Such formidable beings were too scarce. Even among the 3 great sanctuaries, it was doubtful any still existed. Just as the crowd was lost in contemplation, the space within the desert suddenly shifted, revealing an illusion of a verdant forest. Was this a mirage? The group exchanged puzzled glances, but Elderly chuckled. "Don't stand there in a daze. The Langius Secret Realm is an independent space created by ancient powers. Now that it has emerged, hurry and enter. You must exit within 20 days, or you will be trapped inside." With a thunderous boom, the space stabilized, forming numerous spatial passages. Many disciples gradually stepped inside, and Xiao Han, too, did not hesitate, striding forward. Chapter 65. Yunling Chiye Chao. The moment Xiao Han entered this extraordinary space, he felt an overwhelming sense of peculiarity. The spiritual energy within this realm was extraordinarily abundant, several times denser than the outside world. Even more so than the first courtyard of the outer sect of the Jinwu sect. Here, 10 days of cultivation equated to a month spent in the outside world. However, those who could enter this realm were all prodigies from various sects. So they were not overly astonished. Moreover, this place was brimming with medicinal herbs. The life flame within Xiao Han surged with vitality the moment he entered the Langius Secret Realm, as it sensed the presence of numerous rare herbs, even discerning their approximate locations. This sensation was naturally conveyed to Xiao Han, prompting him to casually part a thicket, revealing a blue spirit grass growing within. Although it was a rather inexpensive herb, it was undoubtedly a first-tier medicinal material. Xiao Han's sensing range was not particularly vast, only about 1,000 meters. Yet this was ample to significantly enhance his speed in gathering herbs. The 4 outstanding disciples of the outer sect soon gathered around him to discuss their course of action. Though they had all been defeated by Xiao Han in combat, that was merely a contest, and Xiao Han's solo battle against 40 prodigies had utterly impressed them. A strong individual commands respect wherever they are. Thus, the 4 outstanding disciples approached Xiao Han to confer with him. The Langius Secret Realm was divided into the Outer Rim, Central Region, and Depths. The beasts in the Outer Rim were mostly at the martial artist level, easily dealt with, while the Central Region was home to beasts at the Martial Master and Great Martial Master levels. As for the Depths, they harbored beasts of the Martial Spirit and Martial King levels, along with even more terrifying entities, making it perilous for an average person to traverse. After some deliberation, they decided to lead all the outer sect prodigies to the junction between the central region and the depths, a place accessible to few, yet not overly populated by formidable beasts. With the outer sect's 4 outstanding disciples and Xiao Han in command, they believed it would not be too difficult to contend with any beasts that were not at the martial king level. Once a plan was settled, the group set off in an imposing manner, eyeing the Langius secret realm. Such a large contingent moving together was notably conspicuous, causing all the beasts to steer clear of them. Within the Langius secret realm, any extraordinary treasures were invariably guarded by beasts. Consequently, as Xiao Han traversed this path, he encountered numerous treasures and did not let a single one slip by, harvesting every medicinal herb he sensed. The others looked upon Xiao Han with immense admiration. His perception was astonishing, as if he were intimately acquainted with the surrounding circumstances, knowing precisely what treasures lay nearby. Before long, they arrived at the juncture between the central and deep regions. During their journey, they encountered a few martial master-level beasts and one great martial master-level beast, but Xiao Han refrained from intervening, allowing the other disciples to handle them. Hey! After the group dispatched a martial master-level beast, Xiao Han suddenly spoke, as if puzzled. Qin Yu was the first to notice the change in Xiao Han's expression and leaned in to inquire softly, Xiao Han, what is the matter? Is there another beast nearby? Xiao Han shook his head, saying, I seem to sense a medicinal field. Follow me. The others were intrigued, for this was the Langius secret realm, where one could see either forests or beasts. Where could a medicinal field possibly be? A few in the crowd contemplated interjecting, but recalling Xiao Han's remarkable instincts and unparalleled strength, they chose to remain silent and quietly followed him. The group followed Xiao Han, twisting and turning, until they arrived at a secluded valley. The area was strewn with gravel, devoid of any vegetation, presenting a desolate appearance. A thick white mist veiled the valley's entrance, obscuring their view of what lay within no matter how one looked at it. This place hardly seemed like it would harbor any valuable herbs. Some in the crowd hesitated, wondering whether the mist concealed venomous snakes or beasts, making them reluctant to venture in recklessly. Song Hai, unable to contain his skepticism, stepped forward and said to Xiao Han, are you sure? This place hardly resembles a location where herbs would thrive. The others fell silent, evidently agreeing with Song Hai's assessment. Xiao Han merely smiled, saying nothing as he walked directly into the mist. You? Seeing Xiao Han's aloof demeanor, which seemed to disregard him, Song Hai was instantly infuriated. Qin Yu, noticing the situation, pulled Song Hai back and said, since we've come this far, we might as well explore a bit. Even in the absence of medicinal herbs, the endeavor would not consume much time. However, everyone should exercise caution, as the nature of the creatures lurking within remains uncertain. With that, Qin Yu took the lead and ventured inside, prompting the remaining disciples to follow suit. Song Hai, muttering a few words, also joined them. As the group traversed through the white mist, they advanced merely a dozen meters before breaking through the fog, only to be utterly astonished by the scene that unfolded before them. Behind the mist lay an expanse of Yunling 7-leaf grass. This particular herb is classified as a highly valuable 5th-tier medicinal material. Though it is scarce, its emergence often incites fierce competition, rendering it even more precious than some ordinary 6th-tier herbs. Chapter 66. The Beast of the Martial Spirit Realm. Here, however, existed an entire field of it, at least hundreds or even thousands of Yunling 7-leaf grass, all of considerable age. At the center of this verdant expanse stood 3 colossal Yunling 9-leaf grass. The Yunling 9-leaf grass is rarely seen, with the entire Jinwu sect having only acquired 2 specimens in its history. Yet here, 3 ancient specimens could be found. The Yunling 7-leaf grass typically thrives in open, humid areas, utilizing vapor to cloak itself in mist from the moment of its inception. The realization struck the group. No wonder the valley's entrance was shrouded in persistent white mist. It was all due to the presence of these Yunling 7-leaf grass. Curiously, there were no beasts guarding this treasure. It seemed the location was too remote, keeping even the beasts at bay. The disciples gazed in awe at the vast field of Yunling 7-leaf grass. Regardless of anything else, merely harvesting these herbs made their expedition to the Langius secret realm worthwhile. They cast glances at the quietly smiling Xiao Han standing to the side, their eyes filled with admiration and astonishment. Indeed, Brother Xiao Han was formidable. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully showcasing his prowess. earning 99 points of prestige. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points of prestige. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points of prestige. Qin Yu and Han Qianqian busily directed the disciples to harvest the herbs, while Song Hai, his face flushed, approached Xiao Han, eager to say something. However, Xiao Han paid him little mind, merely patting Song Hai's shoulder, leaving the matter behind. That moment, a disciple stumbled upon an enormous egg. His curiosity piqued, he struck it with his weapon. To his surprise, the seemingly solid egg shattered, spilling its viscous contents. The fluid was incredibly slippery, and the disciple, caught unprepared, found himself drenched and in a rather embarrassing predicament as he scrambled out, intending to find water to clean himself. Xiao Han observed this scene with a frown, urging everyone to hasten their collection of Yunling's seven-leaf grass, sensing an ominous foreboding. Just as the disciples were busy harvesting, the mist outside the valley began to rise erratically, as if some colossal entity were approaching. Naturally, Xiao Han was the first to notice this unsettling development, witnessing a massive chameleon, measuring over 10 meters in length, emerge from the white mist. The chameleon's body was covered in black scales that emitted a ghostly glow, adorned with fearsome backward-facing spines that displayed a toxic black-blue hue. What troubled Xiao Han even more was the formidable horn that sprouted from the creature's head, towering nearly a person's height, radiating the aura of a peak martial spirit realm entity, on the brink of ascending to the martial king realm. Undoubtedly, within this central region of the Langius secret realm, this was a dominant beast. As the chameleon appeared, the surrounding disciples fell into disarray, one disciple closest to the creature standing frozen in shock, seemingly torn between fleeing and remaining still. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Han recognized him as the hapless disciple drenched in egg liquid. The chameleon caught the scent of the egg liquid, its eyes igniting with a fierce red hue as it let out a thunderous roar. Following its bellow, the chameleon lunged viciously toward the dazed disciple. Just as it seemed the disciple was destined to meet his end in the chameleon's jaws, Xiao Han sprang into action. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, sending the hapless disciple flying. This blow utilized nearly half of Xiao Han's strength, likely breaking several bones in the disciple's body, yet it was far preferable to being consumed by the chameleon. Without looking back, Xiao Han commanded Qin Yu, "Protect them. I'll handle this creature." Frowning, Xiao Han had initially believed this place devoid of guardian beasts, yet he was taken aback to discover a terrifying beast at the half-step martial king level. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Xiao Han was resolute, prepared to give it his all. Bang, 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 bang. With 5 resounding booms, 5 golden bells enveloped him. With a powerful flap of his wings, Xiao Han activated the Kuanpeng wing, soaring into the air and delivering a crushing palm strike. The colossal spiritual energy imprint slammed down onto the chameleon's head, forcefully driving it into the ground. A tremendous tremor reverberated through the air, causing the gathered disciples to struggle to maintain their footing, while the chameleon's massive head was deeply embedded in the earth. Witnessing this, the crowd erupted into cheers, believing Xiao Han had vanquished the fearsome beast. However, Xiao Han remained unyielding. The beast's tough hide and thick scales made it exceedingly difficult for cultivators of the same level to penetrate its defenses without weapons. The chameleon's armor was far too resilient to be defeated by such a strike. Chapter 67. Battle with the Beast. As expected, the chameleon exerted force with its forelimbs, raising its head from the ground, slightly swaying as though dazed from Xiao Han's blow. Then fixed its gaze upon Xiao Han and suddenly opened its mouth, launching its meaty tongue toward him. The speed was astonishing. The chameleon's tongue shot forth like a cannonball, crashing into Xiao Han's golden bell. Boom! A series of explosive sounds reverberated as the 5-layered golden bell shattered instantly. Xiao Han, suspended in the air, was sent flying over 100 meters before gradually coming to a halt, a trickle of blood escaping from his mouth. That strike had evidently injured his internal organs. Although the green orb within him quickly mended the damage, Xiao Han still frowned deeply. This beast was truly formidable. It was the first time Xiao Han had sustained such an injury. Fortunately, he had been airborne and had activated the golden bell to shield himself. Had the full force of that strike landed, and had he not activated the protective barrier, he would have perished. Exhaling slowly, Xiao Han observed the chameleon retracting its repulsive tongue. He formed his fingers into a sword and unleashed a beam of green sword energy, slicing through the chameleon's tongue, which was as thick as a barrel. Though Xiao Han's sword energy was only as wide as 2 fingers, it cleaved the chameleon's tongue in 2. This was the result of Xiao Han's improvement on the Xianyang sword finger. Inspired by the increased power of the void palm after infusing it with strange fire, he wondered if other techniques could similarly be enhanced. After continuous experimentation, he discovered that only fire attribute or non-attribute martial arts could be infused with strange fire. And the originally advanced Xianyang sword finger exhibited significantly greater power after the infusion. This allowed him to sever the chameleon's tongue with a single strike. The chameleon let out a painful shriek, blood gushing forth as it cast a fearful glance at Xiao Han before turning to flee. Xiao Han scoffed coldly and addressed the astonished Qin Yu and others. "I will pursue it. You remain vigilant." With that, he dashed after the fleeing chameleon. Qin Yu and the others stood in stunned silence, watching Xiao Han's retreating figure. Initially, Qin Yu had merely regarded Xiao Han as formidable, but he had never anticipated his prowess to reach such heights. That was a peak martial spirit realm beast, yet it could only flee in disarray from Xiao Han's might. The lethal sword energy left Qin Yu contemplating that even with his advanced Xianjin battle body, he would be unable to withstand a single strike from Xiao Han's sword finger. Xiao Han was indeed a source of despairing strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points of prestige. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points of prestige. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points of prestige. Since their defeat in the previous competition, Qin Yu and the others had been striving to surpass Xiao Han, but today they realized that some geniuses were simply unattainable. When someone surpasses you by a step, you yearn to catch up. When they lead by 10 steps, jealousy brews. But when they outpace you by 10 kilometers, the very thought of comparison vanishes. Xiao Han was precisely that kind of person. The 4 outstanding disciples of the outer sect exchanged glances, sharing a bitter smile. In that moment, they extinguished any thoughts of outpacing Xiao Hn. It's that moment. Xiao Han was unaware of the thoughts swirling in their minds. Upon emerging from the white mist barrier, he sensed something amiss, realizing that the colossal form of the chameleon had vanished from his sight. Xiao Han felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, although the surroundings were enveloped by a thick forest. The chameleon beast, with its body measuring over 10 meters in length, could hardly remain concealed in such an environment. Moreover, its speed was insufficient to evade Xiao Han's sight within such a brief span of time. It must be hiding. Xiao Han made an instantaneous judgment, scrutinizing every blade of grass and tree, not daring to let down his guard for a moment. That beast had reached the pinnacle of the martial spirit realm. Who could say what other lethal tricks it might possess? After a brief pause, he summoned the, enveloping himself in flames, transforming into a fiery figure, with the shielding him, coupled with the formidable physique of his golden crow battle body. He had little to fear from the chameleon's assault. Xiao Han meticulously surveyed his surroundings, convinced that the chameleon had not ventured far and was likely lying in wait for a moment of weakness to strike. After a moment of tense standoff, Xiao Han furrowed his brow. This stalemate could not persist. Setting aside the fact that he might not have the luxury of time to engage in a prolonged battle with the chameleon, the secret realm of Langia was teeming with countless beasts, and inadvertently attracting a more fearsome creature would be a dire miscalculation. With this thought in mind, Xiao Han descended to the ground, retracting the back into his body, and began to retreat, appearing to abandon the pursuit of the chameleon. Chapter 68. A misstep. Although Xiao Han seemed defenseless, his mind was sharply focused. He dared not be careless in the face of a being at the pinnacle of the martial spirit realm. However, resorting to such a strategy was born out of desperation. Should the chameleon choose to flee, it would be a mutual victory. After all, Xiao Han had no compelling reason to slay the beast. Yet, having encroached upon the chameleon's lair and shattered its egg, it was uncertain whether the creature harbored any resentment. For a beast so adept at camouflage and concealment, if it were to lurk in the shadows and strike with a sudden ferocity, it could prove to be a grave danger. Even Xiao Han was unwilling to become the target of such a creature at a critical juncture. He proceeded cautiously back, resolving that if the beast chose to depart, he would not pursue, but if it harbored intentions of revenge, he would stop at nothing to eliminate it. Nevertheless, based on the faint sense of threat he perceived, it was likely that the beast had not given up. Instead, it was lurking nearby, waiting for an opportunity to attack. A faint smile graced Xiao Han's lips. As long as the creature dared to strike, he was confident in his ability to subdue it. Just as he approached within 20 to 30 meters of the valley's entrance, the white mist at the mouth of the valley shifted, and Qin Yu and Han Qianqian emerged, inquiring, "Xiao Han, are you all right?" The sudden appearance of Qin Yu and Han Qianqian shattered Xiao Han's plans, and what troubled him further was the palpable surge of murderous intent in the air. The one-horned chameleon had abandoned its pursuit of Xiao Han and was now attacking Qin Yu and Han Qianqian. "Be careful!" Despite his frustration at their reckless decision to venture out, Xiao Han couldn't help but issue a warning. A terrifying whoosh pierced the air as the mist in the valley was violently dispersed by a powerful gust. Qin Yu promptly sensed the danger. One must admit that the strength of the 4 outstanding disciples of the outer sect was commendable. He activated his golden battle body and hurled Han Qianqian backward, ensuring she was out of the beast's attack range. Qin Yu then produced a 6 harmonies mirror, shielding himself within it. The mirror emitted a gentle glow, enveloping him in its protective light, with no escape from the looming danger. Qin Yu could only brace himself, covering his head with his arms. Bang! A deafening crash resounded as the chameleon's massive tail struck down upon him. The 6 harmonies mirror flickered in response, nearly extinguishing its light. Yet it endured the blow without shattering. Despite being protected by the mirror, Qin Yu was still injured by the residual force, spitting a mouthful of blood as his legs sank deep into the earth, embedding themselves up to his thighs. Crack! His arms fell limply to his sides, evidently broken. Had it not been for his cultivation of the golden battle body, that strike would have surely left him gravely wounded or worse. Seeing that Qin Yu had survived, the one-horned chameleon raised its tail once more, intent on delivering a fatal blow. However, Xiao Han would not grant it that opportunity. He unleashed a void hand seal to intercept the chameleon's colossal tail. The 2 forces colliding mid-air, with the chameleon's tail effortlessly dispersing the void hand seal. Yet the chameleon was hardly affected, merely swaying slightly in response. But Xiao Han had anticipated this outcome. He had acted hastily and did not expect his blow to yield significant results. It was merely an attempt to stall the creature. As long as the chameleon was momentarily restrained, Han Qianqian would have her chance. Wouldn't bind. Indeed, Han Qianqian's voice rang out as gnarled roots erupted from the soil, swiftly ensnaring the one-horned chameleon. Die! Xiao Han had awaited this moment, launching himself from his position as a 5-meter-sized handprint materialized before him. Although this handprint was not as colossal as the one he had used at the Zhenwu Square, its purity surpassed that of the previous one. As the searing green flames manifested, the terrifying heat dissipated the white mist that had long shrouded the valley's entrance, hurtling toward the ensnared one-horned chameleon. The creature recognized that it could not withstand Xiao Han's attack. Its short, sturdy limbs propelled it forward, breaking free from Han Qianqian's bindings, narrowly avoiding the strike. Boom! A massive explosion of sparks erupted, forcing both Han Qianqian and Qin Yu to retreat a considerable distance. Yet the handprint had ultimately been delayed, failing to land squarely on the chameleon. Once the flames subsided, the onlookers beheld the creature's sorry state. Its tail had been severed significantly, with the remaining portion exuding the aroma of charred flesh. The chameleon's hind legs were singed black, its shimmering scales peeling away, blood gushing forth. Chapter 69. The Chase. Hiss! The one-horned chameleon, having sustained such injuries, dared not linger and bolted into the distance. Xiao Han unfurled his Kuanping wings in pursuit. Calling out to Qin Yu and the others as he passed, "I will hunt it down. Let us part ways for now." The combat prowess of Qin Yu and his companions was indeed somewhat of a hindrance to Xiao Han. Under ordinary circumstances, this would not have been an issue, but the Langius secret realm was rife with innumerable beasts, and he found himself unable to safeguard them while simultaneously pursuing the chameleon and remaining vigilant against potential threats. However, given the strength of the elite disciples of the Zhenwu sect, he believed they would be safe in this central region, possessing at least a measure of self-defense, which was why he chose to pursue the chameleon alone. Qin Yu and Han Qianqian exchanged glances, both sharing a bittersweet smile. They had discerned the hint of dissatisfaction in Xiao Han's words. the chameleon was headed deeper into the Langia's secret realm, and they had unwittingly led Xiao Han into a precarious situation. Their initial intention had been to assist, yet they had ultimately caused more trouble than aid. This realization weighed heavily on the two talented individuals, each bearing the burden of genius since childhood. As Xiao Han closed in on the one-horned chameleon, he noticed that the creature attempted to use its surroundings to conceal itself, but the small portion of its severed tail and its darkened hind legs betrayed its position. In such circumstances, regardless of how well the beast camouflaged its front half, its rear remained charred black, akin to an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Xiao Han could easily spot the flaw. Yet, despite this, he found it challenging to approach the one-horned chameleon. Its back was adorned with numerous azure barbs, which shot forth like javelins whenever he flew overhead. Xiao Han had no choice but to evade. The barbs were clearly poisonous, and he had no intention of confronting them directly. However, this allowed the chameleon to create further distance and flee, only for it to launch yet another barb as Xiao Han resumed his pursuit. This repetitive cycle left him at a loss. Gazing at the one-horned chameleon fleeing below, Xiao Han furrowed his brow in frustration. The creature's speed was exceedingly rapid, crashing through trees and mounds of earth with wild ferocity. The commotion was so great that it was bound to attract even more fearsome beasts. Yet Xiao Han's cultivation was still merely at the martial master level, and his ability to harm this beast relied solely on the power of his void hand seal and, aside from that, Xiao Han had no other techniques capable of injuring a beast of the martial spirit level. He grimaced, realizing that he was still somewhat lacking in strength. Heaven above, a mere boy at the 5th level of the martial master realm has managed to send a peak martial spirit realm beast scurrying in all directions. Such a spectacle would undoubtedly leave countless prodigies awestruck in the outside world. Elders of the sect, even the sect leader, would go to any lengths to recruit such a talent. Yet, this martial master lad perceives himself as weak. What an injustice to the heavens! After approximately a quarter of an hour of pursuit, the man and beast have ventured deep into the Langia's secret realm, where encounters with beasts have become exceedingly rare. However, each remaining creature should be of the martial king level. At such a tier, these beings have begun to exhibit rudimentary intelligence and territorial instincts. Strangely, as Xiao Han traversed this path, he encountered no beasts, which piqued his curiosity. Observing the diminishing spines on the back of the horned chameleon, he felt a slight sense of relief, though he remained vigilant. What perplexed Xiao Han was the tenacity of the horned chameleon's vitality. Despite having injured its tongue and rear, and the high-intensity flight that should have drained the beast's stamina, the chameleon remained vibrant and unyielding. Even Xiao Han, soaring through the air, had to unleash a small green orb to replenish his spiritual energy, yet the chameleon still appeared vigorous, showing no signs of fatigue. This anomaly intrigued Xiao Han, but he brushed it aside. Regardless of the creature's peculiarities, it was on the verge of becoming a lifeless beast. With a swift leap forward, Xiao Han saw the chameleon launch its last spine from its back, leaving it defenseless in the air. Just as he prepared to deliver a decisive blow to eliminate the beast, it suddenly accelerated, seemingly reaching a destination. Xiao Han followed closely, only to witness the creature crash violently against a rock wall. Was the chameleon attempting to end its own life? Almost instantaneously, as the chameleon collided with the wall, Xiao Han acted. Though puzzled by the beast's actions, he could not afford to remain passive. Xiao Han summoned a fragment of the life flame, an otherworldly fire, and directed it towards the horned chameleon. To his astonishment, the chameleon smashed through the rock wall, revealing a vast cavern behind it. Chapter 70. Slaying the beast, the sensation of the life flame. The chameleon let out a pained roar, thrashing within the cave, clearly suffering under the intense heat of the otherworldly fire. The tremendous force of its struggle caused the walls to tremble, dislodging rocks from above. Moments later, silence enveloped the cavern. Xiao Han stepped inside, only to find no trace of the chameleon. It had likely been reduced to nothingness by the flames. Shaking his head, ready to depart, Xiao Han felt an unusual stirring from within his life flame, as if something deep within the cavern was drawing its attention. Yet, the life flame hesitated, sensing an elusive and profound presence lurking within the depths. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. Anything capable of attracting the life flame was certainly extraordinary. Without further hesitation, he ventured deeper into the cave. The cavern twisted and turned, yet it was not dark. Numerous quartz stones emitted a kaleidoscope of colors, illuminating the space. Under the dim light, Xiao Han remained cautious, stealthily advancing. After a considerable distance, he encountered no beasts or even insects. The cave system was intricate, a labyrinth of interconnected chambers where one could easily lose their sense of direction. However, Xiao Han felt no trepidation. With the life flame shielding him, he could ignite his way through the mountain if necessary. Continuing onward, guided by the life flame, Xiao Han would likely have become lost without its guidance. After about half an hour, he finally arrived at a colossal cavern, towering 100 meters high, with rays of sunlight streaming down from above. He sensed that the source of the life flame's attraction lay within this chamber. Cautiously, he stepped inside, discovering an expansive space adorned with stone tables and benches, as well as a massive medicinal cauldron towering over 5 meters high. This must be the abode of a certain elder. The existence of a predecessor's lair within the Langius secret realm was astonishing, yet the layer of dust on the ground indicated that this place had been abandoned for at least a decade. Xiao Han made his way to the center of the cave, where the sunlight illuminated a milky white spring, and the life flame pointed towards its depths. Xiao Han cupped some of the spring water in his hands. Intrigued, the milky liquid exuded a delightful fragrance, seeping into his palms. Most cultivators would never act so recklessly, fearing the potential toxicity of the water. Yet, Xiao Han felt no fear. With the life flame surrounding him, he could easily refine any poison. Upon tasting the spring water, he found it nourished his hands without any trace of toxicity. Was this the fabled thousand-year spirit milk? Xiao Han pondered, for the thousand-year spirit milk was an exceedingly rare herb, typically measured in drops when found. The presence of a deep spring here was unexpected. After a moment of contemplation, he realized it must be the 100-year spirit milk. Although not as precious as its 1,000-year counterpart, it was still an invaluable medicinal ingredient that could significantly enhance the efficacy of elixirs when added in drops. To fill this spring would require an astronomical sum, even for the relatively less expensive 100-year spirit milk. The owner of this lair must have possessed remarkable resources. After a brief deliberation, Xiao Han decided to take a closer look, sensing that the spring's depth was manageable and detecting no life force that suggested danger. Resolute, he submerged himself in the 100-year spirit milk. Upon entering, he felt a refreshing sensation, and curiously, his breathing remained effortless in the milky liquid, devoid of any suffocating sensation. The pure medicinal energy enveloped him. But its effect was minimal, as Xiao Han's body was already being nourished by the life flame, refining the medicinal power. As he descended further, Xiao Han began to sense an immense vitality emanating from the depths of the spring. Accompanied by an overwhelming aura, there was something, or someone, at the bottom. Almost uncontrollably, he felt the urge to unleash the life flame for protection. The pressure was terrifying, and even a slight leak of energy instilled a profound sense of danger. This presence was overwhelmingly powerful, surpassing anyone he had ever encountered. Chapter 71. The Inheritance of the Martial Sage. This ethereal and vast aura was undoubtedly emitted inadvertently by that being. If it had targeted Xiao Han intentionally, he was sure he wouldn't be able to withstand it, even with the life flame summoned for defense. Gathering his thoughts, Xiao Han concluded that this presence had sensed his existence yet reacted with eerie silence, which was perplexing. Moreover, the life flame offered no warning, seemingly unaware of the frightening aura. What did all this imply? A hypothesis began to form in Xiao Han's mind. Instead of retreating, he pressed forward, gently swimming downwards. Before long, Xiao Han arrived at the bottom of the spring, immediately discovering the source of the life flame's attraction. It was a liquid resembling mercury, radiating a silvery gray glow. Though liquid, it did not dissolve in the 100-year spirit milk, instead floating there, seemingly suspended in time. The substance was small, about the size of an egg, yet it emanated an intense vitality that even the life flame yearned to consume. This was the essence of a martial sage. Xiao Han couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Such a treasure was exceedingly rare, representing the culmination of a martial sage's lifetime of cultivation, condensed into this small orb, a perfect resource for future generations to refine their physical forms. It is said that utilizing this treasure to refine one's physical body can yield exceptional results, potentially elevating it to the level of a demigod, allowing one to nearly disregard all attacks below the divine weapon tier. However, this remains merely a legend. True masters of the martial Saint caliber have only emerged from the three great sacred lands, and only they know how much truth lies in these tales. Nevertheless, the refining properties of this martial saint essence on the physical body are undoubtedly significant. Upon witnessing this artifact, Xiao Han felt a surge of confidence, as he surmised the terrifying origin of the aura emanating from the spring. Xiao Han did not rush forward but instead carefully surveyed his surroundings. The spring was merely about 10 meters in diameter, and although obscured by the milky white 100-year clock spirit milk, it could be easily investigated. Soon enough, he discovered a luminous circle, approximately 3 meters wide, which bypassed the spring's waters. As he approached, he saw a skeletal frame meditating within the halo. Relaxing, he found that his initial suspicions were proven correct. This cave had remained undisturbed for decades, housing a massive medicinal cauldron alongside the spring crafted from the 100-year clock's spirit milk. It appeared that a certain martial saint had suffered grave injuries and sought refuge here to recuperate. Alas, even with the nurturing properties of the 100-year clock's spirit milk, the individual had perished in this very spot, the passage of time now unfathomable. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Han respectfully performed a gesture of reverence toward the remains of the martial saint before collecting the essence. Strangely, as he secured the martial saint essence, the skeletal remains shattered with a thunderous crack. Xiao Han was taken aback. The bones of a martial saint should possess a sturdiness second only to divine weapons. How could they shatter so easily? Before he could process this, a radiant orb emerged from the remains and directly entered his brow, vanishing without a trace. In an instant, Xiao Han summoned his unique flame to protect himself, the life flame swirling around him repeatedly. Yet he sensed no anomaly. Furrowing his brow, he pondered whether such a powerful being might have left behind something bizarre. However, despite his thorough investigation, he found nothing unusual and decided to set it aside for the time being. After some reflection, he resolved to absorb the martial saint essence. Such a precious item for body refinement, if allowed to circulate, would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous factions. With an abundance of 100-year clock spirit milk surrounding him, this was the optimal location for seclusion. Xiao Han settled at the spring's bottom, clutching the martial saint essence in his palm. It moved as if alive, enveloping him in a silvery gray membrane. Focusing intently, he began to channel the life flame to refine the martial saint essence. As the flame surged, the essence permeated Xiao Han's skin and muscles, eventually enveloping the surface of his porcelain-like bones. At this moment, a layer of silvery gray substance appeared on his skeletal surface, rendering his bones akin to metal. Yet, it was not sufficient. Xiao Han urged the unique flame once more, forcing the silvery gray essence deeper into his bones. Cracks began to form along his skeleton, and an indescribable agony surged through him like a tidal wave. Yet, Xiao Han remained undeterred, as if some force shielded him from the pain. Unbeknownst to him, when he drew the martial saint essence into his body, a fleeting glimmer shone in the center of his brow, appearing and disappearing in an instant. Before long, Xiao Han awakened, finding the process of refining the martial saint essence to be far easier than he had anticipated. Chapter 72. Ziyue. Clenching his fists, Xiao Han sensed a newfound strength within his physical form, feeling as though his body had solidified, with blood coursing like a torrent. More importantly, his bones had become extraordinarily sturdy and heavy. He retrieved a dark iron long sword and drew it across his left hand, but the blade, sharp enough to slice through rock, failed to breach his skin. It is worth noting that Xiao Han had not even used his spiritual power for defense. He infused his spiritual energy into the sword and then struck his hand with force. Clang! Xiao Han felt as if the sword had struck a solid piece of dark gold. Observing the blade, he noted that the edge had curled, while glancing at his arm revealed a deep gash, exposing flesh and muscle. Yet, his bones bore no marks whatsoever. The martial saint essence began its transformative process. Starting from the bones, then the blood and organs, and finally the muscles and skin, gradually evolving. Upon reaching completion, he would be nearly impervious to divine weapon attacks. Xiao Han smiled faintly, a green light swirling as the wound on his hand healed rapidly, leaving no trace behind. After tidying himself up and preparing to depart, he suddenly heard the faint sound of water droplets above. Although subtle, he was certain he had not misheard. The cave had been devoid of visitors for countless years. How curious that someone would arrive today. Frowning, he could not ascertain whether the newcomer was friend or foe. Given the confined space at the bottom of the spring, after a moment's consideration, he stepped into the luminous circle left by the martial saint and settled into the position once occupied by the skeletal remains. Once inside the 3-meter-wide circle, Xiao Han noticed the area was remarkably dry, allowing him to observe the outside world with clarity, unaffected by the white clock's spirit milk. He scrutinized the spring, where a graceful figure descended cautiously. It was a young woman, seemingly no older than himself, yet exuding an air of danger. Trusting his instincts, Xiao Han realized that a solitary girl arriving at the resting place of a martial saint must be extraordinary. As the girl descended, she held a compass as if prepared for something. Upon reaching the bottom of the spring, she found nothing but emptiness, devoid of even a living creature, which allowed her to relax. She fiddled with the compass a few more times, yet it proved ineffective, leaving her visibly frustrated. After a brief survey of her surroundings, she soon spotted the luminous circle where Xiao Han resided and approached without hesitation. In the realm of the Langus secret, one was either a friend or a foe. Xiao Han charged out, intent on capturing this girl. The young woman, taken by surprise at the presence of a living being at the bottom of the spring, momentarily froze, and Xiao Han easily apprehended her. He swiftly cast several restraints to seal her cultivation, then bound her hands and feet with a rope before soaring back to the cave's interior. With a thud, Xiao Han unceremoniously tossed the girl to the ground. "Ouch! You hurt me!" she exclaimed as she landed, tenderly rubbing her sore posterior. However, she quickly realized the awkwardness of her position, her cheeks flushing as she glared at Xiao Han in indignation. Though restrained, the girl showed no signs of fear. This was Xiao Han's opportunity to scrutinize the girl closely. She possessed long, flowing hair, bright eyes, and a delicate visage. Though barely 14 or 15, her beauty was apparent. Yet, her expression was one of frustration, her large eyes glaring at Xiao Han in displeasure. Xiao Han paid no heed to her angry gaze and directly inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" The girl blinked, quickly recognizing her predicament, and adopted a pitiful demeanor as she replied, "My name is Ji Ziwe. I stumbled into this place unintentionally. Please let me go." Xiao Han couldn't help but chuckle. "Little girl, your talent for deception leaves much to be desired." Ji Ziwe's face flushed with embarrassment at his words. "Humph. Mind your own business. I advise you to release me. Otherwise, when my grandmother arrives, you'll be in for it." The young girl lay on the ground, twisting and turning in an attempt to sit up, but her bindings rendered her efforts futile. However, her garments, soaked by the 100-year clock's spirit milk, clung to her form. Accentuating her curves, strands of hair fell delicately across her fair face, adding an air of allure. Glancing further down, her clothing was somewhat loose, revealing a glimpse of her pale neck, and even a hint of the pink undergarment beneath. Ji Ziwe was acutely aware of her exposed state, yet bound as she was, she could do nothing to adjust her attire, only squirm in embarrassment, inadvertently loosening her clothing further. Chapter 73. The Void Handprint. The sight of a young girl in such a predicament was inherently vexing, and Xiao Han remained unfazed, which only intensified Ji Ziwe's humiliation and anger. Her face flushed crimson, and it seemed as though tears might spill from her eyes. Ji Ziwe had always been the center of attention, never having found herself in such a compromising situation. Hatred for the young man before her simmered in her heart. Xiao Han, noticing her discomfort, raised an eyebrow. Before him was merely a girl with no notable features, and his emotions remained undisturbed. Perhaps in a few years, she would be more appealing. Suddenly, Xiao Han's spatial ring glimmered, and he draped a large robe over Ji Ziwe, alleviating her embarrassment slightly. Turning to leave, he added, "The restraints on your powers will lift in half an hour. Until then, consider your own fortune." Xiao Han and Ji Ziwe held no grudges against each other, and thus, he was reluctant to make things overly difficult for her. He merely confined her. "You scoundrel, take my palm strike." Ji Ziwe, unaware of when she regained her freedom of movement, suddenly shouted, and a phantom handprint materialized out of thin air. Striking directly towards Xiao Han with fierce power, yet devoid of any murderous intent, Xiao Han swiftly evaded the blow, astonished that this little girl managed to break the restrictions he had placed within her body in such a short span of time. She was indeed no ordinary child, however. As he sensed the palm's strength manifesting behind him, he pondered, Is that the Void Hand Seal? Ji Ziyue raised an eyebrow at his words, haughtily replying, "At least you have some discernment. Since you recognize the Void Hand Seal, you must also know where I hail from. Speak up. Among the 3 great sacred grounds of the southern region, to which faction do you belong that you dare treat me this way? I shall make you pay." With a display of her pearly little tiger teeth, Ji Ziyue threatened Xiao Han with a fierce demeanor, embodying a playful yet fierce spirit. Xiao Han did not respond to Ji Ziyue. Instead, contemplating her tone, it seemed that the 3 great sacred grounds were of little consequence to her, indicating that the power behind Ji Ziyue was likely quite formidable, substantial enough not to regard the 3 sacred grounds with any respect. Moreover, the Void Hand Seal was likely a legacy technique of the force behind her. This development posed a considerable dilemma for Xiao Han. He furrowed his brows, uncertain of the origins of the Void Hand Seal from the true martial sect, yet aware that such legacy techniques were typically closely guarded. Should a leak occur, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of Ji Ziyue's backing. Once such a transcendent force, perhaps even more powerful than the sacred grounds, set its sights on him, the consequences would be dire. Feeling somewhat helpless, Xiao Han resolved to inquire about the origins of the Void Hand Seal from Jiang Yingyue upon his return, while he had contemplated silencing her. He could not bring himself to harm Ji Ziyue, as they bore no enmity. Moreover, he had not revealed anything significant. Ji Ziyue was unaware of his mastery of the Void Hand Seal, thus there was no need for lethal measures. Additionally, the force behind Ji Ziyue clearly did not regard even the 3 sacred grounds, indicating a terrifying background, and it went without saying that Ji Ziyue was a core disciple. Such elite disciples often possessed various protective treasures and secret techniques, some of which could even locate their assailants. Xiao Han felt there was no necessity to take such a substantial risk to eliminate someone. Unbeknownst to Ji Ziyue, the seemingly harmless man before her was contemplating a multitude of thoughts in an instant, even considering the precariousness of his own life. Xiao Han, with a smile that concealed his inner turmoil, addressed her gently, "Miss Ji, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." He intended to make a swift exit, preferring not to linger with Ji Ziyue until he understood the origins of the true martial sect's Void Hand Seal. However, Ji Ziyue would not permit him to depart so easily. As the cherished gem of her family, accustomed to having her every whim fulfilled, she had never endured such indignity. Did he think he could simply walk away? With a glint of determination in her eyes, Ji Ziyue launched herself at Xiao Han with a palm strike aimed at close combat. Xiao Han, pivoting, countered with a palm of his own, forcing Ji Ziyue back several steps. "Miss Ji, we have no grievances between us. Why must you persistently entangle yourself with me?" he inquired, frowning. Ji Ziyue's eyes flashed with surprise. As a prized jewel of her family, she had been nurtured with countless heavenly materials and treasures since childhood. Though a girl, her physical strength could rival that of some formidable beasts of her rank. Yet, Xiao Han's strength surpassed her own, and her palm strike felt as though it had struck a block of mysterious gold, leaving her hand tingling. This Xiao Han was undoubtedly extraordinary. Ji Ziyue's interest in him deepened. Throughout her life, apart from her invincible brother, she had never encountered such a worthy opponent. A spark of excitement flickered in her eyes as she declared, "I shall indeed entangle you. What of it?" With that, she charged directly at Xiao Han, delivering a punch aimed at his chest. Chapter 74. Departing with grace. Xiao Han chuckled. He had recognized that Ji Ziyue's seemingly soft palm was as unyielding as steel. Her physique incredibly robust, yet still inferior to his own. It seemed she would not relent until he had thoroughly defeated her. To Xiao Han's surprise, Ji Ziyue vanished in an instant, and he sensed a fluctuation in space. Alarmed, he had never witnessed such a technique. It was undoubtedly not an illusion but true disappearance. In haste, he summoned the golden bell to shield himself. Boom! A dull clang resonated, and suddenly, the formerly vanished Ji Ziyue reappeared behind him. Leaving a faint imprint on the golden bell, Xiao Han frowned. This little girl hailed from a powerful lineage, and her recent move was clearly a formidable technique, akin to teleportation, appearing directly behind her foe. This technique bore similarities to the Void Hand Seal, suggesting a shared origin. If Xiao Han were not well versed in the Void Hand Seal, familiar with spatial fluctuations, he might have fallen prey to this little girl. Xiao Han smiled. It appeared that to win over this little girl, he would need to employ some genuine skill. Instead of retreating, he advanced, turning to throw a punch at Ji Yue as his fist approached. The wind from it stirred a strand of her hair. Ji Yue, quick as a flash, vanished once more. Xiao Han remained unflustered. Instead, he withdrew the golden bell, standing his ground, exuding confidence, unafraid of any ambush from Ji Yue. This was an overt provocation. Hidden in the void, Ji Yue, incensed by Xiao Han's blatant challenge, resolved to give this man a significant lesson. Whoosh, as she emerged in a secluded corner, before she could make a move. A beam of radiant sword energy shot forth. Smack! Ouch! Ji Yue cried out in pain as Xiao Han's sword finger struck her forehead, prompting her to quickly retreat into the void, nursing her slightly reddened forehead. Ji Yue was perplexed. She could not fathom how Xiao Han had detected her presence. She had employed the Grand Void technique, a secret art of the Ji family, renowned for its stealth and unpredictability. Yet, to be exposed before this young man in the remote southern region was utterly infuriating. He must just be lucky. Ji Yue fumed, secretly plotting to try again. Stealthily, she positioned herself in a hidden corner behind Xiao Han. Preparing for a surprise attack, smack! Ouch! Ji Yue again covered her forehead, retreating into the void once more. Having been discovered twice in succession infuriated her further. To have the Ji family's supreme secret art thwarted by a mere junior was something Ji Yue could not accept. The Grand Void technique was famed throughout the land. How could it falter here? Determined, Ji Yue made another attempt, this time retreating to a spot invisible to Xiao Han. Smack! Once again, she was met with a radiant sword energy, robbing her of any remaining temper. Watching Ji Yue retreat into the void once more, Xiao Han found it amusing. He had trained in the Void Hand Seal, highly sensitive to spatial fluctuations. While he could not hide in the void like Ji Yue, detecting her presence was a simple task. In the void, Ji Yue, clutching her reddened forehead, gazed tearfully at Xiao Han. This man was truly insufferable, repeatedly striking her forehead, leaving it sore. Nevertheless, she realized that he had shown restraint. The sword energy had clearly lacked much spiritual force. If that young man had truly unleashed his full power, that sword energy could have pierced through stone and gold. Still, Ji Yue was furious. She boasted the backing of the Ji family, an unparalleled clan. Yet, not only had she been subdued upon their first encounter, but she also found herself outmatched in close combat, long-range attacks, and even the Void Hand Seal. Was this youth the hidden scion of a sacred ground? How could he be so formidable? A profound sense of defeat washed over Ji Yue. It was the first time she felt so thoroughly outmatched by a peer. Humiliated to such an extent. Although she still possessed several trump cards, it was evident that Xiao Han held many of his own, and Ji Yue had lost all confidence in her ability to triumph over him. After waiting a moment, seeing that Ji Yue had yet to re-emerge, perhaps now fearing him, Xiao Han chuckled and said, "Miss Ji, our paths have crossed. I take my leave." With those words, he activated his Kunping wings and soared out through the opening at the top of the stone cave. As Ji Yue emerged from the void, calling after his retreating figure, "Rogue, what is your name?" Xiao Han paused briefly at her words but did not look back or reveal his name, simply flying away. Ji Yue stamped her foot, watching his departing silhouette with indignation. "Rogue, do not let me see you again." A youth capable of easily defeating himself departed, yet he did not even disclose his name, which left Ji Yue's emotions in a state of turmoil. She lightly bit her lip and murmured, "Never mind. I am soon to leave the southern region. I shall likely never cross paths with him again. Not knowing his name is perhaps for the best." Chapter 75. An old friend. Xiao Han emerged from the stone cave, only to realize he was atop a mountain peak. After discerning the direction, he took flight toward a particular point. During the pursuit of the elusive chameleon beast, he had been oblivious to his bearings, but now he felt a twinge of doubt. He believed he was headed the right way and had not strayed. After approximately half an hour of flight, Xiao Han came to a halt, increasingly convinced he had indeed flown off course. However, the vastness of the Langius secret realm and his unfamiliarity with it made it challenging to locate Qinyu and the others again. As Xiao Han contemplated reorienting himself, he suddenly heard the distant roars of magical beasts and the sounds of a battle among cultivators. Intrigued, he drew closer, recognizing a woman's distressed cries. Was that not Han Qianqian's voice? Could there be another woman in this Langius secret realm whom he knew? He hastened toward the source, sensing a hint of despair in her tone. Within moments, Xiao Han reached the edge of the scene. But instead of revealing himself immediately, he concealed himself behind the trees to observe the unfolding situation. Two women were besieged by several magical beasts, and he recognized both. One was Fia, who had once sought to recruit him into the Hundred Flowers sect, and the other was his former fiancée, Nailin Yin. Xiao Han was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected to encounter them here. The circumstances were dire. Fia lay unconscious, while Nailin Yin was barely holding on by a thread. If Xiao Han did not intervene, they would likely perish within the span of a single incense stick burning. Nailin Yin had succumbed to despair. Fia had exhausted her spiritual energy to break through the encirclement, leaving Nailin Yin helpless against the onslaught of the beasts. Were they truly fated to die here? Just as Nailin Yin despaired, she heard the sound of approaching cultivators nearby. Filled with a renewed sense of hope, she exclaimed, "I am Nailin Yin of the Yunxian Sword Sect. Could you please reveal yourself and lend us your aid?" Her voice echoed through the forest, yet no one responded. Gradually, the light in her eyes dimmed. She sensed someone was near, but they did not strike, likely unable to contend with the beasts. With a thunderous roar, the magical beasts charged forward. As they drew closer, Nailin Yin closed her eyes in resignation. A loud crash resounded, but the anticipated pain never arrived. Confused, she opened her eyes to see a youthful figure before her, a young man. He casually struck with his palms, and the remaining two beasts that had cornered Nailin Yin were reduced to mere pulp. She was saved. A spark of life returned to Nailin Yin's eyes as she dropped to her knees in gratitude upon the ground. One who has never faced the brink of death can never truly understand the feeling of being brought back from despair. Wiping away her tears, Nailin Yin respectfully bowed to the young man, her voice trembling. "I, Nailin Yin, thank you for saving my life." Although the young man's appearance suggested he was merely a boy of 14 or 15. His ability to slay a beast at the martial master level was enough for Nailin Yin to regard him as a senior. Thus, her acknowledgement was filled with genuine respect. Nailin Yin lowered her gaze, only catching a glimpse of the elder's feet. The young man slightly turned, his voice oddly familiar as he said, "There is no need for such formality." His tone sounded youthful and somewhat familiar. Yet Nailin Yin could not recall any of her acquaintances who were so young. Surely, she must be too excited and mishearing. Regaining her composure, Nailin Yin stood and smiled. "Senior, you flatter me." But her smile froze on her lips as she could no longer form words. The boy before her was none other than Xiao Han. How can it be you?" Nailin Yin stammered in shock, nearly speaking to herself, her mind adrift. "Ding, congratulations, host Xiao Han, for successfully showing off, earning 99 show-off points." "Ding, congratulations, host Xiao Han, for successfully showing off, earning 99 show-off points." "Ding, congratulations, host Xiao Han, for successfully showing off, earning 99 show-off points." Xiao Han paid her little mind and approached Fia to check on her. She was unharmed, merely exhausted. After feeding her a few medicinal pills, Fia soon stirred awake. Upon awakening, she found herself in the embrace of an unfamiliar young man, staring at Xiao Han in surprise before exclaiming, "Xiao Han? What are you doing here? Did you save me?" As soon as Fia regained consciousness, she bombarded him with questions, to which Xiao Han merely smiled and released her, neither confirming nor denying her inquiries. Fia elegantly tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and adjusted her flowing red dress before standing gracefully, her figure tall and alluring. She appraised Xiao Han with a smile. "Well, you little rascal, it has only been a short while, and you have already grown to such a degree. I truly regret not bringing you into the Hundred Flowers sect back then." Chapter 76, The Reason. In response to her words, Xiao Han simply smiled without taking them to heart. Fia then glanced at the dazed Nailin Yin, and the atmosphere among the three grew somewhat awkward. After all, Fia had only met Xiao Han once, and the two were not particularly familiar. Nailin Yin appeared lost in thought, and Fia was well aware of the rumors surrounding their broken engagement, which had spread throughout the Yunxian sect. Sensing the tension, Xiao Han was about to take his leave when Fia playfully poked his chest with her delicate finger, pretending to casually inquire, "Xiao Han, how have you been at the Jinwu sect? If it hasn't been well, you can always join us at the Hundred Flowers sect. I'll be by your side every day." Xiao Han chuckled helplessly, stepping back a pace. Fia was indeed adept at lightening the mood. With her antics, the three quickly became more comfortable, as if they were old friends reunited after a long separation. After the jesting, Xiao Han grew serious and asked, Fia, what happened? How did you end up in such a predicament? Beset by mere martial master level beasts, Fia was a formidable figure at the martial spirit level. Logically, she should have been among the strongest cultivators in this Langius secret realm. How could she find herself in such a dire situation? Fia pondered for a moment before slowly explaining, this matter is rather lengthy. Through Fia's detailed account, Xiao Han learned the unfolding events. It turned out that many sects from the southern region had come to the Langius secret realm for its opening. However, the dangers here were not particularly high, and the rewards were relatively limited, leading even a dominant sect like the Jinwu sect to send only a few outer disciples for training. Most of these outer disciples were at the martial master level, with a few exceptional ones reaching the great martial master realm, while core disciples at the martial spirit level were nearly non-existent. Even if they were present, only one or two would be sent for support. Fia, in this instance, had come to provide that support. Many smaller sects, like the Yunxian sect, sent their most elite group of disciples to test their skills. However, the disciples from these smaller sects were generally of lower cultivation and had less sophisticated techniques than those from the major sects, making them less powerful and mostly martial practitioners, with only a few martial masters stationed for protection. Thus, the Langius secret realm posed a significant challenge for them. These smaller sects often relied on the protection of larger sects to survive the fierce competition in the southern region. And the Yunxian sect was a subsidiary of the Hundred Flowers sect. For instance, the sect leader of the Yunxian sect, Yun Yun, was a disciple of the former leader of the Hundred Flowers sect, making the Yunxian sect effectively a branch of the Hundred Flowers sect. This was also the reason why Fia had not traveled alongside the Hundred Flowers sect disciples, but had instead partnered with Nailin Yin. Unfortunately, the Yunxian sect had encountered a beast tide in the Langius secret realm, a stroke of bad luck that left nearly all their disciples trapped in a valley, unable to break free. Fia and Nailin Yin had attempted to escape to seek help from the Hundred Flowers sect, but amidst the tide of beasts was a powerful beast at the martial spirit level. Alongside two martial masters, Fia had drained all her spiritual energy and utilized treasures bestowed by her sect to slay the martial spirit level beast, barely managing to break through the encirclement. However, the disciples of the Hundred Flowers sect were nowhere to be found. They likely hid upon sensing the beast tide, leaving Fia without any support. Had Xiao Han not intervened, she might have faced a tragic end. At this moment, Nailin Yin regained her senses, recalling her comrades trapped in the valley, and her heart sank, with the disciples of the Hundred Flowers sect now lost, and Fia lacking the strength to continue fighting. Was it truly the fate of the Yunxian sect's finest disciples to perish here? Xiao Han. At this moment, only Xiao Han can rescue his fellow disciples. Nailin Yin gazed at Xiao Han, who was conversing with Fia. This man, who should have been her husband, now appeared so foreign and distant, utterly out of reach. Though Xiao Han seemed to have intervened to save her, that was merely the extent of his involvement. Nailin Yin could sense that Xiao Han regarded her with a genuine indifference, as if she were merely a passerby. Upon their reunion, Xiao Han's heart remained unperturbed. How foolish she had been. How could she possibly ask Xiao Han for help after having called off their engagement? Nailin Yin clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms without her noticing. Fia discreetly cast a glance at the regretful Nailin Yin, her heart sighing slightly that it was truly unfortunate that she had pushed this man away. Fia wished to assist Yunxian sect, for in essence, it shared a lineage with Bai Hua sect, and she had led the expedition to the Langius secret realm. If the Yunxian sect were to face total annihilation, she would feel somewhat responsible. Although she had not sustained serious injuries, her spiritual energy was depleted. She could only hold off a single great martial master-level beast at most. With another great martial master-level beast lurking, it was impossible to rescue all the disciples of Yunxian sect. If only Xiao Han would lend a hand, he could easily vanquish several martial master-level beasts, and given his strength, he could surely save the people. With this thought, Fia subtly signaled Nailin Yin. Though Nailin Yin's heart was in turmoil, she saw no other option. She stepped before Xiao Han and pleaded, Xiao Han, might I implore you to assist in rescuing the trapped disciples of Yunxian sect? Xiao Han pondered for a moment, not out of lingering resentment towards Nailin Yin. Indeed, his feelings had become quite indifferent, as if the past was but a fleeting breeze. However, with the outbreak of the beast tide, he could not ascertain whether it was a widespread phenomenon throughout the Langia secret realm or merely localized to the area the Yun Xian sect disciples were exploring. If it was a general outbreak, he should return to the side of the true martial sect disciples, which was the purpose for which the elder had dispatched him, to safeguard his fellow sect members as much as possible without jeopardizing his own safety. As Xiao Han remained silent, Nailin Yan's hopeful gaze gradually dimmed. Indeed, Xiao Han's willingness to aid her was already an act of great kindness. Why would he risk himself to save the disciples of Yun Xian's sect, who had no connection to him? Yet, if she had not called off the engagement, if Xiao Han were still her fiancé, even if just in name, he would not have stood idly by. Unable to bear the weight of her sorrow any longer, waves of regret surged within her, and tears fell like scattered pearls. Fia sighed softly. The news of Nailin Yan's broken engagement had spread throughout Yun Xian's sect. And had it not been for the sect leader's protection, Nailin Yan would have become a laughingstock. Yet even so, her life was far from easy. Softening, Fia stepped forward and urged Xiao Han. Xiao Han, consider this a favor owed by your elder sister, I beseech you. Please help those disciples. This is merely a minor beast tide. There are only 2 great martial master-level beasts. If we can hold them off, we can easily rescue everyone. Fia believed that Xiao Han hesitated due to an overestimation of the threat presented by the beast tide. However, upon hearing her words, Xiao Han resolved to assist the disciples of Yun Xian sect. The presence of several great martial master-level beasts indicated that this beast tide could not pose a threat to the entire Langia secret realm. Thus, he need not hurry back to Qin Yu and the others. If they could not withstand such a minor beast tide, then he would have nothing further to say. Xiao Han nodded and declared, very well, I will agree to rescue them. Let us act swiftly. Upon hearing Xiao Han's agreement, Nailin Yan's spirit soared, and Fia smiled. Time is of the essence. We have already been away for about 2 hours. If we delay any longer, those disciples may not be able to hold out. She urged, Xiao Han, let us depart at once. We are merely half an hour from that valley. Xiao Han nodded, replying, there is no need for such a lengthy journey. Fia, just guide me, and I shall take you there. As he spoke, he slowly unfurled the Kunpeng wings from his back. Hiss! Both women gasped in astonishment. Xiao Han was actually a powerful warrior at the martial king level. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiao Han, for successfully showing off, earning 99 show-off points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiao Han, for successfully showing off, earning 99 show-off points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiao Han, for successfully showing off, earning 99 show-off points. Fia and Nailin Yan were utterly shocked. Fia recalled that when she had first seen Xiao Han, he was merely at the martial master level, and now he had become a martial king. Nailin Yan was even more stupefied. When she first met Xiao Han, he was just a martial artist, and in such a short time, he had ascended to the level of a martial king. How could this be possible? Both women's lips parted in astonishment, unable to conceal their surprise. Yet, Fia, being a cultivator at the martial spirit level, sensed that something was amiss. Is that a flying martial technique you possess? Fia inquired, uncertain. Xiao Han nodded serenely, saying, let us proceed without delay. I still have concerns regarding the true martial sect. His calm statement revealed the weight of Xiao Han's position within the true martial sect. Fia's heart jolted. She knew that among the disciples sent by true martial sect to the Langia secret realm, there were descendants of the 4 esteemed seats. Xiao Han's presence in the Langia secret realm indicated that his standing within the true martial sect was at least comparable to that of the heirs of the 4 esteemed seats. Fia regarded the man before her with a complex expression. In such a brief span, he had grown to such an extent. If given more time, he would surely shake the very foundations of the southern region. What are you pondering? Shall we not depart? Xiao Han urged, noticing Fia's hesitation. Snapping back to reality, Fia grasped Xiao Han's shoulder. Xiao Han chuckled, that won't allow you to hold on properly in the air. He then pulled Fia into his embrace, the scent of a woman wafting around him, her waist soft and yielding, as he concentrated. He unfurled his wings and took off into the sky. Fia's cheeks flushed slightly. This was her first time being so intimately close to a male, causing her to squirm within Xiao Han's embrace. Their bodies pressed together, and Xiao Han felt many sensations that he was not accustomed to. Slightly distracted, he began to descend. Don't move, Xiao Han admonished softly, and Fia, sensing the awkwardness, blushed even deeper, resembling a shy kitten as she clung to Xiao Han, afraid to move again. Below, Nailin Yin watched as the two figures vanished into the sky. A bittersweet smile gracing her lips. The woman in that embrace should have been her. Unbeknownst to her, 2 tears slipped down her cheeks, leaving her to ponder whether it was regret or sorrow. Chapter 78. The 3 major sects confront each other. Xiao Han, carrying Fia, flew for about the time it takes to burn a joss stick before locating the valley. Below lay more than 30 beasts, most being of the martial artist level, utterly incapable of withstanding a serious assault. Xiao Han did not even descend but hovered 30 meters above the beasts. The beasts below, seeing 2 potential meals in the sky, roared and howled. However, at such a distance, they could not harm Xiao Han in the slightest. The disciples of Yun Xian's sect in the valley were overjoyed. Look, a martial king has come to save us. That warrior is so young. Is he an external aid sent by the sect? Fia is in the embrace of that martial king. They truly make a splendid pair. Isn't it said that martial kings cannot enter the Langius secret realm? Seeing the glimmer of hope for rescue, the disciples were elated, while Fia's face turned increasingly crimson as she overheard their discussions about her relationship with Xiao Han. Unfazed by the opinions and gazes of others, Xiao Han took immediate action. With his fingers forming a sword, several beams of radiant sword energy shot toward the more formidable beasts below. Xin Yang's sword finger. Puff, 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 puff. The beasts struck by Xiao Han were instantly reduced to ashes. Without a doubt, he had infused the power of his within the Xin Yang sword finger. The remaining demonic beasts, upon witnessing the scene, fled in haste. Although they had not yet awakened their intelligence, they were aware that the humans in the sky were not to be trifled with. Even the formidable beasts of the Grand Martial Master realm could not withstand a single strike. How could these beasts of the martial artist realm hope to contend? Xiao Han descended, gently placing Fia down before turning to leave, intent on seeking out Qinyu and the others, reluctant to linger any longer. Fia watched his retreating figure, her gaze somewhat dazed. A man like him would not be overlooked by her, unlike Nailin Yin. Xiao Han adjusted his direction as he flew, confident that he was on the right path. After approximately half an hour of flight, he finally beheld the familiar Misty Valley, devoid of any traces of demonic beasts. It appeared that Yun Xian's sect had merely encountered an unfortunate beast tide, while the Jinwu sect was relatively unscathed. As Xiao Han approached the fog-laden valley, he faintly heard the sounds of combat emanating from within. Frowning, he descended at the valley's entrance, cautiously sneaking inside. Upon entering, he was astonished to find that the once spacious valley was now densely packed with 300 to 400 individuals. Their attire indicated they hailed from 3 distinct sects. Those donned in blue were undoubtedly disciples of the Jinwu sect. Meanwhile, 2 other groups were present. One clad in black, exuding an ominous aura, belonging to the Ming Xian sect, and the other in white, dignified in demeanor, representing the Kanglin sect, the center of the gathering. 4 spirit beasts confronted 2 men, the 4 beasts being the Jinwu sect's 4 heroes utilizing the 4 symbols formation, while the 2 men displayed disdainful expressions. One was from the Ming Xian sect and the other from the Kanglin sect. Both radiating a formidable spiritual energy, they were evidently powerful figures at the martial spirit realm, Luo Lai of the Ming Xian sect and Zhang Xinming of the Kanglin sect. Before Xiao Han entered the Langius secret realm, the Grand Elder had warned him to be wary of these 2, and he had not anticipated encountering them here. Luo Lai stepped forward, his expression emotionless as he addressed the 4 heroes. Hand over the cloud spirit 7-leaf grass you possess, and we may spare your lives, Zhang Xinming of the Kanglin sect added with a slight smile. Indeed, rare treasures should be claimed by those worthy. You possess not a single disciple at the martial spirit realm. What right have you to contest with us? Qinyu, having sustained injuries while rescuing Han Qianqian from the attack of a unicorn chameleon, found his arms fractured and his lungs compromised. Even the Azure Dragon spirit beast appeared somewhat hazy, leaving him unable to engage 2 martial spirit-level prodigies simultaneously. Anxiety filled Qinyu's heart. The Jinwu sect had always been at odds with the Ming Xian and Kanglin sects. Now, faced with such a golden opportunity, he could hardly believe the adversaries would allow him and his companions to depart unscathed. Yet, Xiao Han was absent. Had he been present, their chances of fighting back would have been significantly bolstered. But now, not only were 2 martial spirit realm powerhouses present, But there were also over 200 enemies watching intently. If the four of them did not reveal their trump cards, they would likely have been overwhelmed by now. Pale-faced, Qin Yu sought to stall for time, smiling as he said, "It's merely some herbs. If the two esteemed brothers desire them, take them." He exchanged a glance with Tang Dao, who promptly tossed a spatial ring. Though it landed squarely between Luo Lai and Zhang Ximing, if they were to squabble over the ring, perhaps there would still be a glimmer of hope today. However, to his astonishment, Luo Lai and Zhang Ximing remained rooted in place, allowing the ring filled with herbs to fall into the dirt as they regarded the Jinwu sect disciples with scorn. Xiao Han sighed at the sight. It was evident that Luo Lai and Zhang Ximing were merely probing Qin Yu and his companions. Had Qin Yu taken a firmer stance, demonstrating a willingness to fight to the bitter end, Luo Lai and Zhang Ximing might have hesitated to press their advantage. After all, the Jinwu sect boasted the four symbols formation as a trump card. If it came to a direct confrontation, the Ming Xian and Kanglin sects would likely suffer greatly as well. Moreover, the Ming Xian and Kanglin sects were not entirely trustworthy of one another. With mutual apprehensions, the possibility for the Jinwu sect disciples to withdraw remained substantial. Yet, by carelessly casting aside the ring, Qin Yu had significantly diminished his own morale while simultaneously boosting that of his adversaries, creating a widening gap in their confidence. More critically, Qin Yu's actions conveyed to Luo Lai and Zhang Ximing that his side lacked sufficient strength and resolve, likely upending their previous estimations and compelling them to act. As anticipated, the moment the ring touched the ground, Luo Lai and Zhang Ximing simultaneously ordered the four heroes of the Jinwu sect to attack. Unable to contain himself any longer, Xiao Han was about to intervene. But at that moment, he sensed an extraordinarily potent aura lurking in the valley. There were others hidden within. Xiao Han immediately withdrew, but that aura vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, seemingly non-existent. Frowning deeply, he was certain he had not misjudged. The nature of that aura was indiscernible, neither friend nor foe. While Xiao Han hesitated, Luo Lai and Zhang Ximing pressed on. Bone and blood kill. Kanglin Waterblade slash. Luo Lai conjured a massive skeletal spear in his right hand and thrust it viciously toward the Azure Dragon Spirit Beast where Qin Yu stood, while Zhang Ximing formed a gigantic water blade that severed the support of the other three. With a thunderous crash, the Azure Dragon Spirit Beast could only withstand a moment under Luo Lai's full-force attack before it shattered, causing Qin Yu to spit blood and collapse unconscious. Zhang Xuaming's water blade also left deep gashes on the other three martial spirit realm spirit beasts, their wounds refusing to heal. Qin Yu, Han Qianqian cried out in anguish. Had it not been for her, Qin Yu would not have been injured, nor would he have been unable to withstand even a single blow from Luo Lai. Luo Lai appeared momentarily stunned, seemingly surprised by Qin Yu's frailty, but then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, what kind of Jinwu sect is this that cannot even endure a single strike? Utterly useless. The atmosphere turned oppressive as the remaining disciples of the Kanglin and Ming Xian sects sharpened their blades, eager to eliminate the remaining disciples of the Jinwu sect. With Qin Yu unconscious, despair washed over Han Qianqian, while Tang Dao's eyes glinted with a frenzied murderous intent. Song Hai was drenched in sweat, his expression grave, and the remaining disciples of the Jinwu sect were thrown into disarray. At that moment, they all unconsciously recalled one person. If only Xiao Han were here. Do not be too reckless. Soon, our senior brother Xiao Han will return. Should you dare to act rashly, he will not let you go. Unexpectedly, the one to voice this was none other than the sweating Song Hai. Yes, we still have senior brother Xiao Han. He will be back shortly, and he will not spare you. Indeed, we must hold out until senior brother Xiao Han returns. In an instant, the disciples of the Jinwu sect spoke up, their expressions no longer frantic. As if they had found a pillar of support, their eyes filled with unwavering determination. Luo Lai and Zhang Xinming exchanged glances, both puzzled. Who exactly was this Xiao Han? Surely, any renowned prodigy of the Jinwu sect would have crossed their ears. Though they were intrigued, they remained resolute, recognizing that the Jinwu sect's strength had significantly diminished, presenting a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to weaken an entire generation of disciples. Luo Lai laughed boastfully. What Xiao Han? He is nothing but a joke. If he dares to come, I will simply kill him. Zhang Ximing echoed loudly. Capture the Jinwu sect's 4 heroes alive. The rest, kill. Who dares to touch the disciples of the Jinwu sect? A thunderous shout reverberated like a clap of thunder. striking fear into the hearts of all present. Over 300 gazes turned toward the entrance of the valley, where the voice had emanated from. The disciples of the Kanglin and Ming Xian sects warily stepped aside, their vigilance heightened. Could it be that other sects among the top 10 of the southern domain had arrived? But when they discerned the figure approaching, they were all momentarily taken aback. A figure, not particularly robust, strode directly into the arena under the watchful eyes of hundreds of disciples from the Kanglin and Ming Xian sects. The newcomer was youthful and strikingly handsome, appearing no older than 15 or 16, yet he exhibited no signs of nervousness or discomfort amidst the throng. Xiao Han is here. Who dares to harm the disciples of the Zhenwu sect? Xiao Han proclaimed with an air of arrogance, utterly disregarding the more than 200 disciples of the Kanglin and Ming Xian sects. Senior brother Xiao Han. Senior brother Xiao Han. He has returned. The disciples of the Zhenwu sect erupted in excitement. Some female disciples' eyes glimmered with tears. It was a moment of dire urgency, as the Kanglin and Ming Xian sects were poised to attack. Yet Xiao Han had arrived just in time to offer support. These were not the ordinary martial spirit realm adversaries. Luo Lai of the Ming Xian sect and Zhang Xinming of the Kanglin sect were core disciples of their respective sects, rumored to be on the path to becoming the chief disciples of their sects. Such prodigies, as long as they did not perish, would undoubtedly become future leaders among the top 10 sects of the southern domain, holding status even above that of ordinary elders. Their prowess far exceeds that of an ordinary elder. These two individuals have long been renowned. Their fame resonated throughout the southern region as early as 3 or 4 years ago. It is rumored that Zhang Xinming has slain a senior elder of his own sect, who was at the 9th level of the martial spirit realm, while Luo Lai has even wounded a formidable opponent at the martial king level. Now, after several years have passed, their momentum has grown even more formidable and terrifying. Although they have not yet broken through to the martial king realm, it is likely that they are not far from achieving it. No matter how powerful Xiao Han may be, his youth presents a significant gap when compared to these long-established prodigies of the sect. Should a battle ensue, the likelihood of his defeat, or even his demise, is considerable. Yet, Xiao Han has come, resolute and unwavering. The numerous disciples of the Zhenwu sect have tempered their excitement. Despite the grave situation before them, they have found the courage to fight and the shared resolve to face death together. Han Qianqian and the other two also stepped forward to bolster their ranks. With Qin Yu unconscious, they resolved that under no circumstances should Xiao Han come to harm in this battle. Xiao Han, should you find yourself unable to withstand the confrontation, take Qin Yu and flee first. We, the elite 100 of the Zhenwu sect's outer disciples, cannot all perish here. The usually silent Tang Dao spoke up, his gaze cold and piercing as he fixed it ahead. Indeed, I will hold off Luo Lai and Zhang Xinming. Your potential is limitless. You must not fall here. Although Song Hai remained tense and sweating, he too expressed his stance, and I will contend with the other disciples of the Kanglin sect and the Mingxian sect. Every disciple of our Zhenwu sect must escape, if possible. Han Qianqian also chimed in, determined. Even Xiao Han, whose composure was typically as still as water, felt a surge of emotion at their words. Such a sect, such a group of disciples, each one considering the greater good, even willing to sacrifice themselves for it. Xiao Han felt an inexplicable desire to protect this sentiment. He revealed a reassuring smile, turning to say, rest assured, I am confident in dealing with them. Upon their initial sighting of Xiao Han's remarkable reputation among the many disciples of the Zhenwu sect, both Luo Lai and Zhang Xinming were taken aback, hesitant to underestimate him. However, as Luo Lai sensed Xiao Han's cultivation level, a flicker of confusion arose within him. Martial Master Realm? And not even at the pinnacle of the Martial Master Realm. Likely around the 5th or 6th level. Was this a mistake? While it was indeed impressive for someone of Xiao Han's age to possess such cultivation, placing him among the 300 disciples present only marked him as above average. In comparison to Luo Lai and Zhang Xinming, he paled, and even among the 4 talents of the outer sect, he was inferior. Luo Lai chuckled, bemused that someone could attain such renown in the Zhenwu sect's outer circle. Alongside the likes of Qin Yu, who could not even withstand a single strike from him, the Zhenwu sect truly is a pitiful faction. Zhang Xinming, feeling considerably more at ease, sought to rally the morale of the Kanglin and Mingxian disciples by proclaiming loudly, I thought Xiao Han of the Zhenwu sect was some remarkable figure. Turns out he is merely a fledgling martial master, utterly disappointing. As these words echoed, the disciples of the Jinwu sect remained unfazed. Yet the disciples of the Kanglan and Mingxian sects erupted into fervent discussions. What? A martial master? That's abysmally weak. Indeed, looking at Xiao Han's imposing aura initially, I thought he was at least a martial spirit-level powerhouse. The Jinwu sect is truly declining. The entire outer sect relies on a mere martial master disciple. Is it not better to be weaker? It makes killing easier. Haha, indeed. Looks like we will have a bountiful harvest today. Hearing the raucous chatter of the Kanglan and Mingxian disciples, their spirits soared. Zhang Xianming smiled faintly, feeling victory was already within his grasp. Chapter 81. A breakthrough in the heat of battle. Regrettably, Xiao Han's emergence has rekindled the spirits of the Jinwu sect's disciples. Otherwise, this battle would have been far simpler. Nevertheless, it mattered not. As long as he could swiftly eliminate this Xiao Han, the morale of the Jinwu sect would shatter instantly. Xiao Han, having overheard the discussions from across the way, would typically remain indifferent, but now he felt compelled to inspire the disciples of the Jinwu sect. He stepped forward a few paces and addressed the disciples of the Kanglan and Mingxian sects with a booming voice. Is realm truly of such significance? The martial master realm is lowly. How about this? Xiao Han unleashed a torrent of immense spiritual power, his aura surging dramatically. Martial Master, 5th level. Martial Master, 6th level. Martial Master, 7th level. Martial Master, 8th level. Martial Master, 9th level. With each breakthrough, waves of crimson spiritual energy radiated from him, crashing outward. Not only the Kanglan and Mingxian disciples, but even those from the Jinwu sect stood awestruck. Among them were several martial masters and great martial masters. For them, breaking through such levels was not particularly difficult, merely a matter of time and resources. Yet, they had never witnessed anyone capable of such rapid ascension. In mere moments, he had broken through several realms. As Xiao Han continued to ascend, torrents of spiritual energy coalesced around him, swirling in vibrant crimson hues. Amidst the crimson energy, flashes of emerald green flickered, amplifying his already formidable presence. The ferocious red energy howled, rustling the garments of all nearby. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Xiao Han's aura soared once more, like a hawk soaring into the sky. Great Martial Master, 1st level. Great Martial Master, 2nd level. Great Martial Master, 3rd level. Great Martial Master, 4th level. Great Martial Master, 5th level. Great Martial Master, 6th level. Great Martial Master, 7th level. Great Martial Master, 8th level. Over 300 individuals were left in stunned silence. They had never witnessed such a breakthrough. This defied all logic and was unprecedented. If one could break through so easily, then what significance did their arduous training hold? The disciples of the Kanglan and Mingxian sects felt their worldview crumbling. As they beheld Xiao Han's increasingly overwhelming aura, the crimson energy occasionally intermingled with streaks of azure flame, intensifying his ferocity. None dared approach him. With each breakthrough, torrents of crimson flame encircled his form, casting a blinding light. The ferocious red energy howled through the valley, causing Luo Lai and Zhang Xianming, positioned not far off, to feel the fabric of their robes flutter violently. Break for me, with a low shout from Xiao Han. The rampant crimson energy hesitated for a moment before erupting violently, transforming into a tempest of chaotic energy, a storm of spiritual power bursting forth. Han Qianqian and the others surrounding Xiao Han were forced to retreat several steps from the violent energy. Moments later, Xiao Han's astonishing aura stabilized completely, and everyone instinctively sensed his newfound strength, gasping in astonishment. Great Martial Master, 9th level. Ding, congratulations, host Xiao Han. You have successfully displayed prowess, earning 99 display points. Ding, congratulations, host Xiao Han. You have successfully displayed prowess, earning 99 display points. Ding, congratulations, host Xiao Han. You have successfully displayed prowess, earning 99 display points. Xiao Han shut his eyes, momentarily attuning himself to the power of the Great Martial Master 9th level, quickly adapting to this newfound strength. Due to the limitations of his cultivation method, reaching the Great Martial Master 9th level was his limit. Further breakthroughs would necessitate a more advanced technique. The technique he was currently using was still the Fierce Lion's Fury, bestowed upon him by Xiao Zhantianback and the Xiao family, but it was beginning to lag behind Xiao Han's advancements. Yet, in due time, His quasi-heaven-level technique should be fully refined. While Xiao Han pondered the matter of his quasi-heaven-level technique, Luo Lai and Zhang Ximing across from him frowned deeply, finally grasping why this relatively low-level Xiao Han could attain such a high status within the Jinwu sect. The peculiar nature of Xiao Han's breakthroughs bore catastrophic implications. The morale of the Kanglin and Mingxian disciples was utterly crushed, while that of the Jinwu sect soared to unprecedented heights. Luo Lai hesitated, uncertain whether to continue the fight, with the enemy's morale so high. Even if they managed to defeat the Jinwu sect, their own losses would likely be severe, inflicting 1,000 casualties while suffering 800 in return. However, Zhang Ximing delved deeper into thought. The Kanglin sect possessed extensive archives, and he seemed to recall reading about such breakthrough methods. This was not normal. This must be a unique constitution. Chapter 82. Unique constitution. Zhang Ximing was startled by his own deduction. Although he was yet uncertain of the exact nature of Xiao Han's constitution, any special constitution was a rare genius among thousands. Such geniuses could even attract the attention of sacred lands. The three great sacred lands, towering and transcendent, had historically remained aloof from worldly affairs. Yet, if a unique constitution were to emerge, even these exalted sanctuaries would be compelled to intervene, inviting such a being into their fold. This underscores the extraordinary nature of unique constitutions. Yet now, such a constitution had emerged within the Jinwu sect. The Jinwu sect and the Kanglin sect were staunch rivals, and should Xiao Han grow stronger, he would undoubtedly become a formidable threat to the Kanglin sect. A glint of malice flickered in Zhang Xuanming's eyes. Zhang Ximing stepped forward, a smile gracing his lips as he exclaimed, "I truly did not expect to witness the emergence of such a unique physique here." A wave of excitement erupted from the crowd in the valley at his words. A special physique. Such a prodigy, provided they do not meet an untimely demise, is destined to dominate the southern region in the future. Upon hearing this, a flicker of murderous intent crossed Luo Lai's eyes, for he understood the implications of a genius with a special physique appearing in the Jinwu sect for the Mingxian sect. It was imperative to eliminate Xiao Han before he could grow stronger. Zhang Ximing and Luo Lai exchanged a knowing glance, their intentions clear. Eliminate Xiao Han. Eradicate the threat. They advanced slowly, preparing to strike at Xiao Han. And in that moment, the atmosphere was thick with the scent of impending violence. Han Qianqian and her companions stepped forward, eager to support Xiao Han, but suddenly, the Kanglin sect and Mingxian sect unleashed their martial spirits. Two disciples who had been at the Grand Martial Master level, soaring into the fray to block Han Qianqian and the others. Strictly speaking, Luo Lai and Zhang Ximing were already core disciples of their respective sects, having come merely to reinforce their ranks and prevent excessive casualties among their disciples. The true protagonists of this trial were the likes of Qin Yu and the other four outer disciples. For it was them who would truly be forged in the trials of the Langius secret realm. However, as the Jinwu sect, Kanglin sect, and Mingxian sect were all among the top 10 sects of the southern region, their strengths were comparable. Besides Zhang Ximing and Luo Lai, the Kanglin sect and Mingxian sect also had prodigies capable of holding off Han Qianqian and her companions. Nevertheless, since Han Qianqian and her group were the successors of the first seat, their prowess was slightly superior to that of the outer disciples of the Kanglin and Mingxian sects. Yet, with Qin Yu incapacitated, the advantages held by Han Qianqian and her allies had dissipated. Disciples of the Kanglin sect, kill. Disciples of the Mingxian sect, kill. Zhang Ximing and Luo Lai spoke in unison, and the remaining 300 disciples surged into chaotic combat. The scene was utterly tumultuous. However, the Jinwu sect found themselves at a significant disadvantage in numbers. Initially being suppressed by the combined forces of the two sects, unable to retaliate, Xiao Han did not turn back. He merely addressed Han Qianqian, hold back the remaining disciples of the Kanglin sect and Mingxian sect. I will handle Luo Lai and Zhang Ximing. With over 200 disciples from the Kanglin and Mingxian sects against just 100 from the Jinwu sect, if Han Qianqian did not assist her fellow disciples, the Jinwu sect's members would not be able to endure for long. Furthermore, once those 200 disciples eliminated the Jinwu sect's 100, they would turn their combined strength against Han Qianqian and her companions. In such a case, none would escape. Han Qianqian bit her lip, ultimately deciding to engage the disciples of the Kanglin and Mingxian sects, but this meant that Xiao Han would have to face two martial geniuses alone. Without any hesitation, Han Qianqian charged into the fray against the disciples of the Kanglin and Mingxian sects, intent on swiftly resolving the situation before rushing to support Xiao Han. Luo Lai and Zhang Ximing paid no heed to the fates of the other disciples. Their sole focus was on Xiao Han. Even if all the other disciples perished, it mattered not. As long as they could slay Xiao Han, this battle would be deemed a victory. Luo Lai grinned cruelly. Haha, though I know not what manner of physique you possess, without having matured, you remain merely a grand martial master. And this Langius secret realm shall be your tomb. Zhang Xinming, with an air of calm confidence, glanced at the rampaging Han Qianqian amidst the crowd and smiled faintly. I seem to recall the pure body, an exceedingly rare physique. Alas, it is still destined to be buried here. Xiao Han furrowed his brow. Despite facing two core disciples of the southern region's top 10 sects, he maintained confidence in his ability to remain unscathed, even though these two core disciples were each a vast level above him. Yet, what troubled him was the formidable aura he had sensed earlier. He could not ascertain whether that presence was friend or foe, thus he remained wary. If that person were an enemy, the disciples of the Zhenwu sect would likely suffer grievous losses. And Xiao Han lacked the confidence to protect the remaining disciples against the onslaught of three martial geniuses. However, if that individual were an ally, he was confident he could keep the disciples of the Kanglin and Mingxian sects here. Yet, that person had not yet made a move, seemingly choosing to remain uninvolved. Xiao Han unwittingly thought of Ji Ziyue. Could it be that the girl had followed him here? In that case, he could not use the void palm. Xiao Han exhaled softly. As long as the intruder was not an enemy, he need not fear even without the void palm. Standing tall, Xiao Han cast a disdainful smile at the two. Stop with the idle chatter. Come forth to meet your demise. Chapter 83. Battle. Luo Lai, incensed by Xiao Han's contempt, charged at him with unrestrained fury. Bone and blood convergence. Luo Lai's right hand erupted with skeletal projections, forming a menacing bone spear that lunged violently toward Xiao Han. Xiao Han did not flinch. Instead, he activated the Golden Crow Battle Body's Great Sun Golden Shield. Bang, 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 bang. The 5 layers of the Great Sun Golden Shield enveloped Xiao Han, rendering him impervious. Boom. A resounding crash echoed as Luo Lai's bone spear pierced through the first 3 layers of the Golden Shield. And even the 4th layer began to crack, on the verge of collapse. But it was not over yet. A figure appeared behind Xiao Han. Who else but Zhang Xinming of the Kanglin sect? Kanglin Water Blade Slash. Zhang Xinming struck with ferocity, a sharp and lethal water blade slicing toward the remnants of Xiao Han's golden shield. Bang. The remaining 2 layers of the golden shield shattered with a thunderous roar. And the residual force of the Kanglin water blade pierced into Xiao Han's shoulder, blood gushing forth. At the same time, Luo Lai's bone spear descended toward Xiao Han. Snap. Xiao Han caught Luo Lai's bone spear with his left hand, but he too was left bleeding. In one exchange, Xiao Han had sustained injury. What was more dire was that he found himself caught in a pincer attack. Behind him, Tang Dao and Song Hai sought to assist. But they were ensnared by their respective opponents, unable to break free. Han Qianqian had been observing the scene and shouted, Xiao Han, do not concern yourself with us. Quickly flee. Senior brother Xiao Han, go now. Senior brother Xiao Han, be swift. Remember to avenge me. Senior brother Xiao Han. The disciples of the Zhenwu sect witnessed the unfolding scene, urging Xiao Han to escape. After all, it was an impossible task for one person to hold off 2 powerful martial spirits. Xiao Han's potential was boundless. Should he perish here, it would be a tremendous loss, leaving no one to seek vengeance on his behalf. He was already doomed. Xiao Han must break through. With such thoughts, the disciples of the Zhenwu sect surged forward, recklessly clashing against the defenses of the Kanglin and Mingxian disciples. Even if they were to perish, they would drag down at least one with them. The disciples of the Kanglin and Mingxian sects found themselves at a disadvantage against the reckless assault of the Zhenwu sect's disciples, momentarily being suppressed. Yet, Xiao Han did not flee, despite his injuries. His fighting spirit soared. He had acquired the divine essence of the martial saint, and his bones were far more resilient than divine weapons. The injuries inflicted by Zhang Xinming and Luo Lai seemed grave. Yet they were but superficial wounds. The shards of the green pearl within him shattered, and in an instant, Xiao Han's injuries healed. He gazed at Luo Lai across from him, a savage grin spreading on his face. 8 extremes collapse. The 18 layers of hidden strength surged forth. Crack. With a surge of power, Xiao Han crushed the bone spear in his grasp. A flicker of shock crossed Luo Lai's eyes. His bone was exceedingly hard, impervious even to divine weapons, yet this person before him had managed to shatter it. What manner of being was Xiao Han? Luo Lai quickly retreated to defend himself, preparing for Xiao Han's counterattack. Yet, Xiao Han wore a playful smile, then suddenly turned. He charged directly at the unsuspecting Zhang Xianming. Zhang Xianming was taken aback. Xiao Han's actions defied logic. In a one-on-one confrontation, Luo Lai posed a greater threat. Was Xiao Han truly inviting death by exposing his back to Luo Lai? Yet, as Xiao Han closed in, a sense of foreboding gripped Zhang Xuanming's heart. The Kanglan sect, to which Zhang Xianming belonged, specialized in water-based martial techniques and was not adept at close combat. Should Xiao Han excel in melee, he would undoubtedly suffer a grave loss. But it was too late. Xiao Han, undeterred by his injuries, pressed forward, intent on drawing Zhang Xianming close. He had awaited this moment, prepared for it, and would not allow Zhang Xianming to escape. A fierce glint flashed in Zhang Xuanming's eyes as he bellowed. Kanglan water escape barrier. Instantly, a robust wall of water emerged, separating Xiao Han and Zhang Xianming. The spiritual energy within the water surged and intertwined, rendering it nearly impenetrable to conventional attacks. Zhang Xuanming's face paled slightly, partly from fear and partly due to the immense strain exerted by conjuring the Kanglan water escape barrier in such haste. He felt drained. However, this barrier assuredly prevented Xiao Han from breaching it. And behind him loomed Luo Lai. The battle seemed to be at an end. Bang! Before Zhang Xianming could even exhale in relief, a massive fist crashed through the water barrier, striking him squarely on the nose. Following this, a figure enveloped in flickering green flames surged through the remnants of the water barrier. It was none other than Xiao Han. With the power of the Xiao Han was Zhang Xianming's nemesis. Zhang Xianming was sent flying several meters by a single punch. Before he could even descend, Xiao Han charged forward, his fists raining down relentlessly like stones cascading from a great height, each strike heavier than the last. Accompanied by flickering green flames, Zhang Xianming found himself continuously struck, suspended in midair without any point of leverage, compelled to defend passively. At this moment, Luo Lai had regained his composure. Initially intending to rush to Zhang Xuanming's aid, he halted upon sensing the perilous green flames enveloping Xiao Han's fists. Though Luo Lai appeared carefree, he was acutely perceptive, recognizing the profound danger those green flames posed to him. He slowed his advance, patiently awaiting the outcome of the confrontation between Xiao Han and Zhang Xianming. Faced with Xiao Han's relentless onslaught, Zhang Xianming desperately attempted to defend himself, conjuring small shields of condensed water in an effort to disrupt Xiao Han's assault. However, the green flames on Xiao Han's fists effortlessly pierced through the watery barriers. Thud, thud, thud. Each punch landed with the force of 18 hidden strikes upon Zhang Xuanming's body. Puff. Unable to withstand the assault any longer, Zhang Xianming coughed up a mouthful of blood. Witnessing Zhang Xuanming's utter collapse, a flicker of cold resolve flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. A tendril of green flame shot forth from his fingertips, aimed directly at Zhang Xuanming's chest. The moment the green flame appeared, the chilling heat sent shivers down Zhang Xuanming's spine. As the flame approached, his instinct for survival compelled him to twist his body midair. However, he could not completely evade the green flame, which struck his left arm. Zhang Xianming let out a pained howl, desperately trying to extinguish the terrifying fire with water manipulation, but to no avail. Xiao Han intended to deliver a finishing blow, yet at that moment, Luo Lai had finally arrived. With a chilling intent, Luo Lai aimed directly for Xiao Han's neck, forcing Xiao Han to dodge the strike. As Zhang Xianming continued to wail in agony, Luo Lai approached, his arm transforming into a bone blade, severing Zhang Xuanming's left arm in one swift motion. Zhang Xianming screamed in horror as blood gushed forth. The scene undeniably brutal. The onlookers focused intently on the clash between Xiao Han and the others, and Zhang Xuanming's anguished cries drew even more gazes. In that fleeting moment, many gasped in disbelief. Hiss! Zhang Xianming had lost an arm. The disciples of Jinwu sect were profoundly shaken by this turn of events. Xiao Han was unharmed. A martial spirit from Kanglan sect had lost an arm. Hold on. Victory is within our grasp. In an instant, The morale of Zhenwu sect's disciples surged as they realized that Xiao Han had managed to sever Zhang Xuanming's arm in such dire circumstances. There was a chance for a turnaround in this battle. Conversely, the disciples of Mingxian sect and Kanglin sect wore expressions of shock, particularly the latter, whose faces turned pale. 2 Martial spirits were besieging a grand martial master, yet their own martial spirit had lost an arm. That Xiao Han was indeed formidable. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 prestige points. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 prestige points. Ding! Congratulations to host Xiao Han for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 prestige points. In that moment, the disciples of Zhenwu sect fought with renewed vigor, while the disciples of Kanglin sect lost their fighting spirit. And even those from Mingxian sect barely managed to hold on. Zhang Xinming swallowed a medicinal pill, his face taking on an unnatural flush. He glanced at his severed arm. The bleeding had stopped, but the limb had been reduced to ashes. Losing an arm had inflicted irreversible damage on his combat ability, and there was no doubt that his cultivation speed would plummet, along with a dramatic decline in his status within the sect. At the very least, the position of Kanglin sect's leader was now beyond his reach. Zhang Xinming glared fiercely at Xiao Han, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "What on earth was that?" He had never encountered such flames. Water could not extinguish them, and even his spiritual energy seemed to be consumed. Xiao Han regarded Zhang Xuanming's venomous gaze with a calm smile and replied, "A low-grade yellow-level martial skill, Rolling Stone Fist." Puff! Zhang Xinming spat out another mouthful of blood, this time out of sheer indignation, for he knew Xiao Han was not referring to the flames. Luo Lai, unable to suppress his amusement, addressed Zhang Xinming. "Brother Zhang, rest for a moment. Allow me to deal with this brat." Zhang Xinming merely snorted in response, remaining silent. As Xiao Han continued his assault, Luo Lai deliberately chose to intervene a moment too late. Clearly intending to weaken Zhang Xinming through Xiao Han's hands while simultaneously gauging Xiao Han's capabilities, Luo Lai's intentions were achingly clear. Although Zhang Xinming was aware of Luo Lai's plans, this was not the time for a confrontation. Thus, he merely let out a cold huff. Unfazed by Zhang Xuanming's demeanor, Luo Lai took a few steps forward. If he had previously held a dismissive attitude towards this individual of lesser cultivation, he now regarded Xiao Han as an equal. This Xiao Han was undeniably dangerous. Luo Lai set aside his disdain and regarded Xiao Han with utmost seriousness. Chapter 85. Secret Technique, Bone Pulse. Luo Lai cast a wary glance at Zhang Xuanming's arm, now reduced to ashes, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. That flame was exceedingly perilous and should not be trifled with. Moreover, Luo Lai sensed that Xiao Han had not unleashed the full potential of that flame. Evidently remaining cautious of something, Luo Lai was determined to prevent Xiao Han from having the opportunity to fully unleash that flame. With a smile, Luo Lai said to Xiao Han, "I must admit, you are indeed strong. Despite being merely a grand martial master, you can stand your ground against both of us." He continued, "And at such a young age, given a few more years, you might secure a place among the top 10 prodigies of the southern region. Perhaps even contend with the most formidable among them. However, that opportunity has now slipped away. This move was initially reserved for the prodigy selection tournament, but now, I shall bestow it upon you. You should feel honored to perish under this technique." Luo Lai's eyes glowed crimson, his smile turning sinister as his spiritual energy erupted violently, conjuring a tempest of energy. As a 9th-level martial spirit unleashed his full power, the ground around Luo Lai cracked under the force of his spiritual energy, and the valley was engulfed in a cloud of dust, enveloping the 300 disciples within. The disciples of the three sects were awestruck by this overwhelming presence, a testament to the terrifying power of a martial spirit. The disciples of Mingxian sect and Kanglin sect felt a sense of reassurance, their confidence bolstered, particularly among the disciples of Mingxian sect, who were well aware of Luo Lai's 9th-level martial spirit status. Just a hair's breadth away from the martial king level, Xiao Han, who had only recently broken through to the 9th level of Grand Martial Master, was at an insurmountable disadvantage against Luo Lai. A prodigy of the sect, some of the elder disciples of Mingxian sect brimmed with confidence, believing Luo Lai would employ that technique, one that had previously injured a martial king 3 years ago. If he were to unleash it now, Xiao Han would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. Meanwhile, The disciples of Jinwu sect furrowed their brows, yet their expressions soon hardened with resolve. They placed their faith in the sturdy figure at the center of the arena. For he had achieved the impossible time and time again, a harbinger of miracles. Luo Lai lowered his head, his fists clenched tightly, trembling with intensity as he roared, his shoulders, elbows, knees, spine, and even his skull sprouting grayish-white bone spikes, rendering him a grotesque and terrifying sight. Along with the emergence of these bone spikes, a layer of sturdy bone armor enveloped Luo Lai's body. With a malicious grin, Luo Lai bellowed at Xiao Han. "Taste this move. This is the technique that once defeated a martial king. Now, you shall experience the sensation of having your bones shattered." He reached for the back of his neck with his right hand and squeezed forcefully. Crack, 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 crack. Luo Lai shattered the joints connecting his spine and neck, then proceeded to extract his spine segment by segment. Instantly, Luo Lai's spine transformed into a formidable bone sword. Secret technique, bone pulse. In the next moment, Luo Lai had morphed into a skeletal creature, encased in bone armor, with spikes protruding from every joint, brandishing a fearsome bone sword. Xiao Han, retreat. Qin Yu, who had awakened unbeknownst to anyone, was taken aback upon witnessing the unfolding scene and urgently shouted at Xiao Han. Prior to Xiao Han's arrival, Jinwu sect had regarded Qin Yu as the next-generation leader, thus he possessed knowledge of the other sect's prodigies. For instance, he had thoroughly studied the information regarding Luo Lai from Mingxian sect, particularly his ability to injure a martial king. Luo Lai's entire skeleton had been tempered using Mingxian sect's secret techniques, boasting hardness comparable to divine weapons. This move was Luo Lai's full-bodied skeletal assault against Xiao Han. With the protection of his bone armor, Luo Lai could practically ignore any damage from martial kings and wield that sharp bone sword, capable of effortlessly piercing through the spiritual defenses of martial kings. In such a state, Luo Lai's combat power had reached a level comparable to that of a formidable warrior of the Wang rank. How could Xiao Han possibly prevail? However, Qin Yu's call came too late. Under the condition of the corpse bone vein, Luo Lai's speed surged, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Xiao Han, so swiftly that not even an afterimage was left in his wake. Xiao Han immediately activated the 5-layered golden bell to protect himself. Bang! The bone giant sword effortlessly pierced through Xiao Han's 5-layered golden bell and, without losing momentum, directly penetrated his body. Xiao Han. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yu's pupils constricted in shock, but in the next moment, the figure of Xiao Han began to slowly dissipate upon the jagged blade of Luo Lie.it, turned out to be merely an afterimage. Qin Yu's heart, which had leapt to his throat, returned to a steadier rhythm. Chapter 86, Battling Luo Lai. As Qin Yu observed the increasingly dire situation, he swallowed several extremely precious and highly detrimental pills. With those pills taken, Qin Yu's complexion flushed crimson. He strode towards Luo Lai, intent on lending a hand to Xiao Han, but at that moment, a figure stepped in front of Qin Yu. Zhang Xianming. Step aside, Qin Yu commanded coldly. Yet, Zhang Xianming took a step forward, making his stance clear. Tio Zhang Xianming. Qin Yu's advance was a reckless act leading only to death. However, it was equally unreasonable to simply stand idly by and allow him to disturb Luo Lai. Thus, Zhang Xianming resolved to entangle this young man himself, waiting for Luo Lai to deal with Xiao Han. Although Zhang Xianming was deeply wary of Xiao Han and reluctant to confront him directly, remaining passive was also unacceptable, hence his decision. Despite having lost an arm and suffering internal injuries from Xiao Han's 18 layers of dark energy, Zhang Xianming still retained sufficient strength to easily hold off an equally injured Qin Yu. Luo Lai, upon witnessing the disappearance of the afterimage on his bone sword, displayed no signs of surprise, as if he had anticipated that Xiao Han would evade this strike. Unbeknownst to Luo Lai, Xiao Han had circled behind him, delivering a powerful blow aimed at the back of his head. Luo Lai seemed to sense Xiao Han's attack but remained rooted in place, showing no inclination to evade. Boom! The 8 extremes burst. Xiao Han's fist struck Luo Lai's bone armor, unleashing the full force of 18 layers of dark energy, yet Luo Lai remained unmoved, not even a twitch of his head. Truly weak, Xiao Han. Suddenly, a bone spike shot forth from the back of Luo Lai's head. Despite Xiao Han's efforts to dodge, he was still struck, blood gushing forth. Before Xiao Han could fully react, Luo Lai's bone sword came crashing down. The speed of the bone sword was astonishing, wielded with a fierce momentum. and Xiao Han narrowly avoided this strike. Yet, Luo Lai was relentless. The massive bone sword in his hand felt weightless as it danced through the air. Launching successive attacks, Xiao Han, having lost the initiative, retreated step by step. The colossal bone sword swept through the air with the force to topple cities, as Xiao Han fought while retreating, leaving destruction in Luo Lai's wake. The bone sword slashed horizontally, and with no room left to retreat, Xiao Han had no choice but to leap high into the air, narrowly evading the blow. A glimmer flickered in Luo Lai's eyes as he too leapt. Aiming his strike at Xiao Han, it was over. Xiao Han, suspended in midair, had nowhere to brace himself. Evading this attack was impossible. Luo Lai's cruel smile appeared, but he suddenly noticed that a pair of enormous golden wings had sprouted from Xiao Han's back. With a flap of the golden wings, Xiao Han effortlessly dodged Luo Lai's seemingly inevitable strike. A glint of surprise flashed in Luo Lai's eyes. Spiritual energy transformed into wings, a warrior of the Wang rank? Yet, Luo Lai soon revealed a knowing expression. Flying martial techniques? What a fortunate young man. Clap, clap. Suddenly, two radiant sword chi streaked through the air, striking Luo Lai's shoulder. The sword chi was laced with green flames. A truly terrifying power, however. Upon impact, the sword chi was blocked by Luo Lai's bone armor, and the green flames quickly extinguished, causing minimal harm to him. Xiao Han frowned. Close combat was ineffective against him, and long-range attacks were equally futile. The defensive power of that bone armor was exceedingly high. Unless he utilized the primal otherworldly flame of the spirit flame, he could not inflict damage upon Luo Lai. Yet, the primal otherworldly flame was too slow, allowing Luo Lai to evade with ease. Unable to employ the Void Big Hand Seal, Xiao Han found himself momentarily at a loss for how to deal with Luo Lai. Nevertheless, possessing flight techniques, he was determined to see whether Luo Lai had any long-range martial techniques up his sleeve. Xiao Han's expression grew solemn. This Luo Lai was indeed a formidable opponent, compelling him to take the matter seriously. Luo Lai coldly smirked, extending his left hand towards the airborne Xiao Han, and bellowed. Secret technique, finger bone sword, thud, thud, thud. From the tips of Luo Lai's 5 fingers, sharp bone spikes sprouted forth, shooting towards Xiao Han like bullets. Each bone spike was exceedingly hard, and not only was its speed incredible, but its penetrating power was also formidable. Even more terrifying was the seemingly endless barrage of bone spikes. In mere moments, Luo Lai unleashed over 100 of them. Xiao Han constantly dodged in the air, grateful for the agility of the Kunping wings. Otherwise, he would have been unable to evade the dense swarm of bone spikes. Yet, this could not continue indefinitely. While evading Luo Lai's onslaught, Xiao Han pondered his next move. He was not averse to prolonging the confrontation, fully aware that since it was a secret technique, there must be a time limit. Luo Lai could not maintain such a state indefinitely. However, there was no guarantee that Luo Lai would not resort to desperate measures, targeting the disciples of the true martial sect. With Luo Lai's current combat prowess, even Han Qianqian and her companions would likely struggle to withstand a single strike. Chapter 87. A single strike to determine victory, mutual destruction. At this moment, Luo Lai's defense and attack surpassed his own. Yet he could not utilize the Void Big Hand Seal, and had to remain vigilant against the hidden individual who might strike at any moment. Long-range attacks were utterly out of the question. The only true threat he could pose to Luo Lai now rested solely on the primal otherworldly flame. He had to close the distance and eliminate him with the otherworldly flame. With the otherworldly flame, the perfected Great Sun Golden Crow physique, and the 3-layered protection of the Martial Saint's divine marrow, he would unleash a full-force assault. A single blow to determine the outcome. Xiao Han outlined his battle plan. This plan was far from perfect and had numerous flaws, but he had no room to retreat. The situation in the valley had grown increasingly dire. Although the disciples of the true martial sect fought valiantly, they faced adversaries from the Kanglan sect and the Mingxian sect, whose numbers were double their own, making it a struggle to maintain their position. After all, the opposing side was overwhelmingly numerous. If any disciple were injured or exhausted their spiritual energy, they could retreat to the rear for rest, supported by many fellow disciples who could take their place. Conversely, the disciples of the true martial sect had been engaged in relentless combat from the outset. Their spiritual energy was likely nearly depleted, especially with Han Qianqian's support. Otherwise, they would have long since collapsed. Xiao Han surveyed the battlefield. All disciples of the true martial sect were fighting with all their might. Yet the situation continued to worsen. If he could not swiftly turn the tide, the disciples of the true martial sect would indeed suffer heavy casualties. Thus, it had come to this. There was no choice but to fight with all he had. Xiao Han abruptly halted, flames erupting from his body. This was the primal flame of the spirit flame, igniting the very space around him, creating an unstable atmosphere. Any bone spikes that approached were incinerated to nothingness by the otherworldly flame. Unable to harm Xiao Han, Qin Yu had been closely monitoring the situation on the battlefield and recognized that the circumstances for the true martial sect had grown exceedingly perilous. However, when he saw Xiao Han preparing to resolve the conflict with a single decisive blow against Luo Lai, he was taken aback. He knew well that for someone of Xiao Han's strength, self-preservation was a trivial matter. There was no need to take such a significant risk for a final strike. In fact, Xiao Han could easily entangle Luo Lai, waiting for the time limit of Luo Lai's secret technique to expire, at which point Xiao Han could effortlessly counterattack. Yet, Xiao Han still chose to unleash a thunderous strike. All for the sake of those fellow disciples he had only recently come to know. Originally, Qin Yu had felt a twinge of resistance towards Xiao Han's emergence. Before Xiao Han's arrival, he had been the foremost disciple of the true martial sect's outer sect. But upon Xiao Han's appearance, he found himself relegated to the role of a supporting character, leading to some discontent in his heart. However, now, all that filled Qin Yu's heart was shame and gratitude. He felt ashamed for his inferior cultivation, repeatedly hindering Xiao Han. He was moved by Xiao Han's actions, risking his own safety to protect the disciples of the true martial sect. Qin Yu found himself completely convinced by Xiao Han. Recognizing him as a leader capable of guiding himself, the other talented disciples of the true martial sect, and even the entire sect in the future. As for himself, if he survived this ordeal, he would support Xiao Han wholeheartedly as a means of repaying the kindness shown today. Xiao Han's actions did not go unnoticed by the disciples of the true martial sect. They shared Qin Yu's feelings of shame and gratitude. From this moment forth, among the countless talented individuals of the true martial sect, we shall only honor Xiao Han. Luo Lai, seeing Xiao Han's imposing aura, deduced Xiao Han's intentions, which aligned perfectly with his own. Xiao Han could not afford to exhaust himself, and neither could he. The time limit for the secret technique, Corpse Bone Vein, had already passed 2/3. He too desired a swift resolution. Luo Lai withdrew his left hand, opting to wield his sword with both hands, as he too aimed for a decisive blow. With flames engulfing him, Xiao Han appeared as if crafted from fire. Even the Kuanping wings behind him blazed like molten flames. And he dove towards Luo Lai with fierce determination. The verdant flames traced a graceful arc through the air, instilling terror among all who stood below, for they could foresee that if such a horrifying wave of heat were to fully erupt, not a single soul would remain in the valley. At that moment, Luo Lai's expression was exceedingly grave. He clutched his bone sword tightly, for it was the only source of solace he possessed. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiao Han collided directly with the poised Luo Lai, and a tempest of fire erupted, engulfing the area within 10 zhong. The disciples of the three major sects instinctively scattered, abandoning their skirmishes, eager to witness the showdown between these two formidable opponents, their minds too occupied with the impending confrontation to continue fighting. Everyone's eyes widened as they gazed upon the peculiar green flames, which seemed to possess a profound depth. The longer one stared, the more one felt as though their very soul might be consumed. Time passed unmeasured until the flames gradually extinguished, prompting the crowd to collectively gasp in shock. Before them lay a circular pit, 10 zhong in diameter, the soil at its bottom scorched into crystalline glass. At the center of this pit stood Xiao Han and Luo Lai facing each other. With Luo Lai's body charred black, even some of his bone spikes reduced to ash, yet the long sword in his hand had pierced Xiao Han's chest. Chapter 88. The Ancient Chaos Talisman. The two stood as if they were sculptures, motionless, seemingly devoid of life. Had they perished together? Witnessing this, Zhang Xinming was initially taken aback, but soon a cold smile crept upon his lips. The two most powerful figures in the valley had perished simultaneously, leaving him as the strongest. Though he had lost an arm, his power still eclipsed that of the others. Indeed, it was the one who laughed last who laughed best. Zhang Xinming surveyed the crowd, already plotting the benefits he would reap. Meanwhile, the disciples of Jinwu sect wore expressions of disbelief, unable to fathom that the boy who had continually defied the odds would meet his end here. Yet, sorrow quickly washed over them, for they understood that once Xiao Han decided to leave, no one could stop him. Even if he delayed for a moment, he could easily slay Luo Lai. However, in his quest to secure a slim chance for his companions, Xiao Han had chosen the most perilous and arduous path. It was all because of themselves. The disciples of Jinwu sect were engulfed in profound guilt, particularly Qin Yu and his companions. Xiao Han's potential was boundless. Yet he had fallen before he could fully bloom. What a tragic loss. The members of Jinwu sect then turned their vengeful gazes towards the disciples of Kanglin sect and Mingxian sect. Now that their senior brother Xiao Han was dead, they demanded retribution. The two factions once again faced off. Just as a clash seemed imminent, a soft crack echoed, and Luo Lai's charred body split apart, revealing him stepping forth with faltering steps. Luo Lai was not dead. How could this be possible? The disciples of Mingxian sect's eyes lit up with renewed confidence, while Zhang Xianming furrowed his brow but quickly donned a smile once more. Luo Lai took a few steps and tore down a tattered talisman from around his neck, a fleeting look of regret flashing in his eyes as he cursed, "Damn it, I've wasted an ancient chaos talisman." The ancient chaos talisman. While most might not grasp its significance, Zhang Xianming and Qin Yu were profoundly shaken. This talisman contained the power to reverse the causality of time, allowing one to cheat death once. Possessing such a treasure equated to having a second life. Even within Jinwu sect, such an artifact was rare. However, judging by the talisman's condition, it could likely only revive those at the martial spirit realm. Though still precious, it was not overwhelmingly extraordinary by comparison. Yet, even so, such treasures were exceedingly valuable, generally held by the three sacred lands, bestowed upon select disciples for self-preservation in their early stages. Tio discovered that Luo Lai had managed to acquire one was truly astonishing to Qin Yu. Zhang Xianming, however, comprehended the implications. Luo Lai's noble lineage explained the possession of such a divine item, though it remained surprising. The disciples of Jinwu sect were thrown into utter disarray, realizing that Luo Lai had indeed survived. It seemed none would escape this day. Luo Lai's gaze fell upon Xiao Han's immobile form, a glimmer of hatred igniting in his eyes. The worth of an ancient chaos talisman was immeasurable, and Luo Lai's losses had been substantial, all due to this young man named Xiao Han. He yearned to cleave him into pieces with a single strike, yet the memory of the agonizing flames quelled his resolve. A flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Ultimately, he remained still. The ancient chaos talisman could indeed stave off death, but it could not erase the pain endured before demise. In other words, Luo Lai had already faced death once. He could feel the strange green flames threatening to consume his very soul. This sensation was one he wished to avoid experiencing again. Luo Lai's survival brought immense joy to the disciples of Mingxian sect. A few of the more robust disciples quickly surrounded him, their spatial rings glowing, revealing several lifeless child corpses that appeared to have been brutally strangled before being stored away. These were mere children, around 10 years of age, both boys and girls, their attire indicating they were ordinary youngsters, oblivious to the ways of cultivation. Luo Lai placed his fingers upon the heads of these lifeless bodies, applying a slight pressure to shatter their skulls, then proceeded to feast upon their bones. Dark crimson blood mingled with pale gray matter flowed down the ashen faces of the children, some even pooling in their once bright eyes, creating a scene that was hauntingly sorrowful. The children's youthful faces were etched with pain and terror, yet the disciples of Mingxian sect remained impassive. Soon after, Luo Lai finished his gruesome feast. Expressing a sense of dissatisfaction, the marrow of living children is always the most delightful. The dead ones just lack that flavor. However, being within the confines of the Langius secret realm, though there were numerous beasts and cultivators, their bones were not yet suitable for Luo Lai to consume, so he had to make do. Chapter 89. Slaying Luo Lai, Zhang Xianming's proposal. Luo Lai relished the act of consuming the bones of children while watching them writhe in agony. If the families of these children were present to witness their struggles, it would only heighten Luo Lai's enjoyment. This gave him a sense of superiority, a feeling of control over life and death. Qin Yu and the others watched in fury, their expressions ablaze with rage. Qin Yu understood that Luo Lai would be momentarily weakened after using his secret technique, necessitating the replenishment of his energy through the consumption of bones. But he never anticipated Luo Lai would resort to devouring the marrow of the living. Though Qin Yu felt compelled to chastise him, he quickly broke into a bitter smile. Luo Lai was clearly not planning to leave any survivors, and the outer disciples of Jinwu sect were likely doomed to perish within this Langia's secret realm. Once Luo Lai had recuperated, he turned slowly to face the disciples of Jinwu sect, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Kill all these ants. Before Luo Lai's words could fully resonate, the nearby disciples of Mingxian sect displayed expressions of sheer terror. Why were they afraid when he intended to slay the disciples of Jinwu sect? Before Luo Lai could ponder this question, he felt a loosening around his neck, and his vision began to ascend on the ground. A headless corpse thudded to the earth, and Luo Lai recognized it all too well. The boy standing behind the corpse was equally familiar. Crack! Luo Lai's head tumbled into the mud, and he was utterly devoid of consciousness. Simultaneously, thousands of miles away, atop a desolate mountain, a gaunt man was meditating above a mass grave when he suddenly felt a disturbance. He retrieved a jade slip from his spatial ring. Crack! The slip shattered in two, and the gaunt man's expression shifted dramatically. Who dares to kill my son, Luo Ming? Roars of fury echoed from deep within the mountain, shrouding the entire range in an ominous aura, dimming even sun and moon. In the sacred land of Xianyin, a sullen woman with sunken cheeks and pronounced cheekbones also pulled out a broken jade slip. Lamenting liar, who is the heartless wretch that has slain my son? Her eyes radiated with vengeful fury as her visage twisted in rage. No matter who it is, I will ensure you pay for my son's life. Within the Langia's secret realm, in the valley, a tall figure stood surrounded by onlookers. The boy bore a ghastly wound upon his chest, a sight most horrific, yet he remained expressionless, his eyes cold and devoid of emotion, making it difficult for others to meet his gaze. Clad in the azure robes of Jinwu sect, it was none other than Xiao Han. The disciples of Kanglan sect, Mingxian sect, and Jinwu sect all stared at the imposing figure of Xiao Han. Rendered speechless, they had all witnessed the gruesome bone sword pierce Xiao Han's chest, an instrument capable of cleaving mountains and stones. How could he possibly have survived such a grievous injury? Moreover, he had single-handedly contended against two formidable martial spirit realm warriors, yet the outcome was one of death and injury. This Xiao Han was indeed astonishingly powerful. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiao Han, for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points of prestige. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiao Han, for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points of prestige. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiao Han, for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points of prestige. Xiao Han observed the multitude gathered in the arena, his heart brimming with profound reflections. This battle was undoubtedly the most arduous he had ever faced. Luo Lai proved to be the most formidable adversary Xiao Han had encountered thus far. He glanced down at the ghastly wound on his chest, inflicted by Luo Lai's sword, which had pierced through his defenses and effortlessly breached the formidable De Jinwu body that had never been compromised before. However, the bone sword had become lodged within his sternum. It was a stroke of luck that, had he not acquired the essence of the martial saint, that very thrust might have shattered his ribcage and pierced his heart. Should his heart have been shattered, even with myriad means at his disposal, death would have been inescapable. In this moment, Xiao Han reflected upon his past arrogance, recognizing that his journey from the Xiao clan to the Zhan Wu sect had been remarkably smooth, leading him to underestimate the heroes of the world. Such folly would not be repeated. With a gentle exhale, he dismissed his thoughts. He was gravely injured, and his spiritual energy had been thoroughly depleted. Xiao Han released a drop of the source of life to nourish his body. The overwhelming vitality surged forth, cleansing and rejuvenating him, causing all his wounds to heal at an astonishing pace, even revitalizing his, which had begun to wane. Xiao Han cast a cold gaze at the nearby disciples of the Mingxian sect, noting the few lifeless bodies of children on the ground. Such actions were nothing short of beastly. The cold glint in his eyes intensified, and the murderous intent in his heart grew stronger. From the moment Zhang Ximing witnessed Xiao Han mercilessly sever Luo Lai's head, he felt a chilling sensation in his heart and began to contemplate retreat. Considering the strength of both sides, The disciples of the Zhenwu sect were weary, while the Mingxian sect, bolstered by the Kanglin sect, had the numbers to pose a challenge. Yet, fear gripped Zhang Xianming. He was terrified that Xiao Han might unleash some hidden trump card and slay him without mercy. Zhang Xianming had no desire to perish. He even contemplated abandoning the disciples of the Kanglin sect to flee, unwilling to sacrifice his own life for others. With Luo Lai slain, the disciples of the Mingxian sect were thrown into disarray. Unsure of how to proceed, the Kanglin sect's disciples were equally intimidated by Xiao Han's presence. Were it not for Zhang Xianming maintaining order, they would have likely scattered like frightened birds. Chapter 90. Another head severed. Langya no more Mingxian. Zhang Xianming stepped forward, addressing Xiao Han. Xiao Han, this battle is ours to lose. The Kanglin sect is willing to withdraw from this conflict and will not strike again. Zhang Xianming adopted a lowly stance, no longer exuding arrogance. His meaning was clear. The Kanglin sect would withdraw and not interfere, leaving the outcome between the Mingxian sect and the Zhenwu sect to fate. Upon hearing this, the remaining disciples of the Mingxian sect erupted in outrage, cursing Zhang Xianming for his lack of integrity and betrayal of allies. Yet, Zhang Xianming remained unfazed, indifferent to their protests. The Mingxian sect had lost any semblance of strong protection, and without the Kanglin sect as an ally, the Zhenwu sect could easily devour the disciples of the Mingxian sect. Over 100 of their elite disciples possessed untold treasures and weaponry, a fortune that the Zhenwu sect would never refuse. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Zhang Xianming's eyes. The disciples of the Zhenwu sect were exhausted, and he suspected that Xiao Han, too, was at the end of his strength. If the Zhenwu sect wiped out the Mingxian sect's disciples, he might still have the opportunity for a counterattack. Zhang Xianming was confident that his proposal would be met with acceptance, for the disciples of the Zhenwu sect were indeed weary, and Xiao Han might not have much combat power left either. Under such circumstances, Zhang Xianming's suggestion was undeniably enticing. Xiao Han fell silent for a moment, seemingly swayed, then asked, "You wish to leave?" Zhang Xianming, sensing opportunity, replied eagerly, "Indeed, I wish to leave. I can guarantee that the Kanglin sect will no longer interfere." At this declaration, the outcry from the Mingxian sect intensified. Xiao Han appeared to acquiesce, stating, "You may depart, but you must leave something behind." Agreed. Zhang Xianming smiled, revealing a glimmer of hope. Xiao Han's request was merely a means to gain advantage, and he could always reclaim whatever was left behind later. "What shall I leave?" "Your life." As soon as Xiao Han's words fell, he unleashed the Kunping wings and charged at Zhang Xianming with astonishing speed. Showing no signs of injury, Zhang Xianming was taken aback. After enduring a series of fierce battles, Xiao Han appeared unscathed and possessed an abundance of spiritual energy to expend. Zhang Xianming couldn't fathom it. Nor did he have time to ponder, as Xiao Han was upon him in mere moments. Zhang Xianming, already missing an arm, was momentarily sluggish, and Xiao Han's sudden onslaught caught him entirely off guard. Kanglin Water, Jin Xian Sword Technique. Zhang Xianming intended to utilize the water escape technique to defend against Xiao Han, granting him a moment to react. Yet, he inadvertently overlooked the presence of Qin Yu beside him. Qin Yu swiftly interrupted Zhang Xianming's technique with a single strike, and at that moment, Xiao Han arrived. With a sharp sound, Xiao Han unleashed a sword chi from his fingertips, and once again, a massive head fell to the ground. In the clash between masters, life and death hung by a thread. The outcome had been determined the moment Zhang Xianming lost his confidence. Zhang Xianming was dead. The entire sequence transpired in mere seconds, and a martial genius of the spirit martial level had been decapitated, leaving the majority of onlookers momentarily stunned. Disciples of the Zhenwu sect, kill! Xiao Han's thunderous command resonated as he led the charge against the Mingxian sect disciples who had provided bodies of children to Luo Lai. Several sword chi imbued with pierced through the heads of those unfortunate enough to be targeted. The remaining disciples of the Kanglin and Mingxian sects, devoid of will to fight, disbanded in chaos. In an instant, the valley echoed with the clash of 300 disciples, martial techniques bursting forth in a kaleidoscope of colors, claiming vibrant lives and staining the ground with blood. Yet amidst this sanguinary chaos, Xiao Han moved with the grace of a leisurely stroll, weaving through the fray, while green sword chi flashed, toppling disciples of the Kanglin and Mingxian sects as if they were mere stalks of grain. Xiao Han specifically targeted those with robust auras, and the sword techniques he employed were nearly impossible to withstand. Before long, the disciples of the Kanglin and Mingxian sects had been entirely slaughtered, over 200 souls, most of whom met their end within this valley. Only a handful, sensing the tide of battle shifting, managed to escape, their auras weak and insignificant, unworthy of concern for Xiao Han. The Mingxian sect had been thoroughly eradicated from the Langius secret realm. Though the Zhanwu sect emerged victorious, they were not without their own wounds. Out of 100 outer disciples, over 40 were lightly injured, with more than 30 severely wounded and several on the brink of death. It could be said that the entire faction bore injuries, and at this moment, the combat strength of the Zhanwu sect was likely less than a third of what it had been upon arrival. Yet, miraculously, not a single disciple had perished. Xiao Han was astonished. He had expected at least a few casualties among the disciples, but was pleasantly surprised to find that they had all survived. While this anomaly was curious, it was ultimately a welcome piece of news, and Xiao Han did not dwell on it. He approached the few severely injured disciples, who were on the verge of death, and once again released a drop of the source of life to save them. The remaining disciples consumed medicinal pills and recovered without significant issues. Those heavily injured only required a return to the sect for proper recuperation. The Zhanwu sect had decisively annihilated the disciples of both the Kanglin and Mingxian sects, yet none from their own ranks had perished, truly a miracle. One could only imagine the tremors this news would send throughout the southern region. Chapter 91. Exit from Langia. After the fierce confrontation with the Kanglin and Mingxian sects, the disciples of the Zhanwu sect were gravely injured, particularly the dozens who could hardly move within the Langia secret realm. Xiao Han did not leave the side of his fellow disciples. The current weakened state of the Zhanwu sect left them vulnerable to any potential enemies. Xiao Han remained vigilant, ensuring the safety of his companions. In a moment of idleness, he assisted Han Qianqian in bandaging the wounds of the disciples. However, Xiao Han's bandaging skills left much to be desired. A mere sword wound on someone's arm ended up with the poor disciple wrapped like a mummy. The recipients of Xiao Han's ministrations were expressions of despair, yet they felt compelled to endure, as it was the esteemed Xiao Han himself tending to their wounds. Thus, they bore their plight with resignation. Xiao Han, seemingly addicted to the task, continued to wrap the disciples, who grew increasingly apprehensive about potentially suffocating in their sleep due to the long bandages. After tending to each disciple, Xiao Han finally ceased his efforts. Gazing at the mummified figures before him, he let out a satisfied breath, thinking that it would be perfect if an Egyptian pharaoh were to appear at that moment. Thus, while other sects hurriedly scoured the Langius secret realm for precious resources, the disciples of the Zhanwu sect remained remarkably relaxed. Xiao Han spent his days enjoying tea and basking in the sun. However, this expedition yielded rewards, for both the Kanglin and Mingxian sects were among the top 10 sects in the southern region. And the disciples who ventured into the Langius secret realm were the elite of their respective factions. The treasures they possessed could be described as exceedingly abundant, not only comprising numerous high-grade elixirs and divine weapons, but merely the spiritual stones hoarded by these disciples amounted to an unfathomably vast figure. Not to mention the countless rare materials and treasures harvested by the sects within the Langius secret realm. Xiao Han exhibited no interest whatsoever in any elixirs or weaponry. He merely intended to take possession of all the celestial materials and treasures collected by the two sects, leaving the remaining treasures for the disciples to divide amongst themselves. However, to his surprise, these disciples vehemently refused, insisting that it was entirely due to senior brother Xiao Han's efforts that they were all saved, and they felt unworthy to claim any spoils for themselves. Insisting instead on gifting all the spoils to Xiao Han. Amused, Xiao Han pondered the purpose of amassing such a plethora of elixirs and weapons. After prolonged negotiations, he ultimately consented to select half of the spoils, which finally appeased the crowd. With a smile, Xiao Han first collected all the medicinal herbs before symbolically taking a few elixirs, weapons, and martial arts techniques. The others were deeply moved, thinking that senior brother Xiao Han had indeed suffered a loss. The herbs were of little use to them, far less significant than the elixirs, weapons, and techniques, demonstrating that he was considering their needs. Once the outer disciples finished their emotional reflections, they began to divide the spoils amongst themselves, each experiencing a significant increase in wealth, almost threefold compared to their entry into the Langius secret realm. Xiao Han paid them no mind, directly utilizing all the medicinal herbs to nurture the flame of life, which, after devouring the herbs, coalesced into several droplets of the source of life. Days without conflict passed swiftly, and before long, 20 days had elapsed. The Langius secret realm was on the verge of closing, and those seriously injured disciples had improved somewhat, at least able to move with difficulty. Thus, the disciples of the Zhenwu sect emerged, each bandaged like mummies, supporting one another as they assisted the more severely injured, making their way out of the Langius secret realm step by step. Outside the Langius secret realm, the leaders of the Zhenwu sect, Baihua sect, Kanglin sect, and Mingxian sect gathered together, while the leaders of other sects kept their distance from these four individuals. The leader of the Zhenwu sect was naturally elderly, while the Baihua sect was represented by a charming woman known as Madame Su. The Kanglin sect was led by a youthful man in his 30s named Zhang Xiandao, and the Mingxian sect was represented by an elderly man known as the Corpse Old Ghost. Among the four major sects of the southern region, the Zhenwu sect and Baihua sect shared a good relationship, while the Kanglin sect and Mingxian sect had formed an alliance. Hmph, isn't that the lad surnamed Li? It seems the Zhenwu sect has truly run out of capable individuals. What is this alchemist doing here? Sneered the Corpse Old Ghost, who had gained notoriety early on. When he first met Elder Li, the latter was still a novice in the martial spirit realm, yet now the newcomer's cultivation was on par with his own, prompting the Corpse Old Ghost to mock him. Ah, it is you, the Corpse Old Ghost, who has aged without any advancement in cultivation. Truly, the tides of time bring forth new talents, while the old are buried. Elder Li retorted, stroking his beard as he poked at the Corpse Old Ghost's sore spot. You insolent brat, when I became a martial king, you were still a mere infant. Do not presume you can stand alongside me just because you've attained the rank of martial king. The Corpse Old Ghost seethed with rage. I dare not stand shoulder to shoulder with an elder. In 10 years, I shall surpass the martial emperor realm, but who knows if you will still be around. With his lifespan nearing its end, the Corpse Old Ghost was particularly averse to anyone mentioning the subject, causing his spiritual energy to erupt as he appeared ready to clash with Elder Li. Chapter 92. The stage is set. Elder Li, too, exuded a significant aura of spiritual energy, clearly also prepared for a confrontation. Just then, Madame Su spoke softly. Gentlemen, perhaps you should temper your tempers. The disciples will soon emerge. The onlookers turned their gaze towards the Langius secret realm, where disciples from various sects slowly began to exit. Having spent over 20 days within the Langius secret realm, all the disciples emerged in a disheveled state. Yet their faces bore expressions of joy, evidently having reaped considerable rewards. However, the first to emerge were primarily disciples from smaller sects, who dared not venture deep into the realm and thus were closest to the exit. The four martial kings awaited patiently, and soon, disciples from the Baihua sect emerged as well. Fia scanned her surroundings but failed to spot a particular figure, sighing softly. Following the Baihua sect were a group of disciples from the Yunxian sect, who appeared quite bedraggled and were soon escorted away by their elder. On the flying vessel, Nailin Yin gazed absent-mindedly at the receding exit of the Langius secret realm. Madame Su received her own disciples. Noting that 2 had been lost, both killed by beasts, while searching for celestial materials. With a gentle sigh, she acknowledged that such losses were unavoidable. Losing only 2 was quite fortunate. However, aside from that, several disciples from the Baihua sect were severely injured and required urgent treatment upon returning to the sect, prompting Madame Su to excuse herself from Elder Li and depart. Before long, a curious group emerged from the exit of the Langius secret realm. Each member injured, bandaged like mummies, eliciting an almost comical reaction from onlookers. The injured supported one another as they moved forward, with some severely wounded lying on stretchers carried by their companions. Such a spectacle was hard to ignore, causing all present to widen their eyes in astonishment, wondering which sect these disciples belonged to, given their pitiful condition. Initially, Elder Li found it amusing, pondering which small sect's disciples had suffered such misfortune, particularly noting the haphazard bandaging of their wounds. However, upon spotting the leisurely Xiao Han among the injured, Elder Li's amusement waned. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, recognizing that the disciple carrying items beside Xiao Han was none other than Han Qianqian. Behind her were 2 individuals, one with a hand bandaged like a hammer and the other with a belly wrapped like a bun. Tang Dao and Song Hai. And who was that, wrapped like a pig's head? Goodness, that pig-headed figure seemed to be Qin Yu. Elder Li sprang into action, counting the disciples of the Zhenwu sect. 1, 2, 3, 100. Alas, the numbers remained unchanged. Elder Li was perplexed. despite a few disciples being seriously injured. The total count was indeed intact. What on earth had Xiao Han led them into, for them to emerge in such a wretched state? Moreover, who had performed such substandard bandaging? After administering some elixirs to the more gravely injured disciples, Elderly intended to have a serious conversation with Xiao Han.at that moment. The corpse Old Ghost and Zhang Xiandao approached. Having long heard of the Jinwu sect's prowess, they were now witnessing it firsthand. Zhang Xiandao spoke first, his words laced with veiled mockery. Ha ha, with a sight like this, one might mistake you for the disciples of a trash sect. How embarrassing for the Jinwu sect to be among the top 10 sects. The corpse Old Ghost echoed with laughter, his tone dripping with smug satisfaction. The actions of the three major sects naturally attracted the attention of several smaller sects, and their leaders whispered amongst themselves, the Jinwu sect is not weak. Yet how could they emerge in such a pitiful state? Indeed, the disciples of the Baihua sect performed far better. The Jinwu sect seems to be on the decline. Our sect had considered aligning with the Jinwu sect. But thank goodness I came here. Upon returning, I must advise the sect leader to reconsider. Although the murmurs were hushed, the four martial kings heard everything clearly. Elder Li's countenance darkened. While it was a minor matter to lose face before the corpse Old Ghost today, tarnishing the reputation of the Jinwu sect was an unforgivable sin. Unaware of what the disciples had encountered within the Langya secret realm, he yearned to inquire but hesitated, as the crowd's presence made him wary. The first impression among the onlookers was of the Jinwu sect's disciples emerging in a state of utter despair. Whatever reasons Xiao Han might provide, they would only sigh at the inadequacy of the Jinwu sect's disciples. Furthermore, with the corpse Old Ghost and Zhang Xiandao present, they seemed intent on sullying the Jinwu sect's name. Elderly attempted to lead his disciples away, but the corpse Old Ghost and Zhang Xiandao subtly obstructed his path. Zhang Xiandao directly questioned Xiao Han. Young man, what misfortune befell you to emerge in such a miserable state? Did you encounter a terrifying beast? Zhang Xiandao discerned that this group was centered around Xiao Han. Thus addressing him directly. Chapter 93. Justifications and Challenges. Xiao Han reflected for a moment, acknowledging that they had indeed encountered a martial spirit realm beast, nodding in affirmation. Yes, we encountered a 9th-level martial spirit realm beast in the secret realm, which I managed to slay. Zhang Xiandao smiled silently. Given the multitude of beasts within the Langya secret realm, it appeared that this group had simply encountered an unfortunate higher-level beast, resulting in their injuries. While this was a relatively commonplace occurrence in this context, it took on a different connotation. The corpse Old Ghost burst into laughter. How amusing! One of the top 10 sects in the southern region has been so thoroughly bested by a mere martial spirit realm beast. How laughable! If my Mingxian sect's disciples had encountered even a martial king beast, they would not shy away from a fight. Pimph. Jinwu sect, truly deserving of the title of the weakest sect. The specter of the corpse, known as Shalaegui, bellowed loudly before the crowd, clearly intending to seize the opportunity to tarnish the reputation of the Jinwu sect, instilling in everyone the deceptive notion that it was the weakest among the 10 major sects. Meanwhile, the other observing sects whispered among themselves, alas, the Jinwu sect is truly faltering. Even a single beast at the martial spirit level would pose a similar challenge to our sect. Indeed, it is said that the leader of the Jinwu sect is the most beautiful woman in the southern region. Yet she still falls short in managing the sect, I dare say. Both the Mingxian sect and the Kanglan sect are leagues ahead of the Jinwu sect. It seems prudent to cultivate good relations with these two sects moving forward. These murmurs from the smaller sects did not escape the keen ears of the four martial kings present. Shalaegui gazed triumphantly at Elder Li, while Zhang Xiandao wore a calm smile. Elder Li's face darkened. But with Madame Su having departed, he found himself unable to contend against the two powerful martial kings, Shalaegui and Zhang Xiandao. Just as Elder Li was about to erupt in anger, he heard Xiao Han interject, "You are mistaken. I have already slain that mere martial spirit beast, and these disciples did not sustain their injuries from battling it." Elder Li raised an eyebrow, taking note of Xiao Han's choice of pronoun, I rather than we, implying that Xiao Han had single-handedly vanquished a beast of the 9th level of martial spirit. A wave of excitement washed over Elder Li. He had heard of the confrontation at the Zhenwu Plaza and was aware that Xiao Han's strength was already on par with that of a martial spirit practitioner. However, there exists a fundamental distinction between defeating and slaying. It appeared that Xiao Han's innate talent exceeded his initial estimations. As Elder Li pondered these thoughts, he was reluctant to linger with Shiliagui and Zhang Xiandao, and sought to depart. Yet, Shiliagui and Zhang Xiandao were intent on detaining him. Zhang Xiandao spoke again. "Young friend, might you enlighten us as to how the disciples of the Jinwu sect came to be injured? We are most curious." The other minor sects leaned in, eager to hear Xiao Han's response. Xiao Han smiled and replied, "The injuries sustained by our disciples are indeed related to the Mingxian sect and the Kanglin sect. However, should you not be more curious as to why your own disciples have yet to emerge from the Langius secret realm?" Upon hearing this, Shiliagui and Zhang Xiandao exchanged puzzled glances, as Xiao Han's words hinted at an ominous possibility. At that moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. "Look, the Langius secret realm is about to close." Everyone turned to see the secret realm flickering, evidently on the verge of sealing itself. Shiliagui and Zhang Xiandao were struck with alarm. How could the Langius secret realm close when their own disciples had yet to emerge? They recalled Xiao Han's earlier words, and a sense of dread gripped their hearts. Shiliagui was frantic. Their young sect master, Luolai, was still within the secret realm. Should anything befall him, the sect master would undoubtedly be furious. He envisioned a scene of chaos within the Mingxian sect. Zhang Xiandao too was anxious. His younger brother, Zhang Xinming, was still inside, and he had always cared for him deeply. He could not bear the thought of his brother being in peril. Elder Li's expression also shifted dramatically as he glanced at Xiao Han, who merely nodded subtly in acknowledgement. Elder Li's pupils constricted. With a difficult swallow, Elder Li seized the opportunity while Shiliagui and Zhang Xinming were distracted, summoning a flying vessel and instructing the outer sect's 4 talents to board with the injured disciples. Elder Li's gaze flickered. If his suspicions were true, escaping this place today would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Before Elder Li could finalize his arrangements, Shiliagui and Zhang Xiandao approached Xiao Han with a fierce demeanor, demanding, "Young man, where are our sect's disciples?" The overwhelming aura radiating from the 2 martial kings forced the leaders and disciples of the smaller sects to retreat hastily. Some of the weaker disciples were so intimidated that they spat blood and fainted. The leading elder dared not voice his anger and quietly withdrew. However, Xiao Han remained unfazed, treating their imposing presence with indifference. Elder Li stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiao Han, and scolded, "How ludicrous! Your sect's disciples dared to come to the Jinwu sect and harass us, thinking us without defense." The standoff between the 3 martial kings became increasingly tense, and Xiao Han prepared to intervene. Ready to assist Elder Li.at that moment, Xiao Han's peripheral vision caught sight of several suspicious figures peering from the entrance of the Langius secret realm, seemingly probing for something. Xiao Han smiled and addressed Shiliagui and Zhang Xiandao. "Are not your sect's disciples present? If you have any inquiries, why not simply ask them?" The 2 men followed Xiao Han's gaze and beheld the figures at the entrance, who were furtively observing the crowd, evidently apprehensive about something. Zhang Xiandao and Shiliagui's faces turned ashen. They recognized the figures as their own sect's prodigious disciples, yet they appeared disheveled and in a state of despair. Clearly having encountered grave difficulties, more alarmingly, only a handful of disciples had emerged from the secret realm, with the majority unaccounted for. Their hearts raced with trepidation. "Fools! If you do not hurry out, the Langius secret realm will close." Shiliagui bellowed, causing the passageway to tremble ominously, threatening to vanish at any moment. The few remaining figures finally caught sight of Xiao Han among the crowd, and upon meeting his almost mocking gaze, they were gripped by terror. In their panic, 2 disciples disregarded their companions and attempted to flee back into the secret realm. With a soft thud, they collided with rifts in space and were instantly cleaved in 2. The remaining few, now spurred by the threat of death, scrambled toward the exit, but the space around them continued to collapse, revealing more fissures. With further soft thuds, only 3 disciples managed to escape alive. Shiliagui and Zhang Xiandao stared at the closing passageway, their faces pale and twitching in despair. The space had sealed shut, yet only 3 disciples had emerged from their respective sects. They could scarcely fathom the fate that awaited the others. Shiliagui's anger swelled as he scrutinized the 3 survivors, 2 from the Kanglin sect and 1 from the Mingxian sect. The trio appeared disheveled, their clothing tattered as though they were beggars, making it difficult to believe they hailed from the prestigious ranks of the southern region's top sects. The leaders of the minor sects regarded the trio with curiosity, eager to uncover the truth of what had transpired in the Langius secret realm that left them in such disarray. "Speak. What on earth happened to you?" Shalaegui demanded, his voice laced with urgency. The Mingxian sect had sent over 100 disciples into the secret realm, yet only one had returned. Even the young sect master was missing. A reality Shalaegui found intolerable. If he could not extract a satisfactory explanation today, he would undoubtedly face the sect master's wrath. Zhang Xiandao was equally distraught, his younger brother also unaccounted for. And given the circumstances, it was evident that the situation was dire. The 3 surviving disciples trembled before the 2 martial kings, unable to respond, their eyes darting nervously to Xiao Han, as if fearing he might strike them down at any moment. Xiao Han furrowed his brow, glancing at the trio, and said, "Answer when asked. Why do you look at me?" "Ah, please don't kill me. I beg you. Spare my life." One disciple from the Mingxian sect fell to the ground. Wailing in despair, in a frenzy, he flailed his arms and legs, attempting to distance himself from Xiao Han, leaving a trail of yellow liquid on the ground, a manifestation of his terror. This disciple had endured nights of nightmares. Haunted by visions of Xiao Han's figure, with a blade of sword energy poised to sever his head. Unable to find rest, he had long since succumbed to the brink of madness. And upon encountering Xiao Han today, he completely broke down. The onlookers were astounded. What had Xiao Han done to instill such fear in this disciple? A single glare had rendered a disciple of the esteemed Mingxian sect utterly paralyzed with terror. In that moment, the crowd regarded Xiao Han with a mix of shock and disbelief, while he felt a sense of helplessness. Shalaegui's expression darkened. Had it not been for the fact that the Mingxian sect had only one surviving disciple, he would have relished the opportunity to strike the disciple down himself, to save face. Zhang Xiandao turned his attention to the remaining 2 disciples of the Kanglan sect, urging them to elucidate the events that had transpired. The 2 stood there, bewildered, unsure of where to begin, appearing as if they were mere shells of their former selves. Their hearts were heavy with the memories of their ordeal. Among the group of over a dozen disciples that had escaped, they were the weakest, possessing only the cultivation of martial practitioners. Yet it was precisely because of their lower cultivation that they had managed to stand at the periphery during the battle in the valley, allowing them to evade catastrophe. Chapter 95. The truth. On that fateful day, 13 disciples emerged from the valley, yet the location of that valley was perilously close to the depths of the Langius secret realm, teeming with countless ferocious beasts, many of which were formidable beings at the great martial master or even martial spirit level. Initially, the group was under the protection of powerful guardians, ensuring the safety of the disciples. However, now only a handful of martial artists remained, fleeing in disarray, constantly ambushed by the lurking beasts along their path. Despite their talents, these disciples were no match for the overwhelming might of the great martial master-level beasts in their panicked state. And one after another, they fell victim to the jaws of the monsters. In the ensuing days, they hid and cowered, fearing encounters with the true martial sect's disciples. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, their numbers dwindled further. And by the time the Langius secret realm reopened, several more had perished in the passage. The remaining 3 disciples were in a state of despair, with 2 rendered numb by the experience, contemplating whether it might have been better had they never escaped that valley. Zhang Xuandao's eyes flashed with a glimmer of murderous intent as the oppressive aura of a martial king was unleashed, momentarily awakening the 2 martial disciples from their stupor. "What of the other disciples of the Kanglan sect?" he demanded. "All dead," came the anguished reply. "And my brother Zhang Xueming? Dead as well, all perished. Everyone from the Kanglan sect and the Mingxian sect is gone, leaving only us few." One disciple seemed to regain his senses, speaking with newfound clarity. Zhang Xiandao was taken aback, while the corpse old ghost turned pale, realizing that with the death of the young master, the only way to appease the sect leader's wrath was to capture the killer, who killed Luolai. The corpse old ghost inquired. It was all Xiao Han. Luolai and senior brother Zhang Xueming were both slain by Xiao Han, along with over 200 disciples from the Kanglan sect and the Mingxian sect, all at his hands. At this revelation, the elders from various sects erupted in an uproar. The Kanglan sect and the Mingxian sect were titans in the southern region. The 3 great sanctuaries of the southern region were aloof and indifferent to worldly matters, and the Kanglan sect and the Mingxian sect were among the most formidable powers, dominating the landscape. Yet now, over 100 of their most gifted disciples had fallen to the same individual. This Xiao Han was indeed a terrifying figure. Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points of prestige. Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points of prestige. Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully showcasing his prowess, earning 99 points of prestige. Even Elderly, who had prepared himself mentally for the news, was momentarily taken aback. These were no ordinary disciples. Those sent to the Langius secret realm were the elite of their respective sects. It was no exaggeration to assert that among this group, there were surely a few capable of vying for the position of sect leader among the top 10 powers of the southern region. Yet now, an entire generation of disciples had perished at the hands of Xiao Han, an utter devastation of the legacies of both the Kanglan sect and the Mingxian sect. Elderly could foresee that in the near future, both sects would face a crisis of succession, with the older generation waning and the new generation yet to mature. This posed a monumental threat to the survival of a sect. If the Kanglan sect and the Mingxian sect mishandled their affairs, they could face potential downfall, altering the entire landscape of the southern region. And all of this was wrought by a mere outer disciple of the true martial sect, Xiao Han. At this moment, Xiao Han felt somewhat innocent. What did they mean by claiming he had slain over 200 disciples? It was evident that the other disciples of the true martial sect had also played a part. Ah, what of the other outer disciples? Xiao Han raised an eyebrow, sensing that the 4 heroes of the outer sect had already led the remaining disciples back to the true martial sect, likely seeking assistance. Not too foolish after all, he mused with a slight smile. Given the prowess of these 2 martial kings, it was unrealistic to think they could capture him. Zhang Xiandao was now utterly deranged. His face twisted with rage. Xiao Han, how dare you slaughter over 100 disciples of the Kanglan sect and even dare to kill my brother? I will kill you. The corpse old ghost stepped forward, declaring, Xiao Han, since you have dared to slay the young master of the Mingxian sect, you have forged an irreconcilable enmity with us. The true martial sect must provide an explanation. The corpse old ghost turned to Elderly, knowing that Xiao Han had to be killed, but it had to be done under justifiable circumstances. There were many elders from various sects present. If they couldn't claim the moral high ground, capturing Xiao Han would be futile, and it could even spark a war between the true martial sect and the Mingxian sect. If matters escalated to that extent, it would surely draw the attention of the sanctuaries. With this thought in mind, the corpse old ghost continued, Xiao Han, it is common for disputes to arise over treasures discovered in the Langius secret realm, but you have utterly slaughtered over 200 disciples from both the Mingxian sect and the Kanglan sect. You are simply deranged. With his words, he placed the blame of murder and theft squarely upon Xiao Han. Chapter 96, Battle of the Martial Kings, Part 1. The other elders present nodded in agreement, murmuring among themselves, this Xiao Han is nothing short of a murderer, having slain everyone. Indeed, his methods are excessively ruthless. If he can wipe out the disciples of major sects, what chance do we smaller sects have for survival? Let us observe the situation further. I have a feeling this matter is not as simple as it seems. While the corpse old ghost slandered Xiao Han, the latter merely shook his head dismissively. Your Mingxian sect's disciples allied with those of the Kanglan sect, attacking my true martial sect disciples, only to be counterattacked and annihilated by us. This was the result of Luo Lai and Zhang Xueming's own recklessness. I, Xiao Han, am guiltless. With Xiao Han's declaration, the crowd erupted into yet another wave of fervent discussion. The 2 major sects had joined forces to ambush the true martial sect, only to be entirely wiped out in return. A grand irony indeed. Elderly stepped forward, casting a stern gaze upon the 2 Kanglan sect disciples, demanding, speak. Is this true? The 2 disciples, already dazed, could not withstand such pressure and fell to their knees, exclaiming, it has nothing to do with us. It was all Zhang Xueming and Luo Lai's doing. They said they wanted to kill every disciple of the true martial sect. As the truth of Xiao Han's claims was confirmed, the crowd erupted once more, unable to contain their discussions. I never would have imagined that the Mingxian sect and the Kanglan sect were so pathetic. 2 sects allied, only to be completely annihilated by the true martial sect. Their disciples are truly worthless, indeed. I had thought the true martial sect was weak, but it turns out they truly are formidable, taking on 2 sects at once. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, The Kanglan sect and the Mingxian sect had become the laughingstock of the southern region. The corpse Old Ghost and Zhang Xiandao could no longer sit idly by. Their last shred of dignity had been stripped away, and all that mattered now was capturing Xiao Han. Xiao Han, you dare to kill my brother. Prepare to pay with your life. Zhang Xiandao charged at Xiao Han without hesitation. Elderly intended to block Zhang Xiandao, but the corpse Old Ghost entangled him, shouting, "The true martial sect has only 100 disciples. How could they possibly slay over 200 disciples from the Mingxian sect and the Kanglan sect? There must be something amiss. We must capture Xiao Han and uncover the truth." The corpse Old Ghost sought to rationalize his actions, but the elders present were not so easily swayed by his words. "Corpse Old Ghost, Zhang Xiandao, do you intend to wage war against my true martial sect?" Elderly thundered. Should Xiao Han fall into their hands, his demise would be inevitable. Elderly unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, bombarding the corpse Old Ghost. The corpse Old Ghost, his vitality waning, was no longer at his peak and was being relentlessly pressed by Elderly, frustrated and enraged. He realized that the once easy prey had grown to such formidable heights. The corpse Old Ghost, fueled by anger, unleashed his full power, and the two engaged in a fierce battle, unable to determine a victor in the short term. Zhang Xiandao, filled with murderous intent, knew he could not kill Xiao Han just yet. But he was determined to torment him, seeking vengeance for his brother. With a sinister glare, Zhang Xiandao coldly declared, "Boy, I will break your bones one by one and make you regret ever being born into this world." Zhang Xiandao erupted with a wave of azure energy, and behind him, a pair of enormous wings of spiritual energy unfurled. The onlookers gasped. He was using his spiritual wings, indicating he was prepared to unleash his full might. Though facing a martial king, Xiao Han's expression remained serene, devoid of any panic, as he calmly replied, You cannot hope to keep me with that." Xiao Han also unfurled a pair of massive wings behind him. Spiritual wings. The spectators were astonished. No wonder Xiao Han faced a martial king with such confidence. He was also a martial king. Yet, they soon sensed something amiss. While Xiao Han exuded a powerful aura, it was absolutely not at the level of a martial king. This was a flying martial technique. The elders of the smaller sects were taken aback. Truly, the major sects were remarkable, possessing even such rare and nearly extinct flying martial techniques. However, the smaller sect elders and disciples had no idea that this flying technique was not granted to Xiao Han by the true martial sect, but rather acquired through his own efforts. Zhang Xiandao furrowed his brow but soon sneered. "Do you think that just because you have spiritual wings, you can match a martial king? Allow me to show you the true power of a martial king." He moved, and Zhang Xiandao charged forward. Zhang Xuandao's body transformed into a streak of flowing light, soaring directly towards Xiao Han. The Kanglan water blade strikes, the same technique, when wielded by Zhang Xiandao, exhibited an overwhelming power. A blue water blade shot forth rapidly towards Xiao Han. The spiritual energy within the water blade was exceedingly pure. Xiao Han dared not confront it head-on. With a mighty flap of his wings, he evaded the blow. The water blade struck a colossal boulder, cleaving it cleanly in two. The cut is smooth as a mirror. Seeing his attack fail, Zhang Xiandao relentlessly pursued Xiao Han. Yet Xiao Han refrained from engaging directly, instead entangling himself with Zhang Xiandao. Chapter 97, Battle of the Martial Kings, Part 2. Zhang Xiandao continuously attempted to close the distance to Xiao Han, only to be repelled by Xiao Han's Xianyang sword finger. Imbued with strange flames, the scorching temperature of this sword finger was something Zhang Xiandao was reluctant to absorb. The two engaged in a relentless aerial chase, Xiao Han's spiritual energy seemingly boundless, recklessly pouring into his outstretched wings. Despite Zhang Xuandao's prolonged pursuit, he was unable to catch Xiao Han. All of Zhang Xuandao's attacks were deftly dodged by Xiao Han. Enraged, Zhang Xiandao shouted, "Xiao Han, you little rodent, is hiding all you know how to do?" Yet Xiao Han offered no reply, continuing to evade Zhang Xuandao's onslaught. Zhang Xiandao glanced at the beleaguered corpse Old Ghost below, who was struggling against Elder Li's furious assault. If Zhang Xiandao failed to capture Xiao Han, Elder Li could easily free himself from the corpse Old Ghost and come to Xiao Han's aid. The situation gradually tilted in Xiao Han's favor. But Zhang Xuandao's expression turned to one of sinister amusement. With a malevolent grin, Zhang Xiandao declared it was time to conclude this cat-and-mouse game. Kanglin rained sword array. Zhang Xiandao bellowed, and numerous small water blades materialized in the sky, plummeting towards Xiao Han. These diminutive yet razor-sharp blades contained a power that even Xiao Han could not afford to ignore. The coverage area of the water blades was vast, and their descent rapid. Xiao Han could not escape their assault. Boom, 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 boom. Xiao Han had no choice but to halt in midair, activating the 5-layered golden bell to shield himself. Crack! The first layer of the golden bell shattered within 3 breaths. Yet Zhang Xuandao's assault was far from over. Kanglin Divine Sword Slash. A crystalline blue longsword slowly materialized in Zhang Xuandao's hand, its inner depths shimmering with flowing water, resembling a beautifully crafted piece of blue crystal art. Anyone who beheld this long sword would be entranced by its beauty, but equally struck by the lethal intent it harbored. The countless elders from the minor sects below were pierced by the sword's aura upon its appearance. Elder Li's expression shifted drastically upon witnessing this scene. How could Zhang Xiandao execute such a move? Xiao Han was in grave peril. Elder Li unleashed a fierce strike, trading injury for injury, forcefully repelling the corpse-old ghost. His green wings soaring to confront Zhang Xiandao. However, Zhang Xiandao had prepared well, and would not grant him such an opportunity. He flew forward, drawing closer to the beleaguered Xiao Han beneath the rain of blades. A cold smile gracing his lips. Previously, he had employed the Kanglin water blade to probe Xiao Han, but Xiao Han had merely evaded, never daring to confront him directly. Judging by the peculiar sword fingers Xiao Han utilized, it appeared he was a practitioner specializing in ranged attacks, ill-equipped for close combat. Zhang Xuandao's grin widened. Now that he had cornered Xiao Han, he was eager to see the panic on the boy's face upon encountering him. Boom! The final layer of the golden bell shattered, and the rain of swords ceased. But it was already sufficient. Zhang Xiandao was now close enough to Xiao Han that even he could not evade the enemy's retaliation. Zhang Xiandao scrutinized Xiao Han's face, seeking to witness the expressions of disarray and despair, but found none. Xiao Han's countenance remained calm, a hint of sardonic amusement gracing his lips, as if he was fully aware of Zhang Xuandao's every scheme. With a powerful flap of his wings, Xiao Han surged directly towards Zhang Xiandao. The two were too close. Turning now would expose an unguarded back, a recipe for self-destruction. Faced with Xiao Han's inexplicable behavior, Zhang Xiandao felt a flicker of unease, but quickly steadied himself. There was no need to panic against a practitioner of lower cultivation. A glint of malice flashed in Zhang Xuandao's eyes. He had initially considered sparing Xiao Han's life as leverage against the Jinwu sect. But if he sought his own demise, then Zhang Xiandao would not hold back. Zhang Xuandao's blue crystal sword descended mercilessly towards Xiao Han's head. Xiao Han raised his left hand, attempting to block the strike. How foolish! A sneer of derision crossed Zhang Xuandao's features. Attempting to stop the Kanglin Divine Sword with bare hands would result in losing both hand and head. Clang! The Kanglin Divine Sword collided with Xiao Han's left arm, producing a resounding clash of metal. To Zhang Xuandao's astonishment, Xiao Han had indeed endured the blow. Impossible! He had exerted all his strength in that strike. Even Elder Li could not withstand it with mere flesh. Yet before the shock on Zhang Xuandao's face could fade, suddenly, ethereal flames burst forth from Xiao Han's body, the terrifying heat causing the very space around them to distort. Zhang Xuandao's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that this young man possessed such a hidden trump card. Chapter 98. Defeating the Martial King. Zhang Xiandao sought to evade, but the two were nearly pressed against each other. Xiao Han had been preparing for this moment. There was no escaping this strike. With his right hand forming a sword finger, he struck like lightning towards Zhang Xuandao's heart. Danger! A primal instinct surged through Zhang Xiandao, as the overwhelming sense of peril gripped him. If this finger truly pierced his heart, he would surely perish. At that moment, all grudges and pride fell away. He only wished to survive if possible. He would even kneel and plead for Xiao Han to spare him, vowing never to disturb him again. But it was far too late. Zhang Xiandao suddenly bent his knee, descending as if to kneel before Xiao Han. In a life-or-death struggle, the full potential of a martial king was unleashed. Yet Xiao Han's finger barely missed, striking just a few inches off target, landing on Zhang Xuandao's left shoulder and collarbone. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, as Zhang Xuandao's collarbone shattered. Xiao Han's finger was as solid as divine weaponry, capable of cleaving through gold and stone. Even the body of a martial king could not withstand it. As Xiao Han's finger penetrated Zhang Xuandao's shoulder, the power of the otherworldly flames erupted from his fingertip. Zhang Xiandao spewed forth a mist of blood, yet immediately, the otherworldly flames engulfed Xiao Han, turning to nothingness. Xiao Han frowned, executing a side kick, sending Zhang Xuandao's body hurtling like a cannonball towards the approaching elderly. Elderly instinctively dodged, their paths crossing without either realizing the battle had reached its conclusion. Boom. A massive crater was created upon impact, and the observing elders and disciples from the minor sects finally grasped that the duel between Zhang Xiandao and Xiao Han had concluded decisively. It was not that they were slow to react. The clash between Xiao Han and Zhang Xiandao had transpired at lightning speed, with victory and defeat decided in the blink of an eye. In mere moments, they exchanged numerous blows, each one a matter of life and death. Had Xiao Han faltered in any way, his fate would have certainly been death. Fortunately, Xiao Han emerged victorious from this confrontation. Standing alone in the air, he gazed down upon the disciples and elders of the many sects below. In that moment, Xiao Han's figure was akin to that of a celestial being, an indelible image imprinted in the hearts of these minor sect disciples. Never to be erased, the elders of the minor sects, witnessing Xiao Han suspended in the air, were struck with profound shock and awe. Though Xiao Han had yet to attain the martial king realm, he had managed to defeat a genuine martial king-level powerhouse. Such talent was on par with the top-ranked prodigies of the southern region, rivaling even the scions of the sacred lands, with Xiao Han and the Zhenwu sect. Prosperity for a millennium was assured. They resolved to report this matter to their sect, eager to ally with the Zhenwu sect. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully displaying his prowess, earning 99 points of display points. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully displaying his prowess, earning 99 points of display points. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Han for successfully displaying his prowess, earning 99 points of display points. Xiao Han paid no mind to the myriad gazes directed at him below, instead frowning as he inspected his left arm, where a gruesome wound marred his flesh. Nearly severing his arm bone, he raised his left arm for close examination. Zhang Xuandao's strike had indeed been exceedingly fierce, as the two front segments of his left arm's bone had been shattered. The remaining segment cleaved 2/3 of the way through, the shimmering marrow faintly visible. Inside Xiao Han's body, the green orb shattered continuously, yet could not mend this grievous wound. It seemed to harbor a fierce sword aura, relentlessly assailing Xiao Han's left arm, hindering the healing process. Frowning, Xiao Han realized that a full-force strike from a martial king was not so easily endured. Had that blow landed on his neck, even with the divine marrow fortifying his bones, his fate would have been decapitation. After all, the cervical vertebrae were far too numerous and fragile. Xiao Han directly dispersed a drop of the source of life to heal his wounds. While the corpse-old ghost below continued to watch with predatory intent, he needed to swiftly restore himself to peak condition. As the source of life spread within Xiao Han's body, it transformed into a warm current that surged toward his left arm. The flesh and meridians severed by Zhang Xiandao were visibly healing at an astonishing rate, and the broken bones were knitting together once more. Yet, Xiao Han remained furrowed in thought. Even the unfaltering source of life could not completely mend his fractured bones in such a short span of time. Xiao Han sensed that while the surface of his left arm appeared to be healing, the bone remained fractured beneath, indicating that complete restoration would not be achieved in the immediate future. Zhang Xiandao lay in the dirt, his condition pitifully dire. His left arm had been severed at the root, and his left shoulder was shattered by the force of his left neck was scorched to a charred black, with faint glimpses of white bone visible beneath, and his left face was a grotesque mass of decay, rendering him exceedingly hideous. However, the most grievous injury was to Zhang Xuandao's left chest. The power of the was overwhelming, having detonated within his body. Although he had immediately summoned all his spiritual energy to shield his heart vein, it still suffered severe damage. This was precisely why a martial king-level cultivator possessed such resilient vitality. Had he been an ordinary cultivator, he would have surely perished by now. Nonetheless, even in this state, Zhang Xiandao was on the brink of death, rendered powerless. At this moment, regret filled Zhang Xiandao's heart. He had underestimated Xiao Han far too much. Having previously fought against Zhang Xianying, he was well aware that the disciples of the Kanglan sect were not proficient in close combat. Thus, he had intentionally adopted a posture that suggested he was even less adept at close quarters. Lowering his guard, foolishly, he had charged forward to engage Xiao Han in melee, resulting in his current predicament. A martial king-level cultivator could fully unleash the formidable power of Earth-tier martial arts, had he relied on ranged attacks. He could have severely injured Xiao Han, at the very least avoiding such a disgraceful fate, but it was now too late for regrets as he gazed at the figure in the sky. Resentment filled his heart. After this battle, Xiao Han's reputation would undoubtedly spread throughout the southern region, and he would be lauded as a prodigy, while he himself would merely serve as a stepping stone for that prodigy. A flicker of unwillingness flashed in Zhang Xuandao's eyes as he retrieved a pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it, barely managing to suppress his injuries. He rose and emerged from the pit, where the elders and disciples of the minor sects regarded him with peculiar expressions. Without needing further words from others, Zhang Xiandao was acutely aware of his current state. Yet, at this moment, he harbored no desire for vengeance against Xiao Han or Zhang Xianying. Instead, he walked toward the corpse-old ghost, seeking refuge, eye in the air. Elderly observed this scene with a sheepish smile. Xiao Han had evidently aimed to kick Zhang Xiandao toward him, hoping to restrain him, but he had instinctively dodged. How embarrassing! To make amends, Elderly promptly flew down, intending to capture Zhang Xiandao. However, the corpse-old ghost stepped forward, blocking Elderly's path, and stated, "We are all cultivators of the southern region. Are you truly intent on exterminating us? To brazenly kill a martial king-level true disciple of the Kanglan sect? Do you wish to provoke war with both the Kanglan sect and my Mingxian sect?" Elderly frowned. A martial king-level true disciple held significant status even among major sections. Moreover, in such a public setting, he could not afford to act ruthlessly, lest it lead to a complete rupture with the Kanglan sect and eliminate any possibility for reconciliation. While he was not particularly fearful of the Kanglan sect, the Mingxian sect would undoubtedly intervene. Although the Jinwu sect had allies, instigating them would come at a considerable cost. After all, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests, a truth that holds equally in the realm of sections. Elderly found himself in a quandary, but Xiao Han directly descended before Zhang Xiandao and declared, "Surrender your spatial ring, and I shall spare your life." Xiao Han spoke few words, his tone measured yet imbued with an undeniable sense of dominance. "Spare your life. What matter if you are a martial king? Those who do not comply shall be slain." The onlooking elders from the minor sects widened their eyes in astonishment, uncertain of what decision Zhang Xiandao would make. Should he capitulate, he would not only lose the dignity befitting a martial king, but would also bring great shame upon the Kanglan sect. The disciples were equally exhilarated. The once lofty martial king had been bested by a mere disciple, and this disciple was audaciously demanding the martial king's spatial ring as ransom for his life. These disciples, accustomed to the elevated stature of martial king figures and their own subservient positions, were thrilled to witness a disciple shatter the established hierarchy. Each one felt a surge of excitement, as if they themselves were confronting the martial king, demanding the surrender of the spatial ring. Zhang Xuandao's complexion shifted between shades of green and white under the gaze of the crowd. As a dignified martial king, he had never before endured such humiliation.